Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Dwayne Kuiper on the call for NBC Sports Bay Area. And what do you know? Giants lose again. Give up back-to-back home runs. Well, it's a former Giant, forever Giant, Nick Ahmed. He goes yard. His second home run of the season. It is Shohei Ohtani hits his 31st home run, all off of Tyler Rogers after the Giants tied a game in the top of the eighth inning. They lose 6-4. They lose the series 3 out of 4. They lose the series to the Rockies. And what a great start coming out of the All-Star break. Now 6 games under 500. And the question is not, will they sell? It's when will they sell? When will they sell? They'll be back home today against the Colorado Rockies, and maybe they get fat and happy and give us all some false hope. But look, this team is done, and it starts with Logan Webb.
This team is done.
It really starts with Logan Webb, and I'm not even outraged. But, you know, again, you people with the Twitter fingers, and you guys want to come at me, and I'm taking shots at people. To hell with that. I'm a little irritated because when I say last week that Logan Webb wasn't good enough, it's all the lineup, this, that. Let's be real. Logan Webb is paid to be the leader of the staff. He's the leader of this team. And over the last 4 starts, 5 innings, 8 hits, 7 runs. All right? You get rocked in the All-Star break. You get rocked in the NL All-Star game, NL AL All-Star game, whatever it is, Major League Baseball All-Star game. You get rocked in that inning, give up 3 runs. Then you come out in Colorado, you give up 8 hits, 4 runs, and you walk 4 guys. And then yesterday at Dodger Stadium, you give up 9 hits, 4 runs, and strike out 4, give up 3 walks. It's not good enough from your ace, Logan Webb. It's not good enough. And his team's not good enough. So let's just pull the plug. All the thick pieces, everybody fighting for their jobs. Let's just be real. This era of Giants baseball under Farhad Zaidi is officially dead. And now we're just waiting on the days. When will he get fired? September 1st, August 1st, August 15th, September 30th. It's just a matter of time because what I see on a day-to-day basis as we're sitting up here in the day game, Shasky, neglecting our naps to watch this trash every single day. It's over. This era of Giants baseball is over. They're just not good enough.
I feel like today it got to you.
It didn't get to me. I'm just tired of talking about it. It's just something I've been talking about for 2.5 years.
You and I were on the phone yesterday, and you're like, Logan Webb, he's just not good enough.
It's just not good enough.
But I think, okay, so there's a couple of things. Put a bookmark in Nick Ahmed, because I thought it to be very symbolic for just a second.
Wow.
That's a bigger Farhan conversation. I always find it interesting when an organization has a group of fans who watched multiple elite dudes who did it over many years, right? It's one thing to be really good for a long stretch of a season. It's another thing to do it 2 and 3 and 4 seasons in a row. Like, that's what separates the truly greats, the Mahomes, right? The Lincecums, the Kershaws, the Steph Currys, from the Jordan Pooles, right? There are a lot of guys that can have a great year. You know, Blake Snell is a great example. Blake Snell is a wild variance. When he's on, he is as good as anyone. But he has other stretches where it's abysmal, right? And so it's very difficult to categorize him, right? Justin Verlander is an ace. Now, he's 41 years old, so he's not still that player. But when we say ace, okay, in my mind, Pedro, Lincecum,
Clemens,
Mad Bum at one point, okay?
Randy
and Mad
Johnson.
Bum was not an ace his entirety of his career.
No,
Neither was Matt Cain. Who else did you say?
Randy Johnson,
Kurt Schilling for long stretches, okay?
Johan Santana.
Exactly. There was a time when Roy Oswalt was an ace.
He was.
But then later on in his career, he was not.
He was a 3 or 4.
Exactly.
Cole Hamels.
All right? And so Logan Webb is a really, really, really good pitcher. I think he's a front of the rotation type of a guy.
Right.
But ideally, he's like a 2. And I don't think that's some negative thing.
No,
but
it's not.
It's not. He's really only been ace-like, and what I mean, like, truly dominant for those 2 months in 2021, and they were outstanding. Since then, it's kind of been up and down. And you can give me all the raw data you want, and he eats up innings unlike any other player in baseball. But I haven't seen a half dozen starts in a row where he's had truly electric stuff where he has carried this team into the 7th and 8th inning, handed them the ball with an opportunity to win those games. Now you can say, Joe, he doesn't get enough run support. And you're right, he doesn't get a lot of run support. But go by the eyeball. Watch the games.
No, watch it. He's leaving balls up. He's getting tagged.
And
He's walking guys.
He's a really good player.
But in the month of July, when they've needed him,
exactly,
opponents are hitting 344 against him. He's got a 6.65 ERA in the month of July. All right? 23 innings. He's given up 32 hits in those 23 innings. He's only struck out 18 in those 23 innings, and he's walked 9. He's allowing multiple base runners. That's 41 base runners in 23 innings. It's simply not good enough, and teams are squaring the ball up on him. They're hitting 344 against him in these starts in July, Shasky.
Can we be also fair? Like, he cannot be a quote-unquote dynamic. Guys, I don't even think there's like 5 or 6 aces in today's game. But, like, he's also miscast. He's asked to carry everything for this team. It's unfair.
No,
like,
it is
both
unfair.
Are true. He hasn't been great, but like the way that this thing has been set up, like, and Loveman, I'm not trying to come down your road, so please don't feel like I'm attacking you. But like, well, their grandiose plan was Jordan Hicks will be good for 2 months, and then he'll be done because he can't finish the season. And then Robbie Ray, returning from Tommy John, he'll pick it up from there, and he'll be good. We're going to sew this thing together. That's not fair to your other guy in Logan Webb. You're asking way too much. Like, when I look at a staff, they all feed off of each other. And there are times where the top of the rotation is going to carry the bottom of the rotation. And there's going to be times when the bottom of the rotation has to carry the top of the rotation. Too many times, this organization is asking way too much from a small amount of people on this team. And that goes back to Farhan. And when I watched Nick Ahmed step up to the plate and hit a home run after you fought tooth and nail, and Michael Conforto, who's 1 for 8,000 since the All-Star break, gets a big hit off the wall, I go, Loveman's guy is stepping up to the plate. Nick Ahmed.
You just knew he was going to hit a home run.
Monte, it symbolized with a chef's kiss everything that has been wrong with the Farhan era. A 34-year-old shortstop journeyman who was brought in to just be a body in camp, ended up starting for multiple months for your team and stymied some young players, even though the young players, whatever, we'll get to them in a second, because your farm's not ready, okay? You went with that guy for multiple months, DFA'd him, and then he resurfaces and hits a home run to knock you out. And basically all these judges, now you have to sell. We've been saying sell for months. You morons. Are you just opening your eyes?
Well, no, you had to sit back and see this thing play out.
They've been crummy for 3 years.
They have been crummy, but they got hot. And everybody was, you two included.
I know.
So you two included was flipping back and forth, and it's okay. That's what we do at baseball. But when the GM, the president of baseball, now I'll go back to this quote, when he told Susan Slusser, the stakes are high for this team. And then Greg Johnson's puffing his chest out, going on the podcast saying that it's mandatory we get to the playoffs. We talk to Flim all the time. Aren't we talking to Flim today?
Yeah.
Talking to Flim today at 8:30.
Uh-huh.
They got to make the playoffs. The expectations don't change despite playing the youngsters. So that's the setting. And in the setting at Dodger Stadium yesterday, the glorious sun and the day game with Clayton Kershaw back for the L.A. Dodgers, pitching for the first time all season, and he goes 4 innings. They're starting in left field, a guy nobody knows about, Derek Hill. That's where we're at in late July. We're starting Derek Hill.
He lives
over
for
Montos.
That. He lives for the mid-season acquisition call-up for a guy. By the way, do you know that Matos in 1 month last year had more career at-bats than this man?
Yeah, no, I do.
And they brought this 28-year-old, and again, he's a nice guy.
At least Luke Jackson struck out the side.
Well, you had to have him on the roster because, Hayden Birdsong had to get, demoted down to
Sean Jelly.
single A.
Sean Jelly is just a matter of time for him because he gave up 3 hits in the inning. He's worn out.
Derek Hall, Ponte.
Derek Hill. Derek Hill.
Playing left field. I hardly know you.
Derek Hill, no, he's not my cousin. We're not related. So Derek Hill is playing left field.
Cousin.
He's playing left field. Tyro Estrada's going 0 for 3. So when you watch that and you watch the way they come out in the All-Star break, after the All-Star break, you win 2 games. You lose 5. You're 2-5 in the first 7. I was asking for 8-3. You're 2-7. Or excuse me, 2-5 after 7 games.
The last 2 years,
I just
they've done that.
And I see Bagley's report about selling and how they may not save money. Here's the deal. I don't care if you don't sell. You cannot go back into 2025 with Farhan Zaidi running the show.
No.
That is crystal clear. And I don't want to do a Fire Farhan show because I've done it for the last 3 years. But I'm not even outraged anymore about this thing. I don't care.
No, it's pretty clear.
I just don't care.
It's pretty clear.
But it is clear that if you come back in 2025 with Farhan Zaidi, well, then you really want to damage your product. Because let me ask you this, Shasky. Are the Giants in a better position now than when Farhan took the job back in 2018?
You can make an argument the farm is ranked about a little better than it was when he showed up, because I've seen so many people. Oh, the farm was dead last, and this. All right, whatever. Like Bonte, at the end of the day, I don't care what your ranking is. Are players making a dent on the big league team?
Okay.
Now, I'll give him this. Hayden Birdsong looks promising. Harrison looks promising. Those are his picks. Ramos, who he inherited, but he kept, he looks really promising. And his drafted pick in Bailey looks promising. Yeah. So on one element, the draft, they've gotten a little better.
They've gotten a little better.
They have.
They've gotten a little better. A little better in 6 years. A little better. And somebody's got to be fighting for their job with this organization. Alex Pavlovich, you think this came out of left field?
What do you say?
Alex Pavlovich, Giants insider, longtime Giants insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. I would say he's tapped in. I think he's tapped in. I know he's tapped in. Here's what Pav said about the Giants here heading towards the deadline.
It's a fascinating question. I mean, they do have 4 games left. They go home 6 games under 500, 5.5 out of a playoff spot. If you're just going straight off vibes, I don't know that you could have a bigger kind of swing than watching one of the teams you're chasing throw a no-hitter and then watching Nick Ahmed go out and beat you the way he did. And not just that, but Ohtani as well, a guy you chased in the offseason. So if you're going off vibes, I think the message is there. They're going to go off of what they see in this clubhouse. And, Farhan Zaidi said it a couple weeks ago on KNBR. He said, these guys will show me the way. They are 4-6 since that point. So they have not played good baseball. I think even in the wins, you don't really feel like they've ever turned a corner. So if you go off of the way they've played, they probably should be sellers, but there's a lot at stake here, not just for the guys in the clubhouse, but also the people in the front office. Potentially could be a different front office down the line if they sell and keep losing. There are some people in this organization who need to make the playoffs. So I think there's some really interesting decisions to be made until Tuesday, and we'll see what they do. If they wanted to, they could be one of the bigger sellers out there. I just haven't gotten any indication yet that they're at that point.
So, Pavlovich says something very intriguing there. There's some people in this front office who need to make the playoffs. There's some people in this organization who need to make the playoffs. Well, who is that somebody? To me, it's obvious. It's Farhan Zaidi. It's Farhan Zaidi. And so when we think about end-of-season pressers, I don't expect them to be at the end-of-season presser. I expect Farhan Zaidi to be cleaning out his office, because he will be fired at some point. You can't go on with this. You just can't. I'm dead serious.
Where would
I'm not even trying to be funny.
Where would you rank him in terms of inept guys who have run organizations?
At the bottom. He's one of the worst I've seen in the Bay Area. He's one of the worst. At least Trent Baalke made some damn picks.
He went to NFC Championship.
He made some damn picks. Scott McCoy made some damn picks.
That's true.
Now, he's on the level of Terry Donahue.
Wow.
From UCLA when he started running the 49ers.
Yeah.
He's right there. In terms of my lifetime, he's awful. No touch with the fan base. No touch with the community. No sense whatsoever.
How about him laughing about Scott Boras getting over on him? And now you read the details of all these contracts. And
Scott Boras got over on him.
At every turn.
Deferred his money, did everything.
Oh my God.
Played Farhan Zaidi. We want to talk about Jock Peterson getting pimp slapped by Tommy Pham and not doing nothing. Well, we all get why he didn't do nothing. Tommy Pham is crazy.
Yeah, he's completely insane.
But Farhan Zaidi basically got pimped by Scott Boras over and over and over again.
Actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Farhan's cooked.
Well, you know what?
PPA.
Medal of Freedom, you're going to be free soon. You will have the freedom to do whatever the hell you want to do. You go play fantasy football with your buddies. You go take your kids out. I don't even know if he's got kids or a family. I don't know what the hell's up with Farhan. But you know what? You're going to have plenty of free time in the future.
So you know what's one thing I've been thinking a lot about?
It's just got to go, Shasky.
I've been watching the New York Giants front. What is it called? Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks, yeah.
We could argue whether Shane is a good GM or not.
I kind of like him.
Okay, but I've been saying this for a long time. part of the GM role is that you do have to be charismatic and people do have to like you and you have to be a wheeler and dealer. Like it's not just about like, are you smart?
Right.
Like there are like a variety of skill sets. Like, okay, do I think that if John Lynch did the SAT, I'm just using that as an example. I don't even know if we do
he
those
went to
anymore.
Stanford, so he probably scored high.
I know, but like if we were ranking all the GMs, do I think he's the most book smart of all the GMs? No, probably not. Probably not. Does he know the advanced analytics of football? Probably not to the degree of other guys.
Yep.
But I will say this. Nobody understands how to work the room and the emotional connection and what it's like to be a player. Like he hits so many other boxes, right? And so I look at all the successful GMs and it's not baseball specific, but other sports. They're really good at a variety of things.
Charisma.
And I look at Farhan and I say, nobody can, I'm not trying to go double entendre. He's not a number one.
No.
He's a number two. And I'm not saying that he's, that. Right. I don't mean it like that. I mean, he's a number two in command. He can't be your front man.
Well,
number two.
It's funny. It's funny
I don't mean it like that.
A lot of people are doing a Homer Bush, going back into the bushes, hiding in the bushes. Because a few years ago, people were telling me, well, Farhan was really the architect of these Dodgers, not Andrew Freeman.
That's why Andrew Freeman got $10 million a year to go run the Dodgers.
No, I was thinking to myself, I was like, wow. The whole time I'm thinking, wow, Andrew Freeman built the Tampa Bay Rays, comes over to the Dodgers. But for the first 3 years of Farhan as the president of baseball operations with the San Francisco Giants, I had everybody in the world tell me that he was the true architect of the Dodgers. Well, he drafted this guy, and he drafted this guy, and he drafted this guy, he drafted this guy. Well, it looks like Andrew Freeman's doing okay without Farhan Zaidi at his side. He's doing just okay. Not only is he doing okay, he's beating the dog poop out of the Giants left and right every single year. That was their B team. Come on.
They were 1-6 in LA this year. They were 4-9 against them overall, and they won one of those, remember, in like the most awkward fashion.
Right.
I mean, whatever. It's just they're so far behind.
They're so far behind the Dodgers is not even funny. So when you talk about connection, and there are rumors, because we all have sources. Sources. You know, people in the Giants organization. I know people in the Giants organization. This is 4 years ago. Somebody was telling me, no, Farhan's not really a people person, man. He's kind of a jerk. Like, this is 4 years ago. People were telling me this at a breakfast. Like, yo, Farhan ain't that guy. Farhan, I don't know, man. He basically, so just in terms of just having him, and I'm thinking about Larry Bear right now. Say what you want about Larry Bear. He gets it.
Oh, I know he's not
happy. He gets it.
I know
he's
he wants
personable.
To win too.
He's personable. Yeah. He's charismatic.
I'm with you.
He knows what time it is. Larry Bear can't be happy with what the hell's going on, because you know why? They've lost this market. They've lost the true fan.
They have.
Giants baseball's never been lower. This is the lowest Giants baseball's been since probably 95, 96.
Yeah.
When they're in between Candlestick Park right after the strike here, they're a little lost. And then Sabian makes the big deal with Matt Williams. That's about it. Even post Bonds, it was like, okay, we get it. You got to rebuild. Yeah. You got some pitching in the pipeline. You got a stadium. Yeah. Let's see where this goes. Let's see if Sabian reinvent this bad boy, and let's see these pitchers come up. This is as low as I've felt as a Giants fan in a long, long time. And it's mostly due to Farhan Zaidi killing the vibe, killing the organization with this platooning and these Derek Hills and Michael Reeds and Connor Joes and David Villars and all these journeymen. And now Tyler Rogers is getting rocked left and right. Camilo Devone can't find his own. Randy Rodriguez's arm's going to fall off. It's the same damn thing for the second straight year where we don't got starting pitching. We don't got bullpen help. We don't got a lineup. I'm watching Jorge Soler bat 224 in the leadoff spot. This is done. Stick a fork in this era. Stick a fork in Farhan Zaidi. Enough is enough, Larry. Enough is enough, Buster Posey. Enough is enough, Greg Johnson. Do your deal and get rid of this guy, because Giants baseball needs life. And right now it has no life whatsoever. No spark, no jolt. It is still as hell. Clean house, and let's start anew.
I'm going to tell you on the other side, the trade packages in my head that I would make yesterday.
Well, I don't care what they do. Just get rid of Farhan. Get rid of Farhan. I don't even want Farhan making trades. Get rid of him. He should not even have the power to make a trade. Just fire everybody. Get rid of him before you do anything. I'd rather guys just walk for free than Farhan messing with this thing and trade for some low-level prospect that we'll never see in our lives. Get rid of Farhan yesterday, for crying out loud. Oh, my God. He's killed Giants baseball. All right, we're coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I'm actually excited about the Giants.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver.
I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom?
Adam, it's too much for me.
What up, what up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to The Morning Motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? It's too much for me. This is too much for me. This is too much for me. Farhan Zaidi before the season where he thought he got over on Scott Boras. Well, the joke's on you. The joke's on you. And you know what? The joke ain't funny no more. The expiration date is done. It's this era of Giants baseball is done. It's expired. It's seriously. You look at all the contracts he signed 2 years ago. What was it? Conforto 2 for 36, Stripling 2 for 25, Madai 2 for 25. Who was it? Taylor Rogers. What did he pay Taylor Rogers? $12 million per or whatnot. What was it, Shasky? How much money did he pay him?
Taylor Rogers, a lefty who didn't pitch for 11 straight days and does not pitch in high leverage situations ever, $12.5 million.
So
don't forget, he also gave Luke Jackson $6.5.
Yeah, he gave Luke Jackson $6.5.
Tom Murphy had to get $4 million a year. And they said goodbye to Joey Bart, who at minimum could be a backup on this team.
Wow. Joey Bart's smiling in Pittsburgh, right?
Well, I mean, he's a backup at minimum.
Didn't give him a shot.
Tom Murphy, though, got to give him 2 years, $8 million.
Who's the guy they had last year? Austin Wynn.
Well, they had Chadwick Trump.
Austin Wynn. I mean, so I don't trust Farhan to make any trades. I don't want him to mess anything up. Greg Johnson, do what you do. Like, I was thinking yesterday.
What's that?
When the Giants lost that game and they were about to shower and do their post-game pressers, and Bob Melvin after the game was like, it's just a disheartening loss and just a deflating loss. He's deflated, right? Anyway, yeah. I mean, everybody made a big deal about Bob Melvin, right, this year. Oh, we got to get Bob Melvin as manager. I say, really? Why? It's managed for other teams. We've seen it. Can we get something new and fresh? We know what's going to happen with Bob Melvin, but, it's not entirely his fault. He's managing what I guarantee you he's regretting getting into it with A.J. Preller in San Diego. I bet you we wish he fixed that relationship. I mean, he'd rather be in San Diego managing the Padres and that team and watching no-hitters instead of watching this crap. But, I was thinking yesterday, Shasky, when they lost this game and they got on that charter bus back to LAX or Burbank, whatever airport they flew out of, I was thinking, why would you let Farhan back on the flight to the Bay Area? Just take Greyhound. We'll give you an opportunity to clean your office out over the weekend.
I'm thinking more Al Davis, just leave you on the tarmac.
Just leave him on the tarmac?
Like Lane Kiffin.
But honestly,
here's the thing with Farhan, and this is the part that I'm
not even trying to crush him this morning, what are we doing?
That's fine.
What are we doing, Shasky?
Well, here's what we're doing. We're basically looking at the autopsy of a corpse. Because the Giants right now are a corpse, right?
Yep.
They're the most appreciated of all the teams outside of the A's in the Bay Area, by far. They were once a great brand, and it wasn't that long ago. And I think about some of the things that are off-putting, and just in life, nothing bugs me more than unearned arrogance guy. Whether it's, the rich nepotism kid who we all despise. We do.
Right.
Society despises those people. Whether it's, the guy who just comes into the room and just has like this aura of I'm better than you.
Yeah.
When you're like, yeah, like, come on, man. Kyle Shanahan has a little smugness to him.
But I'll give
Kyle Shanahan this.
He's earned it.
Hell yeah, he has.
He's earned it.
I think Steve Kerr in this market, for the most part, there are some wild ones, but like he seems to be very humble and seems to be a really good dude. And he has all the reasons in the world to be the most arrogant guy on the planet.
He's earned it.
No doubt. When I think about Bob Myers, there's a humility, right? Yep. There's just something about a Farhan from day one. When you come in and say, we're going to be smarter than people, and I am smarter than this guy, and I'm chuckling at my own jokes, there's a sense of unearned arrogance from him that I have had for about 5 years now, and I've been pounding this table, and I just don't get it. I think it does a disservice to him. It does a disservice to the Giants. Like, you're disingenuous, dude.
Yeah.
You're not that funny, and you're not that likable. And when you're making a bunch of roster decisions that nobody agrees with, you're only hammering home the belief that we don't like you.
Yeah. Remember he tried to come up with the bear joke during that end of season presser? Loved it. Remember that? He tried to come up with the bear joke, and he was stumbling through that. And I was like, I'm not here to be your buddy. I'm just here to cover the team and figure out what the hell is going on. Like, what is your plan? What do you mean by these quotes? What do you mean by what you say? What do you mean by the moves you make? And you're sitting here cracking jokes about the bear and how you love that and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like you haven't even earned that right. You look at the bleachers, and people can say, oh, attendance is up, attendance is up. I know what I've seen at the 2 games I've been to. I've seen a lot of opposing fans. That's what I've seen. I see a team where, do I want to get up and buy a ticket to go see this person play? You don't have one legit superstar in 6 years. You haven't been able to develop a superstar in 6 years. Last year, you know who was on the walls at Oracle Park? Gabe Kapler, the manager. All right? Which is an indictment on what you've done as the president of baseball operations with the San Francisco Giants. It is an absolute joke. When I'm watching a guy named Derek Hill in the finale of a Dodger series where I'm trying to get a split, and guys are fighting for their lives, guys are fighting for their jobs, guys are fighting not to be traded, and you look at the lineup card and Ramos looks over and says, Derek Hill, I don't even know who this guy is. Derek Hill?
So it's been 6 years. Is that enough time to find somebody?
Yes.
Okay. I want to really briefly.
Yes.
All right, can we just go through, I'm going to go National League only, standings. Do the Cubs have any players that you would want?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Reds?
Yes.
Okay, these are the bottom dwellers. I'm just going bottom
Yes.
dwellers. The Rockies. I think I'd take their shortstop right now.
That shortstop ain't bad.
You know?
He's not bad.
Charlie Blackmon's still very good. The Marlins. I would agree. That's why they're 37 and 66. Right. What about the Nationals, who had the number 2 overall pick last year?
They got a couple players.
James Wood.
They got C.J. Abrams.
How have you fallen behind those teams? We obviously know going up, Pirates, Cardinals, Brewers, they have players, Padres, Dodgers, Mets, Braves. All of these teams have acquired, drafted, or developed, or signed all-star caliber players. Yep. And you don't have one.
Not one.
Now, I'll give you Elliot Ramos. And
really, that was a mistake. That was an accident. That was an accident.
But you get credit for that.
Yeah, but the guy wasn't in the plans. They got hit with a rash of injuries, and they had no choice.
Well, they were
going to
give Jung-Hoo Lee that job for the whole year.
And not to mention, you gave him $100 million. We don't know who the hell he is. Is he a speed guy? Does he run the wall? We don't even know who Jung-Hoo Lee is. And you gave him $100 million. Honestly, I don't. Kruger's been on it. It's like, this guy's a 4A player. And from what I saw, I was like, we're hyped up over Jung-Hoo Lee. God bless his soul. But I saw him running to 7 different walls. He stole 2 bases, got caught stealing 3 times. Boy, he's got good on-base percentage. He's got a good eye. His on-base percentage was under 700. Can't be that good. So I don't. You don't have one star. This is what the team looks like going into another deadline in which you told Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle 2 months ago, the stakes are high this year. We've got to get to the playoffs.
But they've been chasing that little line that stakes are high. And you've seen now 2 seasons of Michael Conforto and 2 seasons of some combination of Yaz and Slater in right field.
And it's not even your issues.
Let me ask all Giants fans. And I know that you have to win if they make mistakes. The stakes are high. Had Bob Melvin and Farhan just played Matos and he struggled for 3 weeks, would it have been that different?
Yeah.
Would it have been that dramatically different than watching Michael Conforto, Michael Yastrzemski, and Austin Slater?
But that's not even half your issues.
No, I know.
You got no starting pitching. For the second year in a row, you get to July, and you're going to the opener twice a week. In July. We can't even make it to the dog days.
Eric Miller has the same amount of starts as Blake Snell.
Come on, man.
He's your high-leverage lefty in late-game situations.
We just saw Robbie Ray in late July. We haven't seen Alex Cobb yet. Our boy, who is it, Keaton Wynn, had a setback. Did he have a setback?
Tristan Beck hasn't pitched all year.
He hasn't pitched all year. Jordan Hicks is dying on the mound before he even gets to the mound. Alex Cobb, he's dying in pregame warmups.
Alex Cobb, the best is I'm reading the Baggerly article, he is due $10 million this year, and so it's going to be really difficult to get under that CBT.
Alex Cobb. Jordan Hicks has to change his jersey before he even steps on the mound before first pitch. Guy's leaking oil.
Let's not also forget the offseason where Aaron Judge hopped out of a moving car to use you to get a $50 million more from the Yankees. And then you were literally on the precipice of walking out on the door, out of the hotel room and into the press conference to announce the Correa signing, and you just completely backpedaled.
We backpedaled.
Have we forgotten about that?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
How are we going to remember that?
But we got Mitch Haniger, though. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Got Mitch Haniger, though.
Yeah.
Played half a season, if that. Got flipped. I mean, this is a joke. I'm sorry, Giants fans. I'm sorry. I am sorry that you have to sit here, all the season ticket holders, because you got to spend money on this product. You got to go to the yard to go support this product. You got to support this guy, Farhan Zaidi, who doesn't give anything. Let's be real. Farhan Zaidi doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about the fans. He doesn't care about this community. He doesn't care about this market. Every time I see him at one of these events, he can't wait to leave. He feels so uncomfortable being around us. And you don't think alumni of the Giants look at him like thinking, this guy's running the show? Really? On your spreadsheet? Come on, man.
But here's the thing. Whoever takes over, you could take over right now, right? Just take over right now. I'll trade Matt Chapman to the Yankees. They need a third baseman. They're playing J.D. Davis at third.
I'm not allowing Farhan to do anything else.
I want a new guy.
Yeah,
Literally
no
get signed today. You have 3 days. This is what I do. All right, and then I'm going to staple Devone to Blake Snell.
I'll go sign Jim Bowden right now just to do my dirty work.
That's what I'm saying.
Jim Bowden, you know how they run this.
Oh, yeah.
Just go start trading guys.
Oh, yeah.
Left and right. Just go start. Bring somebody. Bring Bobby Evans back to trade all these guys. I don't care. But Farhan Zaidi has killed the Giants, and he's killed the Giants in this marketplace. Nobody's excited about him. We're more excited to talk Pajimski, Kuminga, and possible trades with the Golden State Warriors. We're more excited to talk training camp and Brendan Ayuk holding in and Trent Williams holding out. The Giants had a chance to stage to themselves this summer. They had a stage with the Warriors not even making the playoffs. They had a stage on the runway to captivate and capture all this new audience and all these new Giants fans. And you know what they did? They distanced themselves even more from the young baseball fan because of the way they run this squad and because of the leader they have on top. It's been 6 years. It's 6 years too long.
Remember when Ryan said that Aaron Rowan ran into a wall and got an extra $15 million?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was right, right? He was right. All right. The Giants won in 2021, and they gave Farhan an extra 3 years.
Extra 3 years.
3 years too many.
Just rip it up. Rip the Band-Aid off. He's got to go.
I'm so upset.
If you know what, I may need to go to another presser and just ask him. I would love to ask Farhan Zaidi, what grade would you give yourself for your tenure with the Giants? What grade would you give yourself? I bet you he says something smart like, oh, well, you know, the jury's still out. Maybe I'll give myself an incomplete. No,
just like that one episode of The Bear.
Yeah, no, I was just like, no, you don't get an incomplete. You get an F. You get an F. That's what you deserve. And that's what you get. An F for fired and an F for failure. You're a failure, Farhan. FFF. Failure, fired, Farhan. Whatever it is. Get the guy out of here. It's wasting our time. We're coming up on Fremont Bank celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
I'm optimistic.
Man, the morning roast is boring, man. I'm literally falling asleep on my chair. Really? I don't believe you. I'll call cap. Anyway, this segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. By the way, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We have a lot going on. Again, Trent Williams, not in camp. Looking for a new deal. Brendan Ayuk, a hold in. Seen standing with John Lynch and having a conversation with John Lynch. Hopefully that gets settled very, very soon. We're going to move on from the Giants because we spent 40 minutes talking about them, probably 40 minutes too long. They don't deserve that runway in this market right now. Not with that guy running the show.
When Nick Ahmed beats you on a home run.
Nick Ahmed beats you on a home run. You just had him. He's been a Dodger for 3 days. And he beat you on a home run to win the series. Did you give off of Tyler Rogers?
He was more productive in 1 day for the Dodgers than he was in 4 months for the Giants.
Yeah, that's what happens. Maybe it's our culture. All of a sudden he puts on Dodger blue and he's hitting them to left field. Wow, look at the power.
One last thing on this. So I got this buddy. He's a Dodger fan. And he's an insufferable Dodger fan. And I'll give him credit. Like, he's a diehard, through and through. Old school. He hit me up yesterday, Davey, and he goes, I want you guys to be good. This rivalry's not fun. That felt like the lowest moment as a Giants fan that I've had in a long, long time. Dodger fans are texting me that they want us to be better because the rivalry is so one-sided. How sad is that?
No, it's very sad.
How sad is that?
I was actually thinking, I was like, man, I haven't gone to Dodger Stadium in a while. And it's like, why would I go down to Dodger Stadium and watch this sorry-ass team go down to Dodger Stadium? But it's true.
Think about where we were a decade ago when that one fan brought the newspaper and sat in the front row with the Dynasty newspaper at Dodger Stadium. And now I'm getting texts a decade later like, hey, man, can you guys clean it up because it's so bad. It's not a rivalry, and it's kind of like it's not fun.
No, that's bad. That's bad. Shameless shout-outs. If you want to shout out Farhan Zaidi at 745, you can do that. 888-957.
I'll shout out Greyhound on his way out the door.
Amtrak.
Shout out Indeed. He'll be on that one.
I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Now, it's funny, right? Because he's going to be free soon. You'll be free from San Francisco, a city you probably don't even like. But number 2, who's really doing the negotiating? Scott Boras is doing negotiating. You're just sitting back chilling. Scott Boras dictated the terms of the deals of the players you signed from his agency. Like Scott Boras sat up there and kept a straight face like, really? This guy's cracking jokes that he got over on me? Well, we're going to lose Blake Snell. He's going to go pitch for a contender. You're going to lose Matt Chapman, who's going to play for a contender. And who's the other guy who was under Scott Boras that he signed?
It was Jorge Soler, right?
Jorge Soler. Well, he got over on that one. Scott Boras is laughing to the bank. Get Farhan out of here. Get Farhan. Let's talk about a real organization.
Oh, and Wilmer went on the IL.
Who?
Wilmer Flores.
Well, oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Poor guy.
So poor guy's not even going to get traded.
I mean, who could have seen that coming?
First base, right? Platooning first base.
I love Wilmer. I like Wilmer. I do. I really like Wilmer. I watched him play third base, and Matt and I, the boss, were texting last year. I'm like, the poor guy doesn't have a position. He can't play the infield. There was a time they were playing him at second base. Anyway, just move on. I'm sorry. Too much time on Wilmer.
Listen, man. Listen, this team's done. All right? This team is done.
Logan Webb hit them with a I just work here line.
Here, before we move on. Do you feel added pressure, Logan?
You should be pressure all the time. If you don't feel like you should be winning, then you shouldn't be playing. So, no.
Sum up the Dodger series.
Not great. Winning here is pretty disappointing. I'm disappointed. I pitched pretty shit. Lost 3 times that I've thrown, and there's no excuse for it other than it's not great.
I appreciate his candor.
Yeah.
Like, there's a guy, we could say about how he's had a rough year, up and down. He cares. And I just don't think there's enough guys that can. Like, he truly cares about being here long term. I don't think Robbie Ray cares about being. And I'm picking him out because he's on a 1 year deal.
They know they're God.
Blake Snell, I don't think he cares. No, I think there's professional pride and they're showing up and they're working hard. I'm not saying they're not working hard, but like, why would you care about being here long term?
No, I wouldn't care. This is not a winning organization. Their philosophy is not about winning. They want to get by on the margins. Try to save a buck here and there and maximize value because of what some spreadsheet said about somebody taking pitches or having a good on-base percentage. Can he play baseball? Can he hit the ball over the fence? Can he field a grounder? Can he throw the first base? Can he catch a fly out? Can he communicate? Can we get a pitcher who can throw more than 5 innings? Can we get guys in the bullpen who don't wear out by June? Who didn't see this coming?
Bonte, they have 8 home runs from the first base position this year.
8.
But they're OPS.
Well, you should see a month and a half ago because I looked at it last night. Now, I'm petty like this, but I didn't use the Twitter fingers.
What's that?
So I was talking about Vlad Jr. about 2 months ago, right? Like, man, I would go after Vlad Jr. And he had all these Giants fans in the comment.
He's probably had 8 home runs in the last month.
Yes, no, he's on fire. He's on fire. But there was dudes in the comments saying Bonte really doesn't watch baseball because he would know that Lamont Wade Jr.'s numbers are better all across the board. And I was like, okay, hold on.
Let's poll baseball GMs not named Farhan who they'd rather have, Vladdy or Lamont Wade.
But this is what some Giants fans have been brainwashed by this Farhan Zaidi era. They've been brainwashed thinking this is the way you go out and play baseball. This is the way you go out and sign free agents. This is the way you go out and do business. No. You know what a real organization does? They do what the Niners and the Warriors do. They try to win, and they don't try to be broke boys. They're not broke boys. They're playing with big money here, and they're going after big money players left and right, trying to win. I don't know what the goal of the Giants is. I don't know what it is.
It's to break even. Remember, that's what the owner told us.
Vlad Jr.
Correct. That's the last point on this.
Lamont Wade Jr. I got people telling me they'd rather have Lamont Wade Jr. than Vlad Guerrero Jr.
This goes back to the Logan Webb conversation.
Crack.
Logan Webb's good, right? Lamont Wade's fine. You watched Will Clark. If you're old enough, you watched Will Clark. You watched JT Snow, okay? And I'll even throw in Brandon Belt in there for the last 35 years at that position. And come on. Lamont's not a first base.
And you're going to argue with me about Lamont Wade Jr. How you rather him?
Walks.
Yeah, because you rather have him than Vlad Jr. Oh, Vlad Jr.'s not. Yeah, okay. Go look at the numbers now. And that's with no protection in Toronto. But you know what? Who am I to say go trade for Vlad Jr.?
Do you trust Greg Johnson to get this right?
No, I don't. I trust Buster Posey. This is why I'm asking for Buster Posey.
Well,
this is why I need Buster Posey to step up. Now this is your baby. You have to run the show. Save us, Buster. I'm begging you. Save us. Save us again.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're our only hope.
Save us. You are our only hope. You are.
Do you even know what I'm saying?
Something about Star Wars. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
You were the chosen one.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, a Star Wars character. Even I know that.
It's Princess Leia at the beginning of A New Hope, which is the first movie that was released, but it's episode 4 because it's a long story. But basically, it's Princess Leia sending a video message through R2-D2, your boy. Oh. Okay? And it says, Luke's playing with the machine, and then he hits the little R2-D2. Yeah, he hits R2-D2, and then this image comes up, and it says, "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope." And he only knows Obi-Wan as Old Ben. And he's like, could he be talking about Old Ben? The man who lives in the cave out in the desert?
What is going on here?
So to your point, I know you want Buster Posey to help. I'm going to be 100%. I want Will Clark to help. I think Will Clark is ready to throw everyone out of the front office all by himself by the forearms.
Whatever. Just move on from this era of baseball. I enjoy talking baseball. I don't enjoy talking about what I'm seeing on a day-to-day basis. And I'm sitting up here, and I was telling the guys during the break roasters, I'm sitting up there on the couch yesterday, and I'm trying my hardest not to fall asleep. It's already bad. We're working in the mornings, right? I'm getting off at 10 o'clock, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to watch this 1 o'clock Giants game. And really, I should have been playing NCAA football. I've wasted 2 days watching Giants baseball, and I've been wasting time not recruiting. I should be recruiting for Florida State right now, not watching Giants losing to the Dodgers in the afternoon. But I'm sitting there watching it because I'm dedicated to the job, dedicated to the craft, and I'm trying not to fall asleep. I'm trying, like, you know when you fall asleep for like 3 minutes and you're like,
Yeah.
it just pop up
Yeah.
and you're like, oh, it's 2-1. Oh, okay,
That
cool. I
was
got the
me
lead.
at 1 a.m. when my wife came home with all her girlfriends. They went out last night, and she woke the baby up, and then I couldn't go back to bed.
Oh, that sucks for you.
Who's the
you're
worst?
struggling.
I don't know, Joe.
I'm having a really rough morning.
Yeah, no, that good luck getting it to the clock. At least I'm not you.
Then she brings a cold bottle back for the baby, hammered. Love you, Michelle. And I'm like, cold bottle for the baby in the middle of the night? No.
No, I mean, seriously, even Sam Lutman, he's speechless about the Giants. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing Drain. I'm actually excited about the Giants. No, I'm not excited about them no more. I
Like
tell
my
you that
baby,
right now.
I'm actually excited about this cold bottle of milk at 3 in the morning,
FYI,
2 in the morning.
I'm not excited about Giants baseball. I'm over Giants baseball. I am happy with Brock Purdy. I am happy with Brock Purdy. Will I be happy when he makes $325 million?
I'm out.
Ask me then. But I'm not happy with Farhan. I'm not happy with the Giants. Larry Bear, save us. Larry Bear, save us. Somebody save us. God forbid. And honestly, I'm sitting here. I don't mean to sound like a broken record.
But Gabe Kapler was the problem.
This damn game is on my screen right now. They played Gabe Kapler. They played Gabe Kapler. They gave Farhan all the credit for 2021. Farhan got all the credit for 2021, which amazes me to this day. Amazes me. He got all the credit, but you don't fire Farhan with Gabe Kapler. You allow Farhan to stick around and hire the manager, that backstabbing president of baseball operations. He stuck the knife so far deep into Kapler's back when he knew what time it was. Let me just go ahead and fire him before the last series of the season. Yeah, I'm going to pin him. Yeah, like, what a joke this guy is.
2021,
this guy's such a joke.
The best, 2021.
How the hell did he get the job?
I don't even know.
How did he get through the interview process, Farhan Zaidi? Because I need to know now.
Because he like, remember with Belichick, if you stood near Belichick in his aura, you got a job. McVay and Shanahan have this quality too. Like, what? You stood next to Shanahan?
Oh, let's hire you right now.
Let's hire him,
At
right?
least those guys are good.
It's like the guys who back up Joe Burrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
So my favorite of this week, watching Giants-Dodgers, they showed a highlight from 2021, okay? It was a wild pitch where the Giants scored a run. Mike Tauchman and Vossler are sliding into their respective bases with Donovan Solano celebrating with a towel in the dugout, high-fiving Gabe Kapler. And who's at the plate? Darren Ruff. If there wasn't a more indicator of 2021 being the greatest fugazi of all time, Mike Tauchman sliding into home with Vossler sliding into third, Donovan Solano waving a towel, Kapler high-fiving him, and Darren Ruff at the plate. Your 2021 Giants.
Let's move on.
Hey, by the way,
let's move on.
A record-breaking 2021 Giants.
Let's move on. Let's move on. The Giants are so bad, even Mark Willard's out on them.
Oh, my God. That would be, wow.
They're so bad, even Mark Willard waved the white flag. That's how you know they're incredible.
Man,
he tweeted the other day, this is painful. I was like, wow.
He said
Mark Willard? It's painful for him. You know it's bad if it's painful for Mark Willard as you're listening to 95.7
that does hit hard.
KGNC FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. 925 Infinity Mobile Text. I bought to you. You don't like talking baseball? We the listeners don't like hearing it either. Get to the Niners. All right, we'll get to the Niners. What do you want to know about the Niners? There's nothing to know now.
Here's what to know. The name Zaidi, and this is from the 925, will be next to Terry Donahue, Mike Nolan, and Jim Tom Sula.
Right there. On the Mount Rushmore of an incompetent decision makers. He's on the Mount Rushmore here in the Bay Area. 510 Zucchi May. Morning, man. You want to know who Chuck Louie is? He's Kamikaze Tanaka from Major League.
Oh, no.
A 215
Hey, man, Tanaka had those marbles.
215 hitter who loved running into walls. He is Tanaka. Well, this is a Major League team. Oh, my God. Kawakami Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Kamikaze Lee. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Joe Lacob. So Steph Curry had his comments. Don't want to be on a body feeding team. That'd be hard to do, right? That's what he told Mark Spears. Be tough to play for a bottom feeder. When Joe Lacob responded to Curry's comments about the future. Here's Joe Lacob with Tim Kawakami.
Certainly from many conversations I've had with Steph, and I'm pretty close to Steph. We talk a lot. We have a great relationship. I think he's very comfortable with the path of the franchise and how hard we do try to put a great, as good a product on the court as we can.
So then Lacob addresses the narrative, which is a narrative on Twitter, which is how you know Lacob's on Twitter, because he told us he was on Twitter. He watches, but he doesn't tweet. Here's Lacob on the narrative of not wasting the end of Steph Curry's career.
It matters to me every bit as much as it matters to our fans for Steph or for Steph. I don't ever want to be not trying or be bad or be laissez-faire about trying to win. I think people, I hope, understand from the time we as a group have bought this team, 14 years going on 15 now, it's hard to believe.
Yep.
We've tried to be competitive, as much as we can.
So the narrative that they're not trying to be competitive, I think, is a lazy one. I think you hear the guy, and look, he may not make the best decisions. He may not make all the right decisions. But one thing I can say about Joe Lacob, and no, I'm not, people are going to say, oh, here comes Homer Bonte, but honestly, the guy wants to win. The guy's obsessed with winning. Now, you don't always get it right, but the guy is obsessed with winning. And I don't think he wants to waste, quote-unquote, waste Steph Curry's career. I think they're trying to get better. They're trying to compete, and he wants that championship. They all want that fifth ring together.
What can be gained from him talking right now, from his perspective?
I don't know what could be gained. Honestly, because the fan base will intensify. It's like, this is BS.
Yeah.
So, people already have their minds made up.
Yes.
Fans could be stubborn.
But plus, I still believe that they're trying to do stuff.
Right.
Like, I don't think it's stagnant. Like, it's not frozen right now as to what they're trying to do. But I'll say this. I do feel like, and addressing the Steph thing, that's going to be a work in progress over the next 6 months, year and a half, however long Steph's still on the team.
Yep.
What I found to be the most interesting, just my personal opinion, was the Klay Thompson aspects of it. And Tim Kawakami asking them very specific questions about the negotiation with Klay Thompson, about Klay Thompson's departure, and just all that. And I just think he's in a really tough spot. You just lost one of your legends, and
he's emotional about it too.
Yeah. And I do believe on some level they tried. And I also believe on some level they realized, like, I think we're all best, too, which you had said for months, like, we're all best kind of walking away from each other.
No doubt. Draymond mentioned it yesterday, and we'll get to Draymond Green.
Wait, he was on a podcast too?
I mean, he hasn't stopped.
How many episodes this summer for Draymond Green?
Well, he's on Club 20 podcast. He's on Melo's podcast. He's on Marshawn Lynch's new podcast.
Okay.
Paul George's
There's
podcast.
so many of them.
His own podcast.
Yeah, podcast-itis, man.
So many of them.
There's no cure for podcast-itis.
Danny Green.
Danny Green has a podcast?
Who is subscribing? Time out. Who is subscribing to the I played on 88 teams Danny Green podcast?
Multi-time champion Danny Green, please. Starter multiple times as well.
Hey, listen. Podcast-itis has no cure. It doesn't.
Podcast.
It has no cure for it.
I gotta look this up. What is the name of his podcast?
Danny Green.
It's the Danny Green podcast.
Why you look up that podcast?
We gotta get a little more original with these podcast names.
As you come up with that podcast, here's Joe Lacob on whether or not
Inside
the
the Green
Warriors
Room.
inside the green. Is it really? Well, that could be a lot of things. That's actually not a bad name. Inside the green room, you could be smoking green, you could be chilling in green, you could be. Oh, wow, that's a great name. Joe Lacob, Tim Kawakami, on whether or not another trade is coming for the Golden State Warriors.
Are there trades that are being discussed all the time? Absolutely. We could make a significant trade for sure, but we might not. There are three ways to get your team better, right? The draft, which probably is the most reliable one in some respects, although highly risky and takes some time. Free agency. The Lakers have used this over the years. Certainly, we've done it occasionally. That's happened now. And the third is trades. Trades is kind of the hardest way to go because there are 29 other teams all trying to do the same thing. They're all trying to get better. And everyone wants to win a trade. I know in business, you hear the term win-win. It's good to make win-win moves in life, in business, trades, business transactions. But you can't make someone do that. So it's one of these things where you have to find the right partner at the right time, and you have to sort of agree that this is going to work for both parties.
Well, if it's going to work for both parties, Kawakami asked Lake about if he's willing to give up several picks of young players to get that superstar.
Reported by various people.
What's a balance?
We were enacting.
We have to balance.
We would do it. We would send all kinds of picks in a particular trade or players if we felt we were getting back something that was really great and that made sense and that was got someone that was the right age and the right cultural fit and and also fit within the construct of the team. It's possible, but I will consider and we will consider anything and have considered all of these options.
So he's considered all these options, considered everything. He's considering everything. And he confirms, I think they were very aggressive trying to get Paul George.
Reported by various people that we were in active discussions for a very big name player. And I think those are accurate and aggressive. It didn't happen. And again, gets back to just what I said a minute ago. You can be as aggressive as all hell, but it sometimes doesn't matter if the other side, for whatever reason, just isn't compelled to do it. Even when you might think it makes sense. I'm trying to be,
Yeah, no, you're not getting in trouble.
I'm trying not to go there with any specifics here. I've said it before. I mean, it's just really hard to do these things. And there are all kinds of reasons that sometimes we don't even understand coming from the other side. When we've been super aggressive and we have not been able to pull it off because the other side had a construct of how they wanted to build and develop their team going forward, which is just, we didn't understand. But it is what it is. It's their right to do that.
So he's talking about the Clippers, right?
Yeah.
And he's basically saying, we didn't understand what they were looking for.
I'm sure Raymond Ritter, man, got a tough job on your hands. Tough job. Lacob's going in. There's so much here. How about this one before we go to the break?
Well, but
shameless shout out to 745. I got one more for you before the break, and I want to get all your thoughts on the other side.
I make a significant trade.
Because I want this one right here. Is he willing to trade Brandon Podziemski? Brandon Podziemski's been in the news a lot. Is he untouchable? Is Kuminga untouchable? Here's what Lacob said when he was asked if he would be willing to trade Brandon Podziemski.
I don't want to give him up, nor JK. We love these guys. And Moses, Trace, these are good young players. Now, everyone can be traded. Anyone and everyone. If it means that we're going to be, better as an organization, we're going to acquire someone that just really makes sense going forward, and we felt the deal was fair and it was something we should do. There probably isn't anyone on this team other than maybe one guy, maybe two, that couldn't be traded. It's possible. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's not. So, but I do not anticipate that these guys are going anywhere. I anticipate that they're going to be with us and help build our organization.
He loves Draymond. I listened to that whole podcast, and he understands who Draymond is, but I also believe that the owner himself loves Draymond Green. I really do.
What about trading anybody? He basically said,
I love how he said that. I'll trade anybody. I'm going to accept one guy, maybe two.
Maybe two.
But isn't that real?
That is real. That is real.
I mean,
so a deal could still be done.
I said that when we were joking around, you, me, Steiny, and Guru. I was like, because you were like, Steph Curry's untradeable. I'm like, okay, Anthony Edwards straight up for Steph Curry. That's presented. You're saying no? Victor Wembanyama straight up for Steph Curry.
I think everybody's doing that.
What?
I think anybody would do that.
You know what I mean? No, I know, but that's the joke. So I think that Lacob's being honest there.
He is being
pretty
honest.
much everybody is available except one guy.
Steph Curry. Let's get into that coming up. Plus, Shameless shout out 745. 745. Line them up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shameless shout outs will explain that on the other side. Brought to you by Safeway.
We could make a significant trade, but we might not.
Head to Safeway this week for this member deal.
It's Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
That's Draymond Green. We'll play some sound from Draymond Green in just a second as you're listening to the roast on a Friday, a non-payday Friday. 888-957-9570 is the number. Line them up for shameless shout-outs. If you want to shout out your summer school, you want to shout out your dog, you want to shout out your family, want to shout out your wife, anniversaries, whatever you want to do. 888-957-9570. Shout out training camp. If you're going to be at training camp today, I would love to hear from Niner fans who are out there watching training camp practices.
Here's an example. And the shout out session is for you. We get all week to talk. It's for you, the people. Yep. I want to give a shout out to young Guido, whose birthday was yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday,
young Guido. Happy birthday, buddy. One of my oldest friends. Our grandfathers grew up together. Our dads grew up together. We grew up together, and our boys are growing up together. I love you, buddy.
Happy birthday, Guido. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Lakeup's saying a lot here. Draymond's saying a lot. How about this with Draymond Green?
They need to do a podcast together.
Yeah, well, Draymond Green on Club 520 podcast with Jeff Teague and his boys. This podcast
what
actually
Club
pretty funny.
520 stand for?
Yeah, I don't know what it stands for, but Draymond Green was on the podcast, and he said this about the organization. This is just wild. And I got some thoughts on this. Just listen to Draymond Green here about the Warriors getting close to making a trade.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
Here it is. Let's play the entire. Here.
Regardless of how uneasy he was last year, regardless of how bothered he was, we built that organization.
That's a fact.
That organization was the laughing stock of the NBA.
That's a fact, bro.
And so in doing what we've done, there's still a care for the organization. Like, we was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now. Yeah. And so what Klay just did, and nobody will give him credit for it, what Klay just did is he just relieved this organization of the financial hardships that the organization was starting to face. Right? Yeah. You're still doing for the organization. Yep. But nobody will say that. Nobody will say him leaving because they'll only make it about, he was unhappy.
Let me talk about the first part. Let me get in on the first part.
Right, go ahead.
So,
go ahead.
We made the organization. The organization was in crazy disarray before the greatest run we've ever seen. And just the way I view things, and people can take different approaches. Yes, the players get a bulk of the credit, but we can't act like proper management doesn't help sustain the situation. I think of places like Oklahoma City where they had dynamic players and they made certain decisions that were financially based, and they kind of sabotaged themselves by moving off of a guy like James Harden.
Shot themselves in the foot.
Prematurely, right? And that's just one example. I think about different teams that can rise up, and because of their owner, you know, we kind of know that they're capped at, and they're not gonna sustain that level. Dre and Steph and Klay and Iggy and what they did was wild. It was crazy. But you have to also give just some semblance of credit for the ownership group to put the infrastructure in place to continue to surround them with great players around them, to financially back them, to keep them all on the same page, to continue to dip into the luxury tax, to be able to finance the stadium that entire time and not see the roster take a hit because of the finances that are tied to the business operation. The players deserve the bulk of the credit. I'm not a very big chunk of the credit. But, like, I just believe like it's both. It's never one or the other. It's never just management and it's never just the players. So I think both sides need to acknowledge the other side helping each other out. They lubricate each other.
I think he has. He's talked about Joe and Bob and Steve, and I won't give Draymond that. He has given them plenty of credit in the past. He's given Joe Lacob credit. He's given Steve credit. He's given Bob Myers credit. He's given this organization a lot of credit. So I will say that for Draymond Green. I don't think he hasn't, but in that specific stance, he goes, look, the players, we helped build this thing. And he's right. The players get the bulk of the credit. Without the players, you're not winning anything. I don't care how good the front office is.
Exactly.
You got to have talent on the court.
Exactly.
So they have given him credit. With that said, I don't know if Clay leaving to go sign with the Dallas Mavericks, if Clay was thinking about, I'm helping out the organization long term by leaving. I don't get that one because I don't think it had anything to do with Clay leaving. Just hearing from Joe Lacob, it just sounds like Clay wanted to leave because he wasn't happy.
Like when you're leaving,
right?
Most people aren't like, let me make sure everything's right with them.
Like Kevin Durant was ticked that the Brooklyn Nets did business with the Golden State Warriors when he left. So you got that aspect of everything. And then you got the aspect of Draymond Green saying that, hey, look, we were about to make a big trade last week. Now, if that was true or not, here's where I take an issue with that part of what he said. So he said they're in line to make a big trade last week, and he told them not to do it because it's going to hurt the organization long term, and it will help me right now, but it's going to help the. So first of all, you can't be speaking on trades when a trade hasn't got done. So now, if you're Mike Dunleavy or Joe Lacob, and you're listening to this and you're saying, "Damn, we're trying to build some leverage here in a trade package." And you already talk about we almost made a big trade. Now, whoever was on the opposite end of that big trade are thinking, they were close to doing that, so let's stand pat. Not only that, with the leverage aspect of everything and why you're speaking on the big trade when it hasn't happened yet. It's like, whoa, that's not your lane. I'm not telling Draymond Green to shut up and dribble, but I'm saying they're trying to conduct business here with a big-time trade, and you're kind of letting it out the bag that, hey, we almost made the trade. So if you almost made the trade, hold on one second, Shasky. So if you almost made the trade, now I go to teammates. I look at Summer League, and I see Looney, and I see Kuminga, and I see Pajemski, and I see all these guys sit next to each other or whatnot. I get it's a business. But how are these teammates supposed to feel when it's like, damn, were we on the way out? And we got Draymond Green not once but twice talking about trades. He talked about the Paul George trade, that they were about to do it, but the Clippers didn't want to do business. And then he said trades. So then if I'm Wiggins, and some people may say, well, forget Wiggins' feelings. We don't care about him. Forget Kuminga. He's a baby. Whatever. I mean, Draymond Green, if you're a teammate of Draymond Green's, how are you sitting there looking at that clip saying, damn, like, he's just openly talking about trades, and I could be on the chopping block. That one I didn't get. That's what I don't like.
No, and you're 100% correct. Have we not watched the Warriors for the last 2 years? Could I make an argument? Individual psyches on this team have had as much of an effect on play as any injury or suspension.
It's been up there.
Okay.
No doubt.
Whether it's Jordan Poole's psyche, and I'm not trying to go like Dr. Phil. I'm not trying to. I'm like, clearly,
his psyche was done.
Clearly, like confidence and your standing within the locker room.
Right.
Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, Kuminga, Pajemski, like all these young impressionable players. If there's one thing that the Warriors of the last 2 years has taught me is that I know you always it's a business and this. Yes, it's a business.
Not just a business. No,
but
there's
it's
feelings
very
involved.
Personal.
No, it is personal.
It's very personal, and these are real human beings who are very young still, and they have, egos, which we all have egos, and when those things are bruised and diminished, it's difficult to walk back into those scenarios, into those rooms, and have the same level of confidence. How can you, in this scenario? Because we're talking about Kuminga and Pajemski. That's what we're talking about.
And a little bit of Moody,
it's
maybe,
one of those two,
maybe Wiggins, maybe Looney, but basically Draymond Green is sitting on the Club 520 podcast, and it almost seems like he, along with Dunleavy and Lacob, is running the show. It's like, multiple trades. And this is the second, and he brought this up on this podcast discussing Paul George. Now, we get it, but as a player, it's like, do you want to be in the mix of that and be in the middle of that saying that, hey, you know what? We're on the cusp of making big triple trades. And I said, man, we can't do that because it's going to cripple our future. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Who's got a voice? Who's got the bigger voice? What's going on here?
Well,
I just that one doesn't sit right with me. And if you're a teammate of his, it's human nature to just be like, dude, I thought I was your dog, your teammate. I thought we were going to go win some basketball games together. And now you're making it seem like, man, you stopped me from getting traded to God knows where.
Well, and it makes it sound like he's got veto power on things. That's what I mean. Like, how else are you supposed to interpret it?
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean,
if you're a player and you believe that, and this is part of the reluctance to team up with LeBron, is that if you go to LeBron's team, like LeBron will be the one shipping you out.
He's running everything,
right?
But he has a way of doing it to where his name's not over it.
Well, I know
he's on it, but he's not openly talking about it.
No,
Draymond Green's openly talking about trades.
Well, and it's LeBron.
Exactly.
Draymond's not LeBron.
No, he's not.
He's a very good player, but he's not LeBron, right? So this thing is, and look, the other part of this that I was thinking about was just in my head, all the young players. He's talking about, like, if he's saying, I vetoed a trade for this team, or were they going to ship Dre out and he vetoed the trade because he wants to stay here?
Well, does he have a no trade clause?
That I don't know. But that's why he bring it up, because now it's all open for interpretation.
Right. So, I mean, he stopped the trade. The trade was probably going to be bad. But here's what he said. He didn't say the trade was going to be bad in the short term. Listen to what Draymond Green had to say with Jeff Teague and company on the Club 520 podcast.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now.
Yeah.
That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
So I want people out there to listen. He said these trades would have helped me right now. They would have helped me right now, meaning they're not bad trades right now. But long term, it would have stripped the Warriors of numerous picks and numerous young players. But he's basically telling us that they were going to make trades, not just one trade, trades, plural, that would have helped him right now.
Well, he's such a team player, he said no because he cares about the organization long term.
It's unbelievable.
I just wouldn't say it out loud.
That's my whole thing.
You can have this power. This is what we're talking about, like
right.
Curry. And I believe Curry has, again, I'm not saying he's making every decision, but he has certain checks and balances.
Yep.
And I don't know to what degree. You can have those, but you don't talk about them so that they can be consumed over all the media,
right.
And then all your teammates are hearing that.
And then how do the fans feel? Because there's a lot of people on the social media saying, send the pics, send the pics, send the pics. The hell with the kids. Send the pics. Send the pics.
Well, now they're just mad at front office.
Are they mad at Draymond or are they mad at the front office? Now everything's on the table. It's like, whoa, we're negotiating in public? That's not how things get done. Let's go to Robin Sambruno.
I don't know why he's talking.
Robin Sambruno, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, baby?
Yo, look, I told y'all a couple of shows ago I called and I said Draymond be brown nosing. Look, man. If my name not Steph Curry, and I'm other players in the locker rooms, man, Draymond an informant. Anything that he says, you says to him, it seems like he go back and kill ownership. He's too close for ownership. At the end of the day, Draymond Green, you're not Steph Curry, you're not LeBron James. You are a glorified role player. That's what you are. Why he's acting like he's the best thing since sliced bread? Like I said, if I'm his teammates, I'm tripping. Because if I'm not Steph Curry, everything's going on Draymond. Like Draymond's word means everything in that organization. That's a problem to me. It was funny to me how they gave him money. This dude gets suspended, beaten up, all type of stuff, sued, fighting people, all type of stuff. You got players in the league that got kicked out the league for minor stuff, but this dude untouchable. So at the end of the day, if I'm his teammate, I can't trust dude. He's an informant. If I say something bad about Jacob, the owner, if we just talking, like say me and you talking, but work together, Monte, and we talking, we just talking nonsense about the leadership. And I go run back and tell him, how you gonna feel about me?
Not good.
You see what I'm saying?
Not good.
So to me, Draymond just admitted that he's getting in the way of people's money. And we all knew about the Kevin Durant situation. We won before you. Like, dude, you in your feelings like a – I'm not going to say – you in your feelings, bro. And at the end of the day, the best thing the Warriors can do, if I'm Steph Curry, I'm getting out of there. Well, if I'm the Warriors, Draymond got to go because to me that's unacceptable. You even said like Shasky said, don't come out and say that. You got diarrhea at the gums right now. You don't know how to keep your tongue apart. So at the end of the day, it's about that time. You got to go. It's becoming crazy right now, and I feel bad for Wiggins and all them dudes who getting a bad rep out here. Look, they got to deal with. Look what they got to deal with.
Yeah, that can be a comfortable feeling. I'm just thinking like.
Well, I'm thinking about you.
Thinking
So,
about
what
it.
about
Yeah,
you?
I'm thinking about it.
You're on a podcast,
Yeah,
okay?
no doubt.
And they're like, Bonte's like, I had personnel decisions on my show, and like that's how Stephen A. did to Max, basically.
Yeah, I know. Which is, I lost a lot of respect for Stephen A. for that.
But basically, he was like, yeah, I got him up out of here. But if like Bonte was like, yeah, I could have worked with other people. But I said, nah, that's not good for me long term. It's good for me in the short term. In the long term, I'd be like, damn, Bonte has control over my employment.
That is.
It would change the work dynamic between you and me.
And now look, Kuminga and Pods and all these guys, they understand it's a business. They understand that. Andrew Wiggins, they understand it's a business. But boy, I feel some type of way. I feel some type of way when one of the players on the team is talking about, we got close to making trades. Trades, plural. And it's just like, wait a minute. If I'm done leaving company, it's like, we don't need that out there. We don't need that out there that we were close to the finish line. The fans are already going nuts. The lunatic fringe is already going nuts. Now all of a sudden we gotta get this gasoline. We gotta get it under control. We gotta get to
we got 10 days until the Lowry marketing thing is either going to be a 6-month wait or not. If it has to wait 6 months, let's say he signs in the next 7 or 8 days with Utah, and then that buys them 6 months of time. How many podcasts is he going to allude to trades that could have, would have, should have happened?
I don't know. Is
this the modern athlete, though? Are we the ones out of touch?
I don't know. I'm going to say this.
It's too much for me.
Before shameless shout out to 10 minutes. We'll get to Paula Washington in just a second.
Like, is Aaron Judge going to come out? I wanted to get Blake Snell, but I knew that Stanton was going to be gone, so I was like, no, because I want to be friends with him forever. Like, it's insane. Just pick any other team.
Here we go. Draymond Green. It's okay for listen, and I see people here on YouTube.
What are they saying?
Joe Lacob talked about trades. Well, he's the owner of the damn basketball team.
I mean,
and
he was asked directly.
And he was asked directly, and even then, I'm a little weary of, hey, openly talk about trades. Hey, we were about to do this, we're about to do that. But he's the owner of the team. He can do whatever the hell he wants.
We could make a significant trade, but we might not.
That's. I mean,
we can make moves in the morning, or we might not.
So I can't say nothing about that. I'm not a big fan of it. Just I would like to do the business outside of the public eye to make some moves happen. Now we're all up in the business. We're like the LA Lakers almost, where it's like the Lakers are in on this person, the Lakers on this, and we're negotiating in public because the fans are all involved in it. And it's like, wait a minute, we're not going to get a deal done like this.
You know what it is? It's the podcast version of Warriors Hard Knocks. I mean, we're basically getting the behind the scenes of Warriors Hard Knocks through Draymond Green's podcast.
I mean, are we tripping? Or are we not tripping? I don't know, man. Here's Draymond Green saying the Warriors are still cared for and they care about the Warriors long term.
Regardless of how uneasy he was last year, regardless of how bothered he was, we built that organization.
That's a fact.
That organization was the laughing stock of the NBA.
That's a fact, bro.
And so in doing what we've done, there's still a care for the organization. Like, we was just about to make some trades last week. And I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple of years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now.
Yeah.
That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
Yeah.
And so what Klay just did, and nobody will give him credit for it, what Klay just did is he just relieved this organization of the financial hardships that the organization was starting to face. Right? You still doing for the organization.
Yep.
But nobody will say that. Nobody will say him leaving because they'll only make it about, he was unhappy.
The Klay stuff, I just don't buy it. I just don't buy that Klay was, at the end of the day, was like, you know what? I leave. I'm going to help you guys relieve some hardship. But Klay wasn't thinking about that. He's thinking about his basketball career and thinking about being happy and finding peace. I don't think Steve Kerr's talked about it. Steph Curry's talked about it. Klay was a little miserable the last 2 years. Not a little, a lot. and he moved on. I don't think Clay's mindset was like, you know what, I'll move on to, and I'll help you guys, with your financial. I don't think that had anything to do with anything.
I just don't. I mean, this is just a feeling. I just don't think that Clay would want Draymond speaking on his behalf.
Well, he already got upset about Draymond speaking about his contract before when Draymond said, well, Laker gave him a super max deal when he tore his ACL. Remember, they all reported Clay wasn't happy about that. So now we're like, it's too much. It's a little too much. A little too much.
I thought yesterday me saying that I was just exhausted with, and not saying that Trent Williams doesn't deserve the money, but I'm just exhausted with everybody opting out. Podcast-itis, since you brought this up 3 or 4 months ago, it's out of control.
There's no cure for it.
And it's the NBA more than any other sport, right?
There's no cure for it, man.
Is it the worst? Is it the worst plague in the NBA?
Oh, yeah, probably.
It's affecting 6'6" to 7'2" guys.
Paul George just talked about, the Clippers, man, felt like we were the B team in L.A. People say, oh, man, you should have played for the... So now he's just, like, ripping the Clippers. And I'm like, Paul, come on, man. They try to give you a max deal. Like, what are you doing?
Doesn't Steph have a podcast too now? He just started recently?
Yes.
Oh, with his father.
I'll raise my hand. I will not be listening to it. I love Steph, but come on.
Let's go to Paul in Washington. Paul, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, Joe, Bonte?
Hey.
Why is it so hard for us to believe that Clay would really, want to help the organization? Draymond would really want to help the organization? Like he said, they built this thing, him, Steph, and Clay. And, Clay did go on, and he's going to do good. He'll probably do good over in Dallas for his career. He might have a better chance at winning a ring. We don't know that either, but why is it so hard for us to believe, Bonte, that they really do love Golden State?
No, I'm sure they do love Golden State. But do you think that Klay Thompson, when he signed his 3-year, $50 million deal with the Dallas Mavericks and was unfollowing the Warriors on social media and talking about, hey, I need to change the scenery, I need to be at peace, I was miserable up there, do you really think in the back of Klay's mind he was thinking, oh, you know what, I can help them out financially too. By me leaving, it'll help out their books. This is home for him. Why would he want to leave home? And then all of a sudden he's going to leave home? And all of a sudden, he's worried about the hardships and the financials of the Golden State Warriors when he didn't get his bag? That's the reason why he's leaving, because he wasn't happy financially with the offer they gave him.
And he wasn't happy getting benched at the end of certain games.
I don't know. I just, I have a feeling the truth will come out. And, they did build this thing, and deep down, they want to help Golden State.
Thanks,
doubt. Guys.
No doubt, Paul. I hear you. I just, part of it is just, I get the trades are out there publicly with all the reporters. But when players start speaking about the trades and who's going to get traded and this guy's going to get traded, we're going to keep this guy. It's a little much for me. That's a little much for me.
How involved do you guys really think Draymond is when it comes to talking to Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob about this stuff? Because remember a couple of years ago, he was like, he was at the NBA draft at draft night. With
he's been at drafts before. Yeah. Jacob
Evans. Them.
Jacob Evans. When he drafted Jacob Evans, I'll never forget he was like, yeah, I like this pick. Get this Jacob Evans kid
and
out of Cincinnati. So he's been involved. So your question, how involved? Sounds like he's very involved. If he knew there was going to be multiple trades going down last week, and he's on a podcast a week later telling Jeff Teague out of all people.
Well, you know what they should do to get their bang for the buck with the Pete Rose doc coming out? Just forget coach. Just Draymond GM player. First ever in the history of the game.
So to answer your question, it sounds like he's involved a lot. He's very involved in the organization.
Is that good or bad?
I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's a good thing.
I think it's really difficult to be a teammate. So, like, when you listen to, again, I don't pretend to know all the inner workings of professional sports, but a lot of people have said, hey, there's upper management and then there's us down here on the field, on the court, in the actual games. And there's like a, us versus them kind of thing. Like, we need to pull for each other to prove to them that they need to make a move to help us down here in the trenches, right, if you will. And so if there is somebody who is got more influence upstairs, then I just think guys are a little more, they're just a little more worried about how that's going to get back up to the people up top.
Yeah, This is wild to me. Shameless shout-outs in 2 minutes. Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570. Want to hear from you. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. Line them up, 888-957-9570. Joe Lacob, speaking of Klay Thompson, Kawakami asked Joe Lacob to take him through the Klay Thompson negotiations. Here's what Lacob had to say about that.
We made an offer to him in the fall, substantially higher than what he ultimately did wind up signing for. So I thought it was very fair, if not more than fair at the time. We're trying to anticipate what the market is for him. We're trying to be really fair to him and recognize him for who he is. And so we did that. And, that was not acceptable to them. That's their choice. At that point, we're sort of have to go to free agency, we told them, get closer to that day and see how the team forming, see how we do this year and see how the team forming process was going. And we were doing that. But, to be frank and honest, Klay made the decision prior to the beginning of free agency that he informed us of it, that his intention was to not come back.
So that was Joe Lacob on the negotiations there, and then why he thinks Klay left.
He felt he needed, for a variety of reasons, to have a fresh start. He put a lot of pressure on himself to be the player he always, was in the past, and perhaps he didn't feel like he was living up to that, or he felt the pressure of the situation. I don't know. I just don't know. You'd have to ask him. But he made the decision he wanted to move on, which surprised us a little bit, to be frank. But I'm a believer that these guys earn their stripes. They earn the ability to be free agents if they want. They put in the time. It's their life. What makes them happy. I would love if Klay had been a Warrior for life. And under a fair and equitable basis, we wanted to try to achieve that very badly. We did achieve it with Draymond, a different situation. Steph's under contract, so we felt we were on path to do that. It just didn't work out, and there's no sense rehashing who offered what, when, and all that. We all know the basics of the situation, and I think he's happy for now with his choice, and we had to move on and accept that.
Respectfully, I will disagree with Mr. Lacob in the sense that knowing how emotional Klay is, they're with him every day. We're not. Yeah. They're with him every day. He had to understand the cause and effect of making a player of his status and his influence on the legacy of the team wait his turn.
Yeah.
I understand both sides of it.
Yeah.
But he also had, I think it's naive to think that we were surprised he, wanted to go in a different route. I don't buy that.
Yeah. By the way, that is on the Tim Kawakami podcast. Tim Kawakami
released this morning.
Released this morning. Listen to wherever you listen to your podcast. That's Tim Kawakami.
On our Odyssey network.
On the out there this fall was on the table this summer. We'll get to family shout outs in just a second.
As free agency was beginning, was that offer on the table?
The offer from last fall you're referring to?
Yeah.
No, that's clear. That was an offer in the fall, and we were in the process of developing an offer. But we really couldn't do that. He knew that without sort of seeing how a lot of different things were happening. We had a lot of things going on, Chris Paul contract. We didn't know what was going to happen with all those things. So I think it's common sense for anybody to understand that you're juggling a lot of balls and they all have to make sense. But he made the choice a little early. He made it for us, right? He made it for us. And it's not what we wanted, but it happened.
So the offer wasn't on the table this summer. They fell back and said, look, we got to wait on some things and we got to do some other stuff here. And Klay obviously wasn't happy about that. So more Joe Lacob on with TK. He talked to Tim Kawakami, mentioned he responded to what Steph had to say and saying that, hey, we're never trying to be bottom feeders. He talked about trades, Pajimski. Everybody's on the table except for one, maybe two players. Then they had Draymond Green saying that they were going to do deals last week, but it would have hurt the Warriors long term, even though it would help himself in the short term. There's a lot going on here with the Golden State Warriors. A lot going on here before we even play a second of basketball here. All right, let's get to shameless shout-outs. Shameless shout-outs here on the Morning Roast.
crack, crack.
All right, I'll shout out Ryan Macchiana and the San Jose Earthquakes. Got a League Cup game this Saturday at Levi's between the Quakes and Chivas, and it has broken the tournament record for ticket sales with over 42,000 sold. They opened the third deck of Levi's and are on track to approach 50,000 for Saturday. League Cup, of course, is the annual tournament between MLS and Liga MX teams, and it's going to be massive. So shout out to Ryan Macchiana and the Earthquakes for doing that. Over 42,000 are going to open up the third deck at Levi Stadium between the Quakes and Chivas.
So I gave a birthday shout out earlier to young Guido. Happy birthday, young Guido. But a bigger one goes out to my grandfather, the original, Joe Shasky Sr. Grandpa turns 89. Early next week, we have a big party for him on Saturday. Love you, Grandpa. Can't wait to party with you, buddy. Keep pounding the pavement.
I heard Grandpa loves a little green door. Rumor has it, the green door.
Why are you putting an old man's business
He's a fan of the green room with Danny Green is what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why are you putting this business out there?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. Oh,
He's 89 years old. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. This is going to get back to me.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going.
Jesus.
Just keep going. I'm not going to tell you how I found out.
Shout out young Benjamin Spadoni. Did a little mini graduation yesterday from preschool. So he's going to kindergarten this fall. Technically, it's TK, which is the one before kindergarten. That's a new thing in California. I don't know.
Show.
Yeah, not the TK show. That's a 5, actually. That's pretty good. Yeah, Benny's going to be on the next pod with Tim Kawakami talking about his swing. So yeah, shout out Benny. He's doing a great job. And I'm going to be a little emotional a couple weeks at drop off. I'll probably miss that day. I think it's on a Monday morning. So
yeah, no.
It's going to be hard.
Take the day off.
Going to elementary school. Well, I'm going to because I get in here at 4 a.m, so that's not going to work. So.
Nahegan, give Spadoni the day off. It should be mandatory for all parents to drop their kids off on the first day of school.
It's going to be very emotional, yeah.
It does get emotional.
Thankfully, it's literally 2 blocks down the street, so that'll be nice.
That will be nice.
The only thing I'm thinking about is how much money I'm going to save from babysitting once he starts going to school.
Oh, it's great. That's exactly what I'm thinking right now. Then Nora's right after it. Oh, it's going to be tremendous.
I want to create a racket of babysitting throughout the country, just little pockets of little babysitting stations.
Shout out to all the babysitters and shameless shout out because it's literally
an investment.
Finding someone that you trust to watch your children. Oh, it's the best thing ever.
Shout out Oya coming over to take care of baby Chaz tonight. Take care, Oya. You're a lifesaver. Let's go, love it.
You know, guys, so expensive.
The Olympics are starting up today, so shout out to all the Olympians, Team USA. Shout out to all the Olympians from all the other countries, too. I'm a big Olympics guy. I like to see all these sports that you don't usually get to see every day, and I do mean that. I do love these kind of under-the-radar sports we see here in the Olympics. So shout out to all the Olympians, man. I'm very excited for some Olympic action.
Except for the head coach of the Canadian women's soccer team who was caught cheating recently. You guys see this?
Shout out to the drones.
The drones.
Yeah.
They're done. Excommunicado. They're kicked out.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
We don't want to be ya. The C in Canada stands for cheating.
Wow. Oh, Canada now has a meaning, huh?
Oh, cheating, actually.
Oh, Canada. Oh, cheating. Oh, Canada. Oh, cheating.
The one country you thought was the nicest.
I will shout out Draymond Green, Joe Lacob, because you know what? Their podcast has saved us from talking Giants baseball. Their content has helped get us through these slow summer months. Brendan Ayuk on the pivot, Shanahan with Tim Kawakami. By the way, Tim Kawakami, the real king of the Bay, he gets the real interviews. And then he gets interviewed on both stations. Listen, they have helped us with the content and not having to talk Giants baseball, so I'm going to shout them out. They've saved us, Shasky. You imagine talking every day for 4 hours about that damn baseball team at 3rd and King that is 6 games under 500 and can't beat the Rockies in the series and look lifeless against the Dodgers, their most hated rival. Thank the heavens for Draymond Green on these podcasts. Thank the heavens for Joe Lacob on these podcasts. Thank the heavens for the Niners and their content. Oh, they have helped save summer. They helped save summer. Someone shot those guys out, Shasky. Got any more?
Yeah, it looks like Zucci Man wants us to shout out the A's. So shout out the A's and the mysterious injury from Mason Miller.
Oh, it's not mysterious. We know what happened. He was pissed off that they told him they had to work out right after one of his saves this past week, and he broke his left pinky. But it's not his non-throwing hand, so should be fine. But does that, spoil the injury report? Sammy, does it?
Oh, we'll find out in about a minute or two.
Should we just go to it now?
Shout out, wait, really quick. Shout out to Kagas Randy on YouTube. He wants to shout out all the barbers in the Bay. Got to shout your barbers, man. I mean, I don't shout out my barber because I don't go to one, but other people who do go to barbers.
Shout out Pat. Shout out Pat. Shout out Dapper Don. Shout out Brian Hill, District Barbershop. Shout out Cheese, the Giants. Yeah.
You got a shout out for us?
Cream. I always call him Cheese.
Yeah, Chris. Loveman, you do have the hair of someone who could be an extra in Game of Thrones or in Vikings Valhalla, which I finished last night.
If he was Tormund Giantsbane's son, I would believe it.
100%.
All right, let's go to Gene in Oakland. We got one shout out
Uncle
here.
Gene.
Uncle Gene. What's up, Uncle Gene?
Hey, hey guys. I want to shout out Auntie Jan, who tried out for the Hardwood Classics. After 6 grueling hours, she just missed. Didn't quite make it. But, give her credit. She would have been the oldest member of the group. Didn't quite get there, but...
You know what, Uncle Gene?
Anyway.
You should have told me, and I could have maybe threw in a little word for Auntie Jan. I could have cooked the books for you.
You could have nixed the deal?
Yeah, I could have done some things. Like I had some veto power over there.
In the short term, but in the long term, it would have solidified my relationship with Uncle Gene.
Man, it probably would have hurt me in the long term, but you know what? In the short term, we would have got Auntie Jan out there on the floor.
I should have gotten Dre in on it, right? Maybe he could have pulled some strings.
Yeah, I could have pulled some strings.
What do you think of him talking like that?
I'm a little. I was a little in shock.
Time for the injury report.
Really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California. Ow!
Positive P-Town. Shout out to Frank Gore just cuz. I ain't mad at that. Shout out to everybody who's doing the podcast just cuz. Shout out to the Dirty Diamonds 12U softball team playing the Nationals next week in Palmdale.
Nice.
The home of Paul George. How about that?
And Afro Man.
And Afro Man. The A's announced Mason Miller. It's on the IL. Fracture in his pinky. Non-throwing hand. Again, struck a table with his hand, followed A's 4-0 win over the Astros. No word was given on how long Miller could be out of action for. That's your injury report. Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. We got Dave Fleming coming up at 8:30. Dave Fleming to talk about the Giants. And, we're going to keep it real with Dave Fleming.
That's BS, man.
This is disappointing. I'm sure he's disappointed. That was as lifeless as I've seen the Giants in many years. And Barrett, look at that at bat. They got Patrick Bailey just swinging at a screwball, just flailing at it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Get these guys off my screen right now. Get them off my screen. Please turn the channel. I'm tired of watching this. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my God. Get them off the screen, please. Get them out of here. Done with them. More coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Darn it. That's what Giants fans are feeling this morning after going 1-6 in LA. 4-9 versus the Dodgers this year. Oh, baby. I am rooting against the Giants, but there's more to get into on this Warriors conversation because Joe Lacob talked with Tim Kawakami on a podcast that got released this morning. And, overall, Bonte, on some level, I understand the fans really want to hear from all these guys. We can't get enough. That's why we have Sports Talk Radio 24/7, 8 billion podcasts, YouTube channels. The thirst for more knowledge about sports is it's inquenchable. And so I understand people want to hear from, but there is a law of depreciating returns. And I always just wonder, what is the right balance of how much to talk, right? For an owner, a player, whomever it is. And there's just been so much this offseason with the Warriors, Clay and that whole thing. And in him speaking at a podium, which felt appropriate because he had just signed with a new team and it was the opening introductory press conference.
Yep.
We've heard from Lacob multiple times this offseason. We've heard from Draymond Green a lot. We've heard a little from Steph Curry here and there. I mean, sitting down with Mark Spears and kind of expressing his concerns. There's just been a lot of talk with the Warriors right now.
There's been a lot. Let me address this comment real quick. Let me address this idiot. I don't know why I'm doing it, but I'm going to do it anyway. You know me. Send me mobile text line 510. We don't talk a lot of A's. We get it. And 510. Y'all are part of the reason why the A's are leaving. You failed them as a Bay Area sports media. I love blame the media guy.
The owner is the reason they are leaving. He is the reason we don't talk about them.
Just like when idiots text like that. You're the blame the media. Okay. It's just dumb. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If we're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. I love blame the media, guys. They blame the media. Blame the media for betting now you not want to be here. Blame the media for this and blame the media for that. Blame this and blame that. Yeah, we have so much power with these organizations that we have a part in them leaving. Stop, man. Their ratings suck. That's why they're leaving. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Dave Fleming joined us at 8:30 to talk about the Sad Sack Giants. What a depressing start Dave had to the post-All-Star break. But rolling on Joe Lacob, and he said a lot about Clay, and obviously Clay's gone, and it's hit a lot of people. It hasn't hit a lot of people. But he responded to Steph Curry's comments about the future. And just about trades. This is interesting to me. He was asked if their window is closing. Hear what Lacob's had to say about that.
I do view that our window is a little longer than people think, though, if there's such thing as a window. But with respect to Steph, let's just say, if that's what we're talking about, I think the window's probably longer than some people, give it credit for. He's in remarkable shape. I do not see some big slowdown from Steph here. In fact, I would argue he's one of the best players on the Olympic team. I don't see it closing any time that soon. We all have to understand that Father Time is undefeated, and eventually that'll be the case. But we don't look at it honestly like it's a window this year. It has to be this year. Like, what can we do all in? We're always trying to make our team as absolutely good as it can be because we're trying to win championships. We won in 22 and they said we couldn't. I think we can win this next year. I think it's possible. So, whether it's like as our team as it sits today, or maybe as the year starts and we decide we need to add a little more and the opportunity comes across to do that, we will. But I think we're always trying to make the team as good as possible. And I don't think it's a 6-month window. I think the window's bigger than that.
So he believes the window. 888-957-9570. I mean, are you with Joe Lacob there? Is this window wide open?
So if we were to say the smallest window would be like the one in your car, on the back seat if you have a 4-door, there's that little tiny window that doesn't roll up and doesn't roll down.
Yeah.
It's probably like a foot and a half. It's like the most inconvenient one that if they break into your car, it just sucks to get replaced. And then like the biggest window you could have would be like a panoramic all the way around, penthouse type of a window. It's definitely not that one. That feels like that one is set up there for like Victor Wembanyama, right? Or Anthony Edwards, right?
Possibly.
Okay. And then the tiny,
I like the confidence, though.
The tiny small window would be like Kawhi Leonard staying healthy, right? No, I'm not trying to be mean, but like, you know what I mean? Like, no one thinks that James Harden and Kawhi Leonard are going to win it all, right? Like, so he's somewhere in the middle. Steph Curry is still the best player, or one of the best players on the Olympic team. Can't argue that. But you need more than one guy to win a championship.
No doubt.
And the hard part now is we spent a lot of the last 2 years breaking down their finances, and it's part like why they alienated Clay is because of the difficulty in setting their finances up. It's in part. It's not
they
the
did
main
offer
reason.
him something, and Clay did say no. We have to give him credit
No
for
doubt,
that. They
but
had
I'm
the
just
offer
saying,
on the
like,
table,
it was
and he said no.
It was trickier than just, we can offer you X.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I think they're in a really tough spot. Do I think that anybody can win it in the West? Yeah, there's a lot of teams that can come out of the West and win. And with this new conference realignment thing, like, I do think if that goes into a play this year, which I don't know.
I don't know if it's going to come into play, but I always thought they should have forget the East-West, just have one conference, have one table.
It sounds like they're going in that direction. And they've gotten the in-season tournament sponsored.
Right.
Not sure if you saw that.
I can't. I had to go back to the Draymond cut in just a second. Because you're dealing with Danny Ainge here if you are going after Lowry marketing. And how does that help your leverage or your package when Draymond said we almost had trades going on? Trades. Like, the deal's not done yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're negotiating in real time, and we're saying we almost had a deal done last week.
And I wonder how many deals get paused on the burner, and you take it off you put it onto another burner that's not on, and then you put it back on and you reheat it.
Right.
I bet that happens a lot in sports.
Yeah, no doubt. It
right?
does. It does. They come back to the table.
Yeah.
You take a break, then you come back to the table.
Brian Burns.
Right,
The deal
Brian Burns.
in the New York Giants Hard Knocks. Like, clearly they had been sniffing around Brian Burns for, 6 months? A year?
Yep.
Before that deal was consummated.
Lake Up on naysayers saying that they're going to be bad next season.
I read some of these people online saying we're going to win 30 games or something. I'm sorry, I don't see that. I don't know what these people are looking at. We won 46 last year. We should have been 50 if it wasn't for some hopefully something never happens again. And I think we just added to the team, made it better, and in fact, it's a little younger. So the version with Clay is not there today. It's a slightly different version. And that's always going to be the case because nothing ever stays exactly the same.
Well, on the additions, what about his additions? He likes the additions there.
I don't think we've ever, since I've been here, added 3 veterans, substantially positive impact veteran players to the roster all at once like that. And I think we got, pretty good value in those transactions, those pickups. So they're guys that are going to play. They are rotation players, no question about it. All at various times in their careers have been starters, and even recently. So we think those 3 guys, along adding to the roster, yes, Clay is gone. That's a negative. Chris also leaving, a negative. But I think when you take everything into account, though, adding those 3 guys makes us better.
More on that.
I mean, ideally speaking, longer and more athletic, certainly something all teams strive to do, and we particularly probably needed to do that. We certainly got younger, with Chris and Clay leaving, and the 3 guys we added are all younger, but not too young.
Yeah.
These are veterans, and I think they're win now kind of guys. And, we certainly got Kyle as a very long player. Melton, I think you could also say for a guard, very long and athletic. And we'll certainly add for the defensive. But, on the defensive side, 2 of those 3 guys are really big positive adds on the defensive side. We needed to get better defensively, I think we felt.
Are the 3 guys they picked up this year, I mean, it can't be more impactful than like Mo Spates and Sean Livingston. Was Barbosa that same year?
Barbosa was that same year, I felt like. He was that same year.
Or am I
No, Barbosa was there. Barbosa. Livingston came, what was his first year, 2014, 15?
2015. And I think
Mo Spates may have been there the year before with Mark Jackson. He may have been. Could be a little
just
twisted
because
there.
Livingston's kind of like one of those free agent signings that we look back on like, wow.
Great signing.
Just unbelievable value.
And you knew it was going to be a good fit. Jerry West said it himself. He was like, look, Sean Livingston's going to fit well. He was the first to that trough. So we'll see about that. We'll see, because I still got reservations about Buddy Hield. I want to see it with Buddy Hield. I want to see it with
the owner
Kyle
likes
Anderson.
him.
The owner likes him. The owner likes his team. Listen. Listen to what he said.
I read some of these people online saying we're going to win 30 games or something. I'm sorry, I don't see that. I don't know what these people are looking at. We won 46 last year. We should have been 50 if it wasn't for some hopefully something never happens again. And I think we just added to the team, made it better, and in fact, it's a little younger. So the version with Clay is not there today. It's a slightly different version. And that's always going to be the case because nothing ever stays exactly the same.
So he's reading online. He sees the naysayers. I haven't given a win prediction yet. I don't even know. I just want to see what the team looks like. Can they be better than last season? We shall see. They did win 46 games. Now, offensively, is there going to be a drop-off? We shall see. I expect the youngsters to get better and help alleviate some of that offensive firepower they lost with Klay Thompson. I expect Andrew Wiggins to be better. I think Kuminga's going to take a leap. I think Pods will get better. TJD will get better. I think Looney will be better this time around. But we have to see it, right? We have to see it.
Well, and going back to all of the trade rumors and whatnot, if they're not good, there's just going to be a lot of heat on them. I mean, there's going to be a lot of heat on the youngsters anyway.
They're already here. Like,
yeah, but it's just like, we could have done this. I mean, we could have done that. You know how people are.
You're Brandon Pajewski, right? And
so unfair.
You just got through your first season. You made the all-rookie team. You come in, you play 3 games in Summer League, and you hear that, hey, you're close to untouchable. Then you hear that, boy, the Jazz want you. Boy, you hear that, hey, you may be tradable. Kuminga has heard it for the last 2 years. Moody has heard it for the last 2 years. And so then you get Draymond Green on the Club 520 podcast, and he says this.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
What do you think that trade was that he was talking about?
He's talking about trades. Could have been, I don't know, Zach LaVine, Brandon Ingram, Lowry Marketed. I don't know. No, I want to know. You just kind of opened up Pandora's box. Who was going? Who was coming? You already mentioned a month ago about Paul George. That, yeah, they were in on Paul George, but the Clippers didn't want to play ball. Well, Draymond said that. The owner also said that. And everybody reported the damn thing. But some of the reports are conflicting because we don't know if Kuminga was part of the deal or not. One person says he's not part of the deal. The other person says he is part of the deal. Shasky, I don't know what the hell's going on behind the scenes. There's a lot of talking going on.
Has this been a great offseason?
It's been a weird one. It's been an awkward one.
What's been the weirder offseason, the Warriors or the Niners?
Wow. It's a great question.
Because the Niners feels a little off. Just because everybody wants money.
Are we competing for headlines and newspaper clippings, or are we competing to win championships?
Are you asking me to choose between the two, or are you asking out loud?
It's too much for me.
I'm just kind of asking out loud. It's kind of just, I just don't know. We're just talking. Wait, the Warriors didn't make the playoffs last year. We didn't make the playoffs last year. We didn't have playoff basketball.
Is this just the consequence of having a dynasty where the end is just kind of weird and ugly?
Maybe.
Is that the penance you pay? Like
Clay's gone. Clay's gone.
I mean, the last years of the 49ers, when they had all that dead cap money,
right?
And the way Steve Young, you thought it would keep going for at least longer than it did, and Steve Young gets knocked out the way he did, and then you found Garcia, but then that wasn't really sustainable. And then they clipped all those guys, and you're just horrible.
Well, this is what I don't
get. For close to a decade.
Yeah, no, they were horrible. And you hope that, I don't think that's going to happen with the Warriors.
No, but I'm just saying, there was
there was a lull.
There was almost like you're paying back in that way, it was the football gods, but you're paying back the basketball gods for all the luck you got. I know that sounds weird.
This is what's crazy to me. Like Morelli, right? We love Morelli on YouTube. Morelli says, so everybody out there listening, Morelli's a roaster. He listens every day. But he says Draymond Green doesn't want to trade J.K., Pods, and Moody, but still some people slander Dre for nothing. Well, he did mention the Paul George trade. And he said, yeah, the Clippers didn't want to tangle with us, but we're in on Paul George. Don't you think, Morale, that either Pods, Moody, or JK was going to be traded in that one? So, I mean, weren't they going to be part of that deal? It certainly sounds like one of those three were going to be part of that deal.
You imagine all offseason, you have been, every day there's a new article about you getting traded, and then you got to show up first day of training camp.
First day of training camp.
Let's take pictures.
Let's take pictures. What's up, baby?
I'm going to do a commercial with Bonte Hill.
Come on, man. Like Morale, you got to be smarter than that.
Where
they were going to be part. Like, you don't think that Pods, JK, and Moody were going to be part of that deal? Like, come on, man. Wisen up. Now, Draymond mentioned this, too, about his playing career. This one kind of slipped under the cracks.
What's that?
And so I kind of look at it that way. Like, I'd be excited as hell to see everybody doing their thing. I think it's dope. But at the same time, I get a little worried that people trying to do too much too soon. Like, I'm on the wrong side of my downslide.
Yeah.
Like, I'm headed into year 13. I probably got 2 more. It's important to start building for the next thing.
For sure.
But for some of these guys, they be in year 3 still trying to figure it out with the podcast. Like, I love that you're doing it. I love that you found something that you want to do. But you in year 3 and ain't done. Nobody really want to hear from you.
So he was talking about his own career and then destroyed somebody who has a podcast in year 3. Who is he talking about?
And so I kind of look at it that way. Like, I'd be excited as hell to see everybody doing their thing. I think it's dope. But at the same time, I get a little worried that people trying to do too much too soon. Like, I'm on the wrong side of my downslide.
Yeah.
Like, I'm headed into year 13. I probably got 2 more. It's important to start building for the next thing.
For sure.
But for some of these guys, they be in year 3 still trying to figure it out with the podcast. Like, I love that you're doing it. I love that you found something that you want to do. But you in year 3 and ain't done. Nobody really want to hear from you.
He is. I mean, he's just a gift. So he's got a 3-year deal left because he's got 2 plus a player option. And I love it. He's like, I got 2 years left, but you know he's picking up that player option.
The player option was picked up yesterday, man. We just don't know about
I'll pick it up for him.
$27 million, man.
I'm on the downside. You know what? I respect the
Is he talking about Jalen Brunson and them? Is he talking about Josh Hart and them?
I don't know.
Is podcast wars now?
Is that what we're doing? We're beefing?
I don't know.
We took it straight from the music game and we brought it into the podcast.
I don't know where he was going there.
Who is in their 3rd year and has a podcast?
I don't even know, man.
Did JK just launch a podcast?
Dude, it's just too much, man. It's just, I can't get over somebody texting us a few weeks ago saying, Bonte, anybody can do sports talk radio. Yeah, you're right. Anybody can do sports talk radio. I hear it at the other station. They have anybody doing sports talk radio. Doesn't mean they're good. Doesn't mean they're good. Hey, just put you in front of the microphone. This guy's good. He can talk for 4 hours. Like, stop, man. What are we doing here? This is why I may be out the game. I may be out the game soon. I may only have 2 years left in this stuff.
I don't believe you.
Come on, man. It's too much. That's what I'm spending my Friday talking about. All right, time for caller of the week. This week's caller's Philbo Mike, who has a new nickname for Kyle Shanahan. We got Philbo Mike on the line.
Oh, let's go to Philbo Mike.
Let's get Philbo Mike. My bad. Philbo Mike, man. What's up, Philbo?
Only reason I give him the benefit of the doubt, he an OG, and he done seen a lot of good football, and he was raised on them Niners and them Denver Broncos team. So that's why I give him the benefit of the doubt, to keep it real. He know about real history, and he know what a championship would mean to the San Francisco 49ers organization. With that being said, he got a new name. Not Cal Shanahan. It's Cal shoulda, coulda, woulda had a Super Bowl win. What's going on? Get it together, Cal. I love you. Get it together.
Philmo, give me the name one more time.
It's Cal coulda, woulda, shoulda had a Super Bowl win.
Twist the knife a little more.
Joe Lacob, folks. Podcast release, Tim Kawakami. We'll be playing it all day.
More interesting sound from this week, Kyle Shanahan or Joe Lacob?
TK, So Kyle Matson, our old friend Kyle Matson, ESPN 1320, quote tweeting Tim Kawakami as he tweeted out the link. And Kyle Matson has a picture of Wilt Chamberlain, TK this week. 53 points, 32 rebounds, 14 assists, 24 block shots, 11 steals. TK's on the heater. TK's on the heater. TK is on the heater, baby. Woo!
Who's better at decision-making than player personnel right now, Kyle Shanahan or Draymond Green? One Knicks Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback of all time for Jimmy Garoppolo. And now we got Draymond saying, I'm actually going to be taking over for the future of this team. Don't worry.
I'll know that Draymond is a great talent evaluator when the Washington Commanders hire him to help with their personnel department the way they did with Bob Myers.
I knew Jaden Daniels was the guy all along.
Did you hear Draymond when he said that, if they do trade me, if they end up trading me, hopefully it's somewhere like Detroit, I could just go home and that'd be cool.
So basically,
do you hear that one? We don't know. I'm not even.
It's like me. Like
we got that cut if you want to hear it.
Let's hear it.
I want to hear it.
Give Spinoni a minute.
Because like if I ever got fired from here, it's like it's okay. I'm gonna go up to the Russian River. And I'm going to start my own radio station up there. And one person will listen, LJ.
I pray to God, if they ever feel the need to get rid of me, like, at least send me somewhere.
Don't say straight to the Pistons.
Hey, that's home.
No.
They got to do you right, bro. Don't around with you, bro. They got to do you right, bro. If they're going to send me to any, non-winning organization,
Detroit,
then send me to Detroit.
Yeah, thanks.
It's the crib. I can make you do that.
Yeah,
that's the crib. So if they're going to send me to any non-winning organization, I'd much rather it be Detroit than Charlotte.
They were all crapping on Detroit until they realized Draymond wanted to go there. They're like, oh, yeah, respect. Okay.
And then he just destroys Charlotte.
Said I could make it do what it do in Detroit.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. What? I don't even know where to go from here. We got Fleming coming up. It's just, I just want to get to basketball. I just want to start playing games. Podcast-itis.
Did Mully text you yesterday?
I talk to Mully almost every day.
And what did he say?
Just
podcast-itis?
No, it's
he's locked into USA Serbia on Sunday morning.
Yeah, no, we were talking about some other things. We weren't really talking about this. Wow, we're kind of becoming the Lakers in a way, where we just want to dominate the headlines. I got no problem with the owner coming out and talking. All right, I got no problem with that. I got no problem with Draymond having a podcast or whatsoever. It's just, man, we're talking about trades and leverage, and we almost had a deal done, and now I'm thinking about the players, and I'm thinking about Dunleavy, and I'm thinking about Adam, this is too much for me, man. This really is too much for me.
Adam, it's too much for me.
Matt Nahigan, this is too much for me. This is the type of stuff that gets me out for a week.
You know what Cade Cunningham's thinking? Like, yeah. The next 5 years, I want to play with Draymond. That's a joke.
Like, this is not
if
funny.
If only Wiseman was still there.
This is not funny. It's not. We're talking about, guys' livelihoods are on the line. Like, Kamiga May just bought a new condo. Now he's hearing from everybody. Like, damn.
That? Huh? Are you reporting that?
No, I'm not reporting that. No. I said he just may have bought one.
Real estate Bonte here.
I was going to say Bonte Zillow over here.
Moses Moody may have bought something. I don't know. I would tell those guys, don't buy anything yet. You may still want to rent. Just may not want to purchase a home yet. Not out here. Maybe tough to sell it.
Just lease something for now?
Just lease. Because who the hell knows who's going to get traded? Things almost did 2 trades, but Draymond's looking out for the livelihood of the organization, even though it's going to help him in the short term. So then I would ask Draymond Green, well, he did have to cut. We forgot about this. Where he said a couple months ago that if they didn't win over the next 5 years, he'd be cool with that.
Wow.
Just want to play with his friends to play out the string?
Yeah, remember he said that?
I don't believe him on that. I think he was just saying something.
So if he's saying this, that, hey, it would help me in the short term, but why not do the deals? Why not say, yes, it's going to help me out in the short term. Let's go win more rings. Something's not adding up here. That's all I'm saying. Something's not adding up.
No, I know what's adding up is that he's got tremendous job security and he feels he's earned it, and to a degree he has earned it, and he's got something that very few players in the history of the NBA have, which is influence on the organization in terms of player movement.
All right. So, I kind of want to move off from that. It's just Dave Fleming coming up. We got to talk about the Sack Giants for about 10 minutes. God, I should have took Friday off, man. What an embarrassing day. This is depressing. This is getting depressing.
I do want to talk about the Amazon deal too.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Amazon deal.
Lots of thoughts there.
Amazon deal, Niners, but this is embarrassing. This is becoming embarrassing. More coming up on the roast brought to you by Chilled Auto Body.
Shocked you talking to me.
Have you been in a car? This is Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Let me ask fans before, and line them up, because I'm very intrigued with how the fans feel about this. I feel some type of way. Look, I don't care that Draymond podcasts or not, and he's got the right to do whatever the hell he wants to do. I'm not here to tell another grown man what he can or can't do. That's not, no. Hell no. But I do wonder if Warrior fans at 888-957-9570 thinks that maybe what he said may be a little too much when it regards to trades. Like, we get he's a vital part of this team. We get it. He's a vital part of this organization. He has been. He's a champion, 4-time champ. He's going to have his number retired. He's walking into the Hall of Fame. I get all that. But I do wonder, do fans take issue with maybe him talking about trades where he says, we were about to do some deals last week. We were about to make some trades last week. And I told them, no. Is that too much? Is that a little kind of stepping his, over the line, crossing the line there, saying, hey, we're trying to make some moves here behind the scenes. Let the public talk about that if the reporters want to break it down, but we can't have one of our players. That's all I'm coming from is like, wow, well, you're teammates with these guys. You may have to walk back in the locker room with these guys at trading camp. I just wonder how people will feel about that.
Well, I know I've been getting a lot of tweets and messages online from fans that are worried about Joe Lacob talking too much, the owner talking too much. And the comparison that they keep pointing to is the Mets owner, Steve Cohen, and Jerry Jones, the Dallas Cowboys owner. And I think for Jerry and Joe, it's interesting because when you're winning, people want to hear you talk and they want to hear the bravado and all that. But once you start losing and you're not winning and there's a drought of some sort for championships, which every team's going to go through, I think that it hits people differently. Yeah. And I think you have to pick and choose your spots in general, whether you're winning or losing. And so, I do think a lot of fans, not that they're worried about Lacob, they're in a wait and see mode about like, what's the post Curry ownership group going to look like? It's one thing when you have the generation's greatest player. I think that's why Larry Bear and I know Peter was kind of on the way out the door at the time, but they're looked at a certain way because in the post Bonds era was when they had their most success.
No, you're right. And look, I appreciate an owner who talks win or lose. Like, not one of these owners who ducks and shies away from everything when he's losing. Joe Lacob's talking, and they didn't make the playoffs, and I respect that aspect of it. My thing is with the players, whether it's Steph or Dre, you're talking about trades that the team could have been making or what they were making. I just thought, whoa, that's a lot there. That's a lot. And now, if you're a teammate of his, you got to be thinking, damn, I was just with him in Summer League. What is my role on this basketball team? Training camp's going to be opening up in a couple months here. We're going to get through August. We're going to get through September, and boom, we're going to be practicing at Chase Center. That's going to happen in a heartbeat here. That's coming around the corner in a quick second. So it's a lot. It's a lot. That's where I'm coming from. And I wonder where Warrior fans are coming from when it comes to that. And we don't care about Draymond podcasting or whatnot because it provides content for us. But just when you start talking about trades, not once, but twice. You talk about multiple trades. It's a lot there. All right, let's get to our boy Dave Flitwick. He's on the hold. He's been waiting patiently here. And, I don't know how much patience he has right now after the way the Giants have opened up the second half of the season. 2-5, losing the series in Colorado. And, of course, the LA Dodgers losing 3-4. Dave Flibby joins us here on the River Islands Guest Line. Flib, good morning to you, man. Oh, I was thinking about you because if this team does end up selling, I'm thinking, boy, Flynn, over the next 2 months, he's got his work cut out for him. What kind of material he's going to have? Because it could get ugly here. But Flynn, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I felt so disappointed watching the Giants the last 7 games. It just felt like they were lifeless. It felt like there was no urgency. And I don't know where we go from here. But, boy, 2-5, to open up the post-All-Star break, just very, very disappointing. I guess at the top of the list is the lineup because they're just not hitting, Flynn.
Yeah, I think it's I understand why you feel that way. It's fair to it was a disappointing week, no doubt about that. So I don't think anybody inside that clubhouse even would blame you for feeling the way you feel. That was about as tough a week as you could ever imagine. Yesterday was, to sort of cap it all. I mean, that was a chance to at least get out of there feeling like, okay, we're we can civilize, and we're coming home, and we got a part of the schedule where you can make up some ground and get out to a lead, and you got Kershaw on the ropes, and to not be able to just either, pile on a little more against him or pull off that come from behind win. Either way, I thought of all of them, yesterday was the toughest one of all.
Yeah, we can have a bigger philosophical question about Logan Webb. I know he cares. I don't think he's been his best, especially lately, and he admitted as such. He was very candid about it. I'm just looking at the pitching as a whole. Pitching was part of the dynasty. Pitching was the thing that I felt, in part, helped Bonds not get a championship throughout that run. And it did spurn them on one of the greatest runs, even going back through New York, that this team has ever seen. This year's pitching and how they pieced it together, I feel like we're going to have a long conversation for many years to come, whether it's the Jordan Hicks or asking Harrison to do so much and Snell, whatever happened there, and then waiting on Robbie Ray. Like, it feels like too little too late, and the starting pitching has done them in this year.
I think that's right. I do. I think that ultimately the pitching has been the biggest reason why the Giants have underachieved this year. And it's hard to put your finger on, okay, was that just bad planning? Was it unrealistic to sign Snell that late and expect that he could contribute for the first? Was it unrealistic to think, Alex Cobb was talking a big game in spring training about he was going to be ready to go in mid-April, and it's July 26th. He hasn't pitched yet. Robbie Ray, I think, was a whole different thing. I think the Giants made a really good trade in acquiring Robbie Ray. Like, that was a brilliant move, I think. So that's kind of in a different category for me. But yeah, I think it's very fair to say in this ballpark, the identity of this franchise, I don't know if it needs to always be pitching, because he has pretty dang good lineups with Kent and Burks and Bonds and Richie and those guys.
David Bell that 1 year, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can't put together a powerhouse lineup here, but when you play in this ballpark, I think pitching is always going to have to be sort of the underpinning of your best teams. And it just hasn't been good enough this year. It hasn't. That's just a fact. Like, the 24th in team ERA or something like that. I mean, that's not good enough. So some of that is definitely just bad luck and injury luck, and it got snowballed on them. But that's not all of it.
Flem, I've always thought, and Shasky and I have had this conversation over the last couple of years, and we know about the ballpark. And, if there's a failure to get a power hitter like a Judge or a Harper or a Stanton or an Ohtani, I always thought this ballpark could really show off athleticism and speed. And if you bought into that philosophy of like, hey, let's go first and third, let's get guys who could turn a double into a triple or a single into a double, I always thought maybe that's the way to go in this ballpark and maybe complement that speed with the power hitter or two. The lack of athleticism. Now, we're seeing it from Fitzgerald. He's showing some athleticism. Chapman's got some sneaky speed on the base pass. But it just felt, I don't know if they tried to ignore it because they did bring in Jung-Hoo Lee. But the lack of athleticism with this lineup is alarming, Flem.
Yeah, I think you sort of answered the way I would look, Jung-Hoo Lee should have been a big part of that and will be going forward. And that was a tough blow that maybe at the time we thought, well, okay, Ramos has come up and done well, and that's been a big bright spot, and maybe that's kind of made us forget what a big part of this team Lee was supposed to be and can still be. Tyro just has not had a good year, and I love Tyro Estrada. He's one of the toughest I've ever been around. He just wants to play hurt. There's so many admirable things about him, but last year he stole 24 bases or whatever. I think he's got one this year. So his game has just totally hit, a tough patch. Chapman is more athletic. Fitzgerald is more athletic, but you're right. Like, there's no way around the fact that the Giants, they've given up a ton of steals and they have stolen fewer bases than any other team. Like, stolen bases isn't all what you're talking about, but it's a good sort of marker of the issues that you're speaking of. And they're a young, athletic, dynamic team right now, and that does get exposed against certain teams. Not against all teams, but against certain teams it does.
Yeah, just putting pressure on the defense, first and third, second to home, just having that threat out there, Shasky. Get here. Get your
the
mic
rules, the rules now encourage that. Rules would tell you that it's never been easier to put pressure on teams with one base. The first and third, one out or no, forget out the outs. First and third has never been harder to defend. And we see other teams all the time. Like, it's actually, in a way, it's turned into a really exciting play. Because if you're watching a game, you're thinking, okay, when is that guy from first going to go? Mm-hmm. And is the team going to throw? And if they do throw, is the guy from third breaking for home? We saw the Giants do it one time, but not nearly as often as we're seeing other teams do it to them, exploit that situation.
So, Flem, there's just so much. There's so much going on here. Like the long-term situation that frustrates me is that, like, Luis Matos is a great example, and I understand, like, we don't want to give young players a 2-week period because that could jeopardize the playoffs and everything. But, like, he comes up, he clearly isn't going to be a pinch hit guy. Like, I don't even know if he's any good, but I just feel like a lot of the fans, myself included, at the forefront, it's like, wait a minute, you just acquired a guy from the Rangers none of us has ever heard of who's got 75 career at-bats, and you're going to elevate him to the big league team, and you're going to drop down Matos. Like, the transactions on this roster, I scratch my head. I scratch my head at times, and I'm exhausted. And I feel like as a business model, it's very difficult for us fans to get behind the way that they field a team on a daily basis. Is that something you hear from other fans when you're out on the road?
For sure, yeah. I think this week in particular, this is no knock on Derek Hill or Mike Baumann, but it felt like we're back 4 years ago, like where we're just you're picking up players who are floating around other rosters and just trying to see if you can find a piece, like, as opposed to I think the thing for me is, like, if you believe in your group and want your group to have chemistry and whatever it is that makes a team, it's hard to manage your team the way this roster is being managed right now. And I think that is a fair criticism. I do. Luis Matos cave, though. With Mike Baumann, like, no offense to Mike Baumann, but you got Spencer Bivens in the minor leagues who did a great job for you, who everybody likes, who won maybe the most important game of the whole year for you by pitching as good as he possibly could have pitched. Why is he not on this roster right now? That is a very fair question. And I don't know the answer to that question. He's pitching really well down in AAA. There's no good reason why he's not here right now. He should be. So I don't, that's kind of different. Matos is a harder one for me. Like, Matos, you have to ask yourself with Matos, in my opinion, which of Conforto or Yastrzemski are you just going to either let one go or trade one or just bench one and let him play? I don't believe it's good for Matos to be sitting around and not playing and being used as just a bench hitter. Agree. So that's a different one for me. Now, I make a very strong argument that just let him play.
Yes.
Just let him out there and play and give him regular playing time, and don't put the pressure of performance every day on him, and see what happens. Because to the big picture point of what you said about Matos, you said, I don't know if he's any good or not. I do think he's good. Like, Matos, to me, has a very rare ability. His bat to ball skill, and not just that, but his, like, Matos in a big spot. The reason why in some of those biggest moments of the year, earlier in the year, he came through, because that kid is not afraid of anything. Like, he has a rare ability to stand in there. He crowds the plate. It doesn't matter how hard. Guy could be throwing 102, and he's standing on top of the plate, and he does not blink. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't blink. We've seen a track record of hitting in the minor leagues. I believe they have something in Matos that can turn into a very special big leaguer. but it is going to take time. And at some point, you're going to have to dedicate yourself to riding the wave of the ups and downs with him and see if I'm right with that. See if he is, because I think he can be now, and I understand the other side of it. It's frustrating to watch him not play good outfield defense. He's got to get better at that. And he knows that. But, obviously the most impressive improvements we've seen this year have come from players who are getting a chance to improve at this level. And at some point, you're going to have to let Montos do that.
Flem, we're going to let you go in a second here. Dave Fleming join us on the River Islands guest line. I have to ask those Spadone and Lubman. I have to ask, if the Giants do end up becoming sellers, how disappointed will this ownership group be if they do have to turn into sellers, Flem?
Yeah, everybody would be disappointed. The group, the players don't want that to happen. The players want, but right now the Giants' chances of making the playoffs have been incredibly diminished. Like this week has really hurt their chances of making the playoffs. So the one thing I would say is this, because the next time the three of us talk, it'll be past the deadline. Selling doesn't necessarily mean tank. Like in this sport, selling, it means the last 2 months of the season can't be important, fruitful, productive, interesting. Like if Mata comes back up here and plays today and Fitzgerald gets a chance to show what he can do at shortstop and Ramos keeps developing and you get, maybe one more young pitcher up here and you get to see Bird make a start every 5 days. It doesn't, if you sell off some pieces, that it's a tank job. So I think there's a way to kind of finesse this where if they decide our chances of making the playoffs aren't great, here's how I would do it. I'll just answer it by saying this. If the Yankees and the Orioles both want a frontline starter and you've got Big Snell sitting there and you play them off one another and you get one of their best prospects, a young guy you think, now that's a good long-term big leaguer, I would have a hard time not taking a chance on a trade like that. And so, I think that's kind of what you can do as opposed to just, hey, we're selling to say the season's over. Right. And no, sell to say, hey, we got a chance to get a piece that we think can be a big part of this team. I know it's been a disappointing season so far, but we can make something out of it, salvage something out of it. That's the kind of deal I'd be to make.
All right, respect that, Flem. Have a good call tonight. Should be fun against the Rockies. Friday night special. Let's see if the Giants should get back on track. Thanks for the time today, Flem. We'll talk to you next week.
They have played a lot better at home, so who knows? Stranger things have happened. You win 4 games this weekend, and maybe you feel like the thing has changed. Yeah.
Then you got me saying, let's start next season with Robbie Ray, Blake Snell, Logan Webb, Birdsong, and Harrison. Because I was spitting that the other day, Flem, and then a couple losses later, I don't think I've been talking about that much.
But just think about that. Like, you say that out loud and you think, okay. Like, so that's what's been so weird about this season. There's been too much good and too many good performances to explain why this team is sitting where they are. It's been frustrating.
All right, Flem. We'll talk to you next week, man. Have a good call tonight.
Talk to you soon. Thanks.
All right, Dave Fleming here on the River Islands guest line. And the cold reality is that next time we talk, there could be some changes on this team. Can you beat Colorado? Can you get right against Colorado? You hope so. But what a disappointment. What a disappointment. Like, at least I see the Warriors are trying to do something. The Niners are in a position to contend for championships. Where are the Giants at? They're not in a position to contend for championships. They're not even in contention to contend for playoff spots right now at the moment. We're trying to find players, Shasky.
So it's so funny to me. Are the San Diego Padres trying to win now?
They're trying to win.
Okay.
I think so.
All right. Yeah.
By the way, the Red Sox just acquired James Paxton in a trade with the LA Dodgers.
Who was
he got DFA'd.
Yeah. Interesting. So we're establishing the Padres are trying to win. The stakes are high. Payroll's significant.
Stakes are high.
They've got a lot of guys in their prime, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They had a kid. I'm not even going to say his name because most people aren't even going to know who he is. He was 20 years old. And they said, we're going to play him in center field to start the year. And he went through his first 20 at-bats, and he was batting like 200. he did not look good, okay? And in July, he's been batting like 227. But they've ridden this out with the 21-year-old. His name's Jackson Merrill. And they're letting him play every single day.
I thought you were going Jackson Chirino in Milwaukee.
No, but you can go. There's a lot of teams.
Yep.
San Diego has said, you know what? We think you're a valuable piece to our future. And we're going to have to live with the ups and the downs of playing you every single day, even though the stakes are high. Because we think when it's all said and done, you'll be better for it and the team will be better for it. I look at Luis Matos, and he was kind of towing around this. Would I rather see Luis Matos get 2 months at the big league at the expense of Conforto and Yaz? Yes. And if Matos stinks and he's no good, okay then. Well, now I don't have to go back to that.
What was a tweet I had the other day? He's so lost at the plate. Just play the kid. Like, look, we just, you're platooning him. He doesn't know when he's going to play. That's the worst thing that can happen for a young player, especially in baseball and basketball. When they're not playing, they get lost. We've seen it right here in this market the last 3 years with Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, and whatnot. When you don't play these guys, they start to wander, and they don't get consistent minutes, and they don't become consistent players. And that's where we're at with Luis Matos right now.
So I just keep coming back to, they've boxed themselves in to this weird, like, we're trying to win, so you have to play the veterans, and like you give zero tolerance to any of the young players struggling when it's the veterans who stink, and you're giving them way too long of a leash. Like, the guy that played yesterday has 75 career at-bats scattered over 5 seasons.
Derek Hill. You bring in Derek Hill in one of the most important games of the season. You bring in this guy, Derek Hill, in off the street. We all play fantasy baseball. We all follow baseball. I had no idea who Derek Hill was. I never heard of him. I never heard of the guy.
Fans didn't even know who he was.
I think Fleming said it best. It was just like, it's like where we were 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Like we're just bringing guys in. It's like the Giants are, like I think Farhan said before last year, we've reached a point where we don't need to go and sign random guys off the street. And then a week later, he signs Matt Beattie, in which obviously that you recall that kind of Fleming, Shasky, and I. But here we are. It's year 6, and you're making the moves that you were making in year 2. Like this organization is we're not even like stalling anymore. We're going backwards with this team.
We have been going backwards. And you bring in these guys, Derek Hill, and then you get Greg Johnson on podcast saying, yeah, the fans weren't really receptive to all the platooning. And then what do you do in 2024? You're platooning even more. You're platooning at first base. You're platooning at right field. You're platooned in center. You're platooned in left. You're platooned at second base. Now you're platooning at shortstop. We're the San Francisco platoons again. Just all of a sudden, after talking about not platooning, we're platooning again. So I just, what is the direction? Where are we going here?
Here's the direction. The direction is that I have zero feel for young players. I don't know what position they play. I have zero faith in them. And unless they completely succeed at every level with no drop-off for weeks on end, and I don't have an alternative, I will always resort back to mediocre veterans. That's the plan.
I guess so.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. But then maybe I'll go.
Matos had the same numbers, which it's crazy, he kind of does, as Conforto and Yaz, you're still sticking with Conforto and Yaz. Why? Why? You owe nothing to Yaz. Whatever. He's been here like 6-7 years. You owe nothing to Michael Conforto.
You know, I took a step back on going so hard on the Giants because I went hard on the Giants last year. I told fans don't spend a dime. And, you know, I ran into Larry Derrick a few times, and he's never brought it up to me. But they knew. They knew the point I was going to. I did the MCN for the All-Star Game announcement, you know, Joe Lacob and Larry Bear was there. And it was the first day of the all-season. It's like, Larry, big day for you. All-season starts. He goes, I know you're watching. That's what he told me. He goes, I know you're watching. And I respect it. It's like, look, I hear from you. I hear the noise coming from the morning roast about the Giants and how you guys want us to be better. You guys are holding us accountable because that's our job. We're trying to hold these guys accountable. But boy, this guy, Farhan, has really sucked the life out of this fan base by reverting back to the tactics that drove us away from the yard. He drove us away from the yard with these type of moves.
Any Giants fan who's watched the team over the last 3 weeks is like, wow, Tyler Fitzgerald. Wow, this is kind of interesting. Now, I don't know what he'll end up becoming because Brett Wisely had a great month, and now he's starting to really dip. But, like, Tyler Fitzgerald broke camp with this team and couldn't get in front of Nick Ahmed.
Yep.
Think about the sentence I just said.
And then he just hit a home run in 5 straight games. Home run in 5 straight games.
3 months trying to shove Nick Ahmed down our throats.
Well, he did beat us yesterday.
Nick Ahmed sucks.
He beat us yesterday.
It sucks. But like that, but that is what I'm talking about, right? Like the difference between Tyler Fitzgerald and Nick Ahmed isn't that big.
Yeah.
And yet, instead of going with the young player, you went with some rando who played for the Diamondbacks that nobody could point out.
Well,
and there's too many of those decisions. It is entertainment. And when you give me boring interchangeable parts, I am not entertained.
It is stale, which is why you see the Warriors in the night. They're always evolving. The Warriors it may not work for them. Shasky, it may not work for the Warriors, but at least they're trying. They're trying.
Swing big.
So the Niners are trying constantly to get better.
Everybody ripped Jed for Chip Kelly. And I said in real time, like, hey, this could be awesome or this could be horrific. Right. But at least it's a big swing. And he swung big. And they whiffed. And what did he do? He pivoted.
Yeah.
At least swing big, dude.
He pivoted.
Swing big.
He pivoted after 1 year and said, you know what? This is not going to work. I'll eat the money. Bye-bye. Let's roll. Let's pivot. But we're stuck in this malaise with the Giants where they're 13 games behind the Dodgers. They're minus 32 run differential, and I don't really care about that, but it does show that their lineup is inconsistent. You have a very inconsistent lineup. You're 4-6 in your last 10. You're so far back of the wild, 5.5 back of the wild card. The Mets have leapfrogged you. The Pirates have leapfrogged you. The Nationals look better on paper. They're more entertaining. Hell, you lost the series to the Nationals for crying out loud. It's just what will change. What change needs to happen? Well, I think to start, Alex Pavlovich said something yesterday where he's like, guys' jobs are on the line within the front office. You think that came from just left field?
No.
You think Pavs is very calculated and he's very tapped in. Spadona, if you can, Alex Pavlovich yesterday talking about the ramifications if the Giants do sell or struggle. Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, the Giants insider. Go ahead and roll it, Spadona.
It's a fascinating question. I mean, they do have 4 games left. They go home 6 games under 500, 5.5 out of a playoff spot. If you're just going straight off vibes, I don't know that you could have a bigger kind of swing than watching one of the teams you're chasing throw a no-hitter and then watching Nick Ahmed go out and beat you the way he did. And not just that, but Ohtani as well, a guy you chased in the offseason. So if you're going off vibes, I think the message is there. They're going to go off of what they see in this clubhouse. And Farhan Zaidi said it a couple weeks ago on KNBR. He said, these guys will show me the way. They are 4-6 since that point. So they have not played good baseball. I think even in the wins, you don't really feel like they've ever turned a corner. So if you go off of the way they've played, they probably should be sellers. But there's a lot at stake here, not just for the guys in the clubhouse, but also the people in the front office. Potentially could be a different front office down the line if they sell and keep losing. There are some people in this organization who need to make the playoffs. So I think there's some really interesting decisions to be made until Tuesday, and we'll see what they do. If they wanted to, they could be one of the bigger sellers out there. I just haven't gotten any indication yet that they're at that point.
There are some people in this organization who need to make the playoffs. Well, who are those people? Is it Bob Melvin?
It's Farhan.
It's Farhan Zaidi.
So Fleming said basically the Orioles want a frontline starter, which is what we have been saying for weeks.
We know that.
Okay. So I'm telling you, there's 2 people I'm targeting right now, 2 teams that I'm targeting right now. I have Camilo Duvall. I have Blake Snell. I have Robbie Ray. I have Tyler Rogers. I have Taylor Rogers. I have Ryan Walker. I've got Conforto, who obviously no one wants. You're going to have to staple it. Maybe Luciano's in this mix. No, I'm just Luis Matos. Maybe he's in the mix. I am going to the Orioles and I'm going to the Yankees. And I say, all right, Yankees, I see you have a 19-year-old shortstop named Arias as your number 4 overall prospect. Okay, Orioles, your number 1 overall prospect is Jackson Holliday. What package of players do you want so I can get a shortstop of the future? Like that's where I'm at as a Giants fan. If you want to salvage the deadline for me long term, they have to find a way to come out of this deadline in the next couple of days with the shortstop of the future.
Does that save Farhan's job?
No, it's not about Farhan. It's about my team.
But does that save Farhan's job if he's able to swing a deal like that?
No,
Okay.
no.
Right.
But that's what I want. You're just asking what.
Right.
Now, this guy, the Arias is in low single A, but they've got Volpe at shortstop. Gunnar Henderson's the shortstop for Baltimore. Baltimore also has another guy who can play second base and outfield. Right. I think it's Norby. They've got prospects. I am taking my closer. I am taking Blake Snell, and I'm packaging up whatever I can to go get. You need a shortstop of the future. You need to have a centerpiece player. They have to find that guy desperately.
They do. They really, really do. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. There's snooze fest right now. Let's get back to the Warriors. Right now, Niners, of course, they're going to have their third day of practice. Malik Mustafa getting some looks there, back-to-back days with interceptions. Boy, Jacob Cowing making some plays out there. But no Trent Williams yet. No news to report. Trent Williams holding out. Brandon Ayuk holding in. No news yet. No news yet on those two guys there. So that's where we're at with the 49ers as they ramp up practice. They don't wear pads, I believe, till Monday. So they'll practice tomorrow, and then they'll get Sunday off, and then Monday they'll wear the shoulder pads. So nothing to report there. Joe Lacob, though, he spoke with Tim Kawakami, and he had a lot to say. A lot to say. And he took us through the Klay Thompson negotiations. He talked about the team, whether or not people were going to get traded. So how aggressive have the Warriors been in the trade market? Here's Joe Lacob with Tim Kawakami.
It was a very aggressive opportunity, a very aggressive play on our part that we went after some players. And look, this is no surprise. It's been reported at the trade deadline as well as around free agency. We've taken a couple of big swings. I'm sure other teams take big swings too. And we haven't been able to pull it off. It doesn't mean that we're not trying. It just means that it's very hard to do. You have to get two sides willing to do it.
So he talked about that. It takes two to tango, which was what we've said all along. Does the organization, though, love Kuminga and Pods? Do they love JK?
It was a very aggressive. I'm a big believer in Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, everyone knows I'm a big JK fan. So is our basketball operations group, Mike and Kirk and those guys. And by the way, so are our coaches. I know people think sometimes that's not true, but that is true. And he's working really hard this summer. The reports are making great progress. He had a big step last year. We expect him to have another big step this year. I expect him to be a Warrior for a long time.
Joe Lacob, I expect Jonathan Kuminga to be a Warrior for a long time. 888-957-9570. What's your reaction to that? He expects JK to be a Warrior for a long time.
If a trade doesn't materialize, I still see them trying to get an extension done before the season starts, like the actual, tip off of the regular season.
Do they wait on him? Do they wait on him to become a restricted free agent?
There's two ways to go about it. Like the Jordan Poole, you gave it to him too early. But the other part is like, okay, let's say he has a monster leap forward and he's like sixth man of the year, or maybe he's a starter and he's the most improved player of the year. He's a fringe all-star. Like, I don't want to pay, Kuminga $50 or $60 million a year, because if he gets certain accolades, the numbers jump up. So if I can get him for cheaper, it's a risk in both directions, right? It's a risk in both directions. So I guess the question is to like Warrior fans, like, what's riskier, going the Jordan Poole route and going a year too early, or waiting a little and paying a little extra?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think I would. Personally, now that you have the books in order, and it's nothing against JK, because I believe in JK. I think you could get him at a bargain. $30 million a year would be a bargain for what I project him to be in the future. But as a businessman on this team, knowing I just got out the first and second apron, and knowing that we have some optionality now when it comes to trading and value and all that stuff, I would be comfortable waiting and just matching a deal for JK. Let me see how you play before I commit. Let me make sure I don't give you money, and then all of a sudden I give you money, and then you get inconsistent minutes. I need to see it this year, because he has a golden opportunity, Jonathan Kuminga, to assert himself as a star in this league. He has a great opportunity to be that guy next to Stephen Curry offensively and become a great two-way player. But I want to wait. I want to see it. So I personally, and I'm all for JK getting his money, I would just wait until and I'll play the season out before giving him an extension. And it's not an indictment on him. I would explain, like, hey, look, we believe in you. And I know it doesn't look like we don't believe in you because we're not giving you an extension right now. But we want to wait. We want to see our books. We want to play this out so we can make some other moves here. We want to have that wiggle room and optionality to make some moves here. So I'm cool with making him wait. I will make him wait.
Because we've talked a lot about athletes playing on the final year of their deal.
I don't know if he'll be cool with that. I think it can mess with his head.
Well, I think it messed with Clay's head a little. Like, I don't know how much, but I think at least a little is fair to say. I don't know, man, with Kuminga, especially considering that if I'm Kuminga, they've said this pretty much the last 2 off seasons.
Yeah.
And at times when push came to shove, I was the guy that was like stuck on the bench at key important spots.
Oh, he won't be happy about that.
That's what I'm saying.
He won't be happy about that.
So it's like a double-edged sword.
So there's a risk here. There's a big-time risk in doing something like that. There is a big-time risk. Here's what Lacob had to say about getting calls about Podziemski and JK. Of course, Joe Lacob sitting down with Tim Kawakami.
I mean, we're extremely high. And by the way, so are a lot of other teams that are interested. We get a lot of calls on both him and JK, and we do on Moses as well, by the way. We get calls on these guys. They're good. People think they're good, really good, and they're getting better, and they're young. And so I do believe that if you talk about Pods in particular, I said it at the Summer League. I think he has the potential to be an all-star in this league, and I absolutely believe it. And so does everyone in our organization. I think that JK is in the same boat. He has the potential to be an all-star in this league, the potential.
That's Joe Lacob on the youngsters here. Now, he was later on asked if he'd be willing to trade these guys.
I don't want to give him up, nor JK. We love these guys. And Moses, Trace, these are good young players. Now, everyone can be traded. Anyone and everyone. If it means that we're going to be, better as an organization, we're going to acquire someone that just really makes sense going forward, and we felt the deal was fair and it was something we should do. There probably isn't anyone on this team other than maybe one guy, maybe 2, that couldn't be traded. It's possible. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's not. So, but I do not anticipate that these guys are going anywhere. I anticipate that they're going to be with us and help build our organization.
He hit him with the Sopranos. We're all family, but anybody could get it.
Anybody could get whacked. Anybody could get whacked. So 888-957-9570. August 6th is nearing. We're getting closer and closer to this date with Lauri Markkanen. Whether or not he can. Why is that date important? Because if Lauri Markkanen signs an extension with the Utah Jazz on that date, that means he could be traded 6 months from that date, which happens to fall on the day of the trade deadline in the NBA. Now, if he waits until after August 6th to say he signs August 8th or August 9th, then that means Lauri Markkanen will be in Utah for at least the next season. So, Warrior fans, when you hear from Joe Lacob on the Tim Kawakami podcast, and he says, look, we get a lot of calls about Pods and JK. Are you still team trade those guys for Lauri Markkanen? Or are you holding on to these youngsters to see how it plays out? See if they can get better. See if they can help the team make the playoffs next season. 888-957-9570.
In my mind, I'm thinking that Draymond Green told the organization no to a Pods and Kuminga deal to Utah.
He said
and
trades.
A bunch of picks.
He said trades.
Oh, so you think it was multiple?
That's what he said. This is what Draymond said.
Regardless of how uneasy he was last year, regardless of how bothered he was, we built that organization.
That's a fact.
That organization was the laughing stock of the NBA.
That's a fact, bro.
And so in doing what we've done, there's still a care for the organization. We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, that trade helped me. It'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now.
Yeah.
That's a bad trade. Don't do that trade. I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
Yeah.
And so what Clay just did, and nobody will give him credit for it, what Clay just did is he just relieved this organization of the financial hardships that the organization was starting to face. right? You still doing for the organization.
Yep.
But nobody will say that. Nobody will say him leaving because they'll only make it about, he was unhappy.
Just he's got a warped view on certain things that I don't see eye to eye with him on.
I'll respond to that and others and take your phone calls on the other side. 888-957-9570. That's all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
High five! Up top!
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? He's getting ready for the opening ceremony. It's about to begin in Paris. They got their USA jackets on. They look cool, man. Steph Curry looks like he's having a great time. A great time.
Yeah, it kind of scares me.
Well, we told Mark Spears he scared all of us. And I told you that was coming. I didn't think it was coming that fast. You got to see it. But Jacobs, he's going to make sure this team is not a bottom feeder. I know he'll do everything in his power.
No. We're not there yet. That's the Giants.
Feels like it. Right, well, the downfall is here with the Giants.
Well, the downfall's not near. It's been at the doorstep.
It's been here since 2022.
Yeah.
Just some of you guys are late to the party.
Like in Major League, there's a pink slip in your in your locker.
The red tag. Yeah, red tag.
We're going to get to Morgan in just a second. 888-957-9570. I'll just ask the question again since it's the topic of conversation again. And Draymond Green said that the Warriors, I'll let Draymond Green tell it.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple of years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
So what would that trade have been? Would it have been Lowry? What trade would that have been? Lacob said, hey, they've been aggressive all offseason. So I'll say it again.
Zach LaVine.
Do you want to see the Warriors make a move and go get marketing? Do you want to see them make a trade? Obviously, Draymond Green said he told him it was a dumb trade. A trade was on the table. Now, I'm not sure if Dunleavy is very pleased this morning and said, oh, boy, can't be doing that. Now, all of a sudden, we get Warrior fans online. They're like,
Dunleavy's like, yes.
And the Warrior fans online, what are they thinking? What are they thinking? Are they back to the front office or are they back at Draymond? Like, I can't figure it out. But I just don't, there's something uneasy about that when guys have already been talked about in trades, whether it's Kuminga or Wiggins or Looney or GP2 or Moody or Pot. It can't be fun to have your name in trade rumors and then have one of your teammates talk about, yeah, we were close to making multiple deals. Because it's like the first time he said it about Paul George. And so it's not, I'm not saying Draymond's disrespected anybody, but it's an uneasiness when I have it, like, it'd be like Steiny saying, hey, man, I heard Bonte's going to get demoted from the Mornings, man. And, you got teammates talking about what you're going to go do or what's going to happen to you in the future.
Well, and part of the, what I always say when you're in any kind of sales position or front-facing position to a consumer or an audience, undersell, over-deliver. So if all you're doing is talking about movement in the offseason and you do nothing, that doesn't hit well. Ask Farhan how that's been the last couple of years.
You're right.
When you talk about going after big fish and you never land any.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. That's a good point.
I mean, so there's the inner working dynamics of the roster and the camaraderie, which was a huge element of last year. Part of why Jordan Poole's not here, it was, you could say money, I'd say, and chemistry.
Well, yeah, Draymond said he would come late to practice.
Yeah.
And it was tough for him to go to work. It was tough for him to go to work. It was a tough time. It was a tough time for him. Then he talked about last year and how trying it was. Check this out.
It was one of the most trying seasons I've ever been through, for sure. But I do feel like it also provided the most growth for me in a season than I've ever had. Like, it required and forced me to grow in a way that when you're winning, you don't have to. Because nobody cares. Like, you winning. Yeah. Like, so it is what it is. Like, when you winning and that happen, it's like, look, that's the heart of a champion. They winning. All of a sudden, you're not winning, and now you're an idiot, and you're uncontrollable, and you shouldn't be here. And so it forced me to grow because we wasn't winning, and I had to understand that when you're not winning, the things that you get away with when you're winning ain't the same.
The things you get away with when you ain't winning, like, that's true. He's right there. He really is. Is the talent tolerance level? I mean, that's been the equation, and we knew we were going to hit a tipping point with certain, like people in sports. Like Terrell Owens is a great example. Like, people didn't like his attitude, and they didn't like maybe some of the things that he would do on the sidelines and whatnot. And when you're one of the best players in the league, people will put up with it.
Right.
When you're 40 years old and your talent diminishes a little, people are less likely to overlook some of those other things. And team dynamics do matter. So, he's right in that sense. But, for us to notice growth, we're going to have to see it next year. Do you not get suspended? I mean, the owner talked about, we thought we were a 50-win team if he doesn't get suspended. He said it, I think, 3 different times this offseason.
I've said it. They're a 50-win team if he doesn't get suspended. I've said that before. But multiple times. But he got suspended.
Got to go out there and not get suspended.
Even when the growth happened, he got ejected in Orlando 4 minutes into the game.
Steph was crying.
I mean, 4 minutes into the game. So we want to see the growth. And then he said this, too, about missing playoffs.
I'm going to share a little tidbit with you, though. After winning 4 championships and making the playoffs and losing in the first round, I'd rather not. Or second round.
You rather not what?
I'd rather go home and enjoy my summer.
Okay, respect.
Than going to the first, second round and not having a real chance.
You solidified, though. Maybe the guys want to go to the playoffs. You're young guys.
No, I mean, we're going to do all we can to win a championship. But by the way, at no point are they going to hear like, yo, fellas, we got to make the playoffs. Like, don't waste my time. Don't waste my time. We try and win the championship, that's the talk. But making the playoffs, that's some Indiana Pacers talk.
See, I don't like that. That bothers me a little bit because don't you want to compete? And don't you want to get to the playoffs to compete and then play the best of the best and challenge yourself in a 7-game series where anything could happen? And you do have Steph Curry on your basketball team where we seen him in an elimination game drop 50 because he's capable of that. Like, miss me with losing in the second round. It's either championships or bust. No, I don't think Warrior fans around here want to hear that because for 14 years, we didn't have playoff basketball. Now, we have been spoiled over the last decade to hanging 4 banners and going to finals after finals after finals after finals. But it's still, like, I'm an old school Warrior fan. You're an old school Warrior fan, Shasky. We had a lot of dark days being basketball fans growing up, knowing that we were not going to the playoffs.
Can you play that sound one more time?
I will. Here you go.
I'm going to share a little tidbit with you, though. After winning 4 championships and making the playoffs and losing in the first round, I'd rather not. Or second round.
You rather not what?
I'd rather go home and enjoy my summer.
Okay, respect.
Than going to the first, second round and not having a real chance.
You solidified, though. Maybe the guys want to go to the playoffs. You're young guys.
No, I mean, we're going to do all we can to win a championship. But by the way, at no point are they going to hear like, yo, fellas, we got to make the playoffs. Like, don't waste my time. Don't waste my time. We try and win the championship, that's the talk. But making the playoffs, that's some Indiana Pacers talk.
Now, mind you, he also said he'd rather be here 5 years struggling. Then what was the quote he said a few months ago?
He's all over the place with this one.
I mean, come on, man. And then he goes, we're not the Indiana Pacers. But look.
Indiana went farther than you last year.
They were the conference finals.
They're in the conference finals. And I'm going to be real about the Indiana Pacers and that franchise. They've been up and down. But my introduction to basketball, the Pacers were a factor trying to win championships.
The Duncan Dutchman.
The Duncan Dutchman, the Davis brothers, Reggie Miller, whether it's Haywood Workman and Mark Jackson, or Travis Best playing point guard, whoever it was, Jalen Rose. The Pacers is a proud organization.
Paul George, when the Pacers took the Heat to the brink.
Before Draymond and Steph and Clay came aboard, I wish we were the Pacers because they were always competitive. Ron Artest, Al Harrington, Fred Jones, Justin Tinsley, Stack Jack. They had squads.
But as a competitor, I just don't understand. As a family man, I understand. And if you zoom out, right, you can have a duality of thoughts simultaneously. Like, as a family man, I can understand, hey, if we're going to lose in the first round, I'd rather spend that time with my family. You could say that, but I do believe once you're in the heat of the battle, and if I know Draymond even a little, he's trying to win every single game that he's playing. I don't think he's selling himself short. I think he's saying something that I don't even think he believes.
Yeah, I mean...
Do you?
No, I don't think he believes that.
Even believes what
I think once you get on the court, he wants to win every single game.
Yeah, it seemed like a cop-out excuse to me for him trying to justify why the team got smoked in the playing game.
And I bet you... Kuminga,
and I'm not buying it.
I bet you Kuminga doesn't feel like that, or Paz doesn't feel like TJD. These guys are trying to establish themselves. They want to taste the playoffs.
You think Steph's like, no. I'd rather not make the playoffs?
I bet you Steph wants to be like, just give me a chance in the series.
Exactly.
And let's see what happens. Okay, here it is right now. Is that the cut? Very bottom. Here's what Draymond Green said a couple months. What was the date, Spanone? What's the date on this one?
Sorry, this was May 22nd on the big podcast with Shaq.
There's another
If you
one.
have the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership. Would you do that?
If there's something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. No, I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to state another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. Nah, the same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together. As opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
Well, I'll tell you what. Reading the comments from Steph Curry the other day, Shasky, when he sat down with Mark Spears, I don't think Steph Curry's on board with that.
No, he has a totally different prerogative.
He said, yeah, it'd be hard to be a bottom feeder. That'd be hard for me.
I just don't. I'm so exhausted with the Draymond talk, and I get filed some giant Draymond hater. It's like we do this every day, and he says something somewhere every day that triggers everyone.
Let's go to the lines. Morgan in Morgan Hill. We'll get to a special caller. Morgan, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, Draymond likes to say a lot of bombastic things, but I think when we watch him play, nobody doubts that he has the will to win, and he always gives it his all. But, hey, anyways, I wanted to just quickly talk about the Markkanen a potential trade. I know there's a bunch of potential trade packages that might get it done. If we were somehow able to get Markkanen and keep Kuminga, I'm actually worried what this might do to Kuminga. I really think that, if we got Markkanen and kept Kuminga, would Kuminga play 20 minutes a game? I think this is the year we need to find out who Kuminga is. He needs to get 32 minutes a game. He needs to have a little bit more of a leash. And we need to see if he can become that second scorer because, I think he'll still have trade value in the middle of the year at the end of the year if he doesn't ascend to what we hope he'll be. But I think this is the year we need to find out. And
I guess he cut off there, but I'm with him. We need to find out if Kuminga could be a player. And I believe he can be a player. I really believe he could be a player. But we need to find out if he could be an impact player for this organization and carry the torch for the future. I'm desperate. I want to see it. I don't want to trade for Lowry. I want to see Kuminga. I want to see Moody. I want to see Pods. I want to see TJD. Because I do believe if we give up all these assets for Lowry Markkanen and all these picks, this team may currently constructed may win as many games as you would with Lowry Markkanen, I should say. You may win the same amount of games with this current iteration of the roster instead of just blowing it up for Lowry Markkanen. I don't know. Let's go to BPA. Brian and Paul Alto. What's happening?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how you guys doing?
I want to hear all your opinions today because it's been a minute.
Yeah, I think I don't care what Draymond says at this point. It's just like it's nonsensical noise. It doesn't make me upset. It doesn't have any value or credibility. So you just that's kind of how I categorize it. The Warriors is to me it's plain and simple. You either get Markkanen or you don't. To not get Markkanen, who's a really good player, by the way, and would be our best second option since I don't know KD was here. Say we're not going to do that because we want to go one more year of Kuminga and then pay him $35 million, even though Kuminga can't shoot, he can't defend, and he can't dribble, and he's sometimes engaged, sometimes not. Like that's the thing. This isn't about Kuminga on a rookie deal anymore, right? This is about is Kuminga worth $35-40 million. He's not to me. I'd rather pay Markkanen that. Because Markkanen is still young. He's incredibly skilled.
Even though you haven't watched much Markkanen, huh?
I've watched a ton of Markkanen in college and in the pros.
Oh, well, last time you told me you didn't watch much Markkanen. You didn't care. Told me that a month ago, BP.
I never said I didn't care. But yeah, I think that's it. I think what Steph said the other day is perfect, right? Are you going to take the most important player in the history of the franchise, maybe the history of the Bay Area, who has made Joe Lacob franchise worth one of the most, valuable franchises in all of sports? Or are you going to continue to, act like getting Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson, right, is taking it seriously? It's not. And by the way, Lakeup can say, hey, we had a great run. I just don't want to try anymore, right? And all that other stuff. That's fine. He has every right to do that, but come on, So that's my take. Warriors, get Markkanen or don't. If you want to be relevant, if you want to, take advantage of what Steph has left, he's still a great, great player and the most important player in the history of the franchise and in the history of the Bay Area, in my opinion. And you have to do everything possible to try to give him a chance to play for something meaningful.
BPA.
And they have not done that to this point. Yeah, hey.
I loved the way Steph put it out there because it's putting pressure on ownership, in my estimation, just enough. Like, very light.
And long over, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's him finally using his voice. I'm with you on that. Farhan Zaidi, your thoughts?
Same thing. It's, same thing with it's Markkanen or not, it's Farhan or not. I don't understand how after 6 years there's not a universal consensus in Bay Area media that it's over with him.
Did you read the Baggerly piece? Did you read the Baggerly piece? It's like Baggerly just came to the epiphany that Farhan screwed this team financially.
Except he didn't say it, by the way, right? So it's everything is always, like these players aren't performing and, people are hurt. And there's always some like excuse you can back into with Farhan. And it's like, it really is beyond any executive in the Bay Area I can remember, right? 6 years. This guy sucks. He sucks. And the amount of interest in the Giants locally has never been lower.
Yeah.
No. Like no interest. And so like the Giants, I mean, I can't believe how disconnected they are.
BPA.
Like,
what about that? When you look back,
it didn't work out.
BPA. When you look back at that end of season press conference last year with Farhan Zaidi, how does that age? Because a lot of media members came at me saying I was an opportunist, and people are coming down with the chance to come in on Farhan, and they don't know what they're talking about. How's that aged?
It's aged really well for you. It's aged really well for you.
What kind of muffin did you order? BPA, what kind of muffin did you order? Are you a blueberry guy?
That is actually a blueberry muffin. Thank you.
Great minds think alike.
Oh.
Now
everything makes sense.
I'm gonna wrap up now, but I would say Baggerly writes like a guy who knows that he may if he pisses off the Giants that he's he may have nowhere else to write, right? So that's what he writes like.
Damn.
Anyways,
Brian, have a great weekend. Enjoy that blueberry muffin.
Oh man! All right, we'll pivot in just a second here.
Wouldn't that be funny if BPA's Twitter account was Lakeup's burner?
Lakeup, he told us he has a Twitter account. He told us that.
Next time, and hopefully we have Joe Lakeup in studio in a couple months, Brian needs to be one of the callers. Come on. He needs to be one of them.
I want to know more about Brian.
Can we just not ask about DeMarcus Cousins, for the love of God? Who was that?
That was Horace in Texas. Or no, Horace.
Who also
one of them asked about Dwight Howard. One asked about DeMarcus Cousins.
And he said, come on, Looney, if you had a jump shot, it would be Jokic.
Hey, Joe Lincoln looked at me after both calls. It's like, this is what we're doing here? I was like, I'm sorry, Joe.
Who's the worst Warrior GM of all time?
Ooh.
Because like Mully got a raw deal. He actually drafted very well and made good trades.
Bobby Rao, whoever Cohen's right hand man, was awful.
Okay,
he was awful.
Okay,
Saintly didn't have a lot of good luck with the Warriors.
No,
it was bad.
Even though we love him,
we love Saintly.
Even though we love him,
I'm not going to rip Saintly.
I'm not either. Okay. Terry Donahue is who you're going to reference. Sam, you don't even know who that is, do you?
He's full of baloney.
Sam, do you know who Terry Donahue is?
By the way, I got my Orioles buddy, GSW Lee. He just texted me, diehard Orioles fan. Because Shasky thinks he could get Holiday. He's only leaving for Scuba in Detroit.
Yeah, no, but that's why we're giving you Doval, and we're going to give you Marco Luciano, and we're going to give you Blake Snell.
They don't want that.
Don't you want to win now?
They don't want that.
Do you know who Terry Donahue is?
You want to win now. You're a nice salesman.
UCLA coach?
Yeah, former UCLA coach.
He was the GM of the Niners. Yep. After Bill Walsh and like after the DeBartolo switch.
That's the name I was thinking about. Dave Torzik. who was like a GM for like a year with the Warriors, and he was awful.
So he ran the team out of LA, basically. He didn't even live up here. I'd say it's him and Trent Baalke. At least Baalke gets credit for like Alden Smith, Navarro Bowman. Like Baalke had some picks. So if you had, like, if we were doing a power ranking, okay, I think Farhan might be at the bottom of people that I would let run my team.
Oh, he's
all-time Bay Area people. He's pretty low.
He might be the worst.
I was thinking like Raiders, but Al Davis towards the later years
Like
is really
Reggie
bad.
McKenzie?
But
He
early
picked
on,
some players.
He picked
McKenzie got some
Khalil Mack.
players.
Khalil Mack's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Khalil
That's what I'm
Mack,
saying.
Derek Carr.
SHUO, the second round, he's been one of the great
Did he
value.
get Amari Cooper?
Amari Cooper's
Yeah.
been good.
No, I'm not mad at Reggie. Reggie McKenzie ain't bad.
I agree.
I'm not mad at Reggie
Latavius
McKenzie.
Murray.
Latavius Murray, the Tay trade. Jalen Richard, the pocket rocket.
Was he a sixth-rounder, Latavius?
Yeah, Latavius was like
Yeah.
six
He's
or
had a
seven.
great career
Dude,
for
the
us.
pocket rocket. Jalen Richard
I
was
like
good for a
Richard.
couple
I
did
years.
like Richard.
DeAndre Washington
Number
from
30.
Texas Tech.
Yeah,
They're running
Clive Walford didn't hit.
the gun runs.
Clyde Wolf.
The gun runs. Oh, I miss those Raider days. I do miss those Raider days. So it's 650. Draymond Green's the worst G with the Warriors. Xfinity Mobile text line.
That's a 5. It's a 5.
Well, you know, Lubman goes during the break.
Bothers me.
Wasn't he in the war room last year? I was like, he was in the war room with Jacob Evans. Jacob Evans when he was picked late in the first round.
It feels like Draymond's been hanging out with LeBron so much that he sees LeBron control the Lakers.
Yes.
He's like, you know what? I think I could do that too. And then he's like, yeah, but I'm the best on my team, Draymond. So sorry, it doesn't work like that.
I care for this organization.
That's like me. That's like me being around my brother, my uncle, and my dad so much. They're all
Right.
plumbers. They're excellent at it. And I'm like, you know what? I can replace this P-trap.
Right.
It's like, no, I can't.
So
I don't know what I'm doing. That's why I call flowing water plumbing and drain. That's why,
Nice save.
That's why I do that.
Nice save. So listen, I want to.
Thank you. Flowing water, plumbing, and drain.
So I want to clear something up with the 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. So Bonte, you agree not trading for marketing. You don't want to trade for marketing, but you disagree with Draymond saying that they shouldn't trade the young guys. No, my point is I disagree with Draymond just speaking about the trade in general. It's not about the young guys. That's not the point. The point is the Warriors are trying to make moves and be aggressive, and you have an active player saying, yeah, we almost made some trades last week, and I told the organization no. And it's like, whoa, we just opened up Pandora's box. What happened here?
But I have so much faith in you young guys that I said no.
Right, yeah, it has nothing to do with the young guys. You get what I'm saying, 510? It's speaking on negotiations that are happening.
Out loud.
And I don't think that it will impact it one way or another, but I'm sure somebody in the Warriors organization is sitting back saying, man, it's not supposed to be out there. You got all these thirsty beat writers and thirsty radio hosts and everybody like that. And it's like, whoa, we're speaking. It's just like in the LeBron deal, which I don't know why people couldn't put two to two together. The fact that he made ESPN.com a week after the NBA trade deadline, and Joe Lacob and Draymond Green's names was in the first. They were in the first sentence. Their names was in the first sentence.
So the Valkyries just named a bunch of people that are going to run their team, correct?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's just say hypothetically, you had to choose amongst all of the Bay Area GMs to run that team. I know who I'm picking. Who are you picking?
To run the Valkyries?
Yeah.
I'm picking who they have right now.
I'm saying this is a magical scenario. Who's the one you have the most faith in getting it right? I already know exactly who I'm going to.
Probably Bill Walsh.
Well, I was going to go John Lynch, like of the current ones. I think John Lynch would understand, like, yeah, we got to get some box office in here. We got to get the right people. He would hire the right people around him to help educate him properly. The last person I'm doing for the upstart Valkyries is Farhan Zaidi, right? It's not even like a question.
He's bad. Farhan's got to go. I've tried to stay away from the Farhan, but you know what's bad? When Mark Willard is out here tweeting how painful it is to watch him. Mark Willard has been broken by the Giants.
Credit to Mark for pivoting, though. No, I'm serious.
No, he's been broken
I think he
by the
gave them
Giants.
enough. No, like, if we're being fair here, like, I know I'm irrational and emotional, and I can swing like a pendulum. I believe me, I'm well aware of my own limitations. But Mark is much more measured. And I think that the fact that Mark, who is very, very more patient than I'll ever be, just in life in general, is at his wit's end, I think that speaks volumes. Doesn't it? That speaks volumes. So, last thing I want to get into before the week ends. The NBA has officially announced its new television deal.
Yeah.
Okay? And depending on how you break it down, it's an 11-year agreement worth $76 billion. It's going to run from 2025 through 2036. Bonte, you're a part of the NBA coverage in general.
Yeah.
You're not on this national, thing, but you're a part of one of the affiliates. You work for NBC and one of their affiliates. So there's an A package, a B package, and a C package whenever they sell these TV rights.
Yep.
So the for the NBA, the A package gets the finals, ABC, ESPN.
Yep.
The B package, which was TNT for many years, they would get basically the All-Star game and then whatever else they could drum up. And I told you last year as they were setting up the in-season tournament, that was a television thing to sell. Well, now they've endorsed it with Emirates, which I guess Emirates does a lot of soccer.
Yeah, selling the jersey for Arsenal, and they've done Fly Emirates. They've been all over.
Yeah, they've been all over. So they're going to sponsor the in-season tournament. And then you have A package going to ABC. The B package is going to go to NBC and Peacock, basically Comcast. And then Amazon is going to take the C package. Warner, a.k.a. TNT, had an opportunity to match the deal. Even if they matched it financially, they couldn't offer what Amazon was offering. The NBA wants to do exactly what the NFL did, which is partner with one of the biggest conglomerates on the planet. And why does this make sense for Amazon? Because Amazon, like they're doing with the Yankees right now, they've sucked me in with all the Yankee stuff. They want to be able to have you draw you in for the sports and then put all of their advertisement on there with QR things and then sell you toilet paper delivered to your house the next day. It's a brilliant move by Amazon. They're going to have double headers. Yep. NBC's going to have double headers.
Back. They're going to
I think this is going to be
NBC's going to be Sunday, Monday.
It's going to be great.
Amazon's going to do the Thursday, Friday, sometimes Saturdays. The package is great. But here's what Barkley had to say, because Inside the NBA on TNT will be basically preparing for its last season, because TNT no longer is going to be part of the NBA after this season, which is kind of sad.
It is sad.
And this is what Barkley had to say. Clearly, the NBA has wanted to break up with us from the beginning. I'm not sure TNT ever had a chance. TNT matched the money, but the league knows Amazon and these tech companies are the only ones willing to pay for the rights when they double in the future. The NBA didn't want to piss them off. It's a sad day when owners and commissioners choose money over the fans. It just sucks. I just want to thank everyone who has been at Turner for the last 24 years. They are the best people and the most talented, and they deserve better. I also want to thank the NBA and its fans, the best fans in sports. We're going to give you everything we have next season. That is Charles Barkley. Now, and so there is a little, I hear you on the money thing and partnering with Amazon and doing that with them. I would have left ESPN and ABC, but I get how they have a lot of money with Disney or whatnot. But to me, as happy as I am about NBC getting the NBA, I am. I'm really excited about that. And you get Round Ball Rock back. However, there is something to leave TNT Sports, who has provided the best basketball coverage ever since the NBA left NBC. They've given us great coverage, the great pregame shows, the great postgame shows, and just the broadcast in itself. When you watch a game on TNT, you feel like it's big time. When you watch a Friday night game on ESPN, I'm like, oh, where's the intensity at? Where's it at? Why are we not talking about the game? Why are we talking about narratives? And you look at the presentation of the NBA Finals where you had Stephen A. Malika Andrews is fine. I got no problem with her leading the charge. She was great. But Michael Wilbon and Stephen A. Smith on that panel, Bob Myers felt uncomfortable. You could just see it. And I'm not speaking for Bob, but you could just see it. Stephen A. doesn't belong on that set. And then you get to TNT and you got Shaq, you got Barkley, you got Kenny, and you got Ernie.
Thursdays.
Thursdays too.
But Tuesdays they do a different crew.
They do a different crew with the players only.
Yeah.
But TNT, I do feel some type of way about the NBA just basically stiff-arming them for the almighty dollar. I get it. You got to get your money. It's a big business. This is why I don't get on players for holding out. I get money rules everything. It's the money, money, money. But I do feel like I do feel a certain type of way that the NBA didn't play ball with one of its most loyal soldiers in TNT Sports, and the way they presented the game. ESPN and ABC has done everything to kill the NBA with the narratives. Hell, when the Warriors were playing the Celtics in the finals, you know what the coverage was that week? It was all about, is Kevin Durant going to stay in Brooklyn? We got a damn series going on between the West Coast and East Coast with two iconic franchises, the Celtics and the Warriors, and Steph Curry's in it, and we're talking about Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets. That's ESPN and ABC. They've killed the NBA with this stuff, killed the viewership, killed the ratings. And then the broadcast when it comes to the finals, I'm sorry, Poor Mike Breen is sitting there with J.J. Redick and Doris Burke, and we're watching game one of a classic game between the Pacers and Celtics, and I could have sworn it was a game in December. So a part of me feels really terrible for TNT, and I feel like the NBA didn't play ball with them. That just sucks, because as a basketball fan, as a guy who loves the NBA, and I know all the tweets, we would be on Twitter all night talking about inside the NBA. It disturbs me that they're going to lose that package. They're going to lose it, and we're going to go to Amazon, and hopefully Amazon can pick up the slack, and hopefully ESPN steps up their game. I'm happy about NBC getting a package, but I do hurt for TNT, because that was basketball. We all look forward to NBA on TNT on Thursdays, and then during the playoffs with 40 games and 40 nights. I am bothered by that. It does suck that sometimes money just rules over everything, and we just take it away from TNT, which carried the NBA. I feel Barkley, and I'm going to miss these guys. I really am. It sucks.
I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised with Amazon. Like their NFL broadcasts, I didn't think that Al Michaels and Herb Street were a great pairing. But if you watched on Thursday night for football, they had like 3 or 4 different broadcasts. They had the StatCast one. They did a really good job presenting the same game in a variety of ways for you to consume. And there was a way to learn. There was a way to laugh. Like, I think they did a really good job. They basically took what ESPN did with college football, and they threw it on their broadcast. Yeah. I think Amazon's going to they're going to end up buying inside the NBA. They're going to bring them all over.
I mean, they're probably all going to come over, and it's all going to, I just feel sorry for the company.
This is about, it's very simple to me. This is about like, hey, the wave of the future is clearly Amazon Prime, and TNT is a thing of the past. And I love Barkley, but like Barkley, like you're out the demo when it comes to trying to connect to the most amount of people worldwide. Like people don't know where to find TNT. Like
I disagree with that. They know where to find Barkley. They know where to find Ernie Johnson. They know where to find inside the NBA.
Do you know anyone in their 20s, 30s, or 40s who doesn't have Amazon?
Oh, that's fine. They could have Amazon, but you're telling me that people don't have TNT to watch basketball? When all the playoffs are aired on basketball? TNT?
Amazon is a bigger company.
You're telling me that nobody can find Charles. You're telling me that nobody knows how to find Charles Barkley, Ernie Johnson, Kenny Smith.
What channel is it on Comcast?
I don't have Comcast. I haven't had Comcast in years.
But I'm just.
What was it? 245 on Comcast?
It was 737.
737. Yeah, I was a DirecTV. I was a DirecTV user. Okay. So I had DirecTV. I'm just saying,
like Amazon Prime, like. We could argue and quibble all we want, and the older generation is going to disagree with it.
But you can't say that that's disingenuous to say that people don't know how to find Charles Barkley.
I'm saying the younger demos are flocking to Amazon. Everyone has Amazon. This is a business. This is about getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
They will flock to wherever the game is on. If the game is on TNT, they're flocking to TNT.
I mean,
if the game's on ESPN, they're flocking to ESPN. If the game's on Fox, they're flocking.
What I'm saying though is that yes, people will flock, but you're also shopping in a bigger audience with the Amazon audience. You just are. You just are.
I don't know. I
mean, that's why they're there.
I mean, the TNT stuff, they got their ratings, right? So basketball?
No, they did well. They did well. So like I look at like the Yankees, right? The Yankees have been on Amazon Prime, and I flip around all the channels around 4 o'clock because I'm at home with the little guy, and every single day I'm like, oh, Yankees are on. Bang, I'll watch them. Because I'm like, why not? They're on Amazon Prime. Super easy. So I know
TNT super easy.
No, it is.
I've never had a problem finding TNT on the app. In college,
I don't think much is going to change. Is what I'm saying.
In college, I would have TNT on the website.
Yeah, but that was
I had to discover it during college.
Well, to your point, Bonte, every new TV someone buys now, it has just apps on them.
Exactly.
Every single TV now has apps that you can go to.
It's on the app. No doubt about it. YouTube TV, Amazon Prime. You can add all that stuff. I get all that. But don't tell me that you're having a hard time finding Charles Barkley.
No.
And finding TNT.
Saying, like, accessibility, Bonte, what we're saying is, in this world that we're in now, accessibility, you actually are going to get more via Amazon than you will.
So TNT has been running March Madness for the last, 5-7 years?
Say that again?
TNT has basically been running March Madness. TNT, CBS, and True TV.
And they've been on a zillion channels.
They've been but they also have the March Madness app.
Yeah.
And the March Madness app has been around for a long time, and we know how to download that app and watch it. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I just feel bad for TNT. So anyway.
I am 100% certain there are more Amazon apps in this world on people's phones.
I'm sure there's a. I didn't say that. I wasn't talking about that. I wasn't talking. Just don't say that we can't find TNT. Nobody can find TNT on the apps or whatnot.
It's not about current. It's about 10 years.
Inside the NBA is going to be missed if they don't get this bad. If they don't keep this bad boy together.
Kenny's gone for sure, and he's going to go. And I'm sure at some point Charles will give in. Charles will be there. The question is Ernie, and Ernie is obviously very important to the show. They'll end up finding a way to get them all over there. I believe. I think I just would
have looked at ESPN and tried to take that away from them because their presentation of the NBA
that I agree
is small time.
Yeah, that
the presentation on Inside the NBA, and there's a lot of fans. When you look at social media, how many people retweet Inside the NBA? How many people quote tweet Charles Barkley off of what he said? Hell, when they're out here chasing or when they're out here for the finals, they would leave our set, and it was packed over there for the Inside the NBA set.
And you say that, Bonte. Roger Goodell had similar feelings to the Amazon broadcast itself during Super Bowl. Like that whole time he was answering questions, stuff like that, and they asked him how he felt about the Amazon broadcast. He says it wasn't up to par.
No.
It wasn't at all.
And they're not putting them on notice.
It's not ready.
But here's the thing on that. What we were talking about was a legend in Al Michaels who wasn't good anymore. Right? I mean, you know, that's what we were talking about. So I look at the NBA and they made this move for a variety of reasons, and one of the biggest ones was the collapse of the RSNs.
I don't disagree with that.
And that really did them in. And so now they could put those RSNs because they couldn't put them on TNT. They can put all those teams like the Phoenix Suns is a great example who lost their RSN. Bally Diamond Sports is basically the same thing. They're like, hey, we'll just throw that on the front page of Amazon.
I've got no disagreement with that, and I know where the future is going. Trust me. I've worked part-time in television. I hear all about that stuff. This is something we studied in school 12 years ago in media aesthetics class, or where this thing was going. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to miss Inside the NBA on TNT and the way they present it. Amazon streaming, they got a lot of work. As much as you love Amazon, that football broadcast has not been good. It has not been good. It has not been good for Amazon for Thursday Night Football. I'd rather them go back to NFL Network. So as much as we are flocking to Amazon and we all got the apps, the broadcast has not been good whatsoever without Michael's
This is the pure broadcast. If you get the right broadcast,
I don't want to watch other stuff though. When I'm watching football, I want to watch my broadcast, and I want to.
I know you're talking about commentary.
Yeah.
So
the
you
broadcast,
just have to change out the commentary.
The broadcast, everything. The presentation, I'm not a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of the studio show. I'm not a big fan of the presentation of Amazon.
There's a whole nother conversation about how studio shows aren't watched anywhere near what we think they were back in the day.
I think we need to have a conversation about how we just missed Fast Five.
This guy sucks.
What's your final thought? Can't believe I'm going to a Giants game tonight. I must be bored. Maybe they'll win today. Is Blake Snell on the mound? Yes, he is. Let's go, Snell.
Final start in Giants uniform. Just need one more.
Oh, it's Kyle Harrison. My bad. Kyle Harrison.
I'm out. And then Birdsong and Snell tomorrow, right? It'll be a double dipper.
Correct.
Wait a minute. They pushed Harrison back because he started the first game after the All-Star break, correct?
Who knows?
He started the first game after the All-Star break. What the hell is going on with this staff? All right, anyway, go ahead.
My final thought is enjoy your weekend.
Spadoni, nothing?
Yeah, it's still early in the year. Kind of stuff like that happens. It'll get handled when it gets handled. Everybody kind of just lets me play. I mean, they know how I am, so they don't need to send me anything to keep me motivated.
Kermit the Frog returns. There he is.
The Raiders, you see him hanging to Kermit the Frog dog with Mahomes jersey.
Yeah. A fan brought it, by the way.
I know, but why? Why?
Why? Because they kicked their ass on Christmas. We'll do it again next time.
You know what?
Back-to-back Super
Hey, we got to go, guys. We don't have time for this.
The Raiders just hired Mike Singletary 2.0. You should have hired Harbaugh, you dumbasses. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You're going to regret not hiring Jim Harbaugh. Trust me. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
If there's one sale I'm always going to shop, it's Kohl's Friends and Family Sale. I just saved an extra 25% because I spent $75.
He's back. What's up, my man?
Oh, boy, y'all are something else. Look at Steiny. Hey, Spadoni, thanks for having my back. You guys did a fabulous job. Steiny, I just want to commend you seriously, man. People don't know what's going on in my life, but I was down. I had a bug. And I'm telling you, when I popped on the show and you had my back at the beat, that's all I asked for is just, but I had to log in and go Kevin Durant. Oh, boy. I got some personal stuff. Where the F you? I'm down. I'm fighting for my life.
I hope you kept some receipts. I was doing the show. I was starting to take notes of the people trying to stick it to you. But
Spadoni had my back, too.
I ran out of paper.
Great job. Hey, slow down now. No further. But I will tell you this, Steiny.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting personal. I'm just taking it as you know what? They miss me. You know what I mean? Because I don't think the Thursday thing is real. It's just
a hell of a coincidence.
Adam's apple almost came out there. Did you? Whoa! What?
I got to tell you.
No, so I said it's a hell of a.
You said it's something, and Kay looked at Spadone and goes.
Did he really do it?
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yeah, if we did some goo lytics, maybe a couple. But anyway, I'm back. What you got?
Oh man. I mean, we can just run down the list right now. Joe Lacob talked to Tim Kawakami. We got all that sound. We're going to get into. We played one piece of Draymond Green sound yesterday, but of course there's more from the Jeff Teague podcast. We got the Niners, day 3 of camp coming up.
No Trent, and Ayuk still in the same situation.
Yeah, and how you feeling about your San Francisco Giants?
This weekend I'm shopping for a flag, but a white one.
A white flag, not the Jolly Roger.
No, the white one.
Okay.
I'm out. Nick, man, to hit that home run after you tied up, thinking, you know what? We got some momentum. For that to be the guy to give you the lead, Steiny, it's a wrap. It's a ram.
All right.
And I don't know what the future holds. It's about prospects. I read.
There you go.
As I was bedridden, I read Baggerly's piece in The Athletic.
Okay.
But Steiny, they still paid the high price for this payroll, and they'll still pay the penalty of the taxes or whatnot. But you better get some prospects if you sell. But who the hell had the Giants selling by next Tuesday? It's not on air. We don't got it on tape.
No.
Ernie Chavez can produce it if you actually have it.
Ernie,
if you said it.
Ernie, God.
Big E.
Ernie, find something, because this fish is stinking from the head up, down and sideways.
Boy, oh boy.
As our main man Priest would say.
Did you hear Flim this morning with the roast?
No.
He's always positive, but this was Spadona, I guess I could call it somber.
That's BS, man.
Yeah, we love you, Flim, but man, Steiny, the Giants right now they're not it.
No.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
Who's that?
Flim.
Oh, that was Flim.
Yeah, 11 for 54 since the All-Star break. The Giants are collectively with runners in scoring position. I don't care if Jesus is on the mound. If that's what you got at the plate, you ain't winning much.
They're 2-5 since the break, so they got the pedal to the metal.
3 of those were against the Rockies.
Well, that's a good team. They're improving.
Doubleheader tomorrow.
Yeah.
With, the Rockies. You said 7 innings. You were just having fun.
No,
it's
when
9
did I hear
innings.
that?
It's 9 innings, I thought.
Of course it is.
49er Frankie got hot. I said Steiny said 7. Oh, boy. I said,
I heard that from... Yeah, I heard that from a guy yesterday. It couldn't have been right.
Yeah. Were you in the cafeteria?
Yeah.
Well, maybe
it was in a couple cafeterias.
Consider the source.
So, I mean, let's get into some Joe Lacob sound and where are we at with the Golden State Warriors, and where are we at with the timetable of Steph Curry? Where are we at with this team being a contender? Tim Kawakami asked Joe Lacob a lot of stuff. And where do you want to start? Give me, there's a lot going on with the Warriors. Give me something to start it off.
Klay Thompson, what he thought, how could the whole, I won't call it fiasco, but Klay Thompson leaving, Steiny, what went into that?
Okay, let's start with Joe Lacob beginning to take us through the Klay Thompson negotiations.
We made an offer to him in the fall, substantially higher than what he ultimately did wind up signing for. So I thought it was very fair, if not more than fair at the time. We're trying to anticipate what the market is for him. We're trying to be really fair to him and recognize him for who he is. And so we did that. And, that was not acceptable to them. That's their choice. At that point, we're sort of have to go to free agency, we told them, get closer to that day and see how the team forming, see how we do this year and see how the team forming process was going. And we were doing that. But, to be frank and honest, Clay made the decision prior to the beginning of free agency that he informed us of it, that his intention was to not come back.
All right. So what does that tell me? It tells me that the reporting was pretty accurate. That tells me that 2-year, $48 million offer was probably right on the money. I think Shams Charania reported that of The Athletic, and Lacob did not refute that. Clay turned it down last fall, and then what happened was they played out the season, and before free agency started, according to Joe Lacob, Clay said, "You know what, guys, I'm out."
Yeah.
I believe it all. I believe
I'm out.
Everything that Joe Lacob said there.
I do too. It still doesn't, take away the pain that you, especially now with, and we'll get into it, what I deem the state of the Warriors moving forward. Steiny, I don't know if there's going to be any more banners. I'm rooting, but I kind of could see and want to see Clay a part of the big three. Now it's the big two. We'll get into Draymond later, but at the end of the day, that's how it went. And me getting mad about the golf tournament or the golf outing that didn't produce a contract offer or closure. Clay knew what it was, but what I want to just call everybody out on, everybody, all basketball fans, we all got hoodwinked, Donnie.
Well, I didn't.
That 30 for going to Orlando or 30 being a reality, when it was all said and done, the Warriors, the offer he turned down, Steiny, Klay Thompson did it. That was as great as it got for him on the open market. And I do wonder, again, we know he's financially taken care of, but I do wonder if that eats at him. But there were times in shows collectively that we thought when he got hot, maybe Orlando will come out with 30 milli, maybe Philly. But Steiny, Joe Lacob and the Warriors offered him the most. He did not bite.
They offered him the most a year ago.
No.
A year ago.
There you
Doesn't
go.
sound like they offered him anything because they never even had a chance to this offseason. So, okay, that's the starting point. Now, he got into a lot of detail here. There's two other ones, and here's some more expansion from Joe Lacob.
He felt he needed, for a variety of reasons, to have a fresh start. He put a lot of pressure on himself to be the player he always, was in the past, and perhaps he didn't feel like he was living up to that, or he felt the pressure of the situation. I don't know. I just don't know. You'd have to ask him. But he made the decision he wanted to move on, which surprised us a little bit, to be frank. But I'm a believer that these guys earn their stripes. They earn the ability to be free agents if they want. They put in the time. It's their life. What makes them happy. I would love if Clay had been a Warrior for life. And under a fair and equitable basis, we wanted to try to achieve that very badly. We did achieve it with Draymond, a different situation. Steph's under contract, so we felt we were on path to do that. It just didn't work out. And there's no sense rehashing who offered what, when, and all that. We all know the basics of the situation. And I think he's happy for now with his choice. And we had to move on and accept that.
All right. Anything jump out at you there, Goo?
And it's not bad. I didn't come in here to, throw bombs, but it's kind of funny. He said he felt like, and I feel like I'm my own Jedi when it comes to people. When he said, now why would you do that? Come on now.
Just looking at my guys over there.
When he said Clay probably didn't think he lived up to it, you're also saying you didn't know he didn't live up to it too, from your vantage point. That's no shade. We all saw it. And that was part of Clay's deal, fighting the ghost of what he once was out there.
Yeah, what stuck out a little bit to me there was Joe Lacob said he was surprised again that Clay left. So that makes two people who left in the last 2 years apparently caught him by surprise. And it felt like the whole year last year, Bob Myers was a big theme. 2 years ago was a big theme. And I mean, if you watched it from the outside, you felt like, this may be it for Bob Myers. And then Joe Lacob said he kind of didn't see it coming. And then this year, we watched Clay, and we all know that something's going on, but we can't put our finger on it. And he turned down a $48 million 2-year offer and played the year, and then he left. And I wonder how sincere Joe is about that, how surprised he really was. Or is that just something he's saying, though I don't know why he would say it?
Now, you have his phone number in your phone. He's a legend. I'm stealing from Bonte. He eats for free in the Bay, Joe Lacob. But, Stoney, that is the second time. And I wonder, a guy as smart as Joe Lacob, do you think he could really have that mechanism to his personality to where he really is surprised when the average bear like myself or bears, I'll put you in there too, kind of like, how could you miss that? You know what I mean? How could that slip past a guy so sharp like cheddar cheese?
I don't know. I don't know how you can miss it. I don't know.
Because the Bob Myers one blew me away. But, Stoney, I'm believing him. I'm taking him at his word. He's surprised.
It feels like he still thought they had a shot at it. So when the season ended, the Warriors could have negotiated at any point. But clearly at that point, Joe Lacob said we told Clay we had to move on. Or not move on, but there were other things we had to deal with, and then we'd get back to him. And this is the one, though, about Klay Thompson. I think
before you hit play, okay, if that is the case, and we are doing it, Stoney, we're taking Joe at his word, shouldn't somebody in his camp come to him and say, hey, Joe, look, Bob is really, this is real. Just like the president has his people come talk. Shouldn't he have somebody delegated for that to let him know really what time it is? I mean, in case you're oblivious to it?
I mean, he's the owner, and he'd been working pretty much hand in hand with Myers for 8-10 years. Yeah. Similarly, he's the owner, and he says, he's got pretty good relationships with all the players. So I don't know. But here's a couple details that Joe Lacob did wrap up about the money and what was on the table, et cetera.
As free agency was beginning, was that offer on the table?
The offer from last fall you're referring to?
Yeah.
No, that's clear. That was an offer in the fall, and we were in the process of developing an offer. But we really couldn't do that. He knew that without sort of seeing how a lot of different things were happening. We had a lot of things going on. Chris Paul contract. We didn't know what was going to happen with all those things. So I think it's common sense for anybody to understand that you're juggling a lot of balls and they all have to make sense. But he made the choice a little early. He made it for us, right? He made it for us. And it's not what we wanted, but it happened.
There it is.
Wow.
And
so Clay said it's a wrap and Wynn told him. So I was like, what about the communication, the lack of communication? Clay Wynn told him.
You know what else it sounds to me like is Klay Thompson told him he was out before he ever knew where he was going. That's what it sounds like to me.
I got you.
Maybe I'm wrong. And then, of course, the point that Joe Lacob essentially acknowledged is, no, the 2-year, $48 million offer from a summer ago wasn't on the table this year. It wasn't. He had a chance.
Can I ask you, where did he go?
What do you mean?
For somebody like Clay, why did he evaporate? Do you think really because of his play?
I think because they were in a different circumstance. Yeah. I think they signed Draymond Green to a 4-year, $100 million deal. At that point, they said, well, can we keep Clay in the fold for a little bit? They made an offer to Clay that they thought was fair.
Yeah. And it ended up being that.
What?
2 for 4. What he got, 60. That was more than fair, the 24.
It was more than fair.
Now that the dust settled.
In terms of what he ended up getting.
Right.
But if you're Klay Thompson, this isn't that, to me, dissimilar than Ayuk and Trent Williams. Trent Williams wants a new contract. Guess what? He's going to get one probably before Ayuk. So if Draymond Green's getting 4 for $100 and they come to Klay with 2 for $48, I can understand why Clay would be like, what, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Nah, wow.
Me?
Yeah.
I've been
who I am.
I came back from injury. I tried to get myself back, and you gave that guy $100 million?
Wow.
And you're offering me half that? I could completely see Clay in that situation. That bothered Clay. I gotta believe that Draymond got
it's a wrap. Yeah.
That Draymond got what he. I mean,
what about Draymond saying he did the organization a favor?
Yeah. Well,
I gotta bite my. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll play some of that. We got so much sound today.
Let me slow down.
Here we go. Let's get into it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is there anything Joe Lacob said about the Klay Thompson situation that you're not buying? Or when you hear from Joe Lacob, do you feel like that's the story? And I understand it from all points of view. And that's kind of where I'm coming from. I don't think the Warriors really wanted him back. I think they wanted him back only on their terms.
Right.
And that's another thing to me that's a difference between Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. I mean, it felt like with Draymond, they just wanted him back because they didn't think they could reach a certain level without him, and the money became secondary. They just needed him back. But this year, the money became primary, and they didn't really want Klay Thompson back. It sounds to me like they would have loved to get him back at about $15 million.
Yeah.
And
that wasn't going to happen.
That wasn't going to happen. Wasn't going to happen.
Yeah. And let's be honest, put the right on the table early, brought to you by Adco Stunning. When it comes to anything Golden State Warriors related, the two bombs and the words that I constitute as bombs came out of the mouth of Steph Curry. And I hear Joe Lacob in a different place than Steph Curry and Draymond Green. I know we'll get to that later, but the bottom line is I'm hearing Joe talk, and I'm taking him at his word. But, Stoney, when I watch a team not make the playoffs and add what they added, and who knows, maybe they do get marketing, but every day that goes by, I think that's less likely. I just can't get fired up, and I'm Dr. Optimistic when your best player saying what he's saying from Paris. It doesn't match Joe Lacob's outlook. And I know we'll get into more sound if you kind of give me that. Joe feels pretty good about where they're at.
At least that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. I don't know. Do you believe him? I can't believe he thinks I don't think he thinks they're in a great spot.
All right, okay.
I think he's always optimistic, and he always looks at his team from the positive side, but I mean, how optimistic can you be right now if you're a Warrior fan and you just watched Klay walk away? You just heard Draymond talking like he's the general manager, and now you have the money man, the guy that absolutely is more important than anybody else, saying, I don't want to be a bottom feeder, and I'm not going to be a bottom feeder, but I don't think that's going to happen. But it's the same guy that 2 weeks ago said things change quickly in the NBA. So 888-957-9570 is the number. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting, some of the things he said. We're going to get into a lot more sound on the other side right now. Let me play this one too.
All right.
Because this is the one where, okay, you said it feels like Lacob and Steph are on a little different time frame.
Yes, sir.
Here's what Lacob said. He was asked about the window, the Golden State Warriors window and Steph's window.
I do view that our window is a little longer than people think, though, if there's such thing as a window. But with respect to Steph, let's just say, if that's what we're talking about, I think the window's probably longer than some people, give it credit for. He's in remarkable shape. I do not see some big slowdown from Steph here. In fact, I would argue he's one of the best players on the Olympic team. I don't see it closing any time that soon. We all have to understand that Father Time is undefeated, and eventually that'll be the case. But we don't look at it honestly like it's a window this year. It has to be this year. Like, what can we do all in? We're always trying to make our team as absolutely good as it can be because we're trying to win championships. We won in 22 and they said we couldn't. I think we can win this next year. I think it's possible. So, whether it's like as our team as it sits today, or maybe as the year starts and we decide we need to add a little more and the opportunity comes across to do that, we will. But I think we're always trying to make the team as good as possible, and I don't think it's a 6-month window. I think the window's bigger than that.
See, that to me is interesting.
Man.
That to me is interesting. I know a lot of it's probably owner speak, but here's what hits me on this one. And Warrior fans, I'd love to know what you think about it. What I heard is, look, Steph Curry's going to play for at least 2 or 3 more years. So it doesn't have to happen this year. Mm-hmm. We're not going to go all in this year if it's a move that we don't think is going to help us long term and short term enough. He's like, it doesn't have to be this year. I just find that pretty interesting.
But Curry said the exact opposite when he said,
did he?
For him to come up, Steph Curry, Steiny, that is, with bottom feeder, there's nobody that could tell me he wasn't talking about how they finished last year. So if you're telling me Lacob is looking at it from a perspective of, you know what, we don't got to go all in this year. You back that up with a subpar season. That's exactly what Steph was trying to avoid, and he put the caveat of if you're happy being a bottom feeder. So I guess I didn't hear urgency from Joe. And maybe he's an hour or days away knowing they're about to pull off a trade.
Well, not if Draymond doesn't want it.
I got to be careful here. Let me know when we're getting to that.
Okay.
I got to pace myself. I think I had food poison, Donnie.
I'm sorry?
I think I had food poison. You can never prove it, but that's what was going on, man.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Can you remember the last time you had no control over your bowel movements? Because that was me. Boss was like, "Can you do?" I was like, I can't control that.
Yeah. Oh, he gave you grief.
No, he was there for me.
Yeah.
Spadoni filled in. How was it with Spadoni?
Dynamite.
Yeah.
It was great.
Spadoni.
A lot of people thought it was father and son combo yesterday.
Wow. Stoddy don't have a stash, though.
I can't grow a mustache.
Oh, come on.
I have no facial hair issues.
Well, you have some. So you got the shadow.
If I don't shave for 3 days, you probably won't notice.
Right. You like me?
Yeah, I don't. I'm not a 5 o'clock shadow guy at all.
I'm out.
Yeah. So Curry is, to me, Steph Curry said, and we'll play some of that too. Is we don't have to. I know you can't win it every year, but you and I disagree on a little something, that is. I don't think Steph thinks 46 wins is necessarily a bottom feeder.
See, I'm blown away because I'm going to the bottom line. What did that 46? You're right. It's not 500. What did that get you? It didn't get you to the playoffs.
Well,
so you could sing Kumbaya 46-47, but if you're not playing marquee playoff games, I think would you give me this before we go to break? Those two perspectives do not match to me. Those two outlooks. The Curry quotes and Joe Lacob's sit down with Tim Kawakami. And maybe it's just owner speak. What's he supposed to say? Oh, the sky's falling. We're in trouble.
Well, I think that, the one thing Joe Lacob went on to say, and we'll hit it all, was that, he made a point of saying, last year we won more games than we did the year before. But the West was a bear, and the West was really tough. But we won 40. He said it like a true PR guy. We won 46 games and we should have won 50 if Draymond Green wouldn't have. So clearly he thinks they're a 50-win team, and clearly he thinks they may be better next year, replacing Clay with the guys that they replaced him with, and in addition to Chris Paul.
And I told you that if they don't make a move, I could see it happening. Fitz joined us, but that was with Clay staying.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Man, there's a lot more sound coming up, and a lot of it's juicy. There's one thing about Curry's contract extension to me that jumped out of the speaker. And I'll tell you what that is on the other side. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
Certainly from any conversations I've had with Steph, and I'm pretty close to Steph. We talk a lot. We have a great relationship. I think he's very comfortable with the path of the franchise and how hard we do try to put a great, as good a product on the court as we can.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
There you go. Joe Lacob says Steph's comfortable. That's important. That's important.
He didn't sound comfortable.
Who?
Steph.
Well, we had to read the quote, so we're not really sure.
Estimated eyes up real quick, Stanley, on the YouTube chat. Goo, I'm your biggest fan. Kind of hit me.
Oh.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying, don't. Just say you had a little flu. You don't need any details. We know what that. We know what it all means.
You know I'm an open book.
Yeah. I do know that. Hey, by the way, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. That means if you call in and talk about sports, you'll be coming in through the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. Man, a lot of stuff's popped out the last 2 days Warrior related. So here's the one that hit me.
Lay it on me.
And I got to set it up. On August 6th, the Golden State Warriors can offer Steph Curry a contract extension for 1 season, okay? He is under contract for this year, 2024-25, for next year, 25-26, and they can offer him a 1-year extension for the year 2026 and 2027, and it would be a maximum contract for upwards of about $64 million, which would be the most he's ever made in any year in the NBA.
Damn.
All right. So, just talk while I look for this sound real quick.
Now I'm getting other people saying they're my biggest fans. Sidecar Tommy. It's all good, baby. Man, they know how to pick you up when you're down, Stoney.
Okay.
All right.
This is Joe Lacob asked about the possibility of Steph getting that 1-year extension on August 6th. This is the one that I want to talk about with you, Goo.
We have not discussed it. He's busy right now, and he should stay busy focused on that with the Olympics. But if he wants to talk about that, that's up to him. If he wants to talk about that this summer, he's not said that at all. But if he wants to, we'll certainly entertain that discussion. I would not anticipate, let's put it this way, Steph Curry, I fully anticipate will be a Warrior for life. I thought Clay was going to be too, but I was wrong. But I think, Steph has been, what he's meant to this franchise is tremendous. It's every intention of ours to see him play as long as he wants to play and as long as he is able to play at the level that he's continued to play. And he's in incredible shape, so I have no reason to believe that he couldn't play quite a bit longer.
All right, so this is the one that to me is a little bit puzzling. And here's why. You say that you want Steph Curry to retire a Golden State Warrior. You say he'll be around. Our plan, I can't see it, never could see him leave. We want him to retire here. Then he says, if Steph wants to talk about that, that's up to him. Can I ask a question? Why wouldn't the Golden State Warriors approach Steph and say, can we lock you up for the 2026-2027 year? Why would the Warriors not move on that if they're sincere about wanting him to finish his career with the Warriors?
I can't believe you are a little bit perplexed. I feel like that to me, and the fact that Curry hasn't let them know or notified them, hey, we need to talk. In a crazy world, Stott, you might want to send me to Napa State. I got a feeling maybe this thing couldn't happen. And they want to kick the, who would call the other party to say, hey, can I pay you and give you 61 milli? Like, is there a scenario that Steph has made so much money, he knows what time it is, there's no urgency on his part? Because it's twofold to me. Why hasn't Steph notified him, hey, we need to have a conversation? But if I'm Joe Lacob, I don't want that phone to ever ring. I'm going to give you the money, but you got to tap me on the shoulder to let me know you want it, if that makes it. What does Curry benefit by not saying on August 6th, give me my chicken? And that's a week, just days away. So I'm starting to think, is Curry going to be like, I know I guess what I'm saying is like, one of the things that people have assumed is, oh, blank check. Curry, blank check. Blank check for Curry. Yeah. Well, but you got nothing on the door. Why haven't the Warriors said to Steph, hey, on August 6th, we want to pay you. Like, we want to extend you. We want you to retire a Warrior. Uh-huh. This is the first step, the first thing we can do to get you that extra year.
Here it is. You want to sign for $64 million in 2026, 2027. Like, why is it? I mean, I get he wants Steph to say, hey, I want it.
Yeah.
But why wouldn't you make it clear to Steph that it's there for him? That, to me, would be the sign to Curry that
I'm a lifer.
Yeah, and you know what? And by the way, Joe, if I'm Steph, I'm not holding it against you, but you said Clay was going to retire here.
Yeah.
Now he isn't retiring here. So why aren't you coming to me and saying, hey, how about signing that third year?
I should know. I'm a Taurus. I
don't get it.
I should know your zodiac sign. I don't, Steiny. I think you're Pisces.
Libra.
Okay, Libra. That's Pops. But are you telling me maybe Stephen could be on the phone with Aisha? No, just making a note that these mofos ain't even called me about that. Would you take that some kind of way, or is that too big of a reach? Because I do, on the Guru computer, make a parallel with the Trent Williams. You knew we could play this card. Why wouldn't you get at him so this wouldn't happen unless the big fella just stay home? We'll make it look like it's a contract thing. We'll work it out, and then you show up when it's money time.
I mean, obviously, there's about 10 days till August 6th. And on August 5th, the Warriors could go, Steph, let's get this thing done for the third year.
Simple as that.
But this is the part, 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line. The Warriors have probably already told Steph that they're ready to talk when he is. No, that's not what Lacob said. Lacob said they haven't talked, but if it's something Steph wants to talk about, we would entertain it. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you guys make of that? Because I really don't know what to make of it.
And go ahead. I'll say this to you. Whatever I'm doing, Nahegan, if I'm due 61 million, I'm not that busy. You can call me.
64.
I'll pick up 64 and I'll answer. 60 M's? I'm available. Player.
I mean, the other thing, let me ask Warrior fans this. What would possibly be the reason why Steph Curry wouldn't want to sign on the dotted line right now for 2026, 2027 for $64 million? Why would, unless there's something going on, which I don't think there is, if I'm Joe Lacob, I would just expect that he wants it to such a degree that I would approach him and be like, how do you want to do this? You want to just sign on the dotted line August 6th? I mean, is it possible that, you know what? Maybe Steph doesn't, I don't want to say run the organization like people think he does, but maybe all Joe Lacob said, yeah, if that's something that he wants, we'll entertain it. He didn't say, well, if Steph wants it, it'll be done tomorrow. Maybe the Warriors might not want to sign him to that third year right now. But I can't understand why Steph wouldn't want it.
I have nothing for you except maybe Steph is trying to, but this would be an expensive message, $64 million message of, I'm not signing that till I see what you guys are doing around here. But who would want that? That's too expensive to send that message, right? And bypass that payday?
I don't know. I mean, 209, doesn't he have 2 more years left? Why negotiate an extra year for a guy in his mid-30s who has 2 years left? Well, then you know what? Then say that. If you're talking about Joe Lacob's side.
Then he's not a lifer.
I mean, all I'm saying is, if the owner's saying we want him to retire here, well, then
call him.
Call him and say, well, let's get you 1 more year, because that brings us closer to our goal of having you retire a Golden State Warrior. But I'm not sure that all Joe Lacob said was, we'll entertain it.
Yeah. The 408
we'll entertain it.
On the text line says it's not August 6th yet. Why is this even a conversation? If he doesn't get extended, then we can start asking questions. But I feel what you're saying, like,
I'm going to ask him right now, because Joe Lacob was just asked about it, and he said what he said, which is, hey, if Steph wants to talk about that, he can He can get in touch with us. But you want him to retire here. So why wouldn't you get in touch with him? That's all I'm asking. 888-957-9570. And listen, Joe Lacob's never going to say it, but maybe they have reluctance about giving him $64 million when he's 38 or 39. And I would actually understand that.
But with Steph, I
don't know.
Imagine what we've heard thus far, and then you put this into the equation or the stew. Good Lord.
Yeah,
nobody wants that.
If somebody can explain it to me, I'm all ears at 888-957-9570 is the number. Sweet Chuck on the YouTube chat. Exactly, Steiny. Lacob didn't say he didn't want to offer him an extension now. You're quoting on some things, but what he did say isn't good enough. Yeah, that's just, it popped out to me.
Yeah, and you got me thinking.
Now, if Steph wants to come talk to us, we'll entertain it.
And he didn't say
entertain it.
Wow.
Well, hey. Wow. Okay, you'll entertain it. Okay. That's great. And maybe that fits under, and we've kind of gone back and forth on this already before the show, the part about the thing I always say, and I laugh, they're just players.
Well, now he proven that to be fictitious.
Why?
Because Day told us yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Well, maybe he's actually proving that they're just players because deep down, he doesn't want to give Steph $64 million in 2 years from now.
Well, but again, what did you say? We're 10 days away. We'll find out then. But if you're going to say he's going to be a lifer, and he, the way that he said it, Steiny, you got to pay. You got to break off this cash. This is a no-brainer.
And the other thing is, okay, so is there any way Steph wouldn't want that extension right now? And for the life of me, I can't think of one.
Then why hasn't he reached out?
Now, some people may say, well, Steiny, maybe he doesn't want to sign that third year so as to protect himself if the team starts to become a bottom feeder. Then he can become a free agent at the end of 2 years instead of 3.
That's a lot of Geico.
And I would answer it this way. But the minute Steph Curry says, you know what, that's enough. We're not good enough. I want out. They're going to move him. They're not going to not be able to move him because he's got one more year left on his deal, unless he's completely washed in a year, which I don't expect at all. So I don't know.
This date has become exciting for me.
Yeah, Lowry Markkinen is another part of this.
Do you think that's dead, or if there's still reports that it still can happen?
Well, I mean, I think what obviously has happened is Draymond Green entered the fray.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, yo, that trade helped me. It'll help me right now in my career these last couple of years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Don't do that trade. I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
That is so hypocritical.
What do you mean?
When you drove down to the boss's house and had dinner or whatever, and you signed that 4 for $100, you should have known right then that wasn't the best for the future of the team, but you signed your name and you get paid. How hypocritical is that for you to double back and say you nixed the trade? Because now it ain't about you playing. It's about you worried about the Warriors' future, and you're the biggest problem on the books about the Warrior future. How do you not have the mechanism to not stab people that you work for in the back? How dare you say that? Who are you? So now he's part of the front office, Steiny. I told them this ain't better for the best thing for the future, and fans are clamoring for right now. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. How can you not know you should not say that? And you are not Steph Curry. So if the chef is not going to say it, how the hell can you?
I don't know.
That's about all I got left, Steiny. Man, it's just principles, man.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
good now. Can you play it one more time for me?
Oh, sure. This is Draymond Green talking about running the Golden State organization.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now.
Yeah.
That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
After I got my chicken, 400 that just blew everybody away. But now you're concerned about the future. What bothers me too, partner?
Yes, sir.
I know you're looking at me like you are.
No.
Is, did they actually listen to him?
Well,
that's the rat on the table for me. Does he got that much power? And he said, so he just told the world the playbook. we almost, hey, this was like, how can you not, even if you wanted to say that, man?
I mean, I said this, I said this to you before the show.
Oh, man.
I mean, when Mark Willard came in for the crossover yesterday, he said something.
I missed it.
He nailed it, and it was you just can't throw a front office under the bus like that. I mean, you just can't. I don't know.
It was last week they almost made a trade. Last week.
Trades up. Trades up.
Oh, my goodness.
So, I don't know.
That's a guy that's untouchable, man. He feels like the Draymond Lacob, Stoddy, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you... 888-957-9570. What do you think about what Draymond said? What Draymond said about telling the front office, yeah, that's a bad trade. It's good for me, though, but, it's not about me.
Oh, man.
I'm a caretaker of this team's future. I don't know. It's kind of hitting me some kind of way, too, like you do.
Absolutely incredible.
It is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. You're absolutely right. So,
man.
So to recap, you got Steph Curry saying he's not sticking around on a bottom feeder just to stick around on a bottom feeder. He also throws in there he wants to be a Warrior for life. He doesn't see them being a bottom feeder. And whether that means he thought the 46th win team was a bottom feeder or not, I don't know. But he ain't sticking around for a bottom feeder. So then Draymond Green the next day says, we had a deal, according to Draymond, we had a deal that, it would have helped me. And I think what he's saying there, too, is it might have helped us this year, but it wouldn't have been good long term.
Man, man.
Well, wait a minute. What's the organizational strategy at this point? Is it to try to give Steph the best chance to win? Well, then we all know that if that's the way you want to go, you probably will have to make some sacrifices down the road.
Yes.
It's not personally what I would do, but if the Warriors do it, they would be sending a message, hey, look, we still think we got action. We're going to get a player right now who can help us, and we're acknowledging that it's a risk down the line. That's what they would be doing. And Draymond said, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. That wouldn't be good long term. Well, what about Steph?
That's what's so just that's the only guy that should be empowered to be able to talk about it like that. But Dre is Dre. Wow.
So, and here's and then lastly, and you want to jump into the conversation, we can do that for sure at 888-957-9570. Quite frankly, Warrior fans, what do you make of it all? But here's Joe Lacob responding to Tim Kawakami when he was asked about, hey, did you hear Steph's comments about, I want to be a Warrior for life, but I don't want to be a bottom feeder?
Certainly from many conversations I've had with Steph, and I'm pretty close to Steph. We talk a lot. We have a great relationship. I think he's very comfortable with the path of the franchise and how hard we do try to put a great, as good a product on the court as we can.
All right, so he says Steph's comfortable. And then he did address the whole idea of wasting Steph Curry's end of career?
It matters to me every bit as much as it matters to our fans for Steph or for Steph. I don't ever want to be not trying or be bad or be laissez-faire about trying to win. I think people, I hope, understand from the time we as a group have bought this team, 14 years going on 15 now, it's hard to believe.
Yep.
We've tried to be competitive, as much as we can.
All right, so there's Joe Lacob. More Joe Lacob talking to Tim Kawakami. Real good stuff. Hitting all the pertinent points, hitting all the touchdowns for this season and what's coming up and where this team's at. But I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh my God, this team's in disarray, because I don't know that. But it does seem clear to me that they haven't figured out a direction yet. They want to be they want to be aggressive, but being aggressive in and of itself means zero.
Wow.
That's what it means. Yeah, unless Steph Curry is given participation trophy points to Lacob for trying.
He's not. You just heard those words.
I guess not.
But
I don't know.
Partner, I got to let y'all call me Queen Latifah, because what set me off about that sound from Draymond, Steiny, it's like you're trying to give yourself your own medal. Oh, it could help me, but I'm thinking about the team, so I told them don't do it. Like, you were really that thirsty for credit, Steiny? And I don't think it popped off that way, but just that type of person, whatever their name is, like, that is so fraudulent. It could help us now, but it won't help us in the future. I got my chicken, so I'm thinking about the future. So what do you want? An award, Draymond? You want an award? That just, come on, man. That's not who I am and what I'm about. And Steiny, that hurt. I got out to bed yesterday. When I heard that, I said, you got to be kidding me. He didn't just say that, but he did. Let me let the rest of the NBA know the Warriors were this close to pulling off some trades, and he put it out there like he has the power to nix it. That's what I don't like.
Well, that's what hits me, too. Well, about 7 things hit me about Draymond Green.
Some hot water.
I'll be honest, and Willard brought this up.
Yeah, you said
he said,
he backs. You can't
regardless of who it is, you can't throw the front office under the bus like that. He also he said, part of the reason it bothers people is because it is Draymond. But if it were anybody,
that's deep.
It still wouldn't work. And the thing is, it is Draymond doing it. And I got to tell you, how can you be a Warrior fan and not wonder if this guy...
That said it all.
I don't know.
And here I go, Goop, coming from the top rope. This is on top of you telling the world, you and KD, about what they wanted to do, Kerr and Myers, and you just told the world everything. And it's like, can you once just take a step back and think how this makes everybody else look, Dre? But the answer to that is nope.
You just will never know how it truly plays within the organization, some of the things Draymond says and does. Then again, we do kind of know how it plays because he's still here and he's still doing it.
But the 400 didn't hurt. That's the worst thing on the Warriors' books right now. But you were okay doing that deal. You wasn't worried about the future then, Steiny.
I mean, if he's really worried about the future right now, he would say to Joe Lacob, let's take my player option 3 years from now off the table.
Yeah.
Let's just, I'll tell you, I'll just retire in 2. Let's take that last $27 million off the books. You know why? Because it's not going to help us long term.
Man. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Some calls lining up. We got to get into this. There's so many different avenues we can go down. But you know what? To me, they all lead back to the most important player in this organization, and that is Steph Curry. And what's he thinking, and how can we keep Steph Curry in a Warrior uniform for as long as possible? All right, 888-957-9570. What's coming up in the game is presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Guru's back. We love that. And we know he's back because he's not happy with Draymond Green.
It's bothering me.
What do you... I feel like we've done this for 5 years. Yeah, 6 years ago. You still team Draymond? And, hey, people were still team Draymond. And 4 years ago, less people were team Draymond. How many people are still team Draymond?
Draymond, go bye-bye.
The most important,
No.
the Golden State Warriors are team Draymond.
That's a great point.
And there it is. End of discussion.
That is a
But, Steiny, I would love to know what it is, man. Because he ain't... let me slow down.
Why?
Because he's not giving you the 2016 version of himself defensively. He's not controlling the game like that. And then you give him a contract that nobody saw coming, no hate, and he follows that up by hijacking the season, not controlling his emotions. That's a slap and a stab in the back and whatever else I'm missing.
It was a trying year last year.
It was one of the most trying seasons I've ever been through, for sure. But I do feel like it also provided the most growth for me in a season than I've ever had. Like it required and forced me to grow in a way that when you winning, you don't have to. Because nobody cares. Like you winning. Yeah. Like, so it is what it is. Like when you winning and that happen, it's like, look, that's the heart of a champion. They winning. Yeah. All of a sudden you're not winning and now you're an idiot and you're uncontrollable and you shouldn't be here. And so it forced me to grow because we wasn't winning. And I had to understand that when you're not winning, the things that you get away with when you winning ain't the same.
Wow. Where was the growth? we just heard on Jeff Teet's podcast.
His beard grew.
I'll give you that.
His beard grew.
It's just a turn off, man.
Let's go to Chucky. Chucky's in Oakland. What's up, Chucky? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, good to hear from you, man. You guys made it through my week, man. I appreciate it, man, very much.
I feel like you coming for me, Chuck, but that's how I feel. Go ahead, man.
Hey, I do want to say, Guru, now that you mentioned that you're right. You can't prove food poison, especially when it happens on a Thursday.
Oh boy,
I'm not laughing, but I see you working. Go ahead, Chuck.
Hey, man. Yeah, but I was listening to Bonte and Shadsky this morning, man, and I had to do everything in my power, man, and I called because, I wanted to hold on and talk about Draymond with you guys, man, but Draymond got me pissed the hell off, man. He reminded me of that old girlfriend, that we used to have, man. She beautiful, and her personality is right on point. But she just won't stop running her damn mouth. It's just she's always talking. And you want to be with her, but you just won't have no peace because peace is very important to a brother. And so Draymond remind me of that old girlfriend. Why he keep running his mouth? Hey, Iguodala didn't do it. Sean Livingston didn't do it. Boris didn't do it. KD didn't do it. Clay didn't do it. And Steph didn't do it. And why this dude feel like he all that in a bowl of chips? I don't get it.
Wow.
And he wasn't the forefront. He wasn't Steph. He wasn't Iguodala. Sean Livingston was the man coming off the bench. You can always count on Sean Livingston contributing, man. And he ain't none of that. Of course he about on peace, but he just like the more he runs his mouth, the less you appreciate what he do on the floor, man. And it's like the older he getting, he not getting wiser. The older he getting, all this technology, this podcast, being on TNT and all this old stuff, man, it's just going to his head. I guess he's not getting the love and the appreciation from his household, and so he trying to get it from other avenues. And I like to say the light that Steph Curry shines is so bright, and it's like Draymond diminishes Steph Curry's light by all this bumping the gums that Draymond doing, man. That's what I wanted to tell you
Man,
guys,
we heard
man.
you loud and clear, man. Have a
Yeah,
good
wow,
week.
Chucky.
Wow.
What do you mean, Spino? The dark cloud's been removed.
Oh, well, I was just saying, he said the sun of Stephen Curry is shining, right? But it's getting
Gotcha.
dimmed out. But remember, the dark cloud was supposedly the Jordan Poole situation.
Right.
So they traded him and the
Wow.
dark cloud was
Right.
removed. But we all know who the dark cloud really is on the organization.
And you know what, Chucky and Stoney, I'm going to double back and say this. That Draymond is one of the smartest players that we've met. So there's no doubt what he was trying to let the world know, and this is the biggest turnoff, is I have the power, or I'm going to say it because you guys will never know, that I had the power to nix a deal. I have the power to nix a trade. That's what just really just gets my goat, man.
Yeah, and then just, Chucky. It doesn't have to be an old girlfriend
Chucky
running
really
her
don't
mouth.
come that strong like that.
It could be an old boyfriend that
Yeah,
runs
there you
his
go.
mouth.
There you go.
Everybody can run their mouth.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's the thing, Goo. We got a more sound. I haven't heard some of this sound from Draymond Green, and I'm worried about playing it.
Nothing could get worse than that.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
I don't believe.
I'm just gonna play it out of context.
And so I kind of look at it that way. Like, I'd be excited as hell to see everybody doing their thing. I think it's dope. But at the same time, I get a little worried that people trying to do too much too soon. Like, I'm on the wrong side of my downslide.
Yeah.
Like, I'm headed into year 13. I probably got 2 more. It's important to start building for the next thing.
For sure.
But for some of these guys, they be in year 3 still trying to figure it out with the podcast. Like, I love that you're doing it. I love that you found something that you want to do. But you in year 3 and ain't done. Nobody really want to hear from you.
Well, first of all,
now there's an age limit on being able to do a podcast.
So,
wow.
I mean, that was just vintage Draymond. I was more interested in I got 2 more years left. I dare you.
And then you denied immediate help. You were like, oh, it's not. Come on, man. Stop it, Stein. We got to stop it.
He's got a player option in year 3.
Which will be exercised.
But he said he's only got 2 more years left. He's not.
His ego's out of control, Steiny. That's just how I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good stuff here. You want to just go down some of it?
I would love to.
This is Draymond talking about, the game that he got kicked out against.
This didn't come up, Steiny.
The Orlando Magic.
No, it didn't.
When Steph Curry got emotional.
When I got kicked out of that game, I hadn't had a tech since I've been back. And so then I get kicked out of that game, and everybody like, yo, look, he haven't learned anything. Number one, let's stop the he haven't learned anything like I'm a dummy, like I'm not dumb. He hasn't learned anything, blah, blah, blah. Also, like, I play basketball. Like, stop acting like I'm, like, sticking somebody up. I play basketball.
Yeah.
But it was the whole, like, he haven't learned anything. He's this, he's that, he's a problem. Look at Steph. Steph's emotional. And Steph told me after the game, like, yo, I need you out there. Like, I just, like, whatever it is, I just need you out there. Steve came to me after the game and was like, yo, you good? I'm like, yeah. He's like, great. I'm not about to make a bunch out of this. Like you getting kicked out of that game. You're going to get kicked out sometimes. By the way, I need you to get kicked out sometimes. I need you to be who you are. No, we can't make a thing out of it, but I just want you to know you've been absolutely incredible since you've been back. You just got kicked out of that game. We got to bounce back tomorrow. I'm like, no problem, coach. I appreciate it. And so the roller coaster kind of ended once I got back, except for when something like that happened.
I mean, there is no, okay.
Go ahead, man.
I don't want to make an overly dramatic statement, but there's no way this organization's in a good spot right now. There's no way, like, there's no chance that Draymond Green isn't impacting this team in a negative way, at least in some areas. So what like what he said there was almost more damning about the organization than any of what he takes responsibility for.
Preach, Stoney, preach.
Because again, if he's telling the truth, that Steve Kerr's like, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, how you doing? You good? Yeah, no, you've been great. I'm not going to make a big deal with it. Steph Curry
is in tears, and an hour later he's telling you he didn't get the lesson or the fastball that he needed. And it makes me question Kerr and Curry and how they handle Dre. But Stoney, at the end of the day, by the time we're done with this shift, I'm going to believe this is why he keeps doing it, because nobody's giving him that tough love. If Steph is in tears and an hour later all he has for you is, I need you out there.
Exactly.
And then Kerr telling Willard and Dibbs and everybody that'll listen that it can't happen again. And he's asking you, are you good? Why am I over here, blood pressure probably 200? Why am I letting it get to me when he's telling us they're giving him softballs? They're not even keeping it real with them. Those don't go together, man.
What strikes me also, Goo, is that when you listen to Lacob and sometimes Steph and Dunleavy, it feels like when they talk and say, we expect Draymond to be fine next year. So maybe he won't get suspended 25 games. But how is this productive? How does this make you better? I don't know. I don't know.
I'm being a diehard Warrior fan, Stoney. That sound by Draymond Green is so disheartening. It hurts. But let me just go here. And I know today's not the day for it, but I'm going to let it out. Nothing will ever hurt me for the non-suspension of hitting your teammate and getting away with it. But if that's all Steph, the captain who was emotional, told you after that game, and Coach Kerr said, are you good? Why are we shocked?
Yeah.
It's painful.
I mean,
it's painful.
It's a great point. I mean, it just is. I mean, if that's true and Draymond gets kicked out against Orlando and Kerr's upset and Steph's emotional, and then they get into the locker room and be like, are you good? Everything okay?
Oh.
Yeah, good. Okay, good. Because, we don't want to make a big deal out of this. I'm sorry, that is an issue. That's an issue. That can't be good. But that's why
he's still doing what he does.
I think you're right. I got to be honest with you. I feel like, and we're just drilling this guy, but by the same time, I haven't even heard this sound. I'm hearing it for the first time. And every bite is just unbelievably intriguing.
And he's stabbing the team in the back, and I don't know if he doesn't care or he's oblivious to not even know it. What good do the Warriors as an organization? What light do you paint them in when you say we're about to make some trades and I nixed it? So you got the power. Ghost.
I'm more fascinated and interested that we all saw Steph Curry's reaction on the court that night in Orlando. And what Draymond is telling us is when he got to the locker room, Steph was like, Steph was cool with it. Hey, we need you out there.
That one, wow. And again, if we get our chance to sit with our guys, Donnie, and I know it'll be tapped, like that bothers me if that's really how it went down. Anybody that saw Steph as emotional as he was knew, and Dre should know just watching that visual that he meant more than just that. It wasn't just, we need you out there. You know what I mean? You should know I saw Stoney emotional. Yeah, you're going to, man.
All right, so there's about 3 or 4 more of these bites. I have not heard them yet. So I'm kind of reacting along with anybody else or everybody else. And you guys all know the number here, 888-957-9570. Maybe.
Are we doing too much? Are we blowing this out? One call has not come. I'm on the text. I'm on everything. Everybody's on the same side. Like, what's going on with this guy?
Well, I'm just playing the sound. We can make, anybody can make as big a deal out of it as they want. I'm not angry. I'm more like, I'm incredulous. This is pretty intriguing. All right, there's 4 more. This has something to do with Detroit. I don't know what, but just take a listen.
I pray to God, if they ever feel the need to get rid of me, like, at least send me somewhere.
Don't send Drake to the Pistons.
Like,
they got
to do you right, bro. Fucking around with you, bro. They got to do you right, If they're going to send me to any, like, non-winning organization,
Detroit,
then send me to Detroit.
Yeah,
like, it's the crib. Like,
yeah.
I can make you do that.
Yeah,
That's the crib. So if they're going to send me to any non-winning organization, I'd much rather it be Detroit than Charlotte.
They got to do me right.
Yeah. As if the 400 wasn't enough with a player option.
Oh, gosh. All right, well, we know one place he'll play.
Yeah.
He'll play in Detroit. Would you trade him right now for James Wiseman?
Man, that I wouldn't do, Stoney.
I don't know. I mean, all right. What's going on with the playoffs, Draymond?
I'm going to share a little tidbit with you, though.
Oh.
After winning 4 championships and making the playoffs and losing in the first round, I'd rather not. Or second round.
You rather not what?
I'd rather go home and enjoy my summer.
Okay, respect.
Than going to the first, second round and not having a real chance.
You solidified, though. Maybe the guys want to go to the playoffs. You're young guys.
No, I mean, we're going to do all we can to win a championship. But by the way, at no point are they going to hear like, yo, fellas, we got to make the playoffs. Like, don't waste my time. Don't waste my time. We try and win the championship, that's the talk. But making the playoffs, that's some Indiana Pacers talk.
Who made the Eastern Conference Finals, I believe.
Yeah, I like that's front running at its finest. But again, I'm gonna lay off Stoney.
But
But he did fix that to where, it's a given and it's obvious that you want to make, you want to win. But I love whoever snapped back at him. What about your young guys? It's bigger than you. What about the young guys?
But he didn't back off it.
I'm at a loss of words, and that never happens. Happened a few times.
When you're a 4-time champ, I'd rather not make the playoffs. About the money that the young players get for advancing in the playoffs. Just even something
But you got to have
like
perspective to be able to think about people outside yourself for that to even, compute.
That's true. All right, there's 2 more. We're going to wrap this up. But who knows what this is going to be about.
When you go through something like I was going through last year, the only way out of it is actually to play well.
Yep.
Like, if like you can apologize as much as you want, you can do as many podcasts. Until you play well, people don't move on. And so my goal coming back was like, yo, I just got to come back and play well, and we got to win. And when I came back, we was winning games. I was playing well, and it kind of all went away. But if we wasn't winning, like, soon as we start losing, like, oh, it's his fault. Like, man, stop. Like,
that's crazy.
So I
Jeff Teague. Boy, we asking the hard questions. Some unbelievable follow-ups by Jeff Teague. Word.
Now, he did have a good year, Stoney, but when he was
Jeff
available.
Teague?
No, Draymond Green. Jeff Teague's out the league. But the bottom line, Dre, is you are number 1 on my list of why this team didn't make the playoffs because of your absence. Were you great when you played? Hell yeah. But you weren't there. So your play didn't supersede that suspension. That's all.
Yeah. All right, 1 more. But we owe it to Warrior fans to let you know what your superstar and general manager is thinking. Nice. So let's take more of Draymond Green.
It was one of the most trying seasons I've ever been through, for sure. But I do feel like it also provided the most growth for me in a season than I've ever had. Like, it required and forced me to grow in a way that when you're winning, you don't have to. Because nobody cares. Like, you winning. Yeah. Like, so it is what it is. Like, when you winning and that happen, it's like, look, that's the heart of a champion. They winning. All of a sudden, you're not winning, and now you're an idiot and you're uncontrollable and you shouldn't be here. And so it forced me to grow because we wasn't winning. And I had to understand that when you're not winning, the things that you get away with when you winning ain't the same.
There it is.
My bad. Thank you,
Yeah, I saw that.
415.
Yeah.
Wiseman's on the Pacers. I forgot. All right. I don't
Bounce back season on
For
decks
who?
down for the Warriors.
No chance.
Somehow, some way.
No chance.
Yep.
They have
and
no
now
chance.
Dre's let us know that they almost pulled off a trade or two. I do wonder who it was for or who it could have been.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I'm assuming it was marketing.
Do you really believe that?
I'm assuming it was marketing. Let me throw this at you because this goes along with Draymond Green and what they may have done or what they may not have done. This is Lacob on some of the deals that they have to deal with.
Well, it's a balance.
It's a balance.
We have to balance. We would do it. We would send all kinds of picks in a particular trade or players if we felt we were getting back something that was really great and that made sense and that was they got someone that was the right age and the right cultural fit and and also fit within the construct of the team. It's possible, but I will consider and we will consider anything and have considered all of these options.
All right, so that to me is interesting because he's acknowledging that they have to consider, and they have considered clearly any deal or most of the deals. I got to believe they're being talked to about involve the team they're trading with wanting a couple of their first round picks in the future.
So I was just about to throw this back at you. So do you think Dre is all in on Pods and Kuminga? And not playing this season with them as opposed to getting immediate help from a bona fide
great question.
scorer? From what I think I know of Draymond Green, Steiny, hell no. Like, I don't think he looks at Kuminga or Pods in that light to be like, don't do the trade.
Right.
No, no. Something is amiss.
Something doesn't add up there.
Yeah.
Especially because, and you've pointed this out in the past, and I think there's something to it. Wasn't it at the end of last year where Draymond said he didn't really have a relationship with Kuminga?
He wasn't his OG at all.
Right.
And I appreciate him admitting that, but man. So it's just kind of the head scratcher.
Man.
Yeah.
How'd you like to have to deal with this? Or you know what? I was going to say, how'd you like to deal with this if you were the Warriors? But I guess they don't.
Can I leave you with this?
They just don't deal with it.
What hurt me the most, radio hurt, is him saying what Curry said to him, if that's in fact what went down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Get into a little more of the Joe Lacob sound. We can talk 49er training camp. We can do whatever my main man, Daryl the Guru Johnson, wants. We'll take your calls if you want to interject yourself at 888-957-9570. What do you got, Goo?
Hey, Steiny, it's your boy Guru, and you know how much I love Prize Picks. It's America's #1 daily.
It is Olympic time. I look on the television, there he is. The man, the myth, the legend, Steph Curry. By this. Hey, you know what? What do you give me for this? These opening ceremonies, they're insane.
Crickets? Where was the punchline?
It's on the Seine River, isn't it?
Oh, boy.
They're doing the opening ceremonies. Oh, thank you.
But that went over a lot of the audience's heads.
Thank you.
The Seine River.
I'm out. All right.
Steph Curry with a fresh cut. Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, looks good.
Was that a joint he had?
Hey.
It's legal.
All right.
A joint.
Listen, here's the bottom line. The Warriors, they are action. I mean, there's action with the Warriors. I got to share something.
Yeah, because I don't like any of it.
And
to put it bluntly, I'm Troy Aikman.
I got to, at least, okay, so I talked earlier in the show about Steph Curry and the extension.
Yeah.
That Tim Kawakami asked Warriors owner Joe Lacob about. And I spent about 5 minutes saying, why wouldn't the Warriors do this? I got to share something with you. I got a text.
Oh, boy.
I got a text from the owner.
This is awesome.
Joe Lacob.
All right.
You didn't say anything about us talking about Draymond. But what he did say about the Steph thing,
okay,
is that I am overthinking and overanalyzing it. Fair enough. I just think it's fascinating.
But that's what you do. That's
I
what
told
makes
him
you
I
who you are.
overanalyze and do that all the time.
No doubt about it. I deal with him 20 hours a week, Joe.
Yeah.
But it was, I kind of backed you up, not that you needed it, but that was like, there's nothing to see here, but he did say Curry had to call him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what he's saying, I'm overthinking.
But now it's a wrap with Joe texting you like, you're overthinking it. Like, your man's going to get his chicken.
Or just settle down.
Yeah.
I'll allow him to say that.
Man, if we could just get him in here. He basically was on the show. Joe!
He'll come in.
Yeah.
He'll come in and do a show probably before the year. Yeah. He stays away from us. Yeah.
No, we had a good talk.
We got
Ritter, myself, and Lacob. And he was fired up, Stein. That's why I'll go to bat with him.
He was.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
That's the greatest.
I'll tell you what, the one thing, as long as I got him on the line, Joe Lacob, I don't disagree with him that next year's team could be a little better.
Well, we have to see. We don't know.
No doubt. Oh, yeah.
Fitz joined
you never
us.
know what can happen.
That whole model of run it back. Wiggins shows up. No suspension from Dre. Stotty, they could have action. He's right. Anybody's right when they say they could have won 50 and should have been a 5th or a 6th seed. What you got? No Thursday, Jones.
The 510 says, Goo, you only work with Steiny 16 hours a week. Because he doesn't work on Thursdays.
That's please. That's fictitious. But the best one yesterday when I went Kevin Durant and checked what are they doing? Goo got jumped by Cowboy fans. That's why he's not in.
Well, somebody said you broke out into a rash because you had to wear that Niners jersey on Wednesday.
It was a personalized jersey given to us. Yeah.
All right. Appreciate that, Mr. Lake.
Yeah, no doubt.
And by the way, 888-957-9570. You want to text or call in, you can. And if you want to say, Lacob stuck it to you, Steiny, feel free to rip.
No, he's listening. That's a compliment in itself. And then he just clarified. So now for the people thinking, there's not, like in the Guru computer is all good in the hood like I thought, Joe.
Well, the Steiny computer is
negative.
No. The Steiny computer says, wait, he didn't say I was wrong. He just said,
you can go with that. Yeah.
Oh man, I think about everything too much. My mind just races. Let's go. You want to take a call or two?
Yeah.
All right. We'll go to Pete. Pete's in San Ramon. What's going on, Pete? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning, gents. Great to talk to you. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, well, at least the opening ceremonies weren't on the train. They're on the river, so that's a good thing.
Yes, sir. Good call. I had a little problem with that earlier today. Yep.
So I got two real points. One is I know the context that Draymond mentioned the Indiana Pacers, but You think the Pacers would be dumb enough to trade Miles Turner for Wiggins, Draymond, and 20 or 30 picks?
I don't know if the Warriors would want to do that.
And I think that ship has sailed.
Listen, the now that I know Lacob's listening, I totally get the I mean, he's answered everything fine in terms of, like, they know if they want to make a move that they think can help them right now, they'll do it, but they also have to balance what this thing's going to look like in 3 or 4 years.
Right. And
that's not a secret. Like, we all kind of know that.
But is there any fiber of your being that looks at Podziemski more valuable than Kuminga? Because I love both players, but Stoney, no way. I just believe JK, his upside, he could be a superstar. Paz is going to be a damn good player, maybe an all-star. But I'm saying the upside for Kuminga is superstar. So all these reports erroneous about, they don't want to get off. Do you think there's anything there?
Well, what I think is there's 2 things that are important. One is, how do the Warriors feel about Podziemski and Kuminga? Okay. They like them both a lot.
They love them.
They probably don't want to move either one. But the real issue is, what do other teams think of Podziemski and what do other teams think of Kuminga? And that's where I do think there are a lot of other teams that probably covet Podziemski more than Kuminga, not because they think Podziemski's got a bigger upside or not because they don't like Kuminga, but because the team that acquires Kuminga will have to pay him. And so the only team that's going to want Kuminga, the only kind of team, is a team that's probably prepared to offer him a big deal.
But that's...
And maybe they don't want to.
I want to pay for talent if I'm an owner. But I want to pay for the come if I think this dude can blossom. And he's already shown us, Stoney, open court. He's just incredible.
But some GMs might not like him.
And would
at $40 million,
and rather take Pods on the deal, on the rookie deal.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just, Jonathan Kuminga to me has all the traits, Donnie, of if everything went well, this dude could get you 25 to 27 a night.
But this is where, to me, it's like Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's on his rookie deal. We love him. He's unbelievable for a quarterback on his rookie deal. Well, what if you could get him for $20 million? That would be great. He would be a great quarterback at 20. What about 30? Still pretty good. What about 40? Well, now it's getting up there.
Are we still going to win?
What about when Bill Barnwell says, I could see a payday for Brock Purdy at about $65 million a year? Well, at that point, you got to say, how much do we like Brock Purdy at $65 million a year? And maybe the answer is we still like him at 65. Done deal. But Jonathan Kuminga, I mean, it's no secret. I love him at $8 million. How much are you going to love him at 40 if that's what he wants, or 45?
Well, we mentioned Barnes, Wagner, and who else in his draft class got broken off?
Cade Cunningham, Evan Mobley.
Yeah, and they might be a little more seasoned right now, but they're in different spots to where they can be the one. And Kuminga doesn't need me to play a violin for him, but Stoney, I'm telling you, if he was in a system that had no Steph and Dre and everything that they built, Jonathan Kuminga, number-wise, would be, but oh my God, it'd be night and day.
But how good would that team be if Kuminga?
But I'm talking about the DNA and the specimen that Jonathan Kuminga is, Donnie. You don't get that all the time. And that's why I just find it hard that a team that was rebuilding or a team that, like, I don't believe Ballmer did not want Kuminga. There is no way you're going into that new the FUTURE is what Kuminga could be. Hopefully here or other places.
I completely believe that the Clippers did not want Kuminga. Not because they didn't like Jonathan Kuminga, but because they have clearly made a decision that they weren't going into that apron. Yeah. And they could have moved off Paul George, and then they would have had Kuminga. But guess what? They would have had to pay Kuminga, and maybe would have been in the same spot as they would have been with Paul George. That part I do believe. I'm not saying Kuminga's better than Podziemski. I'm not. But here's the other thing I would just ask you, Goo. You'd be willing to pay Kuminga without knowing for sure that he will be a $40-45 million player?
Yes.
Okay.
Because when you look at the state of my franchise as it stands today, currently, Steiny, what else do I have to look forward to that, that's the closest thing to being the next? And I'm not talking about Steph Curry. That's crazy. But Jonathan Kuminga, Steiny, I don't want to say he's earned it, but good God, he's homegrown. He's third or fourth, fifth fiddle sometimes. Imagine when he gets empowered, when he knows he is 1 or 1A. That's when we're going to see the best Jonathan Kuminga.
How do you know?
You don't know.
How do you know he doesn't get paid and then lay low?
Risk. Look what you got from Draymond the first year out of the 400. You would think best behavior. What did you get?
Well, and I mean, look, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but that's where Draymond's 4 rings come into play.
All right.
And Jonathan Kuminga still is establishing himself as a player. I mean, here's the way I feel about Kuminga. As good as he is, and as much as he's improved, he's not going to be, I shouldn't say that. If I were looking at Jonathan Kuminga's career, I don't think he's going to be at his best for 7 more years, till he's 27 or 28. Then he's got a chance to be whatever he ends up being to reach his potential.
To that, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's going to get paid. It's coming. Now it's just about from where. I think it's going to be right here. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Well, he might not be going anywhere, but do you think the Warriors are going to pay him this offseason?
Not this offseason. I think they do the whole Brandon Ayuk thing. I really do, because it gives you more. What word am I looking for, Steiny? Not security, but if he pops and looks like he did last year and has what if he goes above that? You're going to write that check smiling here, how much, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
opposed to right now, there's some questions, but we got to admit, Jonathan Kuminga right now, Steiny, is promising. That's why
he's promising.
I couldn't believe that, and I don't know how much merit you give the overrated thing. I don't know who voted on that.
It was just one guy's story.
All right.
I wouldn't pay.
So, miss us with that.
I wouldn't say miss. It's just one guy's opinion. But look, it's okay to have a difference of opinion on Jonathan Kuminga and what he's going to be. And if the Warriors are going to pay him, they got to try to figure out what they think he's going to be in 3 or 4 years. Would I pay him 40? God, I'd love to kick the can down the road if I could. If I'm the Golden State Warriors, I would love to not have to pay him this year. He's still going to be restricted next year. And
got all the leverage in the world.
Let him grow one more year and then see what he's got. Lacob did talk about Kuminga and how the organization feels about him and some other guys.
I'm a big believer in Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, everyone knows I'm a big JK fan. So is our basketball operations group, Mike and Kirk and those guys. And by the way, so are our coaches. I know people think sometimes that's not true, but that is true. And he's working really hard this summer. The reports are making great progress. He had a big step last year. We expect him to have another big step this year. I expect him to be a Warrior for a long time.
So there you go.
Can I change my answer about do you think he's going to get paid this offseason?
Yeah, you can change it.
I'm going to say why yes.
Okay.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
But do you give any credence to if Curry and Dre, I know they're here, if he were in a system that didn't have those icons, we would see more growth from him?
I don't agree with that necessarily.
Because Kuminga kind of said it when he was talking to the press at the beginning of last year when he wasn't playing.
I think you got to be real careful with, what if Kuminga were on, I don't know.
But just like the first or second option, Steiny. Not fighting for playing
If he's
time.
a first or second option right now, you stink. That's the way I think of Kuminga. Not that he's going to stink in 5 years, but right now, if he's your second option, and there's a difference here between second option and second leading scorer. Because Kuminga's going to score even if he's not, even if he's not number 2 in the pecking order. He is a scorer. He's gonna he scores a lot of points outside the context of having to run a play for him, and he's very, very talented, but it's still very early as far as I'm concerned. I'm willing to go down this road with Fleet in Oakland because I think he wants to ask us some questions. Hey, Fleet, what's going on? 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. And here comes Iceland down the Seine. They got 5 members, 5 Olympic athletes from Iceland. I would have thought about 3. What's going on, Fleet? How you doing, man?
How you guys doing? I just wanted to say one thing.
Yeah. 2
things. The second half of the season of last season, I think the Warriors was the second best team. We know that Klay Thompson was. Now we know that he was leaving. We know that Klay Thompson, is very emotional and somewhat sensitive when it comes to his game, and he's stubborn. He won't talk to players. And he will get angry and shoot the ball. He already said it when Durant came. I'm going to keep on shooting. I'm not going to stop. So guys, especially Draymond and Steph, they know Klay temperament. And they knew last season was a bad season when it came to Klay. Even in the play-in, all them shots he missed. Now, you got to think, with Klay being gone, some of them young guys were going to get more shots. And maybe they would have made some of them shots in the play-in that Klay missed. And we probably would have won a game if we had some fresh young legs in there. That God game, they not in the NBA for nothing. So Klay, you know what I'm saying? We're going to miss Klay, but I believe it's more of a positive losing Klay because guys going to get that frustration, that cloud over the team, knowing that Klay was leaving. Some of the guys on the team knew that he was leaving. So that changes the whole vibration of the team throughout the season when they knew Klay was leaving. Steph probably... The tears that Steph had was probably just overwhelmed knowing Klay leaving, Draymond Green, and what he was going through. So now we get we can see the season, last season more clearly why we probably was in the play-in and why we was second half better. We was better in the second half. So I believe this season the Warriors are going to be better. Y'all going to be surprised how good the Warriors be this season because Kaczynski's not a bad player. Kaminga's not a bad player. Moody's not a bad player. And the guy, what's his name? TJ, I forgot his name. I always forget his name.
Trace Jackson Davis.
Power forward. Trace Jackson Davis he's good. So it's like we forgetting about all the talent that we have with Klay and Draymond. With Steph and Draymond. So it's more of a positive with me. I believe we're going to be a better team. And Klay, you know what I'm saying, we're going to miss him. But Klay needed to go, man. Klay. I don't want to call him a burden, but Klay. I'm a Warriors fan. You guys been watching the Warriors for a long time. We know what Klay is. Klay is very emotional. He's sensitive.
Yep.
And Klay probably did pull something over that locker room where he wasn't talking to nobody. If he missed 5 shots, he coming into the locker room mad. And by him being a veteran, ain't nobody going to say, Klay, get up out of here. Or you tripping, Klay. They let Klay do his thing and let the season play out because they knew he was leaving. Now they got that off their chest. Let's go.
Fleet, let me leave you with this.
Go ahead,
you said
Fleet.
a lot of good things, but Fleet, I got to say this to you. I was with you. I'm with that model. Fitz called the show, and I feel like if you run it back per se, the Warriors got action. But there is nothing Klay did that supersedes what Draymond did to this team as a whole. To me, that is the single ultimate reason why they didn't make the playoffs was his absence. But when you are close and you go to bed thinking you're going to wake up the next morning and Paul George is going to be a Warrior, you look at the Warriors with that addition, which I liked. Then you hear Marketing might be a Warrior, and you look at the Warriors with that addition. So when you find out that those 2 things didn't happen, one May, now you got a default to running it back. I appreciate your call because I do find a lot of validity in what you're saying, but Fleet, you can't tell me you wasn't hurt when that Paul George didn't come, and now it looks like Marketing may not be a Warrior. Had they got one of those 2 guys, I would be more excited. That's all.
Paul George is not a winner, though.
He would. We make him into a winner like Wiggins was not a winner. And what happened when Wiggins came here, Fleet?
Come on, good. You know Paul George is not a championship. You gotta have that in your DNA. You gotta be a dog. Paul George is not that.
I hear you. Yeah. Wiggins wasn't a dog, but he was dog enough to help out in 2022, Steiny.
Fleet under the comments said, what about the Warrior positives? And listen.
All the young guys.
If somebody said, Steiny, you got to bet right now the Warriors going to win more or less games than last year, I would probably say I do not want to make that bet right now.
Why?
Because I just don't. Because I don't know. Because even though, I am a big chemistry guy, I'm a big how the pieces fit guy. And so I absolutely think that replacing Clay and Chris Paul with Kyle Anderson, with Melton, and with Buddy Hield, I believe it's very possible that could help make the Warriors a better team. Will they miss Clay's shooting on certain nights? Of course they will.
Right.
But it's not like he was knocking stuff down all year long.
What about Chris Paul?
I don't know.
Who I hated to come, but then I warmed up to him.
Well, could Brandon Pajemski be a better backup to Steph Curry than Chris Paul was last year?
I think that could happen.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's what I'm at least allowing for this year.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul.
Hey,
wow,
Chris.
I hadn't heard that one.
I hadn't either.
That scared me.
Chris Paul II. Yeah.
Now, why do you get
Was that K or Spadoni?
This is Spadoni.
Okay. John Sally. So, no, I think and here's the other thing. I don't want to compare one guy to the other and say this guy was more of a problem than that guy and it was all Draymond's fault. But clearly something was going on with Clay that had an effect on the team. Draymond may have been, a 5, what's it called? A Category 5 hurricane.
All right.
Okay? At times during the season. But it does feel like Clay may have been a little bit of a dark cloud throughout the course of the season. How do you measure one against the other? I don't know. But I do think that they could, that the change of scenery for Clay helps him. And the fact that, Clay not being happy with being here or wanting to get out, the fact that he's not here could be help the Warriors, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So I think that's within the realm of possibility.
Addition by subtraction.
No.
Because they stood up to Clay and benched him.
It's not addition by subtraction.
I just feel like there's a lot of softness floated out there when we say, okay, let's say everybody knew Clay wasn't feeling the best about his game. He was a dark cloud. But there was that game against Sacramento, still on my DVR, the play-in, Steiny, Warrior players, it was hard to just create a shot. And that's what hit me like, oh, my gosh.
So what does that have to do with Clay?
There's basketball reasons more than Clay's attitude on why they didn't reach their goal.
No doubt.
We can't ignore that.
But if not everybody is playing at a high level and some guys are, or just not completely and utterly invested, you get 3 guys in here who are invested, you could be better. Now, it all remains to be seen, but we'll see. Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. I see Ron. I see Antonio. Mark is in Vegas. I'm going to get to your calls on the other side, but we're talking about the Golden State Warriors, and one of the reasons we're talking about the Warriors is because there's a lot going on with this team, and it's a team that we have come to love over the last 15 years, and the players who play for them. That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
The savings road trip game of Monopoly.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Thank you, Moses Moody. Good afternoon, everybody. Daryl Guru Johnson, the Guru Johnson. There are a lot of gurus, but there's only one, the Guru.
Yep.
And that's my partner.
No cafeteria for us, huh? Before you go on your vacation.
Never say never.
Okay, look, game time decision.
We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They're making a lot of news these days. Steph Curry talked about his future and what he wants out of it. Draymond Green on Jeff Teague's 520 project. Not 520 project. What's the name of that thing?
Club 520.
Club 520. It's not Project 2025 either.
I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. And Joe Lacob, of course, sat down with Tim Kawakami yesterday. That podcast dropped in The Athletic today, and also on all your Odyssey, on the Odyssey app. You can find it for show. Somebody, and we're going to get to a couple calls in a sec, but the last caller was like, Fleet wanted to talk about some of the positives. So one of the positives of the Warriors, and I was like, you know what? Let's do that, because I don't want to just drill Draymond all day. Okay, so Goo, if I were to ask you, why don't you ask me, Steiny? What do the Warriors got going for them? What are some of the positives?
Steiny, give me some positives for the Golden State Warriors on this lovely Friday.
Okay, I got a lot of them, actually. First of all, we still have Steph Curry. Okay, we got him for 2 more years. He's a great player, and along with a great player, he's also break in case of emergency. He's still a great asset.
Yep.
So you still got Curry. To me, the second most positive thing about the Warriors, and I don't know how good their 4 young players are going to be. I don't know. We have Austin from San Jose. He calls in a lot, and he says, I just don't know.
He says we overvalue the
exactly.
youngsters.
And he may end up being right on that. But to me, the second best thing, or one of the really, really positives about this team is that for the first time in Steph Curry's era in the last 15 years, they actually had 4 young players who contributed. And when I look at last season, I say, okay, how was Klay Thompson? Nah.
Yeah.
How was Draymond Green? Well,
when available.
He missed too many games because of suspension, and it compromised the Warriors' season again. Steph Curry. Steph's still a great
26
player.
a game.
Yes, but he didn't have a great second half.
Needed help, more help.
Sure, but he didn't have a great second half. Then I look at, okay, what kind of year did Kuminga have? Pretty good. He took a jump. I think we could all acknowledge that. How was Pod's rookie year? That speaks for itself. Whether you think he's overrated, underrated, not going to be a star, is going to be a star, he had a good rookie year, and all signs point up. Ditto with Trace Jackson-Davis.
Man.
He emerged halfway through the year and essentially became the starting center. And Moody, to me, is developing into who he's going to be, which might be a solid role player, a rotation guy. Those are all good things. Here's the other thing. There's 2 more things. There's one more thing that I love that this team's done. Look at the salary structure that's in place right now for the Warriors as opposed to last year. And what you see is they have the pieces to make a move if they can find the right partner.
Well, there you go.
But they're going to have to find the right partner like any team would have to do through trades. But I like the fact that they've got 6 or 8 guys making between $7 and $13 million that can be aggregated in a deal and that can be moved or be talked about to entice the kind of move you want. They still have all their first-round picks that they could theoretically move off of in the future. So I don't think they're in they're in a much better spot salary-wise, I think, than last year.
Yeah, and what did I say, Stoney? They're not I love myself for this, they're not a natural 10 seed. That's where they ended up, but there were a lot of extenuating circumstances that went into that. But I do want to get back to what Fleet said or what I brought up to him, and you just tell me real quick here. In any world, I know Paul George is gone. He's off the table. But had they got him, Steiny, I said next year's Warriors would have been better, and I don't even need to know who left. That's how much I thought Paul George would improve what the Warriors were trying to do and give Steph that breather. Same thing with marketing. I don't even need you to tell me who left. Are you one of those now? Because it's the only real possibility is marketing. Hey, Guru, you're telling me the Warriors got marketing? Are you still, before you're excited, I need to know who left and what left?
Yes, if you tell me, hey, Steiny, we got marketing for Kuminga, Podziemski, and 2 future firsts.
That's too much.
I would say, I don't know that we're necessarily better. Maybe, but no, I don't.
Man, if they could get them, man.
I mean, I do think there's a scenario where they could get marketing and be worse, depending on who they gave up.
Then that would constitute not just marketing. Everything went wrong. A little of everything went wrong. But I'm just so sick and tired. And we got to sit down with Mike Dunleavy last year, Steiny, and the word was connectivity. And Klay Thompson didn't do it on purpose. And maybe he was just a natural. But these are pro athletes. And Klay, every time he was on the court, Steiny, didn't half-ass. He was trying to get it. He couldn't get it going. But I'm just not into, and I'm not saying you're selling this, him and his attitude not being around is going to make them a better team. I'm not buying that.
Well, I'm buying that he was...
Yeah, fighting the ghost of himself.
It feels to me like he was a drag on the team. That's what it feels like to me. I don't know how other Warrior fans feel about, Klay Thompson. We love Klay Thompson. He's a 4-time champ. But, I mean, look, all the... Curry talked about it. Draymond talked about it. Joe Lacob talked about it. He wasn't happy. He said he wanted a fresh start. Well, to me, the natural connection is, yeah, he was a drag on the team last year because everybody knew he wasn't happy. Antonio's in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, doing pretty good. And, yeah, I wouldn't trade all that for Lloyd marketing, man. It's not really worth it, to be honest with you. But, yeah, Klay Thompson, he didn't have good self-awareness, man. He got to realize he's not the same player, and he still thinks he is. So, at the end of the day, he did drag on the team, man. He was, I'm not going to say he's a team cancer, but, he had little issues that affected it. And Kuminga, I think he's going to be like a, fourth option at times, third option. I think he's going to be real better, man. Like, how about if he's a 21-year-old Kawhi Leonard was with Spurs around Tim Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker? He could do that. He got the talent to do that. And I like our role players, man. You got also Buddy Hield's an upgrade over Klay. He can actually, create his own shot, so he's a bucket. So at the end of the day, the Warriors are going to be better than a lot of people think. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we're going to be right there at the end. That's what I think. That's my freaking prediction.
You're going to be there? Warriors are going to be there at the end. What does that mean?
Antonio.
They're going to the finals?
They have a chance to, at least the conference final, though.
Okay.
That's all.
All right, Antonio. There's a guy who agrees with you.
I read some of these people online saying we're going to win 30 games or something. I'm sorry, I don't see that. I don't know what these people are looking at. We won 46 last year. We should have been 50 if it wasn't for some hopefully something never happens again. And I think we just added to the team, made it better, and in fact, it's a little younger. So the version with Klay is not there today. It's a slightly different version. And that's always going to be the case because nothing ever stays exactly the same.
All right, I'm going to challenge our listeners and our producers. Can somebody find me more than one prediction, because he said people, who've already predicted the Warriors are only going to win 30 games next year?
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Yeah, Joe, I hadn't heard
Who thinks
that.
the Warriors
That's
are going to be
ridiculous.
30 wins?
Yeah. You show up with Steph and Dre.
You show up with Steph.
And Dre.
You don't know if you're going to show up with Dre. That's the problem.
We got some breaking news, Donnie.
Oh, is it Bay Area related?
It can be. I'm going to make the parallel. Is it worthy of the Sounder, Spadona? Nah.
No Sounder.
Okay. Tua, Stoney has signed a new deal, 4 years for $212 million. And I bring that up only to see how that affects Brock Purdy. The dude's done nothing, especially in the postseason.
Oh, boy.
And Brock Purdy.
Well, then why did they pay him if he's done nothing?
That's their guy.
Oh.
Okay. There might be different stuff.
Yeah, just acknowledge it. That's a little strong. He's done nothing.
In the playoffs, he's fallen off.
Most young players
I'm
fall
standing
off
on that heel,
in the
Stoney.
playoffs. Brock Purdy fell off in the playoffs.
This is 53 per.
Oh.
So Brock is going to get this at minimum. Well, if Kyle is like, I can go make another Brock. That's my Brock Purdy's got to do NFC Championship first time when they threw him in the fire. Yeah. Follow that up minutes away from a Super Bowl.
Yeah, we know.
I just don't. A pretty good year this year. Playoff winner 2. Right. You're getting 60, 65. That's just the market. Unless you're right about Kyle saying, hey, hold on, we love you, but I can go find somebody and get the same results. That's all.
Yeah, but that's
a lot of chicken for Tua.
This is where, Purdy's gonna get 65. I don't know.
Even after a good year, I'm giving him that good year. It looks all like.
Kuminga's gonna get paid. Is he?
Well, I know it's 2 different sports, but we both can look each other in the eyes, Donnie, and say Kuminga hasn't had the impact that Brock Purdy has playing the most important position in sports. And that's why I do wonder, I can't wait. I got my popcorn ready, how big of a season this is going to be for Brock. But damn, Steiny, he's built some equity in regard to, you've already seen me, guys. I didn't cost us the Super Bowl. I know you're going to say you didn't win it. But good Lord, I got knocked out of the previous NFC Championship game. I just don't see how Jordan Love holding out. By the time I see you when you get back, he'll probably be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. He doesn't have the credentials thus far that Brock Purdy has.
No, he doesn't. But maybe Miami thinks he's got a bigger upside than Brock Purdy has. Do we know what Kyle Shanahan thinks about Brock Purdy's upside? We don't know. So
can we take a stab at, from what we've seen with our naked eye, what more there is?
He's got to have another good year. That's how you become a really good quarterback, is you have good year, then another good year, then another good year. Listen, I'm not saying Brock Purdy's not going to be here. I'm going to say this for the next year, and that is, I got to see him get paid before
But you can understand if somebody went to the counter betting, I think Brock's not going to fall off, especially under the tutelage of Kyle.
Well, let me ask you this. If I said right now, all right, you have to bet $1,000.
Okay.
You have to.
Yeah.
Will Purdy get $65 million a year next year?
I believe so.
Okay, and I would not want to make that bet under any circumstances, but I think I would say no, he won't. I don't know why. Here's what I guess I would say is,
I would make that.
Okay, how about this? When Brock Purdy signs his deal, right now, would you bet $1,000 that he will become the highest paid quarterback at the time of his signing?
I do believe.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know why.
Yeah. And my answer is, you didn't ask, Donnie, my answer is also predicated on the Niners not even winning the Super Bowl. If Brock gets them to the championship game and looks like Brock, and it's like Brock is 2 people to me, Stoney. That's how much I think of Kyle Shanahan. What he's done with Jimmy multiple seasons when Jimmy was able to stay healthy. So I just don't see that fall off. But if it were to happen, then but I would lose the bet. I just don't think it will, partner.
Did we ever see? So Jimmy Garoppolo gets to the Niners. They win 5 straight games. He comes back the following year. I think that's when he got hurt, right? Early in the season. Right. Okay, then he comes back the next year. They go all the way to the Super Bowl. They lose to Kansas City. At that moment, did any of us see Jimmy Garoppolo falling off? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I think we all at that point were like, oh, boy, he wasn't terrible, but he'll be better next year. Well, he wasn't.
And I know, you know what?
He wasn't.
I don't need to lie. I didn't see it, the fall off, but let's put the rat on the table. Brought to you by ATCO. A lot of Jimmy losing his job was his unreliability.
True.
And I think that gets lost a lot. I mean, he couldn't stay healthy.
And that's why that's why I would bet no. Because I don't know. I mean, the first thing Brock Purdy's going to have to do is play. He's going to have to be healthy all season again. Anything can happen in the NFL. Quarterbacks go down all the time. He goes down for 2 months?
Or what if McCaffrey or Debo's out? But what fascinates me, real quick, Stoney, because you brought this up Wednesday, and I can't tell you you're wrong. But from a financial standpoint, do you really feel like Kyle, with another good season from Purdy, just from the money standpoint, would feel uncomfortable paying a guy 60 or 65 if that were the number, feeling like I could go get another Stoney and I'm so great I can make him do what you did? That's what I find hard to believe.
I mean,
that's got to be taxing though, right?
Well, I'll tell you what's taxing is paying $65 million for a quarterback if you don't, in your heart of hearts, fully believe he's a $65 million quarterback. And I don't know that Kyle does or doesn't.
Well, a trip to the Super Bowl would kind of guarantee. You would think that would be enough. You would think an NFC championship would be enough.
Let me ask you this, and I'm serious about this. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, and I don't even care what happens this upcoming year, but Purdy's looking, Purdy wants 65. Why wouldn't the San Francisco 49ers simply say the following? That's too much. Why? I'm one of the best. Because we are a running football team. We just didn't pay Brandon Ayuk because we are a running football team. And unfortunately, we're not going to make you the highest paid quarterback, or we can't make you the highest paid quarterback because we don't throw it like Burrow. And we don't throw it like Rodgers, and we don't throw it like Herbert and like Mahomes.
What if my rebuttal is it's the market?
That's where it gets interesting, because that's where I disagree with you. I would not, I'm not going to pay a guy the going rate just because it's the going rate. If I don't think he's as good. And the other thing is, let's say Kyle Shanahan doesn't think much of Tua. I don't think Tua's very good. Okay, Miami just paid him 50. Well, it's the going rate, Kyle. I mean, look, Tua's getting 50. Yeah, and I would have never paid him 50. And just because he makes 50, I can't give Brock 58 because I don't think he's worth 50 in Miami. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but no, I do, but that's got to, Kyle grew up in the game watching his dad do it, Stoney. I just got to believe you could play that card, but how many times is that card actually played? Because I look at Jaylen Brown.
Well,
he's one of the highest, if not the...
Aren't the Cowboys playing that game with Dak right now?
Well, they already paid Dak when his foot was facing the wrong direction. So to me, Dak didn't earn that contract. They gave it to him. There was pressure. There was social injustice going on and all type of stuff. They paid Dak. He still hadn't got him to a championship game. So to me, Dak has already got the BOD, the benefit of the doubt. My thing to you is, what other mechanic or metric do you look at if you're Kyle to say, you know what, Brock, I don't think you're that good? I mean, is it how strong your arm is? Because if I'm his agent, Brock's, I'm like, dude, on paper, this man is, nobody's winning more than him except Mahomes. What's taking so long? Why wouldn't you think I wasn't your guy?
Because Kyle Shanahan was talking the other day about the 49ers, and he brought up the fact that every single game last year and every single game this season, they're favored to win.
He did say that.
Which means somebody thinks the 49ers have the best roster in pro football. Okay? That means, to me, that quarterback is one of the positions, wide receiver, line, all adds up to this is the best personnel of any team in the league. That's why we're just not, that's why we're not going to pay him $70 million or $60 million, because the minute we pay him, we may not have the best roster in the NFL, because we're going to have to get rid of some guys that play other positions. And then, look, Kyle Shanahan might say, look, we're paying Brock, and we know it's going to cost us A, B, and C, but we feel like Brock's so good that we'll make up for A, B, and C as best we can, and we'll still be pretty darn good. Or they might say, let's not pay Brock 65. Let's pay everybody else and see if there's anybody else out there we could get under center for, I don't know, 35, 40. I don't know.
This is what
I'm just saying.
Your words sound to me.
I'll believe Purdy gets $65 million a year when I see it. Yeah, that's all.
I got you. Yeah. But it sounds like you're going down a slippery slope of this roster so loaded for now, we could almost do it at the quarterback position by autopilot. And Trey Lance showed you, it was a few games. What did he start? 5 games?
Well, he couldn't play. I mean, he couldn't play. Brock Purdy can play. That is a given. Now, do you put him up with Mahomes? Do you put him up with Herbert? Do you put him up with Burrow? Put him up with Allen? Put him up with Hurts? If you do,
put him up there with Hurts and Allen.
Then the decision's not going to be difficult. But I just
wow, man.
I just don't think we ever really know what Kyle thinks about a guy.
We're going to find out. I know
in a year. We'll find out in a year. Yeah. Shaka's in Berkeley.
Our guy.
What's up, Shaka? How you doing, man?
Man, how you great gentlemen doing this afternoon, man? Happy Friday.
Shaka.
Hey, man, Guru, you gotta be careful, man. They ain't giving that man no $70 million, man. You just went to the Super Bowl. They couldn't score, man. They had 22 points on it. They couldn't get over the hump, man. They couldn't get touchdown.
Shaka, real quick, and I'm going to throw it back to you.
Pedestrian. Remember, you've been using that word.
I'm not saying he deserves that, but why don't you call and tell me Jordan Love, who doesn't even have the skins on the wall of Brock Purdy, is about to be the highest paid? I'm just telling you, Steiny, and the listeners, it's the going market. That's all.
I just totally understand that, man. But Shanahan is a football genius, man. He was raised in football. His father was a great coach, won Super Bowls, man. He knows that he can't give this one man a handcuff his franchise like that. All these great players. They have 7 of the top players at each position. You got Williams, you got McCaffrey, the running back, you got the DB, the linebackers. You got the best linebacker in football with Warner. Greenwald's off the hook. He's tremendous. You got all these great players. The 49ers have a great team, and they have to win it. They have to win now. And if he doesn't win again, I have a team. I'm a fan of the Minnesota Vikings. We have lost 4 Super Bowls. That is nothing to brag about.
Good stuff, Shaka. Appreciate the call. $167 million of Tua's contract is guaranteed. 167.
That's generational, right?
167. We'll cut that in half with taxes.
Although he's in Florida. Ask you that.
He's in Florida.
Boy, it ain't cut in half.
Okay, let me.
Good God, man.
How about this? You continue to say, what more do you want? Purdy, got him to a Super Bowl, got him to an NFC champion. Okay. Hypothetical, right now, because you're going resume. If you had to pay 2 guys are free agents right now, who would you give more money to? Brock Purdy or C.J. Stroud?
C.J. Stroud.
Why?
Because I think he's
1-1 in the postseason,
but he's come
right?
out of college. He's hit the ground running, took his team in his first year to the playoffs. He was supposed to be better than Brock Purdy, and he's lived up to that year 1 in the NFL. So if you were to put him, C.J. Stroud, into this 49er system, I think he could do more than Brock Purdy. But that's no shade at Brock. But the reality is, partner, that's not what it is.
No, it is.
The captain of the Starship Enterprise for the Niners is Brock Purdy.
For now. But that's what I'm talking about. Like,
But you don't have what's plan B for the Niners? And I know you know what I mean? That's
what's plan B for the Warriors? Something will arise, I believe.
But they haven't needed one forever because plan A, Steph and Clay and Dre were so good for so long.
What I'm saying is, like, when we got into the Warriors talk, and let's get it on the other side. Let's get it on the other side because we can pick it up here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into a little bit of Brock Purdy and the 49ers. Tua Tagovailoa. I had to think about it.
You got it.
Hey, and by the way, I had a little, I was getting after it a little on social media last night, something that really, really bothers me. I'll talk to you about on the other side as it relates to a gentleman like Tua Tagovailoa. Did I get it right? That's important. All right, what's coming up on the game? Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of the Floor Store. Our summer sale is heating up.
Beautiful. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
I'm feeling good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. So Tua Tagovailoa just signed a contract extension, 4 years, $212 million, 167 guaranteed. 167 guaranteed.
Damn.
Okay. Like here's, again, maybe Brock Purdy, when he signs, if and when he signs next year, will become the highest paid quarterback at the time he signs the contract. Maybe. I got to believe that when I see it. So let's just do this, Goo. So I'm looking at the quarterback salaries.
All right, I got it up too.
Okay. So Joe Burrow right now. Let's just go with average annual.
All right.
Then we'll just keep it easier. All right, so Joe Burrow's making 55, right? Do you think Brock Purdy's better than Joe Burrow?
Oh, hell no.
Okay, so let's say Kyle Shanahan agrees with you, right?
Yeah.
I could see Kyle Shanahan saying, I'm not paying a guy more than Joe Burrow when I know Joe Burrow is better than Brock Purdy. So it's like when people say, well, that's just the going rate. Okay, it's the going rate for the next guy up, but if Kyle Shanahan views it as comparing Purdy to his peers, well, then maybe it's not as simple as, well, he's just what's the next up? 65? Okay, he gets 65. Maybe the 49ers can say to Brock Purdy, hey, you know what? We think, you know who you're really comparable to? Kirk Cousins. So we'll offer you 45. What would Brock Purdy do then?
Again, you're on to something. I don't know how much is enough for him and how he was raised, and maybe he's not trying to bring down the house. But
right.
I think that thought process is wrong because
which one?
The Kyle saying comparing them to other quarterbacks. My question would be Son. And Son in this instance is Brock Purdy. Can you win us a Super Bowl? And let's just say this year culminates in a Super Bowl for the Niners. That's what you should be compared. That to me is what I should be. That's my question. Can this dude in my system win us a Super Bowl? Not who you're not, especially to the not who you're nots have won. Burrow had won a Super Bowl. Your boy's getting $200 million. Trevor Lawrence, he ain't even sniffed one.
You're right.
But that's my question on why I would pay my quarterback is, can you get us there?
Right.
And Dak hasn't got Dallas there. Trevor Lawrence hasn't sniffed it. Now, Burrow's got him to a Super Bowl. Stafford's done it. So I wouldn't look at it the way you look at it about, I'm going to compare you to your peers. I'm like, can you run our system and can you get us to the promised land? And he's done it almost twice.
Okay. And maybe Kyle Shanahan says, wait, what's your question? Can he win us a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? He can't. If he's making $65 million a year, he can't win us a Super Bowl. If he's making 65 and we've got to lose 3 guys that we think are important, no. Can he win us a Super Bowl at 40? Yes. Yeah, we think he can do that.
It'll be interesting.
Because we have enough weapons around him if he's making 40 as opposed to if he's making 65. Well, now we don't have Ayuk, and now we don't have Lenore, and now we don't have, I don't know, Mooney Ward, and then and
Mooney.
Like Kyle Shanahan said as much to Kawakami about the idea that, do you want to not pay? I mean, do you want to lose Purdy? Of course you don't want to lose Purdy. Of course you don't. But what if you lose Purdy, but you get a pretty good quarterback and can keep all your weapons? Maybe that's a better option. You know, he used the DeForest Buckner option. They didn't want to lose Buckner, but they said, you know what? If we could get this, that, and the other thing, maybe it makes it worth it.
Let me ask you a question. So I think it was last year we heard the owner of the 49ers, just like Lacob was talking, he was talking, and he came out and said, Steiny, that they're ready or they could foresee Brock Purdy resetting the market when it comes to paying their quarterback at the time. Do you think he gets this news or sees whatever Jordan Love is about to get? I don't think 65 to them is going to be like, holy hell, oh my gosh. I feel like they know how it got to this point with quarterbacks. And if they really like this kid, Brock Purdy, barring another good season, I just don't see how that scares the bejesus out of them. To try to go,
maybe it doesn't.
We got to go find somebody else.
I don't.
Easy for me to say, but Steiny, when you got your guy, you got your guy.
Well,
and they made Jimmy for 2 days.
We're assuming they believe they have their guy, and maybe they believe they have their guy right now. Will they believe they have their guy
$1 million
in March
or $60 million question?
I don't know. They probably will. They might not. I don't know. But, like...
Would you say Brock's in a good spot?
Of course.
Yeah, all right.
Absolutely.
That's how I feel.
Why wouldn't he be?
No doubt.
I mean...
He's like, who got paid? Okay.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, I think the 49ers are loving that they don't have to pay Brock right now. I think they're loving they get one more year look at him.
Oh, man.
I mean, what more could you want? I mean, as good as he's been, I mean, what is he quarterback? 25 regular season games? I think they're loving that by the time they have to make the decision, he will have
no doubt about
quarterbacked
that.
40-plus playoff games.
But he's played in two of the biggest games that you can, Stein. He won the bowl. I thought he did well for himself. And then the NFC Championship game, which obviously we couldn't judge him because he was knocked out.
Here you go, Goo. From the 310, you guys are so clueless. Like Purdy is going to leave $20 million a year on the table.
Nobody said he would. Steiny was just if they said that's far as we're going. It ain't up to Purdy.
Well, the other thing is,
know he wants all this chicken. You brought that up. Let me slow down.
Can we acknowledge that he's got to play this year before any numbers can be thrown around? I mean, he's good. But if he stinks this year somehow, some way, he ain't making 65.
Agreed.
He's got to produce this year every bit like he did last year. What if he takes a step back, but the Niners still go 10-7, but they lose in the first round of the playoffs? Then maybe you do get him for 40. I don't know.
And what if he got hurt?
Nobody
wants that, but that's on the table too. What if he got hurt again?
Exactly. No, exactly. So I do think, like, it's fun to talk about the money, and maybe he will when he signs the... Like, why would you say right now, oh, when Brock Purdy signs at the end of this year, he's going to get 65? No, he's not. He's not unless he has another good season. He's got to have another good season. And if you think the 49ers... Like, aren't we finding out with Brandon Ayuk? I mean, how many people have said, just pay him, just pay him? Well, they're not. Why not? Well, because they either don't have the money or they don't think Ayuk's worth $28, $30 million. We don't know that they might not feel the same about Purdy. That's all I'm saying. Let's go to Daryl. Daryl's in Washington, D.C.
Well, I'm right here.
Hey, Daryl.
Hey, Guru. Hey, Tiny.
Hey.
I think that the Geno Smith contract, I think that's a good starting point for me. I think it will be a good starting point for Purdy. I don't believe that Purdy, I think he's top 15. I don't think he's better than CJ. I don't think he's better than Joe. I do think he's a game changer, but not as dynamic as a game changer at the quarterback position. And if you're paying somebody at least 50, 60 million, he has to be a threat. Just beyond more than his arm. And that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, no, good stuff. I'm looking at Geno Smith. I mean,
he went back. But, Steiny, help me out on the comparison. It's not like the Niners are going to have the choice of, we got a line of quarterbacks that if we don't pay Purdy, we can insert Burrow. We can insert Josh Allen. We can insert whoever. It doesn't work that way. You have your guy. Tell me if I'm wrong. Or going down the wrong street in regard to, can you run my offense? Can we win? And that, to me, supersedes, are you good? Are you better than Troy Aikman or John Elway in other locales? What am I missing?
Would the 49ers be worse if Dak Prescott was their quarterback?
I'm low on him, but I'm going to say he would probably be the best version of himself, so I'm going to say they would do equal or more.
All right. Prescott's making 40 right now.
Well, he's about.
He's about to what?
There's a possibility that could go up, but right now
he's at 40. Do you think it will?
No.
Why not?
Because this is his 9th year. They're done.
Right, and he didn't have a great year last year.
He had a great year in the regular season. Fine. He set 36-7, Stoney touchdowns, interceptions. But 27-0 in the playoffs, and he looked like a deer in headlight. That's what Purdy already has going for him.
Maybe because he's got a significantly better supporting cast.
So how do you? I'm asking you this.
That's the point.
How do you explain that to said athlete about all right, I'm the quarterback until it's time to get paid. You're going to tell me, oh, I'm only balling and doing my job because what's around me? Like,
what are they saying to Ayuk? What are they telling Brandon Ayuk right now?
He might be asking for too much.
I want to be paid
like
a top 5 receiver.
But
we don't think you're a top 5 receiver.
Well, I have him in my top 10.
And I don't know that Brock Purdy, well, that's fine. But that's the difference maybe between 30 and 25 million for Ayuk. And he doesn't want to play maybe for 25. I don't know. Like that's the thing. That's what I mean about the 49ers, about Kyle Shanahan. And we'll find out.
No, we will. That's what makes it exciting. I'm not pro Brock, but I am pro Brock in regard to his resume. And Ken, the producer, came in here and he goes, hey, they got a game in with Miami, against Tua. And I was like, I told him, leave. That game doesn't signal or supersede what Purdy's already done. Yeah, I mean, there are bums that are getting paid at the quarterback position or guys that haven't lived up to it. And Dak is one of them in the playoffs, Donnie. I don't want to call him a bum in the regular season. So I'm looking at Brock Purdy like you have checked off all the boxes,
he hasn't.
Young
what
man.
If I say no, he hasn't?
Well, I need to see more, but thus far, he has. That's what... Unless you're telling me, Goo, yeah, he's playing okay, but he's got a great team around him.
Well, you kind of complained 2 days ago about they don't go downfield. They don't throw long. Maybe one of the reasons they don't throw long is because he doesn't have that in his repertoire.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, well, then that would lower his value.
But Ken gave us the stats, or Carter, 30-plus yards.
Okay.
He could throw 2 yards and Debo runs 28.
What about if Shanahan goes, you know what, I'm not paying a guy $60 million if I'm not convinced that he can quarterback in the rain.
Well, hey.
But I'm not being a jerk, but
hey.
Has he checked off the box of being good in the rain?
No.
How about the snow?
We hadn't seen that. But I'm going to say this, be careful, funny, but on trying to find a quarterback, Exhibit A on the Trey Lance debacle. Right. So when you got something and you think it's pretty damn good and it's showing you it's pretty damn good, hold on to it. Because you could go down Trey Lance Street or back to, you know what I mean? Teams and the coaches have been searching for their love of their life at that position, and they haven't found it. Maybe you don't
think Purdy's the love of his life.
All right.
He might not.
And I understand this year is very important. He needs to go on some more dates.
I mean, the other thing is, everything you're saying about, Purdy's the guy, I could say, well, this organization hasn't had a steady quarterback for 7 years, and they've still made it to the NFC Championship 4 out of the last 5. Twice with Garoppolo, twice with Purdy. Like, I get how people could say, well, Purdy's done it twice, so he's our guy. I mean, I could say, well, they had Garoppolo. He tired of him. They went out and got Lance. They gave him a shot. They didn't like him. Now Purdy's won some games for him. Who's to say they don't think he can upgrade? Shanahan doesn't think he can upgrade from Purdy.
Just hearing you say that was profound. Do you think that's why Kyle feels untouchable? Because he can just do it with, I don't want to say anybody because that would be shade, but if you're telling me this guy feels like he can do it with you, me, or Ken, then you could be onto something.
I'm just saying
it speaks to Kyle's greatness to me.
Well, I'm just saying that if the 49ers, let's just say they go, let's just say they're a good season, but they don't win it.
10-7.
Let's go 11-6.
All right.
They win a playoff game, they lose one. But why does everybody assume that if they win the Super Bowl, maybe it's different.
Oh my gosh!
But if they come up short, why would people assume that Purdy will definitely be a $65 million quarterback if they go 11-6 and they win a playoff game and they lose a playoff game?
Again,
I don't know.
And we don't know what it looks like. Let's just say they lose that said game 34-31, and for whatever reason, this Niner defense can't stop the pass this year, and that's kind of what got you beat. But if it's 34-31 and Brock is throwing the thing around and the offense looks like the offense we've seen the past 2 years, I'm not running from I don't need to see more, but Steiny, what he's done is heavy. That's all. So if the ball's in his hands, then we'll really find out if he wants to wedge you, Kyle, in regard to how much they're going to pay him.
925, Jordan Love is holding out. Should Purdy get more than Love?
From what they've done on the field, yes.
Up to this point. What if Jordan Love gets paid and the Packers have a better season than the Niners?
Listen, and I love myself for it because it's growth. Shout out Draymond. Ask me who I'd rather have at the quarterback position, Love or Brock Purdy.
Who would you rather have?
And I was in Beirut, and I just needed a quarterback. There was no Kyle.
Do they have a team?
No, but I needed a quarterback.
Okay.
That's when it comes down to DNA and gifts and attributes.
Okay.
It would be Jordan Love.
Okay, well then why would you pay Purdy more than Jordan Love if you think Jordan Love's better?
Because they would be running the same system and his attributes would come into play more. I feel like Jordan Love, he's special, but Brock is good enough to run. He's so smart upstairs that he's good enough to run Kyle's system.
Well, and I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying if Kyle Shanahan thinks one quarterback is special and the other quarterback is really good at running the system, I don't know that Kyle Shanahan would.
And maybe I'm selling Purdy short right now. People driving or listening like, damn, Goo, but I mean, come on, Jordan Love looks to be the part. Yeah, we're going to find out, and that's why it's 2 scoreboards or 3. Kyle's in regard to Brock Purdy and his emergence or his growth, the Niners, and that scoreboard of the contracts, Donnie.
The other thing that I always hear is, well, it feels like everybody's holding it against Purdy because he's got a lot of weapons. No, nobody's holding it against Purdy. But as an organization, you have to try to project the kind of quarterback he may be without as many weapons if and when you pay him $65 million. That's all. Like, it's not, like, to me, it's, okay, is he a $65 million quarterback if they don't have Brandon Ayuk? In other words, I'm paying a guy $65 million because he's so good that even if and when we lose Brandon Ayuk, we're still going to be damn good.
I get that. But if you look at the top 10 quarterback list right now, paid, how many of those guys fit that criteria?
Who?
The top 10 list right now. Justin Herbert's went to playoffs one time. Right. Lawrence, come on. The Dak hadn't even got to a championship game. But you're saying, how does the team feel?
But maybe one of the reasons,
if they don't have that weaponry,
maybe one of the reasons that they haven't gotten to the Super Bowl is because the salary structure stinks after they pay a quarterback, after a non-superstar quarterback gets a ridiculous amount of money, and so now he can't win a Super Bowl because he can't elevate a team that's not as good around him as much as a great quarterback might be able to.
I hear you. It's funny because one of our biggest arguments was Lamar Jackson. But his offensive weaponry's gotten better. They were the number 1 seed, and last year he couldn't do it. So Lamar's excuse real quick here is not, oh, look what's around me. It's not good enough. It's whatever Lamar's doing in the postseason, Stoney. It's not as smooth. It's not as automatic as it is in the regular season. So that's a Lamar problem.
Well, let's look at the bottom line is Burrow, Lawrence, Goff, Herbert, Jackson. None of them have won a Super Bowl. Hurts.
He got there.
But they haven't won it.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray, Watson, Cousins.
Oh, good Lord.
The top 10 quarterbacks, none of them have won a Super Bowl.
And those last 3 haven't even sniffed it.
This from the 707. No. It's 650. I disagree. Steiny, he needs to play lights out this season if we want to pay him that much and win the Super Bowl. You might be right. I don't know who's right on this, but I agree with the fact. All I'm saying is I wouldn't.
But we agree he's in a great spot.
Put it this way. If the 49ers had to pay Brock Purdy right now, do you think they'd make him the highest quarterback in the NFL?
I do.
I don't.
I do. Kay, where were you at on that real quick? If they had to pay him right now.
I mean, based upon what he's done already, you would have to. And I want to make a quick point because like with Tua's money, he's only getting 160. Not only getting, he's getting 167 million. That's only 8th in the NFL among all these other guys who haven't won, who are getting paid guaranteed money.
So maybe Tua said that's enough for me. I ain't trying to be ridiculous like IU if the Niners deem him being ridiculous.
Well, I'd like to also think Tua can look himself in the mirror and say, I'm not the best quarterback in the NFL, and neither is Brock Purdy.
Damn.
Lamont's in Oakland. What's up, Lamont? How you doing, my man?
Good, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Look, man, I'm not paying Brock Purdy $60 million, okay? And the reason why is, and a lot of these quarterbacks, see, if I was a GM, they would probably just have to fire me because I'm just not going to be paying all these guys just because of some quote-unquote market or potential. Do you know how much money $60 million is for one player in the NFL with a salary cap as tight as it is? There's no way in the world I'm giving Brock Purdy $60 million, and then I'm going to have to turn around and say, well, you know, he needs some weapons. No. If you get $60 million, you are the weapon. You're going to have to elevate the receivers, the tight end. Look at Patrick Mahomes. We saw what he did last year with the talent that he had. That's the type of player that gets 60, not somebody who has a lot of other talent around him. And Kyle, I think, understands this because if you give him 60, then you can't actually build up the actual strength of the team, which is the depth and the multiple talent at other positions. If you give this guy 60 and then you say, well, we still got to give Brock some help, it's $60 million. What are we going to do?
Hey, let me ask you
this. We're going to pay a couple of you guys.
Are you offended that Tua got 53? Does that bother you?
I am offended. Yes, I am offended. He wouldn't have got that from me either. I wouldn't have I'm telling you, they would show me the door at the gym. But I say, I'm just not doing it. We just going to have to stick because I'm not paying any of these quarterbacks $60 million without even a Super Bowl ring. Are you crazy?
Snidey.
Good stuff, Lamont.
I think we know how you feel, Lamont.
You know what I would like to know, and I don't know if we can figure this out.
That's pretty good.
But if when Jimmy Garoppolo made, what was it, 25, he got that contract.
He was the highest paid.
At the time.
Okay.
What percentage of that salary occupied, or, you know, what was the percentage of the salary cap at that time that $25 million represented? Was it 10%, 20, 30? Because I got to believe that it's much less of a percentage than the kind of money we'd be talking about, 60 million-ish with Purdy. Like, that's another part of it. Now, I mean, hopefully we can get the specifics, but like when the 49ers paid Garoppolo $25 million.
But they could have been in a different place financially.
No, but my point is if you pay, okay, they make Jimmy Garoppolo the highest paid quarterback. Okay, how much percentage of the salary cap did that occupy? Maybe it's 18%. Okay, well, if they pay Purdy, they make him the highest paid quarterback right now. That may be 32% of the cap.
So on a team that's not 4-12, though, because you didn't have much when Jimmy came. You had something, but now when you do Purdy, you got.
But my point is,
bills. You got high ticket items that you've already paid. So I think that loses his luster because the team wasn't as good as it was.
First of all, what do you mean? He started 5 games.
But you didn't have a Bosa you were paying then. You didn't have
That's right. So if all of a sudden Purdy's taking up 32% of your cap, you're not going to have other guys around him.
Well, I guess I was saying you're closer to win, though, if you sign him up. You know what I mean? If he's proven it.
Are you?
I mean, you're getting pretty damn close.
Like, I don't know. Who's worth 30% of the cap?
Mahomes.
Okay. Who else?
Burrow.
Okay. Is Purdy? Well, what if $65 million represents 35% of the cap? I mean, I don't know that I'm doing that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We can stay on this, and I see we got some callers on the other side. And before we get out, let me make it clear. I'm not saying the 49ers aren't going to do it, but I'll believe they rip off $65 million when they make the announcement at the end of next year that they're making him a $60 to $65 million quarterback. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer today. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back.
know about Kyle's growth.
It's bothering me.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All righty. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands, and that's in Lathrop.
Yeah.
They're making hay out there in Lathrop.
Hey, speaking of guests.
They're also making houses.
A lot of
swimming
stuff.
pools and schools.
Did you guys have a guest yesterday? Did I miss anybody? Because normally when I'm out, Stephen Hale, Popeye, Bob Myers.
Trying to think.
Well, if you got to think.
Usually we are flooded with guest calls when you're not here. I'm trying to think. I can't remember.
Lako checked in. That made my day.
Well, it was a 7-word text. You're overthinking it.
Hey, he had the station on.
Couple texts right here. We're talking about.
And I got one to read to from Carter later.
Okay. Tua Tagovailoa just signed a contract extension, 4 years, $212, $53 million annually, $167 guaranteed. And of course, that's a big number, and the 49ers may have to make a decision on Brock Purdy at the end of the year about how much they're going to have to pay their quarterback. Couple things before we go on. A couple real good texts on the Xfinity mobile text line. 925, our last caller was named Lamont, and the 925 says Lamont is wrong.
Oh.
It's hard to find a starting quarterback.
Hello.
Well, let me ask you this.
A good one.
Let me ask you this. You think it's been easy or hard for Kyle Shanahan to find a quarterback?
Oh, my gosh, hard. Jimmy was dropped in their lap because of relationships. But I was asking you about Beathard, Mullins. Those are strikeouts. Those are Ks.
Yeah, I think it's been kind of easy in a way.
Please explain. My Roxy Bernstein.
Because I get it. They haven't won the whole ball of wax. But for the last 5 years, they have been an elite team. And they've had a couple quarterbacks over that stretch. Purdy, and then Garoppolo, then Purdy.
Yeah, but they thought they had their quarterback their franchise quarterback in Jimmy. And in essence, he was here long enough for it to kind of lightweight qualify, but he got hurt, then his play dipped, or combo, whatever.
Right.
But they paid him and they married him. They thought that he was our guy.
I disagree with that.
And who called in? Rob from San Bruno. They paid him on 7 tugs and 5 picks, but they saw something. But they paid them, Steiny.
I disagree. They left themselves an out every year, virtually.
But isn't that how you should always do it? If
you think they're going to be able to do it with Purdy?
I don't know. Now you got me thinking maybe he might not get all the chicken I'm talking about.
I don't like. Here's the other thing about what you pay Purdy. It doesn't matter right now.
Going rate.
It's like Susan the other day said. Oh boy, the stock market took a hit today. Boy, I was looking at the 401k. We got hit yesterday. Okay, well we're not retiring.
Right.
Okay, so what? Talk to me in 2 years when we have to sell our house and and make that decision. Yeah, right now you don't have to do it.
But you got to put some money away for that day that's coming in regard to Brock.
Yeah, you might
if you decide. I just don't know what the kids got to do not to get it. Because I'm not telling you he's better than everybody else. What I'm telling you is he is the only starting quarterback for the Niners.
Right.
He's had a stellar performance. It's not about is he good as his peers. It's about, to me, it should be about he's proven he can run our system to the highest of highs. And I'm assuming this year is going to be a plus. I'm like, I don't see why if he asked for 60 or 65, even though the implications of the cap, that ain't Brock's fault. If I ask for my chicken, 1, I earned it, and then 2, what do you got besides me?
I mean, the absolute way that I would look at it if I were the 49ers is I don't know what I'm paying Brock Purdy. It all depends on what happens this year. Now, I'm not saying what happens this year wipes out the last 2 years, but to me, if Brock Purdy has a great year and the 49ers have a great year without having to put any label on it, Purdy's great, the Niners are great, yeah, he'll get paid $60 million. But if Brock Purdy is, he was okay. He was okay. He's pretty good.
Oh, we got something to talk about.
Then maybe he's a $40 million quarterback.
And I was
by
going
the
with,
end of the year.
Yeah, I was going if he had a stellar performance.
Sure,
because you're right. And I wonder if that pressure will get to him.
Well, that's why I'm not saying the other text I'm reading from the Xfinity Mobile text line is from the 408. It's not Madden. You can't just say I'm not going to pay. The nut graph here is you have no choice but to pay Purdy what he wants. Well, that's ridiculous. That's preposterous.
I guess they mean with a good year, good year, Stein.
Right, but
that's how I feel.
I get
almost.
it. He's a quarterback, but that principle clearly doesn't apply to Brandon Ayuk. So what if Purdy they look at more as a Brandon Ayuk as a quarterback as opposed okay,
wow,
you know what I'm saying? Like the only way they're going to pay him 60 maybe is if they think he's the Nick Bosa of quarterbacks. But if he's just the Brandon Ayuk of quarterbacks, maybe you don't have to pay him that much.
What about this caveat?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the wide receiver pay scale, they got it right. Justin Jefferson, in my estimation, the highest paid and he's the best. But if Jordan Love comes out of nowhere and he's the highest paid, then Steiny, I think Brock Purdy's got action. Or I would say, hey, with another good year, I would take Brock over Love. But when you do the Ayuk comparison to Justin Jefferson, that's where it falls on deaf ears. You're not that type of receiver, son. Even though I got you as a top 10 receiver, you're not Justin Jefferson. But if Brock Purdy's Justin Jefferson is Jordan Love, yes, you are. You know what I mean?
I'm just looking at the 49ers that, okay, if you're telling me Brandon Ayuk, they've determined is not a $30 million receiver. Their numbers say he's a $25 million receiver. Well, they're not paying him 30 as of right now. Maybe in their estimation, at the end of the year, they'll say, you know what, Brock Purdy, he's a $45 million quarterback.
Mm.
And maybe Purdy
says that's okay?
Or yes, because Purdy doesn't okay, so Tua's contract, it did not make him the highest paid quarterback, correct? It made him like the 8th highest, something like that.
Yeah, guaranteed money, but he's making third as opposed to Lawrence and Burrow.
So he's third in average annual now, and he's 8th in guaranteed money. Maybe the 49ers will say to Brock, we'll give you 4. We'll put you 4th on the average money, and we'll give you, 180 guarantee. I don't know.
Well, real quick here to that, and I'm gonna read Carter's text, Donnie. But to that point, I think Tua kind of told on himself these last couple of years with this play, and he was like, "I'm cool with that," because he really didn't have the leverage to say, "I want to be top dog." But Brock is going to come in, assuming another good year. Took you to the NFC Championship game, you couldn't block for me. And I took you to the Super Bowl, and then again, let's just say a deep run here. It's like, how do you kind of subtract from that unless you have that tough love conversation and you tell me that Kyle's going to tell him and his representatives, you're only balled out because of what's around you.
Yeah, I mean, we can avoid the whole he benefits from what's around him. Because
you don't think Burrow does with Chase and the rest of the gang that he has?
I mean, the one thing, and I don't know, 49er fans, if you agree with me on this, but I mean, Purdy, the 49ers are going to pay Purdy what they think he deserves by the way they're feeling at the end of this season.
Facts.
So I could see, depending on what happens this year, maybe at the end of the year, the 49ers say, you know what, this guy's a $40 million quarterback. Or maybe at the end of the year, they say, you know what, he's a $70 million quarterback. Let's get it done. Mm. But I do kind of feel like all the talk right now is irrelevant because I think this year will dictate virtually everything with what they're going to pay Brock Purdy, even though he has had a great start.
Yeah.
He's had a great start.
Nobody can take
Elliot Ramos has had a great start. tapering off a little bit here.
Yeah. So did what's our other guy, Casey Schmidt. Let me read this real quick from Carter Steiny. Yeah. But he was batting 400 at one time. He was Joe Shasky's favorite player.
In 7th grade, Mighty Mites, he hit 400.
I never played Mighty Mites. Carter's been in camp the last 2 days. Purdy, since we're on the topic, looked incredible yesterday at camp, making every throw. Today, he was great on all out routes and slants. But Steiny, this is why I read this. But he took 3 shots deep, overthrew all 3.
Just like Jimmy. Sounds to me like he's a $25 million quarterback.
Thanks,
just
Carter.
Like Jimmy.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to Freddie in Livermore. Hey, Freddie, how you doing, my man?
Oh, I'm fine. How you guys doing?
We're doing well.
Guru.
Yes, sir.
All right, love the show, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, I want to ask you guys, right? This a big if, Guru. You know, if was a fifth.
Yeah.
All right. Me, myself, I'm not a Niner fan. I'm a football fan. And I think if the defensive backs last year would have caught all those interceptions that Brock Purdy threw to them, I'm talking about in the chest, it would have been a different season.
That hit me. That means something to me. But I got to tell you, Freddie woulda, coulda. But he said it. If was a fifth. But hey, the Green Bay game. If Savage catches that ball, and let's just say they lose, and Purdy he couldn't throw it in the rain. You what are we talking about now?
There
Steiny?
you go.
So you think Kyle hadn't forgot that type of stuff? Yeah, we won. You got get back. But you and Freddie could be onto something that Kyle still, as a coach, you look at everything. Because that could have been a disaster.
Of course you look at everything if you're a coach, right?
Even the woulda, couldas, though, I guess. Even though Savage dropped that, I don't think if we brought that play up to Kyle, he'd be like, Guru, I thought that could have been a pig. Like, he doesn't forget it.
Again, I mean, the numbers are the numbers. The play is the play, but that is going to, what he's done is going to be so much less important than what he does this year.
Damn.
You know, yes, hypothetically, if he throws the exact same passes, maybe this upcoming year, there's more interceptions. Well, that's not going to be good for him.
So you're Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately? That's how the Niners are looking at Brock.
Yes. They have to. He's only quarterbacked 25 regular season games. That's why I guarantee you they are ecstatic that they don't have to make the decision right now. They get another, they get to make that decision, ideally, after 42 regular season games and, 6 or 7 playoff games.
So what's the difference between Ayuk and Purdy then?
There might not be one. I don't know.
But Ayuk's playing that card like, I ain't going out there to risk the biscuit.
Well, Purdy doesn't have that option.
Yeah.
So, he doesn't even have that option. Yeah. Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob.
Hey, I love the show, guys.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
This topic kind of got me. You know, there's like 3 things I want to say. Number one is, other than Trent and McCaffrey, all these players are homegrown. They all came from our system. They all were drafted. So, pay the guys. Don't let them go to other teams just because they become superstars. The other thing is Purdy. What does Purdy have to prove? I mean, he is the man. I don't think he's the kind of guy that's going to actually warrant the highest paid salary in the league. I mean, that's just my feelings. I have no way to, say he won't, but I just feel like that's the kind of guy he is. When you look at, I don't want to compare him, but when you look at Montana, he was never the highest paid quarterback. Brady, he was never the highest paid quarterback. And why? Because they made a deal with the team. It's a team sport. So they take less, they get more guys around them, they keep more of the homegrown guys, and they go out and win ball games. And that's the method. That's the way to do it. So a lot of these superstar quarterbacks that are getting all these high things, they don't even sniff the playoffs. You said it yourself, Guru. And the reason for that is because they want to get paid, and they're not thinking about the team necessarily. And you can't blame them for that because it's, business. But the fact is that if you take a little less, you got a better chance of winning. That's how I see it.
No, good stuff, Bob. Now, Bob said something interesting where he said, what more does Purdy have to prove? I mean, I would answer a lot.
Yeah.
I would answer a lot.
I can get a lot of people feel like
he's got to prove
seen enough.
Okay,
but we know.
Right. And if they had to make a decision right now, they'd have to make a decision.
And he'd get that money.
But what I don't know. How much would he get? Like if
as much as Tua just got, I believe it would have to be more than that.
More than Tua.
The going rate is he's done more than Tua. That's all. He's done more than Tua. Now, if you want to tell me, hey, break out your calculator, we're going to tell you why we feel like he's done more. It looks like a goo, but it's because he has McCaffrey. But look at what Tua's working with, and he flames out.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't wait, man. But the pressure's on Brock Purdy. Even though he's got those 2 great stellar seasons, the pressure is on for him to get paid.
I think it's very possible that Purdy has a nice year. 49ers have a nice year. And Bob's right. Like, he knows he's not a $65 million a year quarterback. And so he's like, you know what, 2 again? What's Kirk Cousins getting 40? Wow. You know what, 45's fair. 45's fair.
So dude, that's his name on the chat says, so Purdy will leave 25 to 30 mil off the table according to the caller.
If the 49ers offer Purdy $45 million and he takes it, that doesn't mean he's leaving 25 on the table.
Well, I guess the premise is why, if let's just say a couple guys get paid by the time he's up next year, why wouldn't you just start at the top?
Because you don't think he's as good as those guys. It's plain and simple. And maybe by the end of the year, it'll be obvious that he's not as good as those guys. Or maybe at the end of the year, it'll be obvious he is as good as those guys. But bottom line is,
you're going to get a raise. Yeah.
You would think. You would think. Z's in the city. What's up, Z? How you doing?
I'm doing well. I just want to follow up on the prior caller talking about the what ifs with the interception.
Sure.
You can do that with the entire NFL. Joe Montana threw a near interception in the 81 NFC title. 07 when the Giants beat the Patriots, Asante Samuel dropped an interception. Brady with the tuck rule. It happens all the time. Aside from the Darnell Savage, like Brock Purdy's turnover-worthy play rate went down as the season went on.
Yep.
I don't think the narrative had a bunch of dropped interceptions all year is kind of not fair to him.
Okay. Let me just throw this at you, Z. Because I do think it's not luck, but circumstances. What if, I don't know, 3 balls go off receivers' hands and they get returned and he just happens to throw more interceptions, even though Kyle Shanahan's assessment is like, boy, he pretty much quarterbacked like he did last year. I just didn't have as much luck. And boy, some great plays defensively and a couple balls went through our receivers' hands. Then how do you weigh the numbers with the actual play?
That's a great question. I think that if that happens, the discourse on Twitter can be pretty wild. But I would say that I would trust the people making those decisions, judging his play, are going to make the right decision. And even when that does happen, I think we have a good enough team to overcome. And I think he's shown he can bounce back from his mistakes as well.
For sure. Yeah, good stuff, Z. Appreciate it. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I love it. I love it. Play, it would behoove Brock Purdy is to play this year like a $65 million quarterback.
Right.
Can he do that? And what does it look like? We're going to know over the course of 17 games, we're going to know 70% more about Brock Purdy at the end of this year than we know now.
Yeah. And he's already played in the Super Bowl and 2 chip games, in championship games. Right. But anybody and this is not fair to Brock, but I got to say it, Stoney, anybody that watched that playoff game, Jordan Love was the best quarterback in that game. He was also the losing quarterback of that game, but it kind of just goes to, I'm not offended, but my mouth is open as to, damn, Jordan Love, you're really about to get broken off, but then where was I at when Trevor Lawrence got $200 million guaranteed, or your boy Kirk got $100 million guaranteed? So, I mean, this wouldn't be the first one like, blows my mind. It just kind of comes with the territory of being a quarterback, even when Dak got his.
Let me throw this out at you.
There are a bunch of guys that haven't done a lot. What's my boy in Arizona? You just said Kyler Murray. We're waiting. He's got some weapons now, but damn.
I mean, what if, and all this is hypothetical, but what if McCaffrey misses 6 games this year, and then he comes back and Trent Williams misses 4, and
it could happen.
And Ayuk's banged up, and we go 9-8, and we miss the playoffs. But everybody knows we had a ton of injuries, but not at the quarterback position. What do you pay Purdy?
Yeah, I
Who the hell knows at that point?
But
right?
It would have an impact.
What?
It would have an impact on his chicken if that was a scenario.
So there are things outside of his control,
and you know what,
that are going to impact this.
I got to be careful here, but we can't. This is the rat on the. It's a bear on the table. Stoney, brought to you by Echo. When Trent and Brock were Debo were out, he looked regular.
But you want to give him 60. You say he's going to get 60.
But is that? But to the staff and the people that matter in the know, does Kyle look at that as simply, you didn't have your left tackle. We didn't have Debo to stress out formation-wise pre-snap. So there was nothing there. But he looked regular. Okay. Interception against Minnesota to end the game. Cleveland. Like that, wow.
This isn't hard. This is from the, this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm not pinning myself into a corner. 669. All right, Steiny, what if Brock balls out and carries the team on his back?
Cha-ching!
Then he's going to make $65 million.
Yep. Cash me out one time.
That's what I mean. I mean, to me, it's all about this year for Purdy. Doesn't wipe out everything that's happened in the past, but if he has a great year, he probably is going to get a pretty astronomical number. If he's pretty good, he'll get a little less. If he's okay, he'll get even fewer amount of money.
Now, Lori said he put him in position to win in Cleveland. The kicker missed. But prior to, Lori, he threw a pick. And the Minnesota game, he threw a pick, too, at the end.
Gristlizer on the YouTube chat. Steiny would be like the person on Contestants Row on The Price is Right who thinks everyone's overbid, so he'd bid $1.
Dallas is
great timing by the K-Man.
Okay, that was your best work. Yeah. That is great. I don't have an easy job.
What are you talking about?
When my book comes out, your work, dude, you're a smart man.
I know.
But you do a lot of stuff that the average couldn't survive. I've grown from working with you. I've grown from working with you.
Yeah, because it's so crazy for me to come up with the hottest of hot takes that, boy, if Purdy has a great year, he'll probably get 60. But if he doesn't have a great year, he'll probably get less.
No, not
Woo!
that.
What a hot take artist I am.
Your uncanny ability to make others say something and then you paint it into something else. That's a skill you have.
How about it's a compliment. Ask me what I think Purdy is worth right now.
What do you think Brock Purdy is worth right now, Stoney?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he's worth right now. We're not selling the house.
And I believe that.
Okay. So that if it doesn't matter,
he's about
he'll get a raise because he's making $1 million. First of all, gotta stay healthy. They moved on. Okay, here's another thing we know about Purdy. He took over the starting quarterback job. He quarterbacked 7 games. He got hurt.
Oh, wrecked his elbow.
He came back the next year. He had a great year. He played all year. What if he gets hurt next year? Maybe Kyle goes, geez, he's just like Garoppolo in terms of the injuries. Then what? I'm just saying a lot can happen, good and bad.
It's a Rubik's Cube of possibilities, man. How about that? You like that?
There's about 2 things that can happen. He's either going to get 60 or he's not.
Somebody else could get hurt. I'm worried about the Niners.
Your uncanny ability to put a negative light on something good is great. Hey, Lori.
Like that. I love that's my girl. I'm toasting her through the YouTube chat. If that wasn't, I will not forget those words. It's a compliment, man.
No, it's not.
Oh, no.
Okay, it's great.
You're being defensive.
It's great. You want to pay Purdy $60 million right now, and that's a valid opinion.
Oh.
But I don't have to make that decision.
None of us do.
That's right.
I'm just saying right now, he's got a lot going for him, and you agree with that.
Yes,
right.
so hell yeah, he's got a lot going for him.
And barring any
Don't mess it up.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't mess it up, Purdy. All right. Oh, jeez.
I did not get jumped yesterday by Cowboys fans.
It's 1:20. Oh,
it was too short segment.
All right, let's see. Yeah, we got a short segment on the other side. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hi, my name's Tim Forehand. I'm a deputy sheriff. In my job, keeping in shape is important. I've tried other products to get my weight.
Are you going to have a little salad, some beans, maybe a touch of pasta, some chicken, spaghetti? Give me the meat. Give me the meat.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's a too short segment. That means we got 10 minutes, and then we get Willard and Dibs in here for the crossover. Oh, what's bugging you coming up today? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Yes, sir.
It was Draymond,
you know what?
but
remember when I said,
out.
Yeah, remember, you know what? I know what's bugging me.
You got to tease it.
No, I know.
All right. But you're in a good mood. It's the Friday before your vacation. When you leave?
Tomorrow.
SFO or Oakland?
SFO.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Brock Purdy. Ran that into the ground.
I like where he's at.
Boy,
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
It's a gutsy statement.
Hey, you're doing that a little too much.
By the way, just to get into it. Well, not get into it. So, just real quick, since the All-Star break, the San Francisco Giants have gone 2-5.
Wow, man.
They're now 5.5 out of the final playoff spot. And they're in 12th place in the National League. It was just 2 days ago, Goo, you said, we're riding this till the wheels fall off. Have you changed your mind?
It's a wrap. It's over.
I had enough.
But my prediction still stays in the cap in regard to they can win a series.
Okay.
That would be, they shocked the world. But yesterday was, you come back, that emotional game, and you tie it. And
you thought they were going to win when they were up 2-1, right?
Oh,
in the
my
fourth
God.
inning.
No.
Yeah.
Come on, listen.
Yeah.
Let me ask. Let me finish. They are 11 for 54 with runners in scoring position.
That's not going to get
the
it
All-Star break.
Oh, no.
But they're going to win a series.
They just can't hit.
Yeah.
Robbie Ray looked good. I hadn't talked to you since his outing.
So what? So what?
Dude, this is bad.
The best thing about Robbie Ray's performance is you might be able to get
this
something
is bad. I don't know where you go. The real season for him, real quick, is I honestly believe Farhan has all the job security. I do wonder if a season, I know Willard and other people believe it'll cost him. That has really become the season for me. But I will say this about Farhan. He doesn't field. They dropped another ball yesterday. It didn't cost him. Or the night before, a ball fell in. But, Stoney, this is bad, man.
Let me tell you what the worst part is. And I can't wait till Willard gets in here because I love talking.
You gonna stick it to him?
No, I got some questions I got for him about some stuff. And the thing that has stuck out to me the last 2 or 3 days is their 4 highest paid players. Okay, the 4 highest paid players on the team.
All right.
They all have player options for the end of the season.
Wow.
And I was just thinking about, okay, so who are they? Snell.
Yep.
He's been here 4 months.
So that was desperation. You needed to put that in there for him to
Chapman.
Now, whoa.
He's been here 4 months. Robbie Ray. He's been here 7 months. And Conforto. Oh, he's been here about a year and a half.
How did he get that?
So you have 4 guys that aren't tenured at all. And they get to make the decision about whether they're coming back or not.
Yeah. It's but that's what you had to do to get them to come here.
Exactly. So what are we doing?
What
are we doing?
It was more than a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
Hey, you want Blake Snell to opt in or out?
Out.
Okay, what about Ray? Robbie Ray?
Out.
What about Conforto?
Out.
What about Chapman?
Out.
Okay, so you hope they all opt out, so why wouldn't you try to trade them right now?
Yeah, because it's about operation prospects.
Exactly.
But then what does that mean moving forward for the immediate next year?
They've gone to the postseason once in the last 10 years, and you're worried about, what about the next 2?
I can't believe you just mouthed that.
Get it right.
Are you sure it's 1 for 10? Yeah, 2016 was the last time.
When they don't make it this year, It'll be one postseason appearance in the last 10 years.
Oh, my good Lord.
I'm sorry, it'll be 2, but no series victories.
Oh, my goodness.
Nope, they haven't won a playoff series in 9 years.
Man.
It could become 10 this year.
All right, hey.
But you're
almost
worried.
Want to call your mouth.
But.
All right, here we go. I got something for you.
But what about the next 2 years?
Are you moving Webb?
No, I'm not moving Webb. And the reason I'm not moving Webb is because he is at least some semblance of being a Giant for more than 3 years.
But what if he fetched you the most attractive prospect, the top prospects? Like, I'm wondering why you want to hang on to him. Not? Because it sounds like you're doing it just for show. You know,
you're for show.
Keeping Webb. You were just like, he's our longest tenure Giant, but man.
We can't talk for 5 years about how there are no homegrown guys. Nobody knows who these players are. Nobody has an attachment to them. Nobody feels any loyalty to them. And then say, well, let's move Logan Webb, the one guy. It doesn't mean I wouldn't move him.
Because it sounds like you're not going to win a lot of games. So forget F, just to me, if I'm a fan, F having somebody as a symbolic or something. I'm trying to start over.
I don't give a rat's ass.
Yeah.
Fine,
and
move
Webb might want to get moved.
Who cares? Like, seriously.
I'm serious.
Like,
Webb
the reason I wouldn't move Webb is because, like, he's more
stuff.
of our guy than these other 4 guys who came in.
Fetch you some top prospects.
Came in with ski masks this offseason.
I don't even think they had to. They were begged to come here. Options.
I said this to Spadoni yesterday.
Tell me.
And I don't care. I don't care.
Uh-oh.
I'm watching Robbie Ray. Oh, clenching his fist.
Oh,
yeah.
I was his first game. He's in it.
I can help get the Giants back into this race. Yeah, that's what he's thinking. Robbie Ray doesn't even know what uniform he put on the other night. Come on, guys.
Yeah, but Steiny, are we a 5-game? Because they play 2 tomorrow, 4 against Colorado. Are we a 5-game winning streak or 7 in a row?
Okay.
You're going to laugh.
Right.
But Steiny, it will change.
I don't think it would. They could win 5 in a row, and they'll still be 4 out of the. Like, I'm just looking at the schedule. Yeah. Pirates play somebody like the Pirates play somebody like them. Was it Arizona? Yeah. Pirates play Arizona.
Yeah.
Okay. They got a 3-game series. Guess what?
One of them is going to.
Giants are probably going to lose ground to one of them this weekend.
But they need to quit scoreboard watching and put some wins together. You lost 2 or 3 to the Rockies before.
But hey, can you just admit something?
I always do.
Just admit it. The other day when you said, "Oh, Steiny, I believe they're going to win a playoff series." What are you thinking when you say something like that?
At that juncture,
like, what are you even thinking?
That the egg of greatness was going to hatch. That mediocrity was at its stop sign. That it was over.
How many great players do they have?
Now. Snell's
How many great players do they have on this team?
I'll give Snell. I'm gonna give Snell. He's a great pitcher when healthy.
Yeah, Snell. 6 stinks. 6.2 ERA.
And you know what?
But he's had 3 good starts. That's right.
I'm not mad at this player, but ask me what's scaring me.
I don't.
Ramos. And it's not your fault. You turned a great first half into an all-star, Steiny.
Let me guess.
Baseball will humble you.
Oh, thank you.
But
I appreciate that.
I like him.
He hit homers in 4 straight games. They went 1 and 3.
I like the way he swings. I like his approach.
Oh, I love his approach.
Let me tell you who I really like.
They should pay him $60 million.
Hey, you ever watch the A's? That Lawrence Butler kid.
Here we go.
Looks like a young Dwayne Murphy.
But Ramos doesn't.
No, Ramos looks good.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what, Butler's put together, 4 good games?
It ain't about the games.
Oh, is it eye test?
No, it's about the swing. Ramos got a nice swing too, but Butler just looked lanky and just yada.
I don't know. Let me guess. Butler hit a homer last night and stole the base.
No, stole the base last couple of nights. Boy, I can't wait for the Bay Bridge series. That will be the death of the 2024 Giants. The A's play hard.
Trust me when I say
power than the Giants. I'm just watch.
Trust me when I say I don't really mean this, but I'm doing it for effect. Shut up about the Bay Bridge series.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's how you promote
combined record 62 and 109. Oh, this is going to capture the imagination of a baseball country. All right, 8-8. Well, no. Forget the number because we got Willie and Dibbs in here. Next on
your last minutes before vacay.
Yeah, well.
You don't want me to tell them?
I don't care.
All right.
Let me tell you what this is all sponsored by. Safeway. Yes.
Head to Safeway this week for this member deal. Creamy Dryer's ice cream 1.5 quart or 14.
See, I got this photogenic memory. It's photographic. I did that on purpose.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Matt Stein, Matt Stal, the Guru Johnson, now joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It is the crossover, and you know what that means. It's time to remind you that it's tick season. Lyme disease, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but it can be transmitted through the bite of infected ticks. That's a fact. Visit Atco Pest Control's website today to learn more and take control at atcopestcontrol.com. Welcome, gents.
Steiny.
Yeah, this will be his last one for a week.
Yeah.
He's on vacation.
Mark, too. Mark's in the same boat.
Yep. Aloha, gentlemen.
It means goodbye.
I won't be listening.
Aloha means goodbye, is what it means.
So, in other words, Mark Willard and I will be as far apart from each other as we've ever been next week.
Which is hard to do.
Probably about, 14,000 miles apart.
You're going
11 time zones.
London.
You're going to London. Yeah, okay. Yeah, perfect. Miles from ordinary. I
Who
can't
you got
wait.
next week, Dibs?
Who do I have?
Yeah, I got
I've
Evan.
got Grandy and FP for the first 3 days.
FP.
It's a trade deadline radio for us.
Or sale deadline for the Giants.
Well, trade deadline, so they'll either buy or they'll sell, and we'll get into that today, and we're going to talk about all of the different machinations, and it feels like these next 4 days are huge, but it also feels like these next 4 days don't matter at all.
After Nick Ahmed hit that homer, I said, "This is the defining."
They call that the nadir.
This is too,
which means the low point.
This is too simplistic. But what would you do if you were him? And if I offer you this, right? Alex Pavlovich said yesterday there are people in the organization who need to make the playoffs.
Okay.
We know who he's talking about. All right. So if you're Farhan and you need to make the playoffs, you know damn well the smart thing to do right now
is go shopping.
Is to sell. No, not to shop. The organizational thing to do right now is to realize you're not a good baseball team and that there will be teams out there dying to have Blake Snell.
But how does that benefit him if he's going to get run?
So what would you do?
I would buy. I would get in one last ditch effort.
If I were the owner, I would deny your transaction.
Oh, okay, there you go. All right, you take the keys. Basically.
Well, no, because I don't want anyone with the last name Johnson ever making any baseball decisions in this town. Ever. Any decisions.
Daryl Johnson.
Yeah,
Daryl the guru.
That hurts.
Yeah.
Thought they had a soy problem.
No, him too. I don't want him I don't want you running the Giants. Anyway. Right? But no, what would you do?
Well, let me throw this at you because we know we got a 2-year extension in October.
Yeah.
Do you think in any way they gave him that because it is look, you still have a year and a half, so you still got to do what's right by us because whether we get rid of you or not, you're still getting paid the year after you get fired. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I listen, I'm not saying that anyone's going to go rogue and start doing things they're not allowed to do or whatever, but him getting an extension last year, I think, was PR. Okay? I think that was PR.
And BS.
You know, they want.
Well, you don't want to go into that offseason with a guy who is on a lame duck contract. So if you're Ohtani and you're looking to even think about coming here, you don't want to have a president of baseball ops who is in his last year of the deal. So it is window dressing. Yeah, it's PR.
They want to line it up too. They want to line it up with.
I don't know, and I heard Alex say that.
Until the season's over, I'm not going to say. Right now, it ain't looking good. It doesn't look good.
And you guys are going to all laugh and scoff, but this is the beauty of baseball. The math is still there for them to make the run.
Yeah.
It's just they can't hit with 11 for 54 since the All-Star break.
Math.
Don't do that.
The math is still there.
36 and 22.
Yeah, and Farhan's doing none of that.
36 and
22.
He
doesn't hit dibs. He doesn't miss fly balls. One dropped the game that they won the other night.
Steiny, if you want to talk about math, if we're just going to talk about mathematics, the math is there.
But
are they good enough to make the math come to fruition? Probably not. But the math, Don't you get it, Steiny?
I do.
We're talking about math.
Wait a minute, but what does that mean?
We're talking about math.
But what if there were 37 games left and they needed to win 36?
Then we'd be in the fourth quarter of the math.
would
right
still
now
be there,
we're late.
yes.
Okay, well then that's an absurd point.
It's not absurd.
It is.
No, because the math is the math. Now, that sort of a math would be like you winning the lottery.
But I'd argue the math right now is highly unlikely. But it's not absurd.
But if you start taking care of your business, Willard.
Going 36-1, that's absurd.
Correct.
That doesn't have
But the math is still there.
Right, but
why do you think people play the lottery?
Well,
because the math is there.
But then I'd argue
you
that's
get
not
it, right?
Yes, but I'd argue.
Don't you get it?
Stop.
Do you
I
get
can't.
that it's an uninteresting point? It's not an interesting point to say
not
the
a
math.
point, it's
no,
reality.
You have
Exactly.
there has to be another sentence there.
Oh, they got to win.
No, you can't go. The math is still there. They can go 36-1.
We're not talking about 36-1.
No, but if you're
19-9,
if the math is still there because they need to go 36-22. ... What are you saying? What would you do? Do you think that's realistic? Unrealistic? Like,
no,
my point is, if the math is still going to be there,
you could still go out and win a damn game.
But if the math,
it's not a must-win tonight.
No, but Dibs, come on.
You're welcome.
If the math is still there until you're actually mathematically eliminated, that's not an interesting point today.
Well, today it's interesting because the math is still there.
Well, what are you saying?
What I'm saying is you sweep Colorado. And
that's what they're not doing.
No,
or are you just throwing out something that's like a factoid?
Does your heart believe it?
I don't think that they're going to sweep Colorado. But if you sweep Colorado, it changes your opinion as an organization. Yeah. Absolutely, it does.
Well, they're 1-7 game winning streak away from the everything looking a bit different.
You still have a losing record at the trade deadline. You would likely still be ahead of maybe 4 teams in the whole league.
Right. You're probably only 3.5 out of the wild card, maybe 4, depending on what the teams ahead of you do.
If you won those games.
Right. But you're 3.5 out, but there's also 8 teams.
Sure.
That's where I think the math may work, but barely.
I'm not arguing.
Well, you have 7 more games with the Padres. They're ahead of you.
I'm not arguing.
You hold the tiebreaker over the Cubs. They're ahead of you. You hold the tiebreaker over the Mets, they're ahead of you. So there are things about the math that favor you.
What are the two of you suggesting?
I'm suggesting if you win 4 games. No.
What are you feeling?
I'm telling you what I'm feeling.
You're not.
If you'd let me.
You're giving me numbers. What does Dan Dibley
this team stinks.
Okay.
This team stinks.
What are we doing?
You know what we're doing?
And I'm right
what are we doing?
We're talking about the math because the math is there.
Willard, that supersedes. We all agree.
I mean, this guy.
But the
of all people to give up on his team.
Oh, you own this guy.
Captain White Flag?
Yeah, you guys all enjoyed math class in high school, right? You went early and stayed late?
I got a D+ in pre-cal.
Tell me what the heck
Algebra
guys,
for your boy.
What are you feeling? What do you think?
This is bad.
Okay, what would you do this weekend?
I'd sell it all. They stink.
Thank you.
But if I'm
they won't.
and I know I'm out
the
here,
math is there, though, Mark.
Doesn't matter.
I'm buying. If I know I'm out of here, to hell with your future.
Now
I'm going all in.
They're not going to let him do that if they don't believe.
Right. Which is why I would bet that the real thing that's going to happen this weekend is nothing.
Wow, man.
You mean
nothing?
What do you mean? Trade wise,
nothing, or very little,
or play wise?
No, trade wise. There's very
okay. When's the deadline? Next Friday?
No,
Tuesday.
Yep, the 30th.
Oh,
these 4 games are it.
Yep.
Tuesday, brother. They play the A's after the deadline's over.
I guess the question then becomes: is there anything they can do in the next 4 games that's going to make you change your opinion? Correct. And my answer would be
the Colorado Rockies are in town. Right. They win all 4, and now you're going to tell me, we got something.
But they're not. That's what makes me mad. They didn't hold up their end of the bargain. Correct. They haven't won more than 4 games.
Correct.
Why do you always argue against yourself?
It's not. I'm just keep it real. That's what
the math's not there. It's not really there.
I mean,
the component that's most important is them winning games is not there. That's their fault.
Exactly, Goo. The only thing that is there is the math. Are they good enough? No. And you know what? The other thing is that's there is the schedule. They have the easiest schedule the rest of the way. But the overarching thing, the rat on the table, Brought to you by Atco, and I'll tell you what's bugging me in 5 minutes if we're still doing that bit.
Always.
And I'm looking forward to it. But
I always forget.
The rat on the table is that this team is not good enough to do. Second rat. Thank you, Mark. This team's not good enough to really do anything to make the math actually a factor. And that's the opinion.
And the worst part of this season, and it's one sample size for Robbie Ray, is you could have possibly been lined up with Webb in a series, Snell, and that Robbie Ray that pitched against the Dodgers. That's the one, to me, is the baseball version of Macbeth. Who would want to
You haven't even read Macbeth.
Dude, please. Listen
it's
to
a tragedy.
Don't laugh at that. I read it. To Kill a Mockingbird, Boo Radley. I got that, too.
Nice job.
But think about those three. Willard,
I don't read books.
Snell, your boy Webb, and Robbie Ray.
Either Bags or Slusser said that it was overheard at Dodger Stadium this week where one of their coaches went over to the Giants, calisthenics or whatever, and they were talking real loud. And the point was brought up that they don't see each other anymore for the rest of the year, which is stupid and a completely different point. But the Dodger coach was overheard saying, thank God we have no interest in facing that pitching the rest of the way.
That's what makes this worse.
Their pitching staff has a lot of.
That's what
they're
makes
looking
this
forward
worse,
to pitching
man.
against the Giants.
That's what makes this worse.
I mean, look, what's going to happen, what should happen. What about this question? Forget just there's the next 4 games, but then there's also the rest of the season. Is there anything Farhan can do to save it?
I think the players getting hot is the only
anything
thing.
Farhan can do to win you back?
What are they now, 49 and 55?
Correct. Anything? Is there anything between now and the final game of the year?
I'm going to be honest, Mark.
That wins Farhan back for any individual?
I'm going to say no, but it's been abundantly clear that he's not out there striking out with runners and scoring. I'm more mad at the players than I am Farhan.
Oh,
like that really I've never been in on the dude. I'm watching these guys fail and flail every other night. Now you can't even catch fly balls, even when you win a game.
Well,
this is embarrassing. That's not Farhan's fault.
It's not even just that. I would argue that and I've had these conversations with people who aren't emotionally attached to the Giants. I'm emotionally attached to the Giants. Those who are not emotionally attached would look at this and go, well, wait a minute, why is this coming to a head now? Jung Hoo Lee ran into a fence. Is that Farhan's fault? Blake Snell had double adductor strains. Is that Farhan's fault? Alex Cobb had double setbacks.
Still ain't back.
Is that Farhan's fault? Outfielders in the major leagues don't catch fly balls. Is that Farhan's fault? Is Lamont Wade's hamstring? Is that Farhan's fault? And then what about the players that there's no way in hell you would have seen that coming? Jorge Soler now can't hit a breaking ball, and Tyro Estrada's the worst second baseman in the league.
Man.
Who the hell saw that coming? Now, none of those things are excuses because the seeds of Farhan's problems were planted a long time ago.
What was the first one?
Oh, well, there's just a complete and total disconnect between Farhan and the clubhouse. And we've now reached a spot where the clubhouse thinks he doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, you can hear it. All you got to do is listen to any Giants broadcaster. I don't want to sell them down the road, but you can hear it.
Man.
Yeah, Dave Fleming this morning on the road.
How despondent was he?
Listen to any game or any interview with any of them. They all are, they're done. They're done. They're
I'm
done.
laughing, but I'm not that. They are.
The word in his title is operations. He is the president of the operations, and nobody likes the operation anymore. So this signing, that signing, Soler, Snell, that's not his fault. We liked that when he did it. We loved it. We were all in on that. But the operation, Fleming's point this morning is a really layered, brilliant one. Okay? You want to send down your 12-year-old rookie who struck out 12 in Colorado. You want to send him to San Jose the next day. That's already a bad enough optic. But then when you replace him with Seattle's scraps rather than Spencer Bivens, who is an unbelievable story, who has come up and fist-pumped Ohtani and had really feel-good moments, like moments that fans like, and you give us Mike Baumann, that's operations, and it's a bad operation. Just brutal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, it's time for the What's Bugging You segment, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you? Who wants to start?
You said you had a good one. You go.
I didn't say I had a good one.
Well, the guy's going on vacation. You and Willer go. Then me and Dibs will finish.
All right. Well, maybe I'll change my mind.
Dibs, boy. Lights, camera.
So I understand that there are sometimes names out there that are difficult to pronounce. And I understand that sometimes a name doesn't spill right off the tongue.
It's Pajemski.
But to me, when you purposely mispronounce somebody's name or you purposely denigrate that name by saying something that you know it isn't, I think that's about the height of disrespect. I do.
And I saw your Facebook post. Actually, my wife alerted me to it and said, have you seen what's on Facebook? And I said, oh, God, what? And she shows me, and it's your status report saying this very thing. And all I could think about is, who hurt you?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what happened.
Please.
I once knew a guy, and his last name was Coughlin. Coughlin.
Yeah. I know him.
Yeah, Tim.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Red.
Any relation to Natalie?
I don't know.
But Tim used to work at T&B in San Rafael with my brother.
Love T&B.
So I thought it was funny to call him Coughlin.
Oh,
it's Coughlin. And about a year later, I'm talking to a common friend, and I said, hey, how's Timmy? And he's like, what do you care? And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, he can't stand you. I'm like, why? He goes, dude, you called him Coughlin. You're making fun of his name. It's Coughlin. And ever since that moment, I did a 180.
Oh, so you were talking to yourself on that post?
Basically, yeah. But I don't like when I see it now done to others.
Did you see it done somewhere?
And was it done to you yesterday?
No, it's done to our new presidential nominee. I don't care about politics.
Kamala?
Exactly. I think that's disrespectful. I think the one thing we owe everybody in this society is to try to say their name right.
I thought somebody hit you with the Steenbets yesterday.
Well, some have.
Yeah,
some have.
Or next time you make a Warriors prediction, what if we were like Matt Steinbets? Like, what if we did that? You wouldn't like it?
If it were an honest mistake, like, okay, when James Wiseman said, you're coming back to Steiny and Guru.
Boy.
That's funny.
Honest,
he didn't know my name's Steiny. He just made a mistake.
I like it when Steph Curry called me Lillard. I love Lillard's contract. I trade contracts with Lillard right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just think it's important
I'm
to
glad
say
you brought that to light.
Name right.
Because my wife, as I was leaving today, Supper, who you know very well, she said, are you going to ask Steiny about his Facebook post? And I said, honey, no, I'm not going to bring...
She actually called you Heine. But
that's been called...
That's a two-wheel.
I mean, she's known Steiny as long as she's known me, basically, but I wasn't going to bring it up, but now that you did, I'm glad you did, because now I have clarity as to your predicament. Thank you.
What are you boomers doing on Facebook?
I disrespected...
He's off of Twitter.
...a guy's name, and I realized... That's stupid.
He couldn't stand you, and you never knew.
He probably still can't.
You know what? I personally think Tim's too sensitive, but that's just me.
No,
Yeah, why didn't you tell him or alert him? Hey, bucko, you call me that again.
You know what? Because back then, I was probably such a tool that then I would have continued to say it the wrong way.
Can I
you owe people a good effort to try to get their names right. Doesn't mean you won't slip up, but you owe them the effort to get the name right.
I want to do a whimsical, stupid one. This isn't actually like bugging me, but I bet like everybody has experienced this, and it got me on the way to work because it was one of 18 things that happened today that should have taken 5 minutes that took 20.
Right.
And so I was it's just one of those days. Everything is behind. My day got torpedoed. We've reached the point though where everything is done so much on mobile apps and phones and pre-orders that if you still go inside an operation, if you go inside a store to get something,
go ahead, man.
You look like you're first in line and you're 30th. You're 30th.
Chipotle.
I just needed to pick up my daughter's prescription and there was no one there. 8 employees just sitting there looking at I don't know what. They're on computers. They're at windows. There's drive-thrus. There's people who are ordering things. This happens at the coffee shop, obviously, too. Look, whatever. I get it. I'm usually app guy, too. But shout out to the people who are standing in line who think they're first and they're 30th. I'm sorry.
Wow, man.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Will.
It's real. It's real.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's one that I could do any day of the week. But today I'm fresh off a visit to Dr. Cavalli, listener. He's a P1, my dentist. Great guy, great dentist. And we do the same dance every 6 months. About halfway through, when he's scraping the tartar off my teeth, he hits me with the same question. And it's like, Doc, you know the answer.
You know me, Doc.
You know me, Doc. You know I don't floss. So every time it's, have you been flossing this year? No, Doc.
This year?
I mean, in 6 months. I was there 6 months ago, and I was actually on the air yesterday when the call came in, and I'm like, oh my God, my dentist is calling, which means I have an appointment the next day, because they always, Deanna, who is Cece Sabathia's cousin, by the way, unrelated to this story, but she gives me the day before call, and thank you, Deanna, because you know I always forget, but today, he gives me the same thing of, do you floss? Come on, Doc, you know I don't floss. And it had me thinking, what's bugging me is the idea of flossing. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be an easier way. And I know they have that little device now that you can...
Water pick.
But...
It's called a water pick.
The water pick does not do what flossing does. Man. It's close, but...
My dentist
even
disagrees
a water
with
pick.
you.
Oh. So I'm going to put the... I'm going to water pick.
No, your mirror's going to be covered. It's going to look like an ocean by the time you're done.
The whole thing is so ridiculous. There's got to be a better way than me grabbing this wire and bleeding out for 17 minutes. Dental floss.
Wow.
I'm down on you.
Yeah, down. Right. Yeah.
Whatever. My gums are great. No cavities. Your boy got an A+ today, but I mean, stop asking me.
I thought you were going to talk about questions that dentists ask you while they've got metal devices in your mouth. I'm like, I can't answer you right now. You've got a metal device in my mouth.
And he's a listener, so he ran through a series of do you think they're going to trade Polipsky? And he's like, I call him Polipsky because I have a friend named Polipsky.
It was like
do that on purpose.
He does it on purpose because he has a friend who has a name that starts with a P and ends with a ski, and so it's kind of his bit. Right. I don't think he does it like mean-spirited, but he asked me like 7 different times about, are you sad to Clay?
That's great.
It's a series of, mouth open noises. Yeah, anyway, dental floss, I'm down on.
Let me tell you what I'm down on. Podcast. Instead of you taught me this, just because you can do or say something doesn't mean you have to, but this one is directed at Sebastian Telfair. If you don't know who he is,
former high school phenom.
Yeah, out of Brooklyn, New York, cousin of Stephon Marbury.
Sure.
Just went on a podcast. I won't even name it. And the subject matter was the late, great Kobe Bryant. And this broke my heart. And he got into Kobe basically stepping out on his wife and having chicks. And I sat there and watched it like, why? How can you not, one, respect the dead? And two, is that all you got? Because he's going viral now with the clapback from everybody. But
sure,
can't you just, before the PSA, just think about who it might offend for your little 10 or 15 minutes of fame? But when you watch the energy and disregard of Kobe's family, because I'm sure that, it just bothered me as a human. Like, are we really to this point to where my man's not here to defend himself and you don't give a rat's behind about just marring his name or his legacy? But kudos to you, Sebastian. And now he's on this tour of, I don't know what I did wrong, but it's like, we got to become smarter. And I'm throwing Draymond in there. You didn't do it to this degree, but just because you can say something, guys, don't mean you got to say.
Well, I mean, respect the dead is one thing. How about respect his daughters who are still here?
That's just, man, that cut me, man.
Yeah, good for you, man.
Well,
yeah, that was.
Not to get too deep, but I couldn't believe it, man.
That's bad.
Yeah.
That's pretty gross.
All right,
Jeff. Look at you.
Vacation for starting.
Yeah, both these guys.
And Mark.
Oh, yeah.
I've got 4 hours to do first.
Yeah.
Who knows if we'll even be alive by then?
Are they still using the pound, or are they full on euro?
Oh, euro.
In England?
They're euro.
Okay.
Yeah, they're euro.
The pound is not a factor.
I should check on that.
Oh, okay.
You should.
And will you exchange money beforehand, or are you one of these guys who does it in the airport? Because you get taken to the bank.
And how
when
does
you do it
that
in the
work right
airport.
now? Currently, our dollar to there. How does that work?
I think we just pull it out of the ATM over there.
Look
They
at
do
that.
the conversion rate.
Can't you? Or
Strong.
if you just use your debit card, doesn't it just kind of automatically happen? I think it just automatically happens now.
Yeah, I think so too.
I have not been overseas in a number of years.
49 Frankie just
It's been
went to
15,
Japan.
yeah.
He said our dollar goes a long way out there. Like he was like, stuff is cheap out there. Goo.
That's 49er Frankie?
Yeah. He just went to Japan.
With his daughter?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they watch any baseball games?
No baseball games.
Oh,
How's the conversion over here where you're going?
In England, he's asking
I
you.
have no idea, Goo.
He's checked out.
My conversion is bad. Groceries are expensive in Hawaii. They're very expensive in Hawaii.
First ever opening ceremony all outside. I'm kind of into this.
Were you into the Snoop Dogg?
What will you give me for this?
No.
These
What are we?
I mean,
I love Snoop.
Does
more than
France
anybody.
not? Could we not have found MC Solar, who's a great French rapper? We got to go to Snoop.
These opening
Snoop
ceremonies have been insane.
I don't get it.
Oh, tell him.
Isn't it the Seine River?
I got it. I got it.
it's
I
the
just
sand.
I didn't.
Oh,
The Seine.
please.
It's not the Seine
I
River.
Americanize things
He
for
was
us.
getting credit all show long.
And as a guy who wants to get
that's
names
insane.
right,
Wow.
you want to get names right, and then you butcher France's #1 river. You're a hypocrite.
France.
Steiny got it
France.
wrong.
That's
Wow.
an opinion that it's their #1 river. That's an opinion.
It's definitely
This
on
guy
Mount
is such
Rivermore.
a D. All right, Chance. No, seriously,
Where
we'll
are
see
you
you guys
not
in a week.
working for the next week and a half?
You know what? 95.7 the game.
They're longtime friends
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
and first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's my question. Is there anything you can do to save this? And when I say this, I'm talking to each and every one of you. Is there anything? Is there any, like, paint the scenario. Is there any way that he can get this back?
Yes.
How?
They make the playoffs and they win a series, or God forbid they win 2 series and they go to the NLCS. Yeah, this thing is salvageable. They would have to go on a run.
Go on a run.
If they wind up the year at 87 and 75, and then they win a series and they win another series, and they're among the last 4 teams playing baseball.
87 and 75 means they go 38 and 20 the rest of the way.
Right. I'm not saying that.
Incredible baseball.
What I'm saying is that would be the kind of a run that could save it for Farhan Zaidi.
Okay.
And, you know, this dream rotation that we've all been waiting for turns out to be dreamy. And it's Ray and Snell and Webb and Harrison, and maybe it's Birdsong, maybe Cobb shows up, maybe it still is Jordan Hicks, whatever. You go on a pitching run for the ages, and you start winning games 2-1, 3-1, 3-2, 3-0, 4-1, and you go on that kind of a run, and you climb the standings, and you make the playoffs, and you win a series. I do think all of that would add up to him being able to survive it. But short of that, I think he's in real trouble.
Okay. You know,
I mean, it's a long shot.
Well, of course.
No doubt.
All right. So what would you do right now if you were him? Because the funny thing is we're sitting here. This is a traditional moment where the Giants are in a sell spot. They are 6 games under 500. They have assets that people would really want, assets who are expiring. Quick aside, a lot of you have got to stop yelling names out that don't make sense right now. I hear there's way too much of this.
Like Logan Webb.
Yeah, like a lot
Trade
of
Webb. No.
I think there's a lot of people that are having a hard time understanding what sell means. Sell doesn't mean I'm so mad I'm going to napalm this entire clubhouse and start from scratch. That means you're waiting another 5, 6, 7 years. What are you doing? No. People who are young and under contract for many years to come and are good, that's who you don't trade, okay? So stop throwing out the entire roster when you go, here's who the Giants should sell. But if you want to talk about Blake Snell and you want to talk about Conforto and Chapman and maybe some of the relievers. The reason Duvall is in there and Logan Webb is not is because Duvall has pitched very poorly and has rubbed people the wrong way. And therefore, he's a carrot that maybe you could get something for because you don't want him to be a big part of your future. That's why you hear people putting Duvall in there, including me. But you're in a very traditional sell spot. But what you just said, I think, is what most people believe, and I do too, which means that, Farhan, if you do sell, you're also selling yourself. You are completing your fate. You are finishing the picture. You are closing the casket. Sorry, I don't want to get too dramatic here.
Jeez.
It's done. You're admitting long-term failure, not short-term. You're admitting, and when has Farhan ever done this now? You're admitting your way didn't work. It didn't work.
Well, unless he gets assurances that he can sell and keep his job, and that would be behind closed doors, and I don't get the sense that that's going to be the way that this goes. And I don't think either way that he would be allowed the leniency to go out there and buy. So if you go to the front office and say, look, I want to buy this player. I want to bring in Jazz Chisholm. We need a shortstop, and he can put us over the hump. He already told you that the team would let him know if they were going to play well enough to be a buy candidate, and they have not played well enough to be a candidate to go out there and buy a piece. So I'm with you. Would you go out there and then sell and basically give up on the year? You could probably get a lot back, especially because there aren't that many true sellers out there.
Seller's market.
Right. And you have 3 or 4 players who legitimately could go out there and help. Lamont Wade Jr. could go out there, a guy who is good on base. He could go be a Yankee, and Snell could maybe be a Yankee, or Duvall could go somewhere and be a back-end guy, not necessarily a closer, but go be a high-leverage 8th-inning pitcher for somebody. Robbie Ray is a guy who's getting healthy at the right time. Maybe he's somebody you could sell. Chapman, great defensive infielder, somebody who can theoretically provide you some power.
I mean, each one of these is on its own conversation, to be honest with you, because that's how teams will look at it. I know as a Giants fan, you may sit there and go, Snell and Chapman and Wade and Duvall and Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb. Well, each of them carry their own situation contractually. I'd be shocked if the Giants traded Lamont Wade. He's got another year on his deal, and he's incredibly, incredibly cheap. So I would be shocked if the Giants traded Lamont Wade.
Plus, you don't have a lot of first basemen in the organization.
Right. As evidenced by when he got hurt.
Right.
So okay, who's cheap? Who's controlled beyond this year? Robbie Ray is very expensive over the next 2 years. Now, you also have control of him over the next 2 years. If he opts in, which you think he has 2 years at $25 million per for 2 more years after this year, but he's got to opt into it. Okay, well, is he going to opt into it? I would guess it's probably likely. I don't know that there's anything Robbie Ray could do just for the rest of this year that's going to make another team want to sign him to a 2-year, $50 million contract. That feels risky for a guy coming off of TJ. So I don't know how much of an appetite there's going to be for Robbie Ray. Michael Conforto's an easy one, but what are you going to get back? Not much. Blake Snell is probably the prize. That's the one who right now is pitching in a way that would make him get a nice contract in the offseason, opt out of his contract to be a free agent, but therefore, again, that's a rental. So what are you going to get back there? I mean, the irony in this whole thing is if you do sell, you're trusting Farhan Zaidi, ironically, to be the one who goes out and assesses who the great prospects are that you're getting in return. And people will celebrate if the Giants sell, and you're going to get a name back that you've never heard of and may never be a Giant. So that's why I would predict this. I think that selling is the right thing to do. Buying makes even less sense, but both of them sort of present a conundrum to the current front office. So what you're going to get is neither, or little dabbles of both.
That's probably more likely.
Michael Conforto for whatever, and then, your marginal acquisitions also, like they've already done the last couple of days.
Yes, and he's big on little dabbles of both.
Yeah.
That's kind of what he's always done, is dabbles of both, and I think you're right when it comes to buying. That makes less sense because really the math is there, but can you make the math matter? Probably not. You haven't shown any ability to go on a real run. You've won 4 in a row twice, and outside of that, you haven't had any real stretch of 11 of 14 or 17-5 over 22. You haven't had that real block of 3 weeks of like, wow, okay, this is who you are. This is who you could be. You're on a run. You're climbing the standings. Let's ride. Or as you like to say, it's time to boogie.
It's time to boogie.
And they are yet to be able to boogie. They're a step slow. They're out of rhythm, whatever you want to say. So the buying feels like a fool's errand, but to sell, you don't have a guy in Farhan Zaidi, I think, who has the gravitas or the comfortability to go out there and sell, unless he goes to the Johnsons again and says, hey, guys, like he did last year, look, here's my plan. We're going to spend. We're going to get the young guys up here. We're going to be better. Does he have the ability to go to the front office again and say, look, I want to sell, but here's my plan for next year. P.S. Keep me around for another year. I feel like we're close, guys. Please don't fire me. Let me sell. I don't think that they're going to let him sell at this point because he's in a lot of trouble.
Well, he needs both. He needs both. What he needs is, for instance, to pull off a Blake Snell trade and get a prospect that people are told that we should be excited about, and then he needs the rest of the team to go out and play well. And like play really well. And in theory, there are enough starting pitchers that could happen. That could happen. Nobody knew that Hayden what if Hayden Birdsong just gets a rotation spot for the rest of the year? What if he does well with it? And you put Birdsong with the return of Cobb, and you've still got Robbie Ray, and you've still got Kyle Harrison, and you've still got Logan Webb. Like, he could sell and then still put out a product that in theory has the exact same opportunity to quote unquote do the math as what they would with Blake. So that's what he needs. That's what he needs, and it's very, very unlikely.
You're threading the needle there.
Yeah, you do know what's going to happen, right? Oh, they're winning these 4 games.
They're not winning all 4.
They're winning the 4 games.
Well, they're going to win 3 of the 4.
They're going to win 4 games, at least 3, solely so that we get back here Monday, and there's going to be yelling and screaming about it because we're going to go into Monday, and what is it, midday Tuesday?
Yep.
Is that what it is?
1 o'clock, I think.
1 o'clock on Tuesday. Yeah. So they'll be yelling and screaming about it. And no matter what happens against the Colorado Rockies on the road, I mean, you want to talk about something that should not shape your opinion. It would be what you do against the Colorado Rockies here at Oracle Park. That should not shape your thinking.
But
it might.
But it will. No, it will if they sweep it.
Of course they're going to sweep it.
Yeah,
of course they are.
That's kind of foolish to even think, of course they are, because they don't. First of all, they've had trouble with Colorado this year relative to how bad Colorado is, and a lot of that's been there.
Not here, they didn't.
And you have a doubleheader, and the likelihood of sweeping a doubleheader is not great. I don't know the exact math of it, but it feels like at least 75% of doubleheaders are splits, and 25% are sweeps. So you're asking for 4 wins in 3 days as a team that hasn't really been able to do that for the most part all year. I would take the under on 4 wins against Colorado.
I'm just it's an election year, so I'm trying to fact check you right now. Have they had trouble with the Colorado Rockies?
Relative to what the Rockies are,
well,
was my statement.
Prior to the series last week where the Giants lost 2 of 3, the Giants were 5-1 against the Rockies. So this year they are 6-3, and they are 3-0 here in this building. They are 3-0
against the Rockies.
Here in San Francisco. Okay. And in fact, if you remember back, that's when, remember how you said the longest win streak all year has been 4 games? It happened twice, and it was right up against each other. It was in a period of 9 games. They had 2 4-game win streaks with a loss tucked in between, and that one loss was that crazy game in Pittsburgh where Devone just completely cratered, and they lost in 10 innings, 7-5. Marco Luciano's kicking things over at shortstop. Remember that? Okay, they had won 4 in a row going into that road trip. Then they lost that game, and they won 4 more in a row right after it. They'd won 8 of 9, and tucked into that was a 3-game sweep of the Rockies. And in those 3 games, Dan Dibley, they scored 28 runs.
Boy.
28 runs.
They haven't scored 28 runs since the break.
That's over 9 per game.
It's huge.
Oh, they gonna sweep this series. You watch.
Care to make a little bet on that?
Sure. I probably need like a tiny bit of odds.
Oh boy,
come on. I'm calling a 4-game win streak in 72.
You've said it 7 times.
Yeah.
And you need to hedge with odds?
I mean,
we could talk about it.
We could talk. I'm just negotiating. It's just my first offer.
I like it.
All right. How's everybody doing? We doing okay?
It's a Friday.
Happy Friday. We're sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers. 888-957-9570. Is there anything that this guy can do to change your mind? Anything? Don't kill the messenger, just asking the question. It's Willard and Dibs.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years.
on 95.7 The Game.
We're on Twitch and YouTube. Did you know that? You can look at us.
Oh, yeah, you can.
We look back at you.
Yeah.
Gets super creepy.
Glad that thing was off during the commercial. It's a Friday. We're having fun.
Oh my God.
We laugh, we cry.
You know, I still want to do someday. I want to do my podcast idea, The Breaks.
Well, Guru wants fewer podcasts, so we can't do a podcast.
No, man, he took it out on podcasts today.
But he's right. I mean,
well, he's right about Sebastian Telfair.
I didn't even see it or hear it, nor do I want to, but that was just disgusting.
He's also right. That well, not he. Some of you texted in, and you're also right that it's like, I love that we're going to come down Sebastian Telfair's road because he's disrespectful to Kobe's remaining family for talking about things that Kobe used to do when he was alive, as if those things are also not unbelievably disrespectful to your family.
Right.
Just thought I'd throw for equal time.
No, it's fair.
Like, you know.
But the idea of...
You don't want that subject to come up? Don't do that subject.
Exactly. But for Sebastian Telfair to try to...
Awful.
Make his name on the backs of a deceased man's extramarital relationships... That's a little bit sleazy. To me, and I feel comfortable with this doing what we do because obviously our job, other people get talked about a lot. However, when it comes to personal stuff, the only thing I can cite in recent years would be Andrew Wiggins. I got no interest. I spent 0.0 minutes on the internet trying to search out his girl and all these rumors that everybody wanted to throw around about what was going on with Andrew. I got no interest in that, man. That's not for us. It's not for us. So that'd be my only thing about a podcast or anyone else. Just understand when it's private business versus public business. Keep the private business off the damn air. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Anyway.
It's fair. I mean, we talk about athletes, and we should talk about athletes doing athletic things.
Unless they sort of want... Like Fred Warner brought his baby to practice today. My daughter saw it immediately. She's so all over social media and cannot stop with 49er content. She loves it. I think it was the first thing she said to me today. She comes upstairs for breakfast. Dad, Fred brought his baby. He brought Bo to practice. Isn't he cute?
That's
Look at
cool.
Bo.
I didn't see Bo.
And I'm like, okay, now we can talk about Bo. Just for a minute. I'm not going to get too far up into Bo, and Fred was on last week, and we asked him about Bo. Fred want to show Bo to the cameras? Okay, let's take a look at Bo. Right. Coochie coo. Let's move on.
Cute.
That's all.
Debo's son, right? The cutest kid in the history. Don't tell my daughter, but Debo's kid.
Your daughter ain't far behind.
No, also too. But I mean, 2-year-olds doing 2-year-old things. If you want to, get your kid on the Netflix doc receivers, then the kid's on the doc.
The kid's on the doc.
Right.
Put him on the doc. Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go right to the phones. I would love to hear from you on this. Is there anything? I think there are a bunch of ways you can approach this conversation and go well beyond the whole what should the Giants do over the next 5 days? Is there anything Farhan can do? I don't know anybody who's Farhan is my guy. I was probably the last one, so that's why I don't know anybody. But I don't know anybody who is yes, this feels like something that the Giants should keep doing. But is there anything that could change that? Is there anything Farhan could do right now to change your mind about him? 888-957-9570, and especially for those of you where the answer is no, when's the moment that he lost you? When's the moment, if there is one, where you're okay, I don't like how this feels anymore? I'll tell you mine. It was when the conversation turned to the city of San Francisco. That was for me. For me, that was when I was wait a minute, what? Why are we...
And that was 2 off seasons ago?
Yeah, and then Buster did it last off season, and it was so again, I'm not even... If smart people are saying it's true, it must be, and there are big leaguers and non-big leaguers who do think things about San Francisco, and that's fine. But my point wasn't even that subject matter. My point was, why are you saying that into a microphone? What? Why would you
Doesn't
do
help.
that?
Right.
Well, it's a clear cop-out. It's a clear cop-out.
And the only one we've ever heard say it was Seiya Suzuki, right? Who he said that, he didn't really want to come to San Francisco. It wasn't about the homeless per se, but it was just about the city in general.
Right.
He didn't want to come here.
And I don't even know if he said it. It was a report that his wife wasn't terribly comfortable with the idea of living in San Francisco, and he was an urban guy, meaning he wanted to live in the city. Like most baseball players, you want to, hey, sweetie, where do you want to live? I don't know, Lafayette, Walnut Creek? You don't need...
Hillsboro.
Right. Nobody's like, if you play for the Giants, you have to live in the Tenderloin. It's a rule.
Right.
Like nobody... So I don't even... I never understood why it was relevant, and I thought even sillier to make it public, because then it turns into a thing. Then it gets Fox Newsified.
Exactly.
And I just thought that was a very, very strategic mistake. And when I started not feeling good about the process, if you will.
I don't know if there's one moment that I could think about that had me kind of, quote, lose Farhan or turn on Farhan. It's just been a long series of roster churn. And I don't mind a roster churn if it's going to lead to something, greatness. And he's had many, many moves that have worked out. And I could bring up the internet article of the 77 Farhan trades all ranked. And you can rank them 1 through 77. And I think there have been more than that.
Yeah, now there's 79, I think. But anyway,
or
go
maybe
ahead.
80 or 81.
Whatever.
I don't even know how old the article is. But the point is the roster churn. And a couple of years ago, they had 94 different players play on the Giants in 1 year. And that, for me, becomes a turnoff. And if you're going to win 95 games a year and be a real threat to win the whole thing, then it's less annoying. But when you're a 500 club with guys I've never heard of, guys getting pinch hit after hitting home runs, and I know he's not the manager, but he kind of is, it's the tinkering without really an eye for the humanity that goes into baseball, turning this into a faceless series of numbers and analytics. That's been the thing that's kind of been a slow draw for me away from Farhan.
Well, and you know this about me. I try to take my cues from people who really, really know. Because, and we've talked about this before, like, I get it. We're fans, we're media, we're allowed to just have fun with this. But I think it's important to acknowledge that in any particular situation, small or large, we don't know everything that's going on. Even a play call. Shanahan, you idiot, you threw it there. Well, but did he mean to throw it there? Or did the quarterback do that? Like, I don't know. I don't know everything. And so I take my cues a lot from what I see and hear is going on inside the stadium. In 2021, I had players literally say on the air, in Farhan we trust. In Farhan we trust. And then there's a bleed over into 2022 because of what had happened in 2021, even though that year didn't go well. I don't hear that anymore. I think the clubhouse thinks he doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to baseball, which is the part that matters. You know what I mean? I still think Farhan's a nice dude. I still think he's not the dork that all of you, like, he's not. He's not. He's an easy person to talk to be around. He's not an evildoer. He's not trying to be an agent of the Dodgers or all the fun and silly and offensive stuff that people say about him. He's not any of those things. He has a philosophy that his heels are really, really dug in on, and it has now burned him. It's burned him in the butt, big time. And I think that right now, in this moment, the baseball people, everyone who wears a uniform, whether they're 21 or 61, I think at least has a little bit of eye roll when they point upstairs. Front office, those guys.
Yeah, and that's not good.
That's what I hear and see.
The last 3 years since 2021, they are a minus 58 combined in run differential, and they're 10 games below 500. So that's been where you've been, and that's not a small sample now.
Nope.
That is over 400 games, and you've been sub 500. You give up more runs than you score, and it's been through a variety of different pitchers, different hitters, roster churn, new manager, and all the rest of it. And the one constant has, outside of Logan Webb, has been Farhan Zaidi. And even Logan Webb, I think you can kind of see it. I see it wearing on him a little bit.
Sure.
And that's why you see him after every start that doesn't go well, like taking the blame and taking more of the blame and more of the pressure than he probably should. And I think that he's feeling the burden of what's gone on these last 3 years.
Let's go to Frank and Moran. Hi, Frank. Thank you for calling. What's going on?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Oh, great. Bigger question is, how are you, dude?
I'm doing.
That was one of the best calls we've ever had.
You just racked that guy.
Frank, are you still there?
Frank, did we lose you?
Okay.
All right, Frank.
I don't know. Tough act to follow.
Yep.
888-957-957.
If we were doing mornings, we could have flushed him, which would have been fun.
Listen, if you call a sports radio show and the first word out of your mouth is, oh, that's never a good sign.
Yeah, you should probably be ready.
Don't be surprised when you call us and then we go to you 25 minutes later. Anyway.
You could be ready.
Yeah,
that's fine.
You're allowed to be ready.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're allowed to call in and try to do better than Frank. 888-957-9570.
Well, is there anything he can do? Is there anything he can do? You know, your answer was an interesting one. I think we get to a spot where, you know, small sample size sort of takes over everything that we're talking about. I think if you just pan back a little bit, it's absurd to think about these next 3 days mattering in the big picture. But they do. That's kind of absurd. I think I can make, by extension, the same point about the rest of the year. Why would, let's say they do go on a winning streak. Let's say they win 85 games. Say they get that third wild card. And then, I don't know, mess around and make some noise in the playoffs.
Yeah, win the series, maybe 2.
Oh, so now you're in on Farhan's process?
Of course.
You are. Do you mean that for real?
I do mean that for real.
I like my issues, because my issues go well back before this season, my issues would remain. Winning streak or not.
My issues.
Win 10 in a row. I still have a problem with some of the way that things are being executed.
I get that.
Right? And I have a fewer baseball problems than most with Farhan.
And I can see that, but at the end of it, for me, it's about results. And I do think that Farhan was charged this year with certain things. Spend money, and which he did. And, you know, Jung-Hoo Lee gets hurt, not his fault. He brought in a pitcher late who got hurt twice, not really his fault, although I think that, you know, when you sign a guy in March and then he gets hurt twice, you kind of could see that coming. You signed a guy who is coming off of Tommy John, so you knew you weren't going to have him until July.
Traded for him.
Right.
And gave up things that you're thrilled they gave up.
Exactly.
Don't forget
and that was
now.
Haniger and
DeSclafani.
And you got back rehabbing Robbie Ray.
Right.
So great. Great trade.
It was worth it for the one start this week alone.
Agreed.
I mean, right?
I agreed.
Okay.
So as we're looking at the Farhan balance sheet, I do think that he did a lot of the things you wanted him to do. Jorge Soler, we need a slugger. We need a DH. Boom. Here's a guy who was World Series MVP. He could hit you 30. Well, he's probably not going to hit you 30, but he at least was a guy who had a track record. Matt Chapman, we need better defense, and a guy who can hit, and he has hit at times. So I think that Farhan did a lot of the things that he was expected to do, and the fact that the winning hasn't followed, it falls on him, yes, but I don't think that all of it is necessarily his fault.
Couple of lists. What's your list of bad things that have happened this year that aren't his fault?
Bad things that have happened that aren't his fault.
Well,
Jung-Hoo Lee, bad thing that happened, not his fault.
Adductors for Blake Snell?
Not his fault. Ultimately, the player has to come in and be ready. And if Blake isn't signed until March, it's up to you to have your adductors in place.
How about Wilmer getting old overnight?
Not his fault, but you could probably see that coming. I mean, honestly, if you're...
Could you? He's their best hitter last year.
Right, but he's 32 and, you know, he's got bad knees.
Not that old.
No, but you could see that his body had been breaking down.
Okay. I mean, okay.
I mean, I wouldn't say that that's his fault, but the fact that you have no other option at first base, that's his fault.
Agreed.
So you lose Lamont Wade, and Wilmer gets old, and you got to bring in Check's roster.
Trenton Brooks.
That was my guy, remember, for like a week. Big Trenton Brooks guy.
Yeah.
But that is your next best first base option. That's his fault.
What about the way Tyro Estrada has played this year?
I don't think that's his fault.
Okay.
Tyro, he hit 300 last year? He's been great. Ever since they acquired him, he's been really, really good as a Giant.
Tyro Estrada was somebody who people, was he great? Was that because, This is a career 252 hitter who's hitting 216. But yeah, if you want to spotlight last year, Thairo Estrada, 271 with a 731 OPS. The year before, 260 with a 722 OPS. And in somewhat more limited action back in 2021, when the Giants, obviously that was their great year. He only came in and played 52 games. But, God, he was fantastic. He hit 273 with an OPS over 800.
Yeah, he's been solid.
He's been nothing but good.
And this year he was hurt a little bit, and he hasn't been good when he's been healthy.
He's been, really bad.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Yeah, I'm sure his WAR is negative almost a full point.
Negative half.
Okay, 0.5.
Negative 0.5.
And you've got a lot of guys who are negative WAR, and I think Matt Chapman, you look at what he's done offensively. He's had great stretches, but by and large, he's been a disappointment. Is that Farhan's fault? Well, no, but that's who you tabbed to come in and be, a middle of the order kind of a hitter, and he's been inconsistent.
That's funny. You said you got a lot of negative WAR players. You actually don't. As far as offense is concerned, Thairo is the worst. He's the worst player on the team. And all of the other negative WAR players are at minimum part-time players. Nick Ahmed is a negative WAR player. He'd probably be positive if you used his current stats.
Wow.
But, the Casey Schmitz of the world, Wilmer Flores is negative WAR, Austin Slater, the aforementioned Trenton Brooks, Luis Matos, negative WAR player. Derek Hill, negative WAR player, even though he has played one game as a Giant. Jackson Reitz, remember him?
Yep.
He is a negative WAR player. Tom Murphy, negative WAR player. But that's it. That's it. Even some of the people you're mad at have a positive WAR. You know what I mean? Marco Luciano's got a positive WAR. So does David Villar, Kurt Casale, Jorge Soler. These guys all have positive WAR. So anyway, I understand where you're coming from. Does the list go on? Things that have happened this year that you don't say, well, that's all. How about Jorge Soler? How are we doing there? That one to me is a tweener.
Well, I think that it's his fault because you signed a guy to come in and be better than he's been.
Yep.
So you tabbed Jorge Soler to come in and be your power hitting DH, and he really hasn't been that. When nobody's on base and you're down by 5 runs, yeah, he'll hit a home run. He'll hit a solo home run to make it 6-2. But in general, he's not producing the way you'd want him to produce. And the idea of him being a leadoff hitter,
very weird.
Is that a Farhan decision? Is that Bob Melvin? That's one that I'm going to need a little bit more clarity on because, yeah, you get more at-bats for Jorge Soler, but why do you have him leading off?
My understanding, this is my understanding of how the lineup comes together is, yes, it is many people's input, but Bob Melvin does not have the final call. Disagreements are not broken by Bob. Disagreements are broken upstairs.
If that's the case, and I'm going to believe you because you're a pretty well-connected guy and you don't normally shoot from the hip just for the sake of shooting from the hip, if that is in fact true, that's the biggest indictment for me on Farhan Zaidi.
Okay.
You've got Bob Melvin, who I believe has won more than 1,100 games in the regular season. He's managed in many cities, and he's done many things. And I know I always point out that he's third most all-time among managers who haven't won a World Series. Fine. There's a reason why this guy keeps getting jobs. It's because he's good at, wait for it, managing a baseball team. And the idea that the lineup would come from upstairs, and if Bob Melvin's thinking, you know what, I'd love to have Jorge Soler hitting third or fourth. You know what, he'd be a great cleanup hitter. Maybe we have Fitzgerald lead off, a guy with speed, get on base, steal a bag, Lamont Wade hitting second, gets on base every single time, and then whatever hits third, probably Patrick Bailey or Ramos, whatever, and then you got Soler up with 2 ducks in the pond.
Well, that's how they started the year.
Damage.
That's how they started the year. That's what it was supposed to be. But he doesn't do the damage. You know what I mean? And I know he's been better in the last couple of months than he was early. I know he got a big hit yesterday. He got a fantastic hit yesterday at a very, very clutch moment. That's tremendous. But the overall picture of Jorge Soler, that's been a miss. And oh, by the way, he signed for 2 more years.
Yeah. So
Jorge and his back pocket are not going anywhere.
His highest OPS by batting order position is 5th. He's played there only 8 times, but he's got a 785. His OPS is 740 as the leadoff hitter. Batting 6th, actually, he's done pretty well. That's where he's batted the second most often. His OPS is 772 in the 6 hole.
I would move him down, but I don't even know what the thought process is. And I know the guys have been asked, and I've never gotten an answer that feels satisfying to me. When you start saying things like, well, he's comfortable there. I'm sorry, what? I don't care what spot you're batting in the order. You stand in the box, and then someone pitches to you. What do you care if you're 1st, 5th, 6th? I get that there's like who's batting in front of you, who's batting behind you. There's all of those things, but you're first. You're first. Why would that make you, and you're only first once.
Exactly.
Then you're just in the order. Like you're being paid too much money to be like, yeah, I can only, you know what I mean? I can only come to the plate on Wednesdays. Like, what are we talking about here? No. And so if they've got a better answer for that, I'd love to hear it. I haven't heard it yet. He's comfortable there? Jorge Soler? What are you, 6'5", 260, and you can hit 35 home runs and you want to lead off? What are we doing to the game?
He has an OPS of 970 as the first batter of the game.
No.
That's what I'm looking at.
970?
I'm looking at it.
But you're talking about just
leading off the game.
Just in that first at-bat.
That first at-bat.
Well,
he is 6 for 22 with 3 doubles, a triple, a homer, and 1 RBI.
Okay.
Leading off the game. First batter of the G.
I mean, that's an incredibly small sample. But,
it is. But 24 games.
But okay.
24 times he's led off the game.
I thought you said 6 for 22
at-bats. Yeah.
22 at-bats.
A couple of walks in there.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's the sample that they would look at. That's what we would look at and say, that's why he's doing it, and he's comfortable doing it. But for me, the greater point, it's not about the process or the results. It's about, what's going on where the lineup comes from upstairs. That, to me, is troubling. And it doesn't do a lot for what you're talking about, the clubhouse vibe.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and
you
look,
walk into Bob's office, hey, Skip, where am I batting today? Let me get back to you.
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Look, bottom line is he's got 11 home runs. That's not enough. That's not what he was here to do. And he's been an accountability guy too. I've appreciated Soler saying over and over, I'm not doing my job. And he's right. He's right, but it's time to do the job. Like the fact that we are at this point in the season. How many games in now? What are we at? 104? 104 games?
Yep.
And the Giants have 4 players with double-digit home runs, and none of them have reached 15 yet. That's wild. We're all asking for 30 home runs. I don't know if anybody's going to get to 20.
Jeez.
Like, what are we... So, anyway, for me, it gets well beyond baseball, and I try my best to use the people who are a little bit closer to exactly what's going on as a guide. And my vibe, my feel, and I don't think I'm really on a stretch here. Good Lord, you can hear it anytime any Giants broadcaster talks. I think right now, for everybody who is down on a field or in a clubhouse or in a uniform, there is a collective eye roll when you ask them about the process used by the front office. And that, to me, that's bigger than anything. That's bigger than anything. And that's something you can't have.
Exactly.
You can't do that. I don't know how you function as a baseball team doing that. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Is there anything that he can do or that can be done that would change your mind about the course of Giants baseball right now? 888-957-9570 is the number. Doc Pandia in an hour. Ramona Shelburne in 2 hours. She spoke to Joe Lacob this week as well. We'll talk to her. The Tua contract is interesting with regard to Brock Purdy, so we can get into that as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Three and two. Got him, and that's the ball game. Right down the pipe. So the Giants, like they seem to always do, they come back late in the game to tie, only to give up back-to-back home runs in the bottom of the eighth. It's a tough loss.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I've got fresh Morosi.
Fresh Morosi?
Fresh Morosi.
What kind of Morosi? John Paul Morosi?
Exactly. Fresh John Paul Morosi.
I'm into it.
Just came in. The truck just pulled up. That's right.
It's like sourdough bread.
Go ahead and put that on the shelves there, young Dibbs.
It won't last on the shelf. That thing's going to get purchased.
Got some fresh Morosi. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? We have two, at least that we know of at this hour, who will be coming in on the River Islands guest line. And that is Doc Pandy at 4, Ramona Shelburne at 5. JP Morosi writes, the Giants, 2-5 since the All-Star break. Yeah, JP, thanks, don't remind me. Have indicated to teams that they are willing to trade some of their veteran players. One possible scenario, they could move an outfielder, Michael Conforto or Mike Yastrzemski, to open up playing time for Luis Matos.
Okay. It's exciting.
Is it?
It is, because they need to, like, if you're going to do something, a sell of Blake Snell, a Snell sell, so to speak. It was hard for me to get through it. It's a Friday. That would be more of a white flag wave to me. But a Conforto, you want to sell Conforto and get, somebody's 11th rated prospect, or maybe the 8th prospect and the 23rd prospect. Go ahead. I don't know if Conforto is going to be the difference between you winning the World Series or not making the playoffs.
No, you know what he's going to be the difference between? Paying the tax or not. This is a very concerning tweet for multiple reasons. Not because I don't want the Giants to sell, because this is an example of exactly what I'm talking about. Stick your feet on both sides of the fence and don't really declare anything. Selling Michael Conforto is only going to save you a little bit of money. And if you were really so committed to opening up playtime for Luis Matos, I don't think that you would have acquired someone named Derek from the Rangers 3 days ago and sent Matos to the minors so that Derek could come play. Like, I get that your response to that would be like, well, Mark, it's the Dodgers series, and we were like locked in, dialed in, all in, got to win these games. So, we brought up a major league ready player. I mean,
I like the player.
Yeah, it's Derek Hill. And you didn't do it until Luis had gone and messed up a fly ball in left center field to lose a game on Tuesday night. You didn't do it till then. Is your other answer going to be, well, we just don't have enough playing time for him up here, so we want to send him down so he can play every day? If that's what you're really committed to, commit to it. But this tweet right here shows me a commitment to nothing.
It's a commitment to save.
Save money?
Yep.
And feed me something that's not true. Oh, we really want Luis Matos. Then why do you keep sending him down? If you're so committed to giving him playing time, put him out there.
Right, play him. And this may be the way to do it, because Conforto's making $18 million, which means with a third of the year left, that's a $6 million savings that you could get if you traded him here in the next few days, because there's going to be 54 games left to go after Sunday, which is exactly 1/3 of the year. So if you make the deal after 4 more games, that's a third of the year. That means you pay him 12 and you save 6, and that helps you incrementally get a little bit closer to getting underneath that tax threshold, which is big, because the longer you're in there, the more you lose draft picks. And I know they already lost a couple of draft picks from this year from being over the tax. And so you don't want to be over the tax 2 years in a row, because then you lose 4 draft picks. And forget the extra money that you have to pay, because they're printing money down there. For me, it's more about losing draft picks and losing the ability to go out there and sign other free agents in the offseason.
What if I offered you this question? You want him to sell, right? Am I right? You want him to sell?
Yeah, just sell.
Just sell. Okay. So what if they did? What if the Giants did behind the scenes? And Giants fans, would you accept this? What if they really were like, okay, we are committed to doing the right thing long-term for the organization. This isn't going anywhere. There's this guy on 95.7 The Game who keeps talking about math, but we don't buy it. So
the math is there, but it's a long shot.
But we're selling. And next Tuesday, Matt Chapman plays for the Yankees and Blake Snell plays for the Red Sox. And Michael Conforto plays for the Guardians and all of that. There's no Conforto, there's no Yaz, there's no Doval, there's no Snell. Cobb is gone. There's
Chapman.
No Matt Chapman. And they've got shiny new minor leaguers, Dibs. Shiny new minor leaguers who people like. But you have to keep Farhan past this year because he might say, well, I'm not doing that.
Unless you guarantee me that you don't fire me.
I'm not doing that. And quite frankly, like just to understand the way it works behind the scenes, the ownership's not going to be like, I force you to do that. Like, no. Greg Johnson is not calling someone else's GM and pulling off a trade. These two sides do need one another in order to conduct business.
Right.
So
4 days till the deadline
Farhan
business.
says to Greg right now, like, I can save you some money and we can, I could like, hey, Greg,
I can fix it.
I think the right thing to do now is to see if we can pull some young players who are really going to pop in the next couple of years. And Greg, let's be honest, it'll save you money. And oh, by the way, Greg, what happened this year? Yeah, not my fault. We wanted to spend, I did. You wanted a bopper, I got you Soler. You wanted a hot shot third baseman, I got you Chapman. You wanted someone the fans would enjoy and who would lock down center field defense, I got you Jung-Hoo Lee. And we needed a legit starting pitcher who could potentially be at the top of the rotation. And oh, by the way, I got you two. 1.5. Because one of them is only going to be there for half the year. But as he sits here today, they're both here. And they both pitch really well.
You might get one full year out of the two of them combined.
Maybe.
33 starts.
But Greg, I did everything you asked me to do. I did it. And I know that we thought that this should be a playoff team. But it's not going to be a playoff team. And right now, Greg, look, I know I'm taking bullets out there in the public, but Greg, this is the player's fault. But I can fix it and I can save you money. Do I have your promise that I won't be fired at the end of the year? Would you give me the vote of confidence? I'll go out and conduct this for you. What do you say?
I say thanks for coming by my office, but we're not going to be able to do that. And I think that you lay out a very interesting scenario because if you do go into full sell mode, not quite a fire sale, but yeah, let's get below the tax and let's get prospects, not 18-year-old international prospects who will be ready in 2028, but real live AAA guys who they're ready.
Yeah.
They're either getting a cup of coffee now or they're on the way up and they're going to be here next year and they're going to be good. And, I can get you between 5 and 8 of these prospects, but we're going to have to sell 4 or 5 of these guys and we'll get below the tax and all the rest of it. I still don't think that would be good enough for Farhan to buy another year because already the reports were he went to ownership last year in the offseason and said, look, it's me and Gabe together. We'll get Gabe to go and we'll bring in Bob Melvin. And you know what? We're going to spend this year and I can fix it. So he already had that sort of a mulligan year, and that was this year. And I do think that a lot of the things that have gone wrong are not his fault per se, but it doesn't matter because in the court of public opinion and at the turnstiles and at the gate, if you do go into sell mode, if you go into fire sale mode, forget Conforto. If you trade Conforto for 2 prospects or whatever, that's not going to keep people from going to the park. But if you sell 4 or 5 guys, including Yaz, who's somebody that fans actually really like, and forget Logan Webb, he's not on the table, but if you trade Doval, Chapman, Snell, Yaz, Ray, Conforto, if you start trading off a lot of pieces, that's going to hurt you at the gate. and it's going to hurt you on the field.
Well, that's the interesting thing. That's what I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't want either one of us to make it sound like the court of public opinion is going to make this decision. I really don't think that that's the case. But, man, there's a chasm here, you know? And I always, you and I have talked about this a lot lately, the echo chamber in which we live. Like Giants fans, maybe we could actually kind of throw this out there. Are you like mad or are you really mad? Like, how would you describe your own emotions right now? Because the one thing this year that doesn't make sense to me is that what I hear from Giants fans does not match what I see at the ballpark. Except for one way. The only time it matches is like when the Dodgers are in town and there's a bunch of people wearing the wrong uniform over at the stadium. But outside of that, you sound furious. But you've got tickets and you're going and the building is more full and the building is really like relatively full. It's not 2009 over there, but the building looks pretty good.
It's the same as 2019, basically, on average attendance, which
pre-COVID.
That was the last year pre-COVID, and that was the lowest attendance by average that we have seen at Oracle Park.
It's also right as Farhan was essentially arriving and getting his feet settled.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that was where, the team was coming off a 73 and 89 year. They went 77 and 85. It felt like the roster wasn't that good. You were trying to phase out the Brandons and the older guys, and the young guys weren't yet here. It was a little bit of a tweener time. And yet, you're right. This team does feel like fans are more angry, but fans are showing up at a higher clip than last year.
Right, so
attendance is up almost 10% year over year. So you're mad, but you're showing up more often. And I do think that when you see fans going to the game, they're engaged, they're having fun, games are quicker, attendance is up, yet when we talk to fans, and I know, you talk to fans off the air, and I have friends who are fans and whatnot, and it feels like there's more frustration.
Yeah.
And a lot of the frustration that I hear for the people I talk to, it's centered around one man.
Yeah, for sure. It is different over at the ballpark, and maybe that's not fair because if we're comparing it to 2010 and 11 and 12, and it's not fair. But like the fans are there, but you said they're engaged. I don't think they're disengaged, but there's no fire. There isn't that 10 years ago, it felt like we're here, we're in the building, and we would like to see a win.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like we're here and we're in the building and we would like popcorn. Because this is fun. We've had a beautiful summer.
It's been great.
The weather's been incredible.
Yeah.
So it's a great place to spend a Saturday or Sunday afternoon. And it's fun. That's kind of the way I look at it. But I don't feel an engagement from fans like we are in the building and let's freaking go. Where's the LFG in the fan base at the Yard? I do see that difference. Doesn't feel the same.
It doesn't, and I don't know how you can get it back to that. And I think about the years before they won the World Series. It was post-Bonds, pre-2010, and I'm looking at the numbers. 2008, they drew 35,000 fans. 2009, you drew 35,000 fans. 2010, you only drew 37,500 because you didn't know what was going to come, and then you won the World Series.
Yeah,
and then after that,
it didn't pop till September.
Correct.
They were way behind the Padres.
Yeah, they brought up Buster, and it's like, who is this Gerald Posey guy? He looks pretty good. And then they went on that run. They traded Molina, and the rest was history. But the years after that, they drew 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, and they won 3 World Series. But since then, we're back now almost down to 2008 levels, where the team was, in 2008, they were 72 and 90, and they still drew 35,000 fans, which is no small peanuts, but they were coming off of 4 straight losing years. They were bad.
Is that where we're at this year? The average is 35?
33.7 is where we are.
33.7, okay. And what was it last year?
30,800 last year.
Oof.
It's up 10%.
Yeah.
But last year, and the year before actually was a little bit lower, but I think last year was the first real year where you could look and say, truly post-COVID.
Yeah, but see, Greg wants to know not where it's at this year, but where does it look like it's going to go next year? And that's what I think that's his concern.
Of course.
His concern right now, because there's the bump, but then if you go out there and you win 75 games, how are you going to re-energize this fan base next year? And where would there was optimism at the beginning of the year. They spent money. There were names on the way. I think rational human beings thought that the Giants would win more games than they would lose. I don't know about beat the Dodgers. That sounds a little much, but compete and be in this thing.
Yeah, the over-under, I think, on win total was 82.
Yeah.
81.5 or 82, which is
a winning record.
Right, a tick above 500.
Yeah.
And it feels like, they could still get there, but if you do go 82 and 80 and you don't make the playoffs, you miss out on the wild card by, let's call it 3 games, because I think 85 will get it done. If you go 82 and 80, forget buy or sell at the deadline. If you do neither and you just ride this baby out and you go 82 and 80, that is just woefully not good enough.
It's kind of a nauseating reality that you're talking about here, because if they do go 82 and 80, they can spin to the pub. Oh, look, but we're on the come. I know that this wasn't what you expected, but boy, in August and September, we figured it out.
We finished 33 and 25.
Yeah. And
over our last 58.
Arrow up. Huh? Right?
Yeah.
Oof.
He stays. Yeah, exactly.
Jonathan in San Leandro. Hey, Jonathan, thank you for calling.
I almost attempted to hit you guys with the O. But anyways, how are you guys doing? Happy Friday.
Doing great, John.
I was I was waiting for the All-Star break because I was really hopeful like others for this season. And I got to give it to you guys on this Friday. Giants baseball, you stink. And I don't know who to point the finger at, just like you guys do, because, it's Farhan does have some good points. But one thing I do see are patterns. And I don't know who is at fault, but we had Bryce Harper. He came, and I guess, it wasn't his hottest season, or he was coming off a bad season, if I'm correct. But he came, and he just didn't seem happy in the end. Jacques Peterson, towards the end, not happy. It just kind of starts to see this pattern where you get people like Chapman, and I don't want that to happen, where you have a lot of people excited having Matt Chapman back and, not performing as, he was on the Oakland Athletics, has people talking. And again, like I said, boys, I just kind of start seeing this pattern. And as a Sharks fan, I've kind of seen this before and had to get used to this. And I just kind of think, too, what your guys' thoughts are. The Giants are like this. The Warriors fans, you guys might have to start getting ready for some of these results as well. Hopefully not, but it just kind of seems, again, patterns. This is how things go in the sports world.
Well, sometimes. Jonathan, thanks. I don't know. I don't think the Warriors are anywhere near that, because the Warriors' leadership does not appear to be disconnected from its players and its fan base. There's a difference to me between, did you win? Are we good in the standings? Versus we're not good in the standings. It's not good enough. And, oh, by the way, two sides are looking at one another going, dude, you don't know what you're doing. And we need to do this a different way. Here's kind of the way I would lay it out as far as what I think is the Giants within the baseball landscape, because they have been known for a long time as a big brand and a place where players want to play. And I think I hear a lot of people now say that's not true anymore. And I want to split the apple in half here, because one thing I can promise you, people who are within the organization think that the Giants are a classy organization. They feel treated well. That's different, though. That's different than, and oh, by the way, they really also know what they're doing. There's two aspects to this. What the Giants continue to do well is the way they treat a player's family, or the assets that is created, and the facilities, and all of that stuff. The Giants have no problems there. But what has happened is around the league, the Giants have completely lost their mojo. They've lost their cool factor, and teams are looking at them, And there's a couple things that really ding them, which is one, there is the vibe from players. The front office does not really know what they're doing. And the most important one, we're not sure if we can trust them. I got this buddy Ross. He played for the Giants last year. They told him he was going to start. Stuck that guy out in the bullpen. I got another buddy, Michael. Michael was told he was going to be the starting right fielder. They gave him $18 million to go be the starting right fielder. Then they platooned his butt. Can you believe that? Hun, we're not going there. And then the team's over here going, well, the Tenderloin and Triples Alley, am I right? No, you're not right.
I got this buddy Jock who hits a home run and then gets pinch hit for in the 4th inning.
Right. Although he might have liked that. He could go play cards earlier.
Totally, a little Pusoy dose.
Yeah, that to me, does that make sense, the two separate things? It's not that the Giants are not, quote, a bad organization by any stretch, but they have lost. They've lost their mojo. And I do think players look at them and go, I'm not sure if I trust what's going on there from a baseball standpoint.
Absolutely. And if you're a free agent and you're a free agent hitter and you are looking at a destination where you can go and play and do well and put up numbers, already you're getting strike one from the Giants, maybe strike two, because you know as a hitter, it's not an easy place to hit. So why would you come to San Francisco? Well, they're a team that is really good at winning and they win all the time. Well, you're not doing that either. So as a hitter, you can't hit there and you're not necessarily going to win there. And then you add in California sales tax, which is at about 18%, and you add in a city that maybe doesn't fit exactly what you're trying to do, either demographically or politically. There's a number of things that you could look at and say, that's not really as attractive as, I don't know, L.A., I'm Teoscar Hernandez, and I'm a free agent, and I can come to San Francisco, or I can go to L.A. and hit 7th and be in the greatest lineup in baseball in a more friendly hitter's park.
Mom, did you hear what they did to Hayden? Who's Hayden? Oh, Mom, I played
Hayden?
I played a
USC?
I played a double-A a couple of years ago with this kid Hayden. He's a really, really good pitcher. Really good pitcher. Well, they called him up recently, and he's doing really well. Mom, he went to Coors Field, and he struck out 12 batters in 6 innings. He's only 22 years old. I'm really excited for him. But somehow he ended up in San Jose the next day in a single-A clubhouse. That was his reward.
I've been in that clubhouse. It's kind of nice.
It's a nice clubhouse.
A couple of card tables and some metal benches.
Matt in Novato. Hi, Matt. What are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Good. Hey, listen, so I was just calling to kind of talk a little bit about Farhan and my sort of when I lost, not necessarily respect, but when I kind of started to doubt what he was doing. Just comparing him to Sabian and you know, just his lack of activity in the trade market in you know, over the last few years when they've been in positions to contend and he just really nothing happening, right? So last year they're basically in the same position that they were in 2010 when they were chasing, you know, last year they were chasing the Dodgers, 2010 they were chasing the Padres. And, you know, Sabian's, you know, out there trading a bunch of players. Like he gets Pat Burrell, he trades Molina for Chris Ray, he gets Ramon Ramirez for, you know, Daniel Turpin, he gets Javier Lopez for John Balker, Joe Martinez. You know, those are kind of controversial trades, and they were really big, important pieces to them contending to get to the World Series that year. And, you know, Farhan's just not doing anything like that, you know?
Well, it's a completely different process. It's a completely different process that's being used right now, Matt. And by the way, that's what got him hired. At the time, the Giants looked at the landscape and the rise of analytics around baseball and felt like they were falling behind. So that's why they went to someone who was really going to be at the, quote, cutting edge of analytics. Unfortunately, it's in many ways kind of like the 49ers hitching their wagon to Colin Kaepernick. Oh, the read option's going to take over the league. Well, maybe not. Doesn't mean Colin's a bad quarterback. And it doesn't mean all of Farhan's deals are wrong. But I think they hitched their wagon to something that didn't end up being what they thought it was going to be.
Well, I think they hitched their wagon to the promise of what could be. And when you were unable to get Aaron Judge and unable to get Ohtani, you didn't get Bryce Harper. You had Correa, but then you let him go, and all the rest of the Yamamoto and the other free agents that you went after, and you couldn't get them. And you had to settle for more of a B list of free agents. And some have worked out, some have not worked out. The young guys that you thought were going to come up last year are finally here. So all the things that he said that he was going to do, it kind of has happened, but it hasn't led to where you're a winning team and a team that's a playoff team.
Yeah, 888-957-9570, the number. And if you missed the very pointed comments of Dave Fleming this morning with Bonte and Joe, you have got to hear the different things that he said about the current state of the organization. We'll do it next on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, it's Bonte Hill. Shasky and I recently got to meet with UA Local 38, an incredible union.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, the Giants have responded.
To you? And your rant?
To all of us.
Really? Please explain.
The Giants have made a move.
Well, I mean, duh. It's a day that ends in Y. And I'm just looking at the internet story I was telling you about with the Farhan Zaidi, and this is from last July. His 70 trades ranked. They ranked him. Farhan 70 trades as of last July, 2023. So, yeah, the Giants made a move. Of course they made a move. It's a day. So, it's the move du jour. What'd they do, Mark?
Well, it's not a trade.
Okay.
But
it'd be a lot cooler if it was.
Yes, it would. It's transaction.
People are trading cities, I'm sure.
Transaction.
Do they have stock in Greyhound or Amtrak?
Oh, my God.
I would wonder.
I like, you wanted an interesting, I mean, we all love sports documentaries now. Like,
oh, and I started one on Netflix last night.
Which one?
It's called Sprinter.
Oh, I don't know it.
Oh, it's about the Olympic sprinters.
Oh, okay.
And it's like a 6-part doc on Netflix. And Noah Lyles and Sha'Carri Richardson are a couple of the key
like as they
figures.
try to qualify? Or
it's,
what
going
is
back to last year in the World Championships. And it's kind of like receivers, but it's for the sprinters.
Okay.
Anyway, you know
right.
me, I'm into it.
Yeah, I'll probably skip that one. But anyway,
No
much
doubt.
love. So, but no, it would be fun to attach cameras and media people to one of these Giants who comes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And the first time he came up, woo, boy, we got excited about him. He was the guy for a second. Remember when he was the guy? He was the guy for like 16 days. He was the guy. And then he swung at everything. And then up, down. Good moments, bad moments, trips to Willard and Dibs. Bad moments, good moments, up, down. Ladies and gentlemen, Casey Schmidt.
That ball got Schmidt on.
Is back with the San Francisco Giants. Poor Tyro Estrada has hit the injured list yet again with a wrist problem. I don't think there's any doubt when you look at Tyro's year and the years past, something's wrong. He's hurt. But it probably also means you could take Tyro Estrada off your trade list. I don't know who would want to acquire him right now, especially as he hits the injured list. Same thing for Wilmer Flores. So anyway, there's your move.
All right.
For today. Tyro down, Casey Schmidt back on the squad.
And we have a lineup, and Schmidt is playing second, batting eighth tonight.
I'm surprised he's not batting third.
And I'm a little surprised they didn't bring up Marco Luciano to play second, because that's what he does now. And he's been schmitting on the baseball down in AAA.
Has he been playing second most of the time?
Yeah.
He has?
Yeah, I was looking at his defensive game log, and he's been playing more second than he has elsewhere.
Any errors?
I'd have to check that part. I'm going to guess yes, and I also just Googled how many times can a player get sent back and forth? Like how many options do you get? Is it 6 or 8? This feels like a Grandy question. That's something he would know, but
it's
a lot. I know, but I mean, at some point, Casey Schmidt's going to be out of options.
Yeah, there's some rules attached to it that are a little bit complex as well.
It used to be unlimited, but I know in a previous collective bargaining agreement, they put a cap on how many times now you can get option.
Yeah. So anyway, are they facing a lefty or something tonight? Is that what they're doing, or why isn't
they are? Kyle Freeland.
I was going to say, why in the hell? That means Casey's here for 2 reasons. One, they're facing a lefty tonight, and they have a doubleheader tomorrow. That's it. And then he'll be gone, probably.
By the way, Marco Luciano in AAA this year playing second base. He has 39 total chances over 106 innings. He's committed 2 errors in those chances.
All right. 37 for 39. That's my guy.
I also have the answer to another question that
What's
you
the
asked.
question?
Please.
Player, according to the CBA in the most recent Major League Baseball collective bargaining agreement, can be dropped down to the minors 5 times in a season.
In a
season, yeah. And how many is this for Casey? This feels like his 3rd time up, I think. This is his third time up?
That's an awful lot of questions you're
Yeah,
asking.
well, that's what we do here. We ask the tough questions, Lucas. You're the director of sports. You got to do these things now, okay?
Apparently, he's the director of random lists too, because now we have.
He started a list, but he only wrote one thing on it, which is not a list. That's just a thing.
It's hoping for help.
Yeah, you need a second thing for it to actually be a list.
Also, I was worried that the sound of me writing in the background was going to be annoying.
No,
to
it's not a
listeners.
problem.
Not as annoying as you coming in and out of the studio 5 times during the segment.
It's like, just call me Casey Schmidt, am I right?
Seriously.
You can't have one thing on a list. I'd be like, here's my list of names that I go by. Mark. That's the list.
There you go.
There it is. Anyway.
By the way, this is the third time for Casey Schmidt getting called up.
Yeah,
He got called up first game of the year, May 10th, then was sent down a few days later, played June 1st, got sent down June 10th, and now he's back. What is today? July 26th.
But there's also a total number of times you can be optioned. It's not just in a year. Like when we talk about a player being out of options.
Right. That's...
That was the number I was kind of curious
a little bit
about.
more complex. I don't think that one is just a straight number for every player. I think I'm not. Don't quote me on this, but I think there's a years of service thing and whatnot that starts to factor into that a little bit.
Anyhow,
yeah, Lucas started a little list here of bad Giants omens this year. Bad Giants omens, because we kind of started that conversation yesterday when you look at Nick Ahmed. My God. The DFA'd shortstop who can't hit, grabbing a Dodger uniform, and in many eyes, ending your season a couple days later with a home run off of your almost all-star reliever, Tyler Rogers. That feels like the universe is telling you something a little bit. You know, you have a big Farhan's only 9-figure signing in his time with the Giants. That's it. Your only 9-figure signing. He is selling jerseys. His name is being chanted. And 40 games into his Giants career, he whacks into a wall, and that's it for his shoulder. He needs surgery. He's done for the rest of the year.
Yeah. We should put that on the list. And I'm surprised Lucas is not in here with the pen.
Lucas.
Come on. It's not like you're answering the phone.
Yeah, seriously.
888-957-9570. Add to our list bad Giants omens, or even, not even omens, and I hate to disrespect the man's list. It's just getting underway, but not really omens.
What's
but
the word?
Occurrences or incidents. There were incidents and
Signs.
accidents. There were hints and allegations.
Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
I thought
you'd get that.
We aged the hell out of ourselves there, but anyway,
whatever. It's a good reference.
Yeah, it was. I used the word signs yesterday, and maybe that's not right either because that makes it sound kind of woo woo. And can I get a woo woo?
Yeah.
And the answer is no.
Jeffrey Osborne,
yeah, like
with a woo woo woo, the woo woo song. It's another dated reference.
It is
I'm
totally.
here for it.
I like Jorge Soler. Remember when he hurt himself by fouling a ball?
But he didn't miss time. He just had a little headache for a day or so.
Yeah, I mean
that was just batting practice.
Well, no, he did miss
delayed
time.
his recovery.
It delayed. Remember, he was already hurt. He came out onto the field for the first time rehabbing, fouled the ball straight up off of the pole, hit him in the head, and he had to leave the field. And there's other questions that come out. Yeah.
That really hit me.
That's live
That's my favorite
audio
part.
of Jorge Soler taking BP.
That really hit me.
What are you doing fouling off BP pitches, by the way? No one wanted to ask that.
And what are you doing?
That's a really good question.
Have your helmet on.
I mean, I've watched a lot of BP. You ever see someone just foul it back? Like, bro, they're throwing a 75-mile-an-hour fastball to you.
It's a cookie.
Hit it. You're a major league player making $15 million.
That ball got Schmidt on.
Don't foul it off of the... Anyway, but he brought up a really good one. The first one that Lucas wrote on the list, which we haven't brought up yet, which was Rennell. The start of the year. Before the year even starts, we get Rennell Gate. We
did a whole show on the public address announcer.
Right. Rennell is a treasured piece of Giants baseball. And by the way, hey, great job, Giants. I want to give the Giants a round of applause. You know why? Yeah, let's go. Come on. Round of applause for the Giants.
Because they didn't replace her. They had the wherewithal to not replace her.
They did a great job of making that go away. They've never really explained it. They've never explained it. And both Dibs and I are here to report to you, she's still mad. She's so mad, she's going to leave the Bay Area. She can't even take it anymore. She's so damn heartbroken. And they never told us, they were never straight with us what that was all about.
It's because they can't. You can't say the words that
won't.
You're right. It's not.
Cheers.
It's not. I mean, whatever.
They
Can't, won't, whatever. It's the reasons are so clear, but you can't. You won't put that out there in the universe. As Lucas, our director of sports, would say, you won't.
Yeah. You want to take your pick? You want to do racism? You want to do sexism? Or do you want to do just like
I'll take politics for 400 there,
like
Mark?
squeaky wheel, and we're done. We're done with the loud voice in the room.
All of it.
Yeah.
All of the above.
Okay.
And so, yeah, you're not gonna come out and say that. Lucas has added Blake Snell hurting both groins. I think it was the same groin twice, but I like it. Something about both groins.
All right, so
like he's one man, two groins.
Yeah, exactly.
This man's got two groins.
30 years in the business, I've never had someone go, it's a groin injury. Hey, which groin?
Totally.
I've never seen that conversation happen.
That's pretty funny.
In my career. Anyway, so bad Giants things. Let's just call them things. You got Rennell. You got Jung-Hoo Lee's shoulder. You got Solaire's head in the batting cage. You've got Nick Ahmed in a Dodger uniform. You got Blake Snell hurting both sides of both groins, apparently. What else?
Marco Luciano at shortstop.
Marco Luciano's not a shortstop.
Marco Luciano in his glove.
All right.
In quotes.
How about fly ball gate at Dodger Stadium? Fly balls that just land in between outfielders. How about Kyle Harrison and box squats?
That's a good one.
That guy ended up on crutches without even playing baseball. And it wasn't a motorcycle or skiing none of that. He ended up with a serious ankle injury doing box squats.
What about Tom Murphy? Is it Tom Murphy?
Yeah, what about him?
He tore up his knee and
whatever.
And then he got mad. He got mad after he tore up his knee.
Hang on.
Didn't he tear up his knee in a non-baseball play?
I don't even remember.
He just stood up and got mad.
No, it was in Philadelphia when Patrick Bailey was already suffering from a concussion.
That's right.
And then Tom Murphy tears up his knee, and then they had to call up Jackson Reitz, who we never even heard of before that.
You guys are going to get this, but I'm going to read you a stat line. That's it. I'm going to read you a stat line. Just listen now, okay? He has a WAR this season of one game above replacement. Not bad. Batting average is .235, 6 home runs, has driven in 20, and listen, a very respectable and above average Major League Baseball OPS of 766 this year. ¿Quién es más macho? Who am I talking about? Anyone venture a guess? Relevant to the conversation we were just having.
And he's a Giant?
I didn't say that.
Oh, well, boy. Is he catcher?
Maybe.
Jeez. It's got to be boo, 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 boo.
I knew you'd get it.
Eventually.
Joey Bart is, better than all of the other options the Giants found at backup catcher. Joey Bart, you used the number 2 overall pick on him, and then you dumped him right when you probably could have used him, and then he went somewhere else, and he's playing pretty solid baseball. Solid enough to be your backup for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, add that to the list.
Yep, put it on there. Do you want to throw in Camilo Doval and his?
Oh gosh, the fight that he had with
just his overall decline.
With a drink machine.
Yeah, I think the water cooler was I think symptomatic of the problem, which has been he hasn't been very good this year.
Right, but I don't know. Can we put that on the list if someone's just not good? There's got to be something a little quirkier to it than that. And I think having Camilo Doval's career crater because he went into a game with an 11-run lead would qualify.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's good. We promised some of this while we're thinking of more. Here's Dave Fleming this morning with Bonte and Joe on the frustrations with roster moves.
This week in particular, this is no knock on Derek Hill or Mike Baumann, but it feels like we're back 4 years ago, where you're picking up players who are floating around other rosters and, just trying to see if you can find a piece like, as opposed to, I think the thing for me is, like, if you believe in your group and want your group to have chemistry and whatever it is that makes a team, it's hard to manage your team the way this roster is being managed right now. And I think that is a fair criticism. I do.
Me too. By the way, in those 37 seconds, I thought of more. How about a 2-run triple bouncing off of an umpire's belly?
That's bad.
Does that count?
I think so.
Can we do that one? Director of Sports Lucas Alexander whispered one in my ear that I hesitate to say out loud, but he's not wrong at all. Like, this one's a serious one.
Yeah.
I mean, he made Rickwood Field all about Willie Mays for a year. And then he passed away like
2 days before?
2 days before it happened. Yep.
And you lost Orlando Cepeda as well.
Orlando Cepeda, yeah.
Which, was not quite as powerful as far as the timing goes as the Willie Mays Rickwood week. But yeah, that was a devastating thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, these are the things that this has been Giants baseball this year.
Yeah.
That's Giants baseball so far.
And even looking at the injuries like Lamont Wade Jr., who just wanted to play at Rickwood, and he was ready to go out there and at least be in uniform and maybe take one at bat, and Major League Baseball said, no special roster dispensation for you, Lamont.
There's got to be a way to sort of encompass the way the Giants have handled what would be fan-friendly moments. Spencer Bivens, as just a person, as a journey, as a story, is amazing. That doesn't mean that he needs to stay up for the rest of his life. I get that. But by the same token, he came up and he pitched really well. What did he get for it? Sent down. Luis Matos, Player of the Week, sent down. Hayden Birdsong, 12 strikeouts in Colorado, sent down to single A. I know he's going to be back tomorrow. I know. I still don't think you do that. There's got to be something for that, which is amazing stories coming up from the minor leagues, and the response is to send them back.
Yeah, not great for morale.
Not great, Bob.
Not great. Not great for morale in the clubhouse, and certainly not great for the fans who want to take a player like Hayden Birdsong and think, all right, he's the future. He's here. He's a mainstay in the rotation. Well, he might be when he comes back after they make another move tomorrow. So we've already had a transaction today. We know we're going to have one tomorrow, and there'll probably be one Sunday as well.
Well, I think you get the extra man, right? You get the extra man for the doubleheader.
Yep.
So that can be Birdsong. But you're right. Yeah, there's definitely more coming. Eric Miller screaming, "Catch the bleeping ball," getting caught on camera. That was fun the other night. Logan Webb got torched at the All-Star game. That was a good time. Oh, that got Lucas out of his seat. He likes that one. He's going to go write that one down. So that's fun. What else happened? Just kind of scanning the roster here to see who's been involved in weird stuff this year.
Steiny actually texted me and did point out that the Giants have officially replaced Rennell Brooks Moon. Carolyn McCardle will be named the full-time public address announcer.
Well,
so,
wait. They have done it, or they will do it?
It said the Sporting Green from 8 hours ago said on Friday which is today.
Okay,
she will be named the Giants' full-time PA announcer.
Okay, great. So but it hasn't happened yet. They'll do it at the game tonight, I assume. Maybe she'll announce it herself.
I was going to say,
ladies and gentlemen,
right?
Put your hands together for me.
Totally.
I am the new public address announcer of the San Francisco Giants.
She's the River Cats PA announcer, and she's done some local radio.
Good
here.
for her. Yeah, congrats. That's amazing. I didn't know that.
I didn't either until Steiny texted me. But
yeah, it hasn't happened yet. Thank you, Steiny.
No, it's funny. I was thinking the same thing. How do you announce the new announcer? Ladies and gentlemen.
For sure Larry Bear is going to go out there and, take the moment. But anyway.
When you say take the moment, following Larry Bear, it's still a little bit triggering when you talk about taking the moment. But anyway.
Easy. All right. Easy. Dave Fleming.
better be careful.
He continued with the idea of the roster shuffle and gave a specific example.
With Mike Baumann, like, no offense to Mike Baumann, but you got Spencer Bivens in the minor leagues who did a great job for you, who everybody likes, who won maybe the most important game of the whole year for you by pitching as good as he possibly could have pitched. Why is he not on this roster right now? That is a very fair question. And I don't know the answer to that question. He's pitching really well down in AAA. There's no good reason why he's not here right now. He should be.
I really appreciate the Giants broadcast team. Always have. They're amazing at what they do. They know that. I think that they get the appropriate amount of love, but this one's a little bit more intricate this year. I really appreciate their honesty. And their honesty comes both with words and their vibe. Like Dave and John and Kruk and Kipe and Joe and FP. Like, we hear you. We can hear you. And I appreciate that.
Exactly. And I think it comes from a place of it's honesty, but you have to be somewhat reserved. Now, if you're Dwayne or Mike, you can pretty much let it rip. You still don't want to disrespect your employer, but you can be a little bit more pointed. And I love that Dave Fleming now, especially because he's on our air and he's such a great interview with us, but especially with the Morning Roast where he's on each and every week. It's become must listen because Dave is a lot stronger with his opinion as he gets older, more secure in his role with the Giants, but certainly more secure in his place in broadcasting. If something were to happen between the Giants and Dave Fleming, his career skyrockets.
Oh, gosh.
It's not like it's not like it's a setback for his career, really.
No, he probably makes close to 7 figures away from the Giants.
With all the stuff he does.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Dave said this about the idea of selling.
Yeah, everybody would be disappointed. The group, the players don't want that to happen. The players want right now. The Giants' chances of making the playoffs have been incredibly diminished. Like this week has really hurt their chances of making the playoffs. So
yeah, so not okay. But then he did sort of respond to that idea a little bit more with this thought:
selling doesn't necessarily mean tank. Like in this sport, selling it means the last 2 months of the season can't be important, fruitful, productive, interesting. Like if Mata comes back up here and plays today and Fitzgerald gets a chance to show what he can do at shortstop and Ramos keeps developing and you get, maybe one more young pitcher up here and you get to see Bird make a start every 5 days. It doesn't mean if you sell off some pieces that it's a tank job.
Okay. So, game show music, please, actually, real quick, Grandy, if I may. Game show music, please, as we get ready for Doc Pandia with the latest on injuries here, just 5 minutes away. Dan Dibley.
Yep.
I'm going to give you plus or minus 2% in either direction. Plus or minus 2%.
Okay.
Currently, 104 games into the season, the Giants' playoff odds are...
Ooh, boy. Playoff odds. Current playoff odds, they're 5 and change out. A lot of teams to climb over. Still a decent roster. Okay, run differential. 18%, Mark. Yes! No.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for playing.
No, you wouldn't.
Because I thought that was very courageous of you.
I have no choice.
That's also true. No, you can protest. You can be like, I'm not doing it.
If I can follow up with my answer, I'm going to say 18% was too low.
Yeah, that's
it was too high. Enough, Grandy. It's going to be a long week next week. Too high? I've never been accused of... Well,
yeah, you have.
Okay, yeah.
11.6%.
All right.
11.6%.
So high. I was a little high.
I'm high, bro.
That's the Giants.
Dib smokes Kush. That's my film on Mike.
That's the current chances for the.
Smokes Kush.
Yes, he does.
Thank you, film.
He's also presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full service banking with absolutely no compromises. We'll keep this going. 888-957-9570. Next hour, we do need to get into some of the Joe Lacob sound. We do need to get into Brock Purdy. What's it mean to Tua Tagovailoa? And Ramona Shelburne is an hour away. She just spoke to Joe Lacob this week as well. This is Willard and Dibs. Doc Pandia next.
The piping in your house is responsible for providing a safe.
HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question. Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question. That's a great question.
And
that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's my favorite.
That's what we do. We ask great questions, and we have someone coming on right now who is going to field a slew of great questions. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It is time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, hey, what's going on?
I'm doing good. I'm ready for some great questions.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask one right now. We're going straight to 49er camp, and I want you, Doc, to can you give me an over-under on when is the right time for a Brandon Ayuk or a Trent Williams to report and not put his body in danger?
So I think for Williams, I am not as concerned about it, just given his age and the fact that he's got the experience. He's also dealt with some injuries in the past. So if Trent Williams is here in a couple weeks, not super concerned about it. I get more worried about Brandon Ayuk just due to the position he plays. He's younger. It's more explosive. And I think we have a little bit of a reflection of that from Bosa last year where, kind of held out a little bit. That early part of the season was not very good. The thing you worry about with these NFL players is that we always get a slew of soft tissue injuries early in camp. So particularly for the position that Ayuk plays, if the first couple of weeks go by and suddenly you only have a little bit of training camp to do the explosive stuff to get used to game speed, then you do worry about week 1, week 2, week 3. Is there going to be that hamstring injury? Is there going to be that quad injury? So for Ayuk, I'd hope within the next week he's in camp, so hopefully he can get enough time in to get his body ready for live reps.
Speaking of hamstrings, Ricky Pearsall's dealing with a hamstring issue, and his former coach, Herm Edwards, came on and talked about how he's a hard worker and he needs to be protected from himself to an extent. When you've got a hamstring issue like he does this early in camp, what's the protocol for easing him back in?
I think typically you are a little bit more cautious. I mean, the fact that I think, yesterday they saw him doing some sprints and kind of moving around pretty well. I think in general, if this was in season, this would be one of those things where like on Sunday, they'll say his hamstring's a little bit sore and he potentially could play the next week. So usually like a grade 1 injury. So I think they are probably a little bit more cautious with him and it can sound a little bit more scary. But typically if it was a bigger issue, you'd be looking at 4 to 6 weeks. So I think they're being cautious with him. He's playing at a position where he's going to be stressing that hamstring. So if anything else, I think it's just more about making sure that his body is ready to take his first full professional training camp than it is an issue of a larger injury.
All right, just keeping the tote board out there. We're 2 questions in, and neither of us have been told yet that it's a great question. But we'll keep trying with Doc Pandya. What about this? And I'll use Brock Purdy as an example, but I mean this in a broader sense. When somebody puts on extra muscle, sometimes I hear people say, well, that'll help protect him from injury. Others might say, gosh, you're stressing certain portions of your body a little bit too much. So for each individual, what's the balance there?
That is a great question, Mark.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you for using my name, too, Doc. That'll help me down the road.
Yeah. I think it is a balance, and I think a lot of it has to do with kind of where you're putting it in proportion to other parts of your body. So I think where the weight is evenly distributed and you're kind of like, look, you put on 20 pounds of muscle mass and it's distributed in your arms and your lower extremities. It's better to have that balance. When people come in and they put on a lot of upper body mass, and you see this a lot with basketball players that come back really bulky and they're not moving as much, then you worry about injuries popping up elsewhere. So I think it does vary a little bit on position, but you want it to be kind of symmetrically all over the body. And I think particularly for athletes who are explosive in speed at the speed positions, putting on that extra weight can impact them more than, say, a lineman or a linebacker.
When you're looking at a return to play from an Achilles injury, Dre Greenlaw, February 11th in the Super Bowl, tears it, complete tear. What's the likelihood of him being ready at all this time this season, Doc?
I think there's probably a very high likelihood. I mean, his 6 months kind of like where he starts can kind of train without any restrictions will be right around August. The surgery was February 15th. I think the biggest variability with this is when does he get his confidence back? When does he get that explosiveness back? So even though everything is structurally healed, how he functionally performs on the field is going to be a really big determinant of when we see him back. the rehab techniques have evolved so much that he should be able to do everything by that 6-month mark. But the mental confidence, how explosive he is, what makes him great, that's where that variability will be. But based on all the reports and based on what he's saying, I would not be surprised if we see him at the beginning of the season. The question is, how much does he look like himself when he's at that week 1, week 2 mark?
Doc, did you take a look at Robbie Ray the other night? Wobbly start right out of the gate, his first outing in 16 months, but what can the Giants take from that?
I think he looked phenomenal after those first 2 innings, and I think obviously we'll get a better sense of it the next couple of games when he's not, throwing 30 pitches in the first 2 innings. But what I'm looking for when someone's coming back from a UCL is, number one, how many pitches do they throw in total? He threw 86 pitches, was a good amount for your first game back. Number two is what you're really more concerned about is not how they start, but how they finish. So if you saw loss of control inning 4, velocity is going down inning 5, then you get worried about things. But the fact that he improved as the game went along, I think that's a great thing. And it really shows how far we've come with UCL surgery. I mean, guys are coming back and throwing this well in their first game back after being away for 16 months. So I think that bodes well for him, and hopefully we'll see that pitch count slowly increase up as the starts start piling up.
Doc, before you go, and just because this is real fresh, the Giants just put Thairo Estrada back on the injured list. It's his wrist again. His numbers are so awful compared to his previous years. So one, what would you say about the injury? And two, is it fair to guess that that's what's leading to his poor performance?
Yeah, I think, based with these wrist injuries, there's kind of a fine line between it's totally healed and it's still bothering you. And a lot of times players will go back with a little bit of soreness. And even though they're still able to play, some of their mechanics, their timing goes off, and then it starts to hurt again and again. And that inflammation kind of comes up. So absolutely, I think that probably is most likely tied to his poor performance. And I think last time he was out for like a week or two, you may potentially see him out for a longer period of time because potentially it didn't really ever get better. And he needs more time for those small muscles in the wrist to get to kind of fully heal up.
Doc, great stuff, great info, and great job saying great question.
Absolutely. Always get great questions on 95.7 The Game. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Perfect, Doc. Thank you.
All right, take care, guys. Yeah.
All right, there it is. That's Doc Pandia, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
Somewhat of good news, and not really news, but a good thought around Dre Greenlaw.
Totally.
A 6-month timeline, which puts him into mid-August for an ability to at least start moving again and start to think about perhaps returning to play. And, the confidence he needs to go out there and play the way he went about playing certainly makes it seem unlikely before November, which would be 9 months. But even if he's able to come back in November and play some football, that would be a huge win.
Well, totally. It's so hard. I mean, and maybe this is because, we're not doctors and football players, but when's the right day to put him out there? You know what I mean? And I know there's a ramp up, but I like, even if he looks good, even if he looks ready by week 4, I mean, do you stick him out there? The 49ers have addressed the linebacker position. Kyle Shanahan talking up Winters the other day, Campbell being on the team now. Like, you've got some other pieces there that they're going to use. So it's like you're riding that line of we're planning for life without you, but if he's ready to go, good Lord, he's Dre Greenlaw. And but you don't want to put him out there too early. Like, I don't know, man. That whole thing just feels like a really, really fine line to walk.
It's very fine, but if you're Dre Greenlaw and you're in a contract year, you're probably highly motivated to go out there and play at least some to show the Niners or another team, a future team, that you're going to be close to being the same player that you were, as opposed to missing the whole year, and then you go into free agency with no tape from 2024. It'd be a lot harder to get a deal.
While we're messing around on the football tip, what did you make of Tua Tagovailoa essentially getting $53 million a year in a new 4-year deal with the Miami Dolphins?
It's great. I'm happy for Tua, and I'm also happy for Brock Purdy because I think Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than Tua. Not dramatically better, but if that's where the market is for a good quarterback, not a great quarterback, Tua is probably the, 12th, 14th best quarterback in football. Wherever you want to rank him, doesn't really matter. He's not one of the elite QBs. He certainly is a guy that if you have a quarterback who's as good as Tua, you have to pay him to keep him because the alternative is you have no quarterback and you can go in the draft and hope you get a CJ Stroud. You might get a Bryce Young and then you're screwed. So the way it goes in football is you get a quarterback, you draft him, and you keep them and you pay them. So that's the way that goes. And the number gives me a little bit of sticker shock, but I also realize that is the cost of doing business in the National Football League when you have a quarterback that you like.
Yeah, I think that's all very, very true. And I think that the sticker shock thing is something that everybody's just going to have to wrap their heads around. Like, for those of you who don't know where that lands, and again, there's guaranteed money, there's non-guaranteed, blah, blah, blah. We could do all that. But as far as the average annual per year, Tua now lands third in the entire league. And it's not behind the people that you think it's behind. It's not behind Mahomes and Allen and Lamar.
Deshaun Watson.
It's not even it's not behind Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson is at his average annual is 46.
That's fully guaranteed.
Right.
Yeah.
The big deal for him was that the whole thing was guaranteed. But the average annual there are two quarterbacks making $55 million per year. Are you looking at it? Do you know who the two are?
I don't know.
Okay. It's Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence. And Trevor Lawrence's is significant because that was like 3 weeks ago that Trevor Lawrence signed his deal. And then right before that, you remember who signed? It was Jared Goff, and he is fourth. And he is literally pennies behind Tua Tagovailoa. In fact, probably a name that came up in those negotiations quite a bit. Oh, see, Jared Goff got 53? Well, Tua's agent's like, here are all the ways where Tua outplayed Jared Goff last year. So you're going to have to go north of Jared Goff. So they're like, cool, how about $53.1 million? And that's exactly what they went and did. So the list is Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, then Tua, then Jared Goff, then Justin Herbert, also relatively recent, $52.5 million. Then comes in Lamar at 52, Jalen Hurts at 51. Those are your quarterbacks that are north of 50. I didn't say Mahomes.
Nope.
I didn't say Allen. Mahomes is all the way down at 45, 10th place in the current NFL. So I'm with you. All I think, and Steiny made this point on their show earlier today, and he's right, you have to play this year. Don't get too caught up in what Brock's going to make right now. The Niners need to be ready for it, but he's got to play this year. And he's got to, A, play well, and B, stay healthy. Those things need to happen before this lands where it looks like it's going to land. If those two things happen, though, and I would argue that both of them are well above 50-50 propositions. The idea that once the year's over, Brock would project to be a healthy QB the following year, and does he put up good numbers in a Kyle Shanahan offense where he's drunk with talent around him? Once you do those two things, you got to stop with the sticker shock, and you got to stop doing the comparisons. I hear people do it every day. Well, Brock Purdy is, he's a $35 million quarterback. No. It doesn't matter what you think about all of the little intricacies of his game. It doesn't matter. And there is no other option for a team when they're playing at a high level and they have a good quarterback. There's no other option. Miami was not like, should we? Or should you what? What is your other option?
Draft and hope.
What have we learned by this whole process? Christian McCaffrey gets paid, Brandon Ayuk can't. What have we learned? It's just leverage. Nothing else matters. Our opinion doesn't matter. What you think of Brock Purdy does not matter. What matters is leverage, and he's going to have it by the busload, provided that he plays well this year.
Yeah, and he won't have quite as much as, otherwise a quarterback might, because, they could, which they won't do, have him just play out his fourth year. And, they're not going to do that.
No,
but
he won't do that.
Yeah. I mean, what, is he going to just not play?
Yes.
And
for that amount of money,
like $900,000.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk is sacrificing $14.1 million.
Yeah, Purdy be giving up about 1.1.
Purdy's making more from Toyota than he is from the Niners.
It's a fair point. And I do think that when the deal comes down, it's not going to completely obliterate the market. He might make more than 55 a year, and it depends on, and just take the year he had this year. If he does this upcoming year exactly what he did last year, yeah, you might be looking at $60 million a year. If he's top 5 in the MVP again, and they go to the Super Bowl again, and they go 13-4 in the regular year, again, one of those losses he didn't even play in, then you might be looking at the highest average annual of all time.
Of course.
But
I mean, I think we have to keep in mind who just set these markets. You know what I mean? Nobody's saying Brock Purdy deserves more than Patrick Mahomes. It's leverage and it's whose turn.
It's timing, yeah, exactly.
It's whose turn is it? So if I'm Brock Purdy and I have another good year, you tell me, NFL fan or anyone, 49er front office, you tell me how he's not worth more than Trevor Lawrence. Someone explain that to me. Someone explain that. How's he not worth more? The 3 people who just got paid to set the market are Jared Goff, Tua Tagovailoa, and Trevor Lawrence. That's who just set the market. And people are like, I'd give him 40. Dude.
That's 53, 55, and 53
Dude,
apiece.
He getting 60. He's getting 60.
Or at least more than 55,
He's getting it. If he has a good year, he's getting 60.
Yeah, it all comes down to the guaranteed at signing number, which we don't know what Tua's is yet. He got 167 guaranteed, but that's not the actual guaranteed at signing number. That'll probably be closer to 125 or 130 million when that number comes out, and that's the number that you get no matter what. And Trevor Lawrence got 142 million guaranteed at signing. Of his 5-year, 275, 142 was your no matter what guaranteed money. And Goff got 113 guaranteed no matter what in a deal that was 4 years and 212. So Tua's deal is almost identical to Goff's. I would imagine that his guaranteed at signing number is probably going to be close to Goff, maybe a little bit more.
Here's a fun fact. Here's a fun fact that I think should be entered into the conversation. Okay? Patrick Mahomes, I told you he was 10th. He's actually 11th. He's 11th in money right now at the quarterback position.
In average annual value.
Correct. In the top 10 average annual values for quarterbacks in the NFL, collectively put them together, and how many Super Bowl rings do you think they have?
Oh, I know the answer.
What is it?
0.
That is absolutely correct.
And I'm looking at how many Super Bowl berths do they have, and I'm seeing 3.
Well, yes.
Burrow,
3.
Goff, and Hurts.
Correct.
Those are the 3.
And they are 0 for 3.
Correct.
Yep.
And if you want to talk about playoff wins for the rest of them, you don't have a lot of playoff wins for the rest of them. Lamar Jackson finally got one, got a couple. Calamari doesn't have one. Deshaun Watson can't even get on the field. So it's a risky proposition.
Of course it is, but
honestly, it's not a difficult choice to make for the team.
No.
You give Daniel Jones $40 million because you have no choice. You give Dak a boatload. The Kyler Murray contract was almost immediately a mistake, but what other choice did they have? Arizona thought they had a real one, but the contract they gave him was almost immediately one you wanted to get out of.
If you think your player is legitimately not that good, is not really going to be attached to winning, then yeah, I'd argue you do have a choice. But these teams, the Chargers with Justin Herbert, or the Lions with Jared Goff, or the Jags with Trevor Lawrence, and the Dolphins with Tua, somebody could sit at a bar and argue that they're never going to win a Super Bowl. How are they going to win a Super Bowl with those guys? But what is your choice? These are statistical monsters. They are winning quarterbacks. They go to the playoffs. They win divisions, what have you. They don't really dance in the Super Bowl. But yeah, what's your other option? So when people do that with the Brock Purdy, and again, it's just a projection, but when you do that with the Brock Purdy what has he really achieved? Doesn't matter. It is leverage and projection. That's it. And he's going to have so much of it. I laughed. This is why Jed York did what he did a few months ago. He knows. And for those of you who don't know what he did, he just openly spoke about it. He's like, a quarterback's going to get way more than $50 million. People are like, what? He knows. There's not a damn thing they can do about it. Unless they want to go try again. How would everybody feel about the Niners, just drafting a QB? Why did you draft one? We got him for cheap. Stick any old guy in there.
Yeah. That's what people think Shanahan thinks about the hubris and the arrogance of Kyle Shanahan.
No chance.
Yeah, exactly. Even Kyle, if you want to project him as being that arrogant and that much hubris and that much self-confidence, even he knows that you can't strike lightning twice. I mean, you got Brock Purdy as the last pick in the draft, and yeah, you like the player and you like the pick, but even Kyle, if you gave him true serum, I don't think that Kyle would say, yeah, I saw him as a starter within a year and a half. No doubt. I think that he saw a guy who could potentially be a good player, and then he's gone on to be way better than anybody would have ever thought.
I do tell you what, maybe the only interesting question about this right now, without knowing what he's going to do this year, 650 just popped this in on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I think this is interesting. Do you think Purdy would pull a Brady and take just a little bit less money so they could use that money to continue to surround him with better players? Now, I don't know is the only answer I can really give you. I can also guess the answer would probably be no. Most guys, when you're like, would you take less? No. And that's what most guys would do. Are the Niners unique? Is Purdy unique because of his background, because of 7th round and 3 years of football where he'll have made a total of less than $3 million? And the clear look at a roster that is so filled with so much amazing talent. Brandon Ayuk not being able to get an extension. You can't mess around with quarterback. I think Brock, with a good year ahead, is going to have earned every single dollar. And I think the answer would probably be no. But I can't rule it out. Maybe would he take? Because by the way, taking less next year might mean taking 55, because that's already been well established now. And if he goes out and he's top 5 in the MVP again, or even top 10 in the MVP, he absolutely can command 60. Would he take 55?
And how much would that help? I do think that it's
another
not,
player.
Right.
It's another player.
I think that a more realistic way to look at it would be, how would he go about structuring his contract? Because as David Lombardi from The Athletic has told us, and I talked a little bit to David yesterday down there at practice, chopped it up a little bit with David. He was busy, so was I, so we didn't get too into it. But
you was.
I was just chopping it up with everyone. Hey, look at me. As David's told us, the signing bonus can be prorated over the life of the contract. So would Brock be more willing to take a signing bonus that is monstrous, knowing that that money can get offset over the course of 5 years? So maybe it's not so much the average annual that he gives up, but maybe he structures it so that that portion of it, because the Niners have cash, as David's always told us. So
yes, they do.
A lot of these deals that they rework, they can do that because they have cash on hand. So if they have cash on hand, maybe he gets $80 million as a signing bonus, which gets prorated over 5 years, and that becomes a little bit less of a cap strapping deal for them.
Ramona Shelburne is a half hour away. Is a trade still coming? She spoke to Joe Lacob over the last week. And there is a wee bit of breaking news with regard to the San Francisco Giants. And so we'll give all of that to you next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Another Giants pitcher goes down.
And he goes down hard?
Keaton Wynn will have season-ending elbow surgery next week. He'll have are you ready for this one? I'm going to need Dr. Dibs on this one.
Okay.
He'll have an ulnar nerve transposition.
A transposition.
Let's begin.
A transposition. What a sin. I got some old references today. I'm sorry.
We're killing ourselves today.
No doubt.
God, please. We have not been alive since 1942, despite what it may sound like at times. His pitching elbow has been bothering him for 2 years, says Alex Pavlovich. I'm sorry to laugh. What are we doing? So Keaton Wynn's been hurt for 2 years, which is essentially the entire time that we've known him.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrifying.
All right, there you have it.
Ulnar nerve transposition.
And then there is one last starting rotation announcement for the Giants. We got Kyle Harrison tonight. Is that right? Kyle Harrison tonight. The double dip tomorrow is going to be Snell and Birdsong. And then Sunday's game, the must win for the sweep.
Yeah. you think maybe it's to split the series, but
Sunday will be Jordan Hicks.
Okay.
Alex Cobb will throw 5 innings in San Jose tonight. Hayden Birdsong's teammate.
Totally.
He'll be in San Jose tonight. And if all goes well, he will throw Wednesday against the A's. And that arrival will, and this is official now, a report from Alex Pavlovich, if Cobb is cool in San Jose and pitches against the A's Wednesday and everything's fine with that double dip, Jordan Hicks officially moves to the bullpen.
Okay, so one last start for Jordan Hicks, and it's something that I was thinking made sense a long time ago. Jordan Hicks is already well over his career high innings mark by about 30 innings, and I think if he pitches 5 tonight, he'll be over 100 innings for the year. So it makes perfect sense that he would be shuttled off to the bullpen.
I wonder what that preseason conversation was like with Jordan Hicks, giving him a chance to start, but maybe not promising that he would remain a starter. Yeah, 98 2/3 innings right now, so he's going to need 4 more outs for 100 innings pitched on the season. And it started so promising, and now he is 4-7 with an ERA just a touch over 4.
So when Cobb comes back, and assuming that everything goes well with Cobb, and Hicks goes to the bullpen, doesn't that still give you 6 starters? With
who's the 6th?
Webb and Ray and Harrison.
Oh, Birdsong's going to San Jose, Bob.
He'll go back to San Jose. So he gets the one start Saturday as the extra man, and then he's out?
Well, there's a few different possibilities here. Let's go through the possibilities, because I feel what you're saying. Hicks goes to the bullpen, and then your rotation is Cobb, Snell, Webb,
Ray and Harrison. And
Birdsong. Now, Birdsong either goes back to the minors or Blake Snell plays for the Red Sox.
Right. You could make a trade, certainly. But short of a trade is what I was thinking about, because the trade would come after you know about Cobb, because Cobb would pitch Wednesday, and that's after the trade deadline.
Correct.
So if Cobb...
But they're gonna know how he looked tonight.
I guess, and they're going to already have an idea of what they want to do. But assuming Cobb looks good and he's back, you do have 6 starters. And if you don't make a move at the deadline, can you really, I mean, I know you can, but you go to Hayden Birdsong and you say, hey, God, you've looked good. Well, you've looked really good. Well, how about next year, Hayden?
Listen, this all goes into everything that we've been talking about. And again, is it stupid to make it about this weekend? I'll grant you, yes, it is. It's stupid to make it about this weekend, but in a way it is. In other words, okay, well, what are you doing with the 5 baseball games that happened before Alex Cobb pitches? Or what are you even doing just with these 4 games this weekend? You know what I mean? If the Giants did win 4 of them, if they do win 3 of them at least, then there's this idea out there of like, hey, this rotation is loaded for bear. Like, should we keep chasing this? You go out there this weekend and split or lose 3 of 4 or just continue to play uninspired baseball, I would argue that the presence of Hayden Birdsong is all the more reason to trade Blake Snell. If you're going to trade Michael Conforto because you want to see Luis Matos, then trade Blake Snell because you want to see Hayden Birdsong. That's the idea, right? And you could still have a very viable rotation. It wouldn't look like a quote-unquote tank, but you might be able to pull someone's top 5 prospect for Blake Snell. Maybe not. The Snell thing is complicated. There's a contractual thing there that where Blake has some power that teams won't like. You know what I mean? It's like he could be a rental, or we could be signing up to spend $32 million on this guy next year, and we don't know if we want to do that. Both of those things could potentially, depending on who you're talking to, lower the value. But in a seller's market, the idea of the reigning Cy Young Award winner coming off of 3 consecutive elite level starts, I would think that's going to get you something now. That's going to get you something, and the Giants, based on where they sit right now, would probably be very smart to do that.
Especially if you think about the future of this rotation, and if Birdsong is as good as he's looked so far, you're going to want him in the rotation next year fully, and you already have Webb and Harrison, are going to be back, and they're in the rotation, and Robbie Ray is under contract for a couple more years, assuming he opts in, he'd be in the rotation, and so you start to get into the same problem of too many arms, not enough slots. And so a Snell trade would make sense on a number of different fronts if you do fall out of things further over the weekend against Colorado.
Yeah, and then there's a bunch of other stuff like, Alex Cobb is on a club option this year. He's an unrestricted free agent next year. He'll be 37 years old. So I don't know if that's someone you'd even be interested in. But some of the names that are on the come also. Carson Whisenhunt, whatever. Who knows? I don't know what this thing's going to look like. I just know that for Giants fans, it can't look like this. It actually, more importantly, it can't feel like this. You know what I mean? And so I think that's also what's on the line here with these last 2 months. I think we sit here and go, oh, they're looking at the standings. They're looking at the performance. And I'm going, are they? Or are they just looking at the stands? If I'm Greg Johnson, what am I looking at right now? Do I want to see my bullpen ERA go down?
Of course.
Or do I want to see what the outfield seats look like over the next 2 months? Because again, if I'm Greg Johnson and I'm making a decision about Farhan Zaidi, I'm not worried about this year. This year's over. I'm worried about next year.
Well, the moves are all but done. Short of what you do between now and Tuesday, you're right. The work has been done. The hay's in the barn, and now you got to just go out there and play baseball. I mean, Farhan can only do so much to this roster between now and the end of the year. You got 4 days, basically, and you could make more Michael Baumann trades where you send cash to Seattle and you get a guy who's been DFA'd. Okay, that's a lot of Farhan's moves are like that, but after Tuesday and the deadline, that's it. This is your team. So to that extent, I think you're right. And also you look at the stands, and that's an interesting way to put it because attendance is up, but the vibes aren't up. Attendance is up, but it feels like visiting fans are also up. It's not like the attendance is up and it feels like Giants fans are more galvanized than ever about the product. Attendance is up because more people are showing up and visiting fans, and I think a lot of regular fans are back. It doesn't feel like this team has taken the market by the short hairs and really grabbed everyone's attention.
888-957-9570. I think that's what we're trying to figure out. Hey, Giants fans, are you as mad as you're being characterized? That's what I really want to know today. Are you as mad as you're being characterized? Do you even know that you're being characterized that way? It becomes difficult for those of us in the media to really know. It's our job, but by the same token, I think the whole world right now is trying to figure out where's the right spot to go to get the actual true barometer of what's happening out there in the world. Is it Twitter? It feels like it probably isn't. Is it Threads? Is it Facebook? Is it TikTok? Is it somewhere else on the internet? Is it in the stands? I will say this, Twitter and the stands don't match at all. Twitter and the stands do not match. So I really wonder, and this is the job of the Giants the rest of the year, is to fully understand, are Giants fans as upset and checked out as we sort of think they are? You sound that way. It feels to me like you are that way. Social media feels that way. Conversations with friends feel that way. I get a lot of text messages during games. They are rarely, hey, how you doing? Checking out the game. What's for dinner tonight? No, it's usually got a lot of F-bombs. It usually has a lot of F-bombs. It's angry people, people who have had it. Farhan himself is becoming an F word. And so that's what it feels like you all feel like. But the stands kind of make it confusing for me, to be honest with you. Because they are pretty full. They are better. Significantly better.
It's better, 10% better.
Yeah, it's better than last year.
It is, and it's better, but also when you watch a lot of these other teams come in, you have a lot of road fans, which certainly helps to improve the overall attendance numbers. The averages go up because you get Dodger games that are, more crowded than other games, and you get a lot more road fans, I think, than ever before. But when you're at the game, you're going to be enthusiastic about the team because you're at the game, and it's fun, and it's exciting to be there. And so when you're there, you're not going to be, most fans, I don't think, are on social media bashing the team while you're at the game.
Right.
You're at a game. It's fun, and you want the Giants to win, and so you're enthusiastic about it because you took time out of your life and you took money out of your wallet, a lot of money, and you showed up at the ball game because you're excited about it.
Right, but I'm not necessarily even getting into the behavior of the fan that's at the ballpark. I'm getting into the behavior of the fan making the decision to go to the ballpark. That's kind of what's interesting to me right now. You're right. If you're there, put a smile on your face, get a dog and a beer and have a good time. But what goes into the decision-making process of going to the games this year at a higher rate and a higher level than we all have in the past? I can only imagine that on some level that was based on early season optimism that made planners, grab tickets for a month or two down the road, and then once you've got them, you've got them. But that's why I want to look at what happens the rest of the way, because I'll go first. I'm like way less likely to go to a game in these last 2 months now than I would have been a month ago, even 2 weeks ago. Like, if you do use these next 5 days to signal to me that you're out and you're done, I probably am too.
Exactly.
I mean, I'll go there for work. But am I going to grab the wallet and bring everybody and do the whole thing and eat all the stuff? I don't know. Probably not.
Of course not. And if you
save my pennies for after Labor Day and Aaron Rodgers coming to town.
Exactly. And that's where I think it becomes an interesting question about your dollars and your entertainment dollars. And we all are, trying to scrimp and save and spend what we have to spend on all the things that we love to get at Safeway when I see you in the aisles, but you have whatever left over for your entertainment, and how do you want to spend your entertainment dollar? And when you're looking at the second half of 2024, do you want to spend it on a Giants team that is sub 500 and maybe a weekend away from giving up? Do you want to spend it on a Niner team that looks to be the best show in town and a team that's favored to win every game? So you're going to spend money on a Niner game, and the expectation is you're going to see a win. You're going to see a great team, and you're expecting that they win because they're favored. They may not, but you pretty much know you're going to get a high-quality product and a team that is in a Super Bowl window, or you save your money for the chef and everything that goes down at Chase Center, one of the greatest players of all time and a beloved Warrior, and you at least know if you go see the Warriors and Steph Curry, you're going to get 36 minutes most likely of Steph, and Draymond might do something, and the Chase Center experience is incredible. It's hard to really look at the Giants from an entertainment dollar standpoint and think, yeah, that's what I want to do.
Okay.
As a family of four.
Xfinity mobile text line. This is interesting. A slew of texts just came in. Here's the first one from the 510. How does this grab you? Giants got some nerve. Just got an email from them trying to sell me for 2025. I got the same email, by the way.
Yeah.
I got the same email. Does that bother you? Is that offensive that the Giants reached out to you now that the schedule is out and asked if you wanted to buy some tickets?
Doesn't offend me.
I don't think that's offensive at all.
Well, I mean, I'm more offended by the fact that prices continue to go up, even though the product isn't as good. And I know the nature of everything. Yeah, and I'm not offended by the fact that they're trying to get, an investment now for 2025. The schedule's out. Hey, get your tickets. Come on down. That doesn't offend me that it comes out now.
Okay. 760, which I think is North County, San Diego. What's up to all you down there? I'm not mad. I'm just disinterested.
And that is, for me, the biggest problem with the Giants. And if you're Greg Johnson and the ownership group, that's the fan that you want to reach the most. Because if you're a passionate fan and you're mad at them, at least you're something about them. At least you're feeling something about the Giants. If you look at the Giants, 6 games below 500, and you go, whatever. That's the worst thing that you can be to your fan base. Is a fan base that's completely disaffected.
Agreed, but hold on, because there's two kinds of disinterested. Are you disinterested in this season and its outcome, or have you just become disinterested in Giants baseball? Like you don't care about the Giants anymore.
I know some of those fans.
I always bring this up on the platform that we have, all the platforms that live out there. We would love to hear from you because here's one thing I know. Didn't Steiny, am I not supposed to say this out loud? Tell you what, I'll protect the name. Didn't Steiny got a text from somebody pretty freaking high up in the Warriors organization the other day in the middle of a conversation, reacting to what he was saying? Pretty freaking high up in the Warriors organization, right? Am I right or am I right?
You're right.
Okay.
You're right.
So you want to know what that tells me? And I always try to say this to the listeners, and this is not bragging. These people work in sports. What do you think they listen to when they're driving around?
Sports, am I right?
If you want to get a message to them, here we are. We're
sports,
right here.
Man.
Yeah, sports.
That's what it is. Sports, man.
Sports, man. They're listening. You can talk directly to them right now. What do you want them to do? And if your message is, I don't care about Giants baseball ever again, well, I don't know why they would even care about you. You're gone forever.
Well, not necessarily forever. And I know a couple of fans, people who I'm fairly close to, who are fans of the team, but this year and even last year to a greater extent, they haven't had the same interest in the product. Now, if the Giants get exciting, if the Giants get good, if the Giants start to win again at a higher level, then some of those fans will come back.
Some of them, yeah.
By the very nature of it becoming a thing again. And you look at 2010, 12, and 14, that team, they won the World Series, and because they won the World Series, a lot of fans who otherwise wouldn't have been as interested in the product came to games. They came back to the product. My ex-wife, we would go to games. She's not a baseball person, not really a baseball fan, but because it was a thing, Giants baseball, let's go to the game. It was full houses. They were a winning team. They had people you knew. It was an exciting product. And because of that, fans who aren't super diehards will get back involved.
See, to me, these are the bigger moments when you're a fan. These are the moments when your care is supposed to come out. It's easy to root for the Giants when they're winning 3 World Series in 5 years. That's easy.
But some fans don't want it to be hard.
No,
don't make it hard for me to like your team.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
What I'm saying is now is the moment. If you care about Giants baseball but don't like what you're seeing, now's the moment you talk. Now's the moment you express yourself. And you can talk with actions or words. You can call a radio show. You can stop buying tickets. You can do what many A's fans did for a couple of years. You can go to a game, but hold up a sign that says sell and try to get on camera or wear a T-shirt. Like, your voice can be heard. I've always used this reference because it was one of the most amazing things to me. Fans should not feel powerless. You're not powerless. When I worked in LA, the Dodger fans got the damn team sold. They did it. They got the team sold. Frank McCourt, captain parking lot owner, was just a bad dude, and his wife was just as bad. And they were using the baseball team to basically be a shell company for their parking lot scheme that they run all over the country, and they've got like 12 houses. And they were awful, and they were in charge when like Brian Stowe and that incident happened, and their reaction to it was absolutely unacceptable. And Dodger fans just like didn't go. Like, we're not going. And that team got sold. The team got sold. Now, I don't think that's where we are with Giants baseball, talking about ownership sale.
No.
But
definitely regime change.
Yes.
We have a poll on Twitter right now. I don't know if you saw it. Lucas put it up. Do you still believe in Farhan Zaidi? And the no right now is at 87%. The yes is at 13%. Do you still believe in Farhan Zaidi? I'm not saying that this Twitter poll can be one to bring about action, but you make good points about fans. You do have a voice, and you can call into our show, and you can act by not going to games, and you can do a number of things that will get the attention of the powers that be. But right now, I think more and more, you've got fans who aren't even moved to action of protest. They're just disinterested.
Real quick, Connor and San Leandro. Hey, Connor, real quick, what's up?
Hey, guys, really glad that you guys are here. I think that the entire fan base is going to need you guys communicating in the second half just to make sure that we stay productive about some of our negative emotions about this. You guys are uniquely talented at that, so I'm really glad that we're here. Listen, what I was going to say is I wish that they were uninteresting. Like, they're frustrating. I actually think that, you know, just as someone who I'll probably buy and go to the game tonight, but who doesn't buy as much as I did before, I'll probably buy next season's tickets. Why is that? It might be and I hate to admit this, it might be a spite buy. I might want to just be excited about what this organization would be if it doesn't have this albatross that we're not allowed to call an albatross yet around its neck. And so if we just have someone from Central Casting, everyone is criticizing Bomel right now. I love Bomel. I just want us to move forward from things that I associate with platoons, with having really bad pitches that end up with Buster Posey telling us that free agents don't want to come to San Francisco, and that's the problem. It's their wives. Like, there's just so many little things that we can say goodbye to, and I can just get back to loving that ballpark, you know, being around other fans, and buying cool merch and just, you know, seeing what happens. And I don't think that same carefree, even on an uninteresting level, I don't think that's present right now. So uninteresting would be an improvement, guys.
Connor, it's a phenomenal point. We've been calling them boring and uninteresting, but I'm so frustrated. So I actually don't know if I get to use that word. Because if I was disinterested, I would be disinterested. I'm not.
You're activated.
I'm frustrated.
For sure.
I'm mad. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Are the Warriors still in trade talks with the Jazz or not? We've got multiple reports that we need to work through, and Ramona Shelburne of ESPN spoke to Joe Lacob this week, and she will join us next on Willard and Dibs.
And I'm looking forward to that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions?
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. We're going to call Ramona Shelburne here in just a second. Were you freaking out, Grandy? Were you freaking out? Did you know what you were going to do?
I was looking ahead to the next break and seeing if I could pull a minute. Yeah.
Because we weren't in here, and we have to be in here to do this radio show.
Yeah,
Yes.
we were recording something in the other room. And Director of Sports Lucas Alexander was with us. And then the segment was about to start, and Grandy is standing here by himself with no hosts and no producer. But now we're here, and you're there, and Ramona is about to join us. And I would just like to say this about all the Golden State Warriors stuff. I just want to be transparent with this because Joe Lacob spoke to Tim Kawakami. It's on the TK show. It's part of the Odyssey family. And we spoke to Tim about it at length yesterday. And I think that you should check it out. There's a lot of important stuff in there. This is just me, Dibbs. I don't know if you agree. For now, I'm kind of at the end of my rope on talking about Klay Thompson and what happened.
Yeah, it's over.
I think we got it. I think we got it. There are a lot of Warrior things out there, from Steph's comments to what happened with Clay, to Draymond's. There's one thing that I care about right now. There's one thing that I care about. You about to make a trade or not? That's what I want to know. And that's all that I want to know. That's going to be the centerpiece of our conversation with Ramon Shelburne.
I think that is the main thrust of everything that is Warrior related now, because other than, Steph, go get the goal and stay healthy and we'll see when you get back. Beyond that, what else is there to talk about? We don't know if Buddy Hield is going to fit. We don't know if Kyle Anderson is going to be the right player or DeAnthony Melton is going to be healthy. All those things are hypotheticals, and you don't really know. It's just pure speculation until the season gets underway.
Here is what Joe Lacob told Tim Kawakami on the TK show with regard to the question, is there another trade or big move coming?
Are there trades that are being discussed all the time? Absolutely. We could make a significant trade for sure, but we might not. There are three ways to get your team better, right? The draft, which probably is the most reliable one in some respects, although highly risky and takes some time. Free agency. The Lakers have used this over the years, certainly. We've done it occasionally. That's happened now. And the third is trades. Trades is kind of the hardest way to go because there are 29 other teams all trying to do the same thing. They're all trying to get better. And everyone wants to win a trade. I know in business, you hear the term win-win. It's good to make win-win moves in life, in business, trades, business transactions, but you can't make someone do that. So it's one of these things where you have to find the right partner at the right time, and you have to sort of agree that this is going to work for both parties.
All right, what'd you make of that?
I think that it's same kind of party line, which is trades are hard. Trades are hard to do, and they certainly would love to make a trade for Lauri Markkanen. That's something that I think he says without saying it because you don't want to get busted for tampering, and that's something that they absolutely want to do, but at the same time, they don't want to make a move that is going to upset their ability to make future moves or sacrifice their future. Everybody wants to maximize the Steph Curry window, but if you're Joe Lacob, you don't want to gut the future for one player for a 2 or 3 year run where maybe it's not even enough to put you over the top.
The only other clues that we can take from this that are fresh today, Joe Lacob did sort of, he did the comment of, I'm expecting Jonathan Kuminga to be on this team for a really long time.
Which is triggering.
Well, they expected Jordan Poole to be on the team for a long time. Yeah. And then the other report that's out there today is Brian Windhorst is saying if there was going to be a trade between the Jazz and Warriors, it would have happened by now. I don't know how that one grabs me because I tend to always think when we hear these things from reporters, and owners for that matter, it's because they're trying to shape their position. So if Joe Lacob, this is what I mean by that. If Joe Lacob says, I'm expecting Jonathan Kuminga to be on this team for a long time, that's his way of telling the Jazz, I ain't budging. I told you what I told you, and I'm not budging. And if Windhorst is like, there was a deal between the Jazz and the Warriors, it would have happened by now. That's the Jazz being like, better tell the Warriors they better pony up a little bit more or else we're not doing this thing. Who's going to blink? Who's desperate? One of the things that's really, really working against this idea of a trade is the fact that I actually don't think either team is that desperate. I really don't. I know people look at the Warriors right now, oh, it's not good enough for a championship. Well, yeah, sure, you're probably right. It's probably true either way. But the bottom line, I believe, is right now, the Warriors are projected to be a good team. Are they great? Is it good enough for you? That's up to each individual answer. But the Warriors made some interesting improvements. They've got players who I think want to be here now. And every year starts with the thought that Draymond Green won't get suspended. It's allowed. He's allowed to play in all the games. And if there's health and smarts and all of that, will the Warriors win significantly more games than they lose? Yes. Yeah, of course they will. So are they desperate? I don't think so.
And I don't think Joe thinks that either. And he had an answer in the Tim Kawakami podcast, the TK show, where he talks about the Steph Curry window. And he was talking about how Steph is incredibly fit and, he could be here for more than just the 2 years that he has under contract. And so if you think about it in those terms, if Joe's looking at Steph Curry beyond the 2-year contract, if you think about 3 years of Steph or 4 more years of Steph on the Warriors, then I think that leads you to what you're talking about, Mark, which is them not being so desperate. You don't have to make something happen between now and the beginning of the year in October. You can wait until the deadline. You can wait until next year in the offseason. I don't think that you have that same level of urgency and of desperation that many fans want to project on this organization, especially when you look at last year. You did go 46-36, which is not nothing. So if you get that same level of winning this year, if you win 46 games again, well, that might be good enough to be a 7 seed. It might put you in the same spot, but that still puts you very much in the mix.
Ramona's going to jump on here in just a sec. We've connected with her, but I do want to play for you what we referenced, which is what Joe said about Jonathan Kuminga.
I'm a big believer in Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, everyone knows I'm a big JK fan. So is our basketball operations group, Mike and Kirk and those guys. And by the way, so are our coaches. I know people think sometimes that's not true, but that is true. And he's working really hard this summer. The reports are making great progress. He had a big step last year. We expect him to have another big step this year. I expect him to be a Warrior for a long time.
Okay. That felt a little bit more genuine than what they would say about Jordan Poole last year. But then again, these are words. They're not actions. And everybody's saying what they have to say to kind of protect their interests in this moment. So I get it. Let's run it back with our good friend Ramona Shelburne of ESPN and find out what her perspective is. We trust her perspective. We value it. Hello, Ramona. How are you today?
What's up, Mark? How are you?
We are very, very good. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, and isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Okay, Ramona, you spent some time with Joe Lacob not too long ago, and my first question is, what is your sense with regard to the likelihood of another deal before the season starts?
I always think deals are hard. I think they were really close on the Paul George trade, and it was just, I don't think the Clippers saw things the same way. I think they can pull off a Markkanen trade, but like you heard what Draymond Green said on his podcast too. It's hard to trade with Utah. Utah, like Danny Ainge is really shrewd. The market for stars is really inflated because of what what Brooklyn got from Mikal Bridges. And so, I think the Warriors need to be disciplined here. I think like Markkanen would be a great fit for them, but they just can't give them everything. They just, and I don't think we're going to really know until like August 5th or 6th. And I also think they're probably not the only team in on Markkanen, right? I think there's a sense that it's just the Warriors. I don't think so. I think there's 3 or 4 other teams that are calling Utah about that. And Utah, they're smart. They're not going to just do something. They're going to wait until the absolute last possible when everyone makes their best and final, or one team tries to jump ahead and give them a whole lot. So if you want me to put a percentage, like, I don't know, what do you think, 20%? Just because deals are hard to pull off.
And what would you say is the percentage chance that Utah trades him to anyone? Are they reluctant to give him a long-term extension? And if so, do you really think that a move is coming before the August 6th deadline?
I don't think they're reluctant to give him an extension. I think there's been some question of whether or not they're fully rebuilding, if they still want to keep him. My vibe has always been like, both Utah and Laurie would be happy to do the extension and like they could just stay. It's just they have gotten younger, and so I know like let's say they give him an extension, he could still be traded on February 6th, right? That's the way that timing works. My sense is Laurie likes it in Utah. His kids are there. He's established there. He's happy. He's played well there. I don't think anybody in Utah, like between Markkanen and Utah, has to do anything. So I know they seem more motivated now than they have in the past, but that doesn't mean they're going to do it. I would put that at 40%. Just because they really don't have to. It's just only if somebody makes them an offer they can't refuse.
Ramona, I want to go back to your comment about us hearing what Draymond said on Jeff Teague's podcast. I think most of our listeners did. Just a quick sort of encapsulation of that was Draymond said, I'm looking out for the team, not just what helps me now. And there was a deal on the table we were about to do, and I told them, don't do it. Are you saying that was in reference to Markkanen?
I assume it was. I mean, what else would he be talking about? And I think there's other things the Warriors are trying to do, but nothing on the level where he would be commenting like that. It's not going to be some small potatoes trade, right? I mean, I think Markkanen is the biggest name out there. I mean, Brandon Ingram, I know that name has come up too. I don't see the Brandon Ingram thing, guys. Do you guys think? Do you have other thoughts on that? I mean, he didn't play for Team USA when Steve Kerr coached him on the U.S. team. It didn't go well.
That's our understanding too.
Right.
Like our understanding is that the Warriors have not had much interest in Brandon Ingram, but you did say they're working on other things, huh?
Yeah, but I think that's more like in the future. I think they're positioning for the future on other big things.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and I wonder what that would entail, and also the idea of Brandon Podziemski being a part of any of these trades. If they are positioning for the future, wouldn't it feel like he would be more untouchable based on what his contract is for the Warriors?
Yeah, I mean, I said this on TV today, and I kind of misspoke because I was like, well, Podziemski is younger. I mean, he and Kuminga are both 21, which is crazy, right? But like Podziemski, I mean, he's younger in terms of league years, right? He was a rookie last year, and Kuminga's been in the league for 3 years already. In other words, Podziemski is not due for a big extension like Kuminga is. Kuminga's extension is, they could do it now or they could wait, and so hopefully they can play out the season. I think he would like to do it now, but, we'll see if they get that done. Usually those things happen around October. But to me, it's Kuminga's a higher upside, but he's got to be in the right system. You've got to put him in the right spot. I don't know if that's the Warrior system or not. Podziemski came out, he was ready-made NBA player. He was a little older, right? And you don't have to pay him anytime soon. That's not the clock isn't ticking there. And so I think, a lot around the league. I asked Scott Perry this on TV today. I said, "Do you think Podziemski is more valuable in a way because of the years on his contract, right, and where he is in his NBA career versus Kuminga?"
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. So, Ramona, if you're saying the Warriors are kind of in the mode of jockeying and positioning to make a bigger move down the road, I wonder how that resonates with Steph Curry. He's spoken about the remainder of his career much more of late. He has not said anything that sounds threatening, but I'm interested by the fact that he's choosing to speak about it more often in public. What do you make of that?
I think, first of all, he's being asked, right?
Sure.
So those questions are coming up because they lost Clay and because, they didn't make the playoffs last year, et cetera, right? So he's doing interviews for the Olympics, but also for what's that show he's got coming out? On Peacock, the mockumentary, whatever, I forget what it's called, but I'm sure he's doing more interviews, and then people are asking that question because that's the question you want to ask Steph Curry. I don't think he's not subtweeting anyone. Right? Have you seen any Hourglass tweets coming from his account? I don't think he's there. I also think they did a good job of recovering from the Klay Thompson situation. I like how they rebuilt. They got like 3 really good players. Anthony Melton's good. Kyle Anderson's good. Buddy Hield's good. I mean, they just they turned the salary slot that they had for Klay into three solid guys. So I'm not saying that they're favorites to come out of the West or anything like that, but I think Steph's got to feel pretty good about that roster. Plus, you're going to see more Moses Moody now. I think he takes a lot of those minutes as well.
In theory, it does feel like he might be the odd man out again because now it feels like they have 12 guys for 10 rotation spots, and he kind of was that odd man out. What's the likelihood, and take Markkanen out, but just the likelihood of a trade this late in the summer? Historically, does this really happen very often across the league?
not historically, but okay, I can. Two of them jump out of my mind. Dwight Howard was traded in the middle of August from Orlando to the Lakers. Remember that one? I only remember this because I was at a wedding and it was in August and I was flying to Europe afterwards for like what I thought was vacation. And I was like, what the heck, right? Kyrie was traded about the same time from Cleveland to Boston. Same thing. I was going on vacation. I was like in the air, flying overseas and like landed to this news. So like those are two that were late ones. And then obviously Dame Lillard last year with Portland and Boston, right?
And where were you traveling last year? Were you off to Bali last year or somewhere exotic?
No, I don't go anywhere anymore. I don't have any.
Well, then it's not going to happen.
Children.
I was sitting here thinking, those of us who want marketing, we need to put you on a plane.
Yeah, I know. I don't go anywhere anymore.
Yeah.
It's like maybe I go to Disneyland. That's about it. You know,
I get it. I get it.
That's how. Those are the ones I remember because it ruined our vacations, right? But yeah, I mean, it does happen sometimes. You know, sometimes people need to get the closer you get to training camp, the more there's a feeling like you should get something done and get the situation resolved. That happens. But I don't feel the same pressure on the market institute. Like he's happy in Utah. He's happy to sign an extension there. Like that's not like somebody's asked for a trade like Dame. You know, there's not a awkwardness to that. I think they're just listening and like getting information on everybody else and seeing who's really available. But there's other guys who might move throughout this season, especially as teams figure out what the second apron means to them and the new CBA means to them. And I think like I'll say this: after the Warriors lost out on Paul George, there was a sort of resignation, like maybe they need to keep their powder dry, like maybe they just got to be patient, and they'll keep trying. They're going to keep doing stuff, but they're not going to overpay. And they're not gonna do anything out of desperation. I definitely felt a sense of like they were gonna stretch for Paul George, but there's a discipline there right now that I think you should look at everything they're doing with.
Ramona, what is your understanding on how the Andrew Wiggins situation might play out after all the talks they've had surrounding him?
Yeah, I mean they just gotta I think mentally it's going to be a big question. How does he feel coming back knowing his name was out there in trade talks all summer? But also, he's had 2 bad years in a row, right? Two subpar years ever since he got his contract. He hasn't played very well. And the only thing he can do is rebuild his value. I mean, I guess he could go out even more, but he's just got to play. You know, I don't know what else they can do. I mean, his salary helps them match in trades, but he's one of those, like right now with the way he's played and as much as on the field, they almost have to incentivize someone to take him. And that's never how you want to be trading someone. You know, especially somebody who's played well for you in the past, who is capable of doing a better job than he has the last couple of years.
And I guess the most attractive part of Wiggins on the market would be the fact that his contract isn't that much of a bad contract, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty good contract, relatively speaking, but they still just got to get more production out of that spot. Like what is he, 25-ish or something? I'm trying to remember the exact number. Guys like that, they got to be productive. Like you can't have a guy making that much money not being productive, having subpar seasons. Like in this environment, this new CBA, like you can't miss on players that you commit to. And so that's why I think like overall, I think they're still in a pretty good place because like they got off the Jordan Poole contract. You know, that would be a hard one to trade right now, right? They actually got a pretty good deal looking back on that. They have the Wiggins contract, but he has upside. He can get back to that level if he commits to it and if he can get back that what he had during the 22 season when they won a championship and he was great and he was an all-star. And the fact that he's not playing for Canada, I mean they didn't want him to play, right? And he's not playing in the Olympics. He is working all this summer. Let's see if that helps because he still has that ability, that they paid him for. He's still former number 1 overall pick. They just got to get that version of him again.
Well, Ramona, that brings us to Jonathan Kuminga. You can't miss on guys you pay. So where do you think the organization sits on him at this time?
Would not surprise me if they got something done with him before the start of the year, but I don't think it's going to be an overpay. They gotta be disciplined on the number. And if you look at look at their recent history, when they did deals early, they didn't in other words, before they had to. The players signed for team-friendly contracts. I think the Poole and Wiggins contract were relatively team-friendly, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah.
For the most part. I mean, based off what they were doing. At the time, we thought they were team-friendly, based off their production from the year before. And so, I think his side would really like to get something done because, this is the first big contract outside the rookie contract, right? But he's still got something to prove. He showed a lot last year. I think he started to flash more consistency. They played him more. There's a really, he affirmed why they took him so high and why they've been so resistant to include him in any trade talks. Teams always ask for Kuminga. And I know there's a lot of debate about whether he was in the Paul George deal or not. Best way I can say it is he was never in it in an actionable way. Does that make sense?
It does.
In a way, right?
Love to hear more.
In an actionable way.
Okay. Well, what? Yeah.
More like theoretically. What if we threw in Kuminga? Is that more the way you were hearing it?
More like they kept asking for Kuminga, right? The Clippers, obviously. And then at some point there was a scenario where they had to consider. They were like, well, if we considered that, what would it look like? And I think there was some in the back of their head. There was feedback from Paul George was like, well, don't give up too much because then I maybe don't want to come.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
Really interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best way to phrase that. So he was never in a way where like, oh, the Clippers could have said yes to that deal or the Warriors could have said yes. Never in an actionable way.
Was there a sense that you got that the Clippers were never going to trade him to the Warriors anyway based on the Ballmer-Lacob rivalry?
No, I did not get that sense. I really think it was that the Clippers were just well, why would they do that? Right? Like, I know there's a rivalry there. The only people I think who hate each other that much are probably Matt Ishbia and Dan Gilbert, right? Like, those guys really don't like each other. But I think that's just bad business, And I really do think there were real conversations between those teams, and it was all in a way that I don't think it was the Clippers not wanting him to trade him to the Warriors. I don't think that. I think they just disagreed on what a good deal was. I think the Clippers said, we don't want to take back any money. Like, we want the picks, we want young players, and we want people that that are not going to put us in that financial jeopardy. And so I think that's, that financial jeopardy, like taking back a Wiggins contract or taking back Chris Paul. See, I misunderstood it too. I thought they could do the same thing with Chris Paul's contract that the Warriors ended up doing, which was waive him, and it's like a get out of jail free card. But they would not actually have been able to do that without Chris's consent if they trade him to the Clippers, because he had he could guarantee as much of that $30 million as he wanted to, but it still had to count on the books past a certain time. So I guess if Chris felt like giving the Clippers a huge break there, then they could do it, but that would have taken it. Why would he do that?
Right.
That doesn't make any sense for him. So he would have been on their books to some extent and still put them in that same financial jeopardy.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. Hey, real quick, just because we've referenced it a couple of times, Draymond Green saying too much is not a new subject around here, but when he goes on a podcast, and I thought sort of made it sound like, the Warriors were about to make a big mistake until I told them not to. Like, how does that land with a new GM? He's got to hate that, don't you think?
Mike's pretty cool. He took that job eyes wide open. Everybody takes that job. He was around before he took the job.
Yeah.
It's not like they hired somebody from the outside and they're like, oh, God. I think Draymond's really smart, and he knows that nothing he says and that kind of. If anything, that helps their leverage. If that's why they said no, it helps their leverage to know that Draymond and Steph are not going to compromise the future just to help themselves out today. It's like the opposite of LeBron, right? LeBron is always putting pressure on the Lakers and tweeting things and and all that, which I think hurts their leverage in every trade. Because everybody feels like, oh, you have to make a trade to keep LeBron happy.
That's an interesting point. That's a very, very interesting point. I hadn't thought about it that way, so that's interesting. Hey, Momo, thank you.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
Okay. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN.
Yeah, always good, always informative.
Well, and always, I think, for you and I, whenever we have a conversation with someone who's kind of tapped in, Tim Kawakami yesterday, Ramona Shelburne today, I would argue, and I was already on this side, I think you were too. I believe that 95.7 The Game put our conversation online a couple of weeks ago when I said, Utah not trading this guy. This is all BS. Like, this is all a fishing expedition. And after talking to these two in the last 24 hours, I'm not saying it's off the table. I'm sure it's not completely off the table, but I'm going to move my percentages even lower. With the idea of the Warriors getting Lauri Markkanen.
What did she put it at, 20%?
Well, she put it at 40% just that he were to get traded at all.
Yes.
But she very clearly added the Warriors are not the only team on the phone.
Probably 4 or 5 teams in the mix, and everything that we've heard about and thought about as it pertains to this trade. And think about what Ramona said. I apologize, getting into the weekend here a little too soon. But
ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. Lauri Markkanen likes playing for Utah. Utah is not against extending Markkanen. So that part of it, it feels like it's going to happen. It probably will happen at some point. Danny Ainge is a ball buster. He's going to win the trade. He's going to try to get absolutely everything that he wants or can possibly get in a trade for Lauri Markkanen. Joe Lacob, as we heard from the TK pod, doesn't want to overspend, and trades are hard, and he likes his young players. So when you start to look at all sides of this, it leads me to the reality that Joe Lacob and the Warriors are not going to overpay to get Markkanen now, and Utah is going to demand that a team overpay to get Markkanen now.
But if none of them do, then what do you do? And that's why I would still handicap it as likely that they end up keeping Lauri Markkanen. She describes the Warriors right now as being a team that's going to be measured, a team that is not stressed, a team that is disciplined. They are not going to overpay for something. I think it's interesting that she is openly stating that what Draymond Green was talking about yesterday was Lauri Markkanen. We didn't know that. We didn't know when the podcast was being recorded. She said, well, what else would it be about? Well, sure, it could be about a trade we don't know about. It could have been about Paul George, for all I know. I don't know when the thing was recorded, but if that is clearly about Markkanen, and the Warriors are going to take a very disciplined approach here, and they're not stressed, they're not worried about this Steph Curry thing like we are, and he's being asked these questions, so he's answering them, and Draymond's in a public space being like, we're not about that. We're not about forcing them right now to make a bad deal just for us. If that's the tone of the organization, well, then get ready for this roster to be Warrior basketball this year.
Completely. Short of another trade that we don't know about happening. And that's why I wanted to ask her about August trades, because it feels to me like they just don't happen. And then she gave 3 really good examples of Dwight Howard and more recently Dame Lillard, who that all happened in August, and Kyrie Irving. So it does happen. These trades can occur in the middle of summer.
Right, but all 3 of those examples, and I think this is another huge takeaway from the conversation we just had, all 3 of those examples are examples where the player and the current organization were in a state of stress. It was either a demand of a trade,
Dwight Howard,
and
Dame
Lillard, or behind the scenes, something was going on where it's like, this relationship, Kyrie Irving, this has run its course. And we gotta do something different here. And maybe the length of time it takes, it goes into August because they're complex deals and things are being leveraged, right? Dame Lillard, send me to Miami and Miami only. And then Portland's like, you're not telling us where you're going, right? Oh, well, I'm not reporting Milwaukee. Yes, you will. Whatever. That stuff, that takes time. She is painting a picture of 2 organizations, Utah and Golden State. There's no stress. There's no stress. So why, if nobody is pushing a button to make something happen, it probably won't.
Yeah, that's kind of what
It probably won't.
That's kind of what I'm taking from that. And, she mentioned the roster, and, the Warriors are probably pretty good with what they have. And they did a good job of pivoting off of Chris Paul and Klay Thompson. You got 3 real solid veteran NBA players to add to your rotation, and you still have Moody and you still have Pods and TJD, and you got Kuminga, and so you still have, 10 or 11. I think you have too many rotational players, but that's a better problem than going the other way, as Steve Kerr has told us. It's better to have 12 guys that you want to play as opposed to 6, and that's kind of where they are right now. The Warriors are with their roster, but I do think you're right. They're kind of chilling. They look at their team and think, we're at least as good as we were last year, and we won 46 games last year.
I mean, the narrative has been everybody freak out. We got to maximize Steph. Organizations freaking out. Steph is speaking on it, so he's behind the scenes looking at Joe like, do it. You better do it. I'm getting older. You better do it. And it's like, that's probably not how it is right now. And in fact, I think there's something very likely that's about to happen that flies in the face of everything we've been saying, or at least acknowledging. I'm not saying that you or I has been saying that Steph Curry is threatening the Warrior organization or anything. I don't think that at all. I haven't got that vibe from these interviews. Remember Steve Kerr came on and we asked him about it. He's like, I was standing next to him. We're fine. Steph Curry's not looking to go somewhere.
Well, and the idea
there's no ultimatum from Steph Curry going, I don't think that. Do you?
Yes. And the only ultimatum is, I don't want to be a part of a bottom feeder.
Right, but the Warriors are nowhere near that right now.
So the ultimatum is, I will not be a part of a bottom feeder. So if this year or the next year, the final year of his deal, if they go 28-54, okay, now we've got a problem. Houston, or as Guru famously said, NASA, we have a problem. It's one of my favorite malaprops, but that's, I think, the ultimatum. But you're right. It's like, we better not be a bottom feeder. I don't want to play for one of those. Well, you're not even really close to that. Even the one time you were a bottom feeder, you got hurt. Klay was hurt. Draymond shut it down. And we had Eric Paschall and company. And yes, you were a bottom feeder, and you got the number 2 pick, and that didn't work out, but that's not the point. So I do think that was the ultimatum, but it's like, okay, we're not going to be bottom feeders, so it's not really an ultimatum.
And every player wants help, but I do think this gets lost in these conversations too. These are the greatest basketball players in the world. They don't wake up every day and be like, all right, who's helping me today? Like, they do put it on themselves a lot, I think. Yes, they want help. They do not want an organization that looks sometimes like it's just working against them or constantly trying to reboot itself. I think that's the point Lillard got to. And Lillard only got there after trying to stay like 8 times. I think they put it on themselves. Steph Curry, the first thought that he thinks of when he wakes up in the morning is what am I going to do for me? Not what is someone else going to do for me? So if they want to compete at a high level next year, if Steph and Dre are feeling like that, well, here's thought number 1. Don't get suspended.
Yeah, there's that.
There's your first trade. The Warriors would like to acquire Draymond Green.
For a full season.
For a full year.
That'd be nice.
Start there. You know what I mean? Again.
And also have the young guys get better and all the other things that happen.
There's some of both. I'm not saying there's not some of both. But this idea, I do think sometimes people paint this picture of Steph as just outside Joe's door every day. Did it happen today? What about today? Did you get me some more players? I don't think it's like that. I really don't.
No, it's Steph is working on how does he become better at 36 years of age, and how do you get your team to be better, and how do I get Kuminga and Pods and TJD and the other youngsters to be better? How do we as a team internally get better? And you got an eye on a market and trade, and you think, he's a good player, and he actually be a great fit for us. So
really good.
If that did happen, you could be excited about it, and you could be sad about the teammates who would be sent out. But short of a market and trade, you're not just going to shut it down and think, oh boy, we didn't get Lauri Markkanen, so now I can't get excited about a team that won 46 games last year. You're still a good team.
No doubt. Let me play this again from Draymond Green, because we've referenced it so many times. And now if we can put on it that it's definitely about Markkanen, listen to it again from Jeff Teague's podcast.
We was just about to make some trades last week, And I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now.
Yeah.
That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
Okay. Like, hear it again and be thinking that's marketing. That will help me right now. God, he'd play great alongside Draymond.
Right.
They're an unbelievable fit together, I think.
Well, what that tells me is that the trade probably involved 2 first-round picks, 2 first-round swaps,
at least.
and a young player.
Or both of them.
Exactly. And so...
Or both of them.
That trade...
Or 3 of them.
It would help me now.
Moody, Pods, and Kuminga.
And picks. But it would hurt all... It would hurt y'all for the future. Yeah.
It's interesting.
Very.
All right. We're sponsored by Lucky California. We'll come back. We'll mess around a little bit for our last few minutes of the week. I tell you what, since I'm going to be gone next week, I want to come back and predict for you who will not be on the Giants anymore next time I see you.
That'll be fun.
Okay, that's coming up next. We'll take some calls also on Willard and Dibs.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it's the end of the week, and I don't want to leave any of these callers on the board. So you cool if we just hop right over to them?
Sure. Traditionally it's bros before phones, but
that's why I asked.
No, and I appreciate you asking, because I had to formally rebuke a former co-host of mine repeatedly about that very thing.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. So you have anything you want to say?
Nothing other than Grandy, you better check on that next week, because a couple times when Mark was out, you did me wrong on that front, and I gave you a pass. Never again.
Be fair though, because you also, I've been told, when Grandy and FP are in, you just like to put your feet up and listen.
First of all, I've never done a show with the two of them. It was
Grandy and whoever. It was Jason
Dumas.
Yeah.
Yes.
You should put your feet up.
Didn't put my feet up.
Ottoman game.
Did some listening.
That's what I heard.
Had my feet down.
That's what I've been told.
Yeah,
That's what the streets are talking.
Let's go to the phones, Mark.
You played an Ottoman game.
I may or may not have banged out a couple of emails.
Hey, Grandy, I'll be in Hawaii, but if you hear nail clippers next week during a segment, just let me know. Would you?
I'll shoot you a text.
Thanks,
Especially
man.
from a guy who complains he doesn't get to talk enough.
Clip.
Totally.
Clip. Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you turn your mic off when you do that, please?
Sorry.
What are you doing at 6, Grandy? What happened? What are you doing?
Tim Kawakami is nice enough to let us play the full podcast, the full conversation with Joe Lacob.
Oh,
so we're going to hear that.
Oh, damn, TK. Yeah. Oh, damn.
He's a giver.
That's good. I like that. All right, let's go to Austin and San Jose. Austin, what's good?
Hey, Willard, man, I want to send you off on a good vacation, man. Seriously. But
I bet you
I'm a little
do.
surprised at the... Yeah, no, I'm serious. Are you the man? Are you the man now? I mean, you actually believing everything the Lacob is selling? I mean, I saw that dude at the Summer League get up on the mic and talk about Pazimski. I mean, this whole thing is like, this guy's selling pods as this guy that's going to save the Warriors. I mean, what are we doing, Willard? What are we doing?
Well, wait a minute. No, I don't buy that. But wait, what's he saying that you think I'm buying?
I think you're buying that the Warriors are, as a roster exists now, they're good enough to do something, and mean, they don't need to do anything. Come on, man.
No, Austin, here's what I'm saying. Again, are they good enough to do something? Yes, define something. I don't think they're good enough to win a championship. They probably aren't with Lauri Markkanen either. I'm simply saying don't make a bad deal. And I don't think the Warriors, as currently constructed, are a bad basketball team. And I said this last year, too. I think that because of the dynasty, we have moved the goalposts on the Warriors, and we now don't know what the word good means anymore. It's simply like you're a championship contender or you suck. And there's got to be some in between. The Warriors the last couple of years weren't good enough. It doesn't mean that they were awful. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that, Will. I'm just saying that I'm not even talking about championship. I'm just trying to get to the point of being a playoff contender. I mean, if the current West is going to play back for the Warriors, I don't think they will. I think guys behind them they need to worry about. So this roster, yeah, I'm worried as a fan, and at $250 a ticket or $200 a ticket, I'm worried about this roster. I'm not sure this product is enough, Willard, to justify what Lacob is saying. That's all I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah. And Austin, good to hear from you. I can feel that all day long. However, if you're asking me and Dibs, if the Warriors' current roster, if blessed with the luck that all teams need throughout a year, which is just health and, like things like teammates not getting punched in practice or whatever.
Sure.
Like if you're blessed with a journey that goes relatively well, could this roster be a playoff team? I think so. I absolutely think so. Yes.
Agreed.
I don't think it's guaranteed.
No, but I think it's more likely that they are a playoff team than it is that they missed the play-in completely. So I think it's more likely.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that too.
It's more likely that they're a 6 seed as opposed to an 11 seed. Now, if I was to say top 4 seed or 5 and 6, or 7 through 10 or completely out of the play-in. For me, it's still most likely that they're 7 through 10 in the play-in tournament.
I mean, like he mentioned about being worried about the teams coming up from behind the Warriors also. I hear that people think Houston is improving. That's fine.
Memphis is better.
Okay, can I spend 30 seconds on that?
It.
The most ridiculous things I've heard all offseason is that Memphis is back in the playoffs because Ja is back. Do you understand what their record was? Do you know what
they won? Probably 27
They won
games.
27 games. You nailed it. You nailed it. They won 27 games. If you all think that is just Ja, then he's the greatest player of all time. If he's going to go from 27 wins to 50 wins by his lonesome, that's the only thing that changed. And now they're 23 games better. Good God, you're a Ja fan.
He's the MVP.
He is not that good. No, there's so many changes that have happened to that team since the Memphis you knew. Dylan Brooks isn't even there anymore. He was like the king of who we hated a few years ago in the playoffs. So miss me with all the Memphis talk.
I just said they're going to be better.
They're better, right. Sure. But then I could give you a bunch of other teams that were in the top 10 who've got plenty of question marks as well. The Pelicans, are they dealing Brandon Ingram? The Lakers, don't get me started. Like, there's all of these. The Phoenix Suns were a total disappointment, and Paul George is not on the Clippers anymore. Why are we acting like it's just like in ink that all of these teams will finish ahead of the Warriors again this year? I don't think that's the case.
No, nothing's in ink, and that's why I think the Warriors could be anywhere from the 5th seed to the 10th seed. I don't think that they'll be worse than 10. I don't think that they'll be better than 5. And again, if you look at the last 2 years of the Western Conference, there have been a lot of teams that have been in that same range year in and year out. Like the last 2 years, you've had a logjam of teams between 4 and 11 on both those years. So I think the Warriors are going to be in that mix again.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? We had 2 that were great today, Ramona Shelburne, and then the update on all the injuries with Doc Pandy. You can hear all of those things on the Odyssey app or YouTube. Here's what I will predict.
Okay, let's make sure that the tape is getting marked because come next Tuesday, trade deadline, we'll be able to play this back. Mark Willard's deadline predictions for the Giants.
Well, I'm not going to tell you who they're going to acquire because it's probably somebody who plays for Pawtucket. But 2 Giants who are currently on the roster, who I predict will not be on the roster when the A's and Giants play on Tuesday. I will say that Michael Conforto and Blake Snell both play for other teams by the time we get back.
Bold.
And those are the 2.
That's bold. I think.
Is it?
Conforto, I would put at it's a 50-50 for me. I would give that as a -110. Blake Snell to be traded.
Yeah.
That's a long shot. Well, I would say that's a 5-1 against. I'd give you plus 500 for Blake Snell getting traded.
I think that's where the Giants can actually really grab something here. And the Conforto thing to me represents money. Blake Snell represents prospect. I don't think that this is going to be some sort of like spite move, but I do think that there were ruffled feathers between Blake Snell and the organization with regard to his injury and the speed with which he came back. And so they're spent a lot of money on him. He was vocal. This went a certain way. You heard Greg Johnson say, we will never sign someone that late in spring training again. I think there's frustration surrounding Blake. He represents their opportunity to get the biggest return. They're not realistically in this thing anymore. But the Conforto thing is simply going to be about saving money. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was the same deal. Because someone's going to be like, we want Snell. And the Giants are going to be like, we want you to take Conforto. And they're going to be like, we don't want Conforto. It was like, well, do you want Snell? Then you get Conforto. It's possible. But I will predict that those are the 2 that are off the roster. The presence of Hayden Birdsong means that the Giants can still have a healthy 5-man rotation even without Blake Snell. And no Conforto means we get a couple months of looking at Luis Matos.
I like the prediction. I'm looking forward to spending the week with Grandy and FP and seeing if it comes into fruition.
Really quick, before you guys say bye, I misled you earlier. You are going to hear Joe Lacob with Tim Kawakami, but we're going to hear Fleming first with the Morning Rush because he was just so good earlier.
No, that's fantastic. Why not both?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do both. All right, and that's Grandy, and he's next, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Nah.
Do you want a total break from me?
I could use a week.
All right. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Aloha. And shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Crack into savings at Whole Foods Market. Prime members, buy 2 12-packs of 365 by Whole Foods Market sparkling waters and get one free through July 30th. Talk about refreshing deals. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence dyne test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Then, your manual, error-prone, complex network weighed you down. But now, with Juniper's AI native network, everything's simpler. Because it's self-configuring, self-detecting, and self-healing. So now, instead of being stuck under a pile of trouble tickets, you can rise above them! And from way up here, you gain a better perspective on everything! Juniper Networks. That's the now way to network. All right, I'm coming down.
PXG East Bay has a treat for all you golfers out there. If you've been wanting to swing PXG's incredible golf clubs, now's the time. Come in, try our sticks, and we'll give you a dozen golf balls free just for doing it. PXG's extreme premium golf balls deliver big distance, snappy green grabbing control, and a slick alignment aid to help you sink more putts. In third-party testing, PXG golf balls delivered similar performance to Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X. And if you're thinking PXG's high-performance equipment is too expensive or that you're not a good enough golfer to play our clubs, think again. You'll be amazed that our clubs often cost less than the so-called leading brands. On top of that, we make clubs for golfers at every level and will custom fit you for the right ones to maximize your performance. So call PXG East Bay today at 925